Jiang Ruoshui awoke from the depths of darkness. The piercing shrieks a world askew, and an ambulance's red and blue lights flickering in a puddle drew closer. Familiar scenes flashed before him. So, I truly am dead. Intricate beams and pillars, a golden plaque adorned with red doors. Is this a direct passage to another world? Looking up, a colossal door that seemed to connect heaven and earth came into view. In comparison, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Jiang Ruoshui stood frozen, his breath momentarily halting. At the pinnacle, a golden plaque suddenly shone brightly. White jade, capital. Upon seeing the ornate characters, his heart trembled. Surrounding him were countless ethereal palaces concealed in the mist. His physical form felt no discomfort, radiating a gentle golden light. After a brief daze, a smile gradually spread across Jiang Ruoshui's lips as he exclaimed, "Am not dead, am not dead. Have I achieved immortality? A single life saved is a merit beyond measure," came a melodious voice from behind. Turning around, he beheld a celestial maiden with delicate features and skin as smooth as jade, gracefully approaching. Draped in ethereal garments, her flowing ribbons danced around her. Her radiant feet touched the golden-bricked ground, leaving an imprint on his heart. "Yesterday's cause has led to today's fruit, young man. You have succeeded." The maiden smiled, her expression blooming like a flower. "Indeed, I have succeeded. I have become immortal." With a confirmation, Jiang Ruoshui laughed heartily, ecstatic. "I died saving others, yet unexpectedly ascended to immortality." Sudden, intense pain caused Jiang Ruoshui's face to drain of color as he instinctively clutched his head. His vision darkened, and the scene before him shifted. It was as if a film had abruptly changed its backdrop. The sky dimmed, overshadowed by gloom. The golden-bricked path vanished, replaced by moss-covered bluestone slabs. On either side of the path, lanterns flickered with faint blue and white flames. Not far away, a tall woman dressed as a Taoist priestess dragged something behind her. Her long, dark hair was pinned up with a hairpin, and she wielded a whisk, clad in a thin blue robe that barely concealed her figure. The robe was wide open at the front, revealing a graceful neck and a broad expanse of fair skin. As she moved, her long, fair legs peeked out from beneath the hem of her robe. The object she dragged was casually tossed towards him. As he focused, Jiang Ruoshui's pupils constricted, trembling in shock. It was a corpsey young man clad in a dark robe depicting mountains and rivers. A large gaping wound marred his chest, as if pierced by a sharp weapon. His eyes were wide open, a look of terror etched on his face. It was evident that this man had endured something horrific before his demise. Dead. Jiang Ruoshui struggled to comprehend the situation, feeling a wave of nausea. "Are you the chosen one from the village, Jiang Wan?" The priestess' voice carried a hint of doubt. Without thinking, Jiang Ruoshui blurted out, "Esteemed immortal, I am Jiang Wan's brother, here in her stead." Indeed, the village had selected a sacrifice for the immortal master, and his sister was the unfortunate one. The village chief had taken the money, but failed to fulfill his promise. He had sworn to spare their family. What a travesty! Fragments of memories flashed through his mind, igniting his inner turmoil. Never mind. After all, such a remote village is unlikely to produce any worthy seedlings. The priestess circled Jiang Ruoshui, her delicate brows slightly furrowing. "Strange, I cannot discern the quality of your roots," to her words. Jiang Ruoshui looked up to see her enchanting face, expression utterly vacant, her eyes dull and lifeless. "Enough. The time has come." The priestess shook her head, suddenly leaping with joy. Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons, and her smile stretched to her ears as she exclaimed, "Young man, as mere livestock, your chance to contribute to the immortal masters. Ascension is a blessing earned over 3 lifetimes." Her manic demeanor sent a chill down Jiang Ruoshui's spine. What did she mean by ascension? Hadn't he already achieved immortality by saving a life? A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he swiftly turned to see, hovering above the dilapidated door, the dim plaque inscribed with the characters Mingyue Guan. What is this? Mingyue Guan. White jade capital. Which is the truth? Which is the illusion? I can't tell. I truly can't tell. Jiang Ruoshui felt utterly bewildered, at a loss for what to do. At that moment, a delicate hand landed on his shoulder. The scenery shifted once more. Golden bricks and a golden palace loomed before him. "Young man, why do you stand there in a daze?" The celestial maiden smiled. "Look, the celestial sovereign is about to bestow upon you immortality." As she spoke, she slightly bowed in reverence, declaring, "Welcome, celestial sovereign." Jiang Ruoshui looked ahead to see the grand gates of the white jade capital suddenly swing open. A towering figure radiating a celestial glow and crowned with a divine halo floated forth. With a single step, the celestial sovereign appeared before Jiang Ruoshui, as if traversing vast distances in an instant. This left him even more perplexed and uncertain. This celestial sovereign wielded immense power. He did not appear to be a mere illusion. Moments later, lines of golden text abruptly materialized before his eyes. "If you wish to escape your current plight, sign our immortal loan contract." Further down were detailed explanations of the immortal loan. After glancing through it, Jiang Ruoshui understood. The so-called immortal loan was merely an advance on future goods for present actions, akin to a loan from a previous life. With disdain etched on his face, he waved his hand dismissively. "You must be joking. We are on the verge of immortality, and yet you speak of loans." Once the golden text faded, an image suddenly flashed in his mind. Inside the dim and eerie Mingyue Guan, the priestess bowed respectfully, saying, "Welcome, immortal master." The doors of Mingyue Guan swung wide open, unleashing a furious gust of wind. Splatter! Countless viscous liquids splattered onto Jiang Ruoshui's face, obscuring his vision. As he lowered his head to wipe his face with his sleeve, he was horrified to discover that the mysterious liquid was none other than blood. What on earth happened? Wasn't I still in the white jade capital? Jiang Ruoshui glanced between the celestial sovereign and the celestial maiden, then at the blood on his robe, feeling a chill creeping from his feet to the crown of his head. His vision began to darken once more. Once was a fluke, twice was familiarity. Jiang Ruoshui realized he was about to return to Mingyue Guan. In a fit of desperation, he grasped the maiden's delicate wrist tightly, eliciting a gasp from her. Then, Jiang Ruoshui saw the world around him dim, and in the distance, a massive vertical eye was intently observing him. Through its enormous pupil, he could clearly see his own small, lonely figure. Beneath the vertical eye were rows of jagged, enormous teeth. They clashed against one another, as if chewing on something. Occasionally, viscous blood would splatter from between the teeth. This creature was consuming the corpse. The celestial maiden from the white jade capital had not arrived at Mingyue Guan. Yet the blood from the corpse had found its way to the white jade capital. Becoming immortal is a deception. The white jade capital is a facade. Jiang Ruoshui felt a chilling despair wash over him. Though he had anticipated this, how could he extricate himself from the current predicament? He had no desire to die again, so soon after being reborn. Well done. This latest supplement is truly delectable. A gleeful voice emanated from within the massive vertical eye. The priestess' eyes were hollow as she smiled and bowed again. "Hey, little one, why are you trembling all over?" the creature inquired. Its colossal form leaned closer, mere inches away from Jiang Ruoshui. "Can you see me?" Chapter 2. Fortune in an instant, Jiang Ruoshui felt as though an icy hand had seized his heart, rendering him unable to utter a sound or even draw a breath. The creature exhaled a warm and foul breath from its gaping maw. It was then that he discerned the enormity of its vertical eye, which was, in fact, composed of countless eyes the size of fists. Under its gaze, it felt as though he were being scrutinized by myriad bizarre beings, each assessing him from above and below. It was akin to staring into an abyss, profound and instilling a sense of dread and unease. Jiang Ruoshui could no longer suppress the frantic beating of his heart, and his retreating steps quickened until he ultimately turned and fled in a panic. At that moment, the instinct for survival eclipsed all else, propelling him to escape with desperate fervor. Cackling wildly, the monster unleashed a tremendous force that struck him, sending him hurtling through the air. With a sickening thud, he coughed up blood, rendered immobile and vulnerable like a lamb awaiting slaughter. What a sight to behold! An unprecedented innate Tao body. The creature's laughter resonated with unrestrained ecstasy. To consume him directly would indeed be a waste of such a rare treasure. Once this humble immortal cultivator transforms you into a golden elixir, the path to ascension shall undoubtedly be secured. In the depths of despair, as Jiang Ruoxue contemplated his fate. Golden characters materialized before his eyes. Would you like to sign a cultivation loan? Without hesitation, he thought, what do you wish to take from me? Take it all. The fortune loan has been signed. At that moment, Jiang Ruoxue realized he was beginning to float uncontrollably, and then, with a sudden twist in the air, he was hurtling straight toward a blazing furnace. Without a moment to spare, he urgently inquired, I'm in a hurry, can someone please save me? The golden text had entirely vanished, leaving no response. To onlookers, his pleas seemed akin to soliloquy. Why is it a luck loan? Can this truly be of any use? Panic surged within him, for his very survival hinged upon this so-called luck. The lid was abruptly lifted, and Jiang Ruoxue was unceremoniously cast into the furnace like an object, followed by an assortment of bizarre herbs. Ginseng, lingzhi, cordyceps, along with countless unknown herbs shimmering with vibrant auras, were tossed into the cauldron as if they were worthless, instantly engulfing him as the main ingredient. The furnace was opened, and alchemy commenced. A monstrous roar filled the air. Excellent. It's done. The inner walls of the furnace glowed a fiery red, and Jiang Ruoxue felt as if the heavens themselves had collapsed upon him. Boom. A thunderous crash resounded, causing his ears to ring within the furnace. He couldn't help but murmur, is the commotion from refining a pill really this great? Crack, crack. A series of sounds akin to shattering glass echoed. Ah! A wretched wail echoed through the air. Jiang Ruoxue emerged from the shattered alchemical furnace, only to find the creature that had proclaimed itself immortal master was now on the brink of death. Its enormous vertical pupils seemed to have been cleaved in two by some sharp instrument, with entrails strewn about and blood flowing like a river. He surveyed his surroundings, discovering that the entire Mingyue temple had collapsed significantly, resembling a desolate ruin ravaged by war. What had transpired? Had I been rescued? A fallen stone slab was pushed aside, revealing a disheveled female disciple, her robe tattered and her body marred with wounds, nearly bare. She staggered to her feet, her expression contorted as she demanded, what have you done to the immortal master? Me? Jiang Ruoxue replied, pointing to herself, a look of confusion etched on her face. Her gaze swept across the surrounding debris, and instinctively, she took a few steps back, her countenance betraying a mix of bewilderment and apprehension. Was all of this the doing of this young man? What exactly had he done? He was, after all, a mere mortal devoid of cultivation. What made him different from the other commoners and livestock? As if a sudden realization struck her, she gasped, her expression shifting to one of uncertainty. The innate Tao body. How terrifying it is. Truly, seeing is believing. This physique, even without any training, possesses such world-destroying power. If I could obtain it, I might even become an immortal master myself. The once dull eyes of the female disciple sparkled at that moment. A sly smile crept across her lips as she licked her cracked mouth, eyeing her newly identified prey with the predatory gaze of a serpent poised to strike. Humph. Consider yourself fortunate today. We shall meet again. The innate Tao body is like a candle flame in the dark, attracting countless wolves and tigers. You will come to know that dying today would have been the easiest way to perish. What do you truly understand? Jiang Ruoxue inquired aloud, only to witness the female Taoist priestess forming a hand seal, her entire being transforming into a puddle of clear water, cascading to the ground, vanishing from sight. Boom. Another resounding echo reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Jiang Ruoxue covered his ears and gazed upwards, discovering the sky was splitting apart. A massive fissure, stretching endlessly, marred the once dim canopy above. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering glass resonated continuously as the rift expanded, spreading like a spider's web in all directions. Within the fracture lay the breathtaking sight of a sunset's afterglow, suggesting the existence of an entirely different world. Bang! Brilliant streams of red and blue light collided within the crevice. The intense shockwaves radiated outward, causing the celestial dome to shatter anew. The two streams of light moved with remarkable agility, as if they were human. Jiang Ruoxue attempted to speculate, feeling utterly incredulous. Fragments of the sky began to plummet, initially no larger than grains of rice, yet upon reaching the ground, they swelled to the size of houses. This is dire. His complexion shifted drastically, and he suddenly remembered the need to flee. Bang! Just a few steps forward, a house crashed down precisely where Jiang Ruoxue had stood. He trembled. Stumbling onward. Bang! Another house fell mere inches from him, alarmingly close, yet it did not strike him. Jiang Ruoxue pressed on with determination as houses continued to descend, some landing beside him, others obstructing his path, or crashing down where he had just been. Yet, Without exception, none inflicted harm upon him. The incessant crashing of houses relentlessly tormented his spirit, and the taut string within him threatened to snap at any moment. He felt on the brink of madness. Ha ha. Jiang Ruoxue laughed maniacally, halting his advance, allowing countless houses to plummet from above. So this is the power of fortune. Ascend. Ascend. A chorus of anguished roars echoed. Jiang Ruoxue turned to see the ailing vertical-eyed creature struggling to rise. Its body, cleaved in two by shards of the firmament, was adorned with innumerable slender tendrils. I cannot perish yet. The grand endeavor of ascension, planned for centuries, is within reach. Having attained the innate Tao body, those tendrils, as nimble as human hands, retrieved the scattered entrails and intestines from the ground. From the severed flesh, countless filaments, as fine as a strand of hair, emerged, serving as needles and threads to stitch the wounds. Innate Tao body, contribute your strength to my ascension. Let us merge as one and ascend to the celestial realm. Hiki. Jiang Ruoxue approached with a smile. Transformed by a series of extraordinary events, he now stood fearless, perhaps stronger, perhaps numbed. Though the path to ascension was fraught with peril, it was enough. The creature extended its tendrils towards Jiang Ruoxue, beckoning, "Come, ascend with me." Bang! A house suddenly descended, crushing the creature's newly mended body, obliterating countless tendrils into a pulpy mess. Your fervent desire for immortality is truly commendable. Jiang Ruoxue casually picked up a shard of the celestial dome shaped like a longsword and thrust it toward the monster's vertical eye. Yet, my life's creed is to repay 100-fold those who wrong me. The longsword twisted and turned within the flesh and blood. Accompanied by the monster's tragic final wail, Jiang Ruoxue reflected, I must thank you for the fear you have instilled in me. It is through knowing fear and understanding dread that I am driven to fight fiercely for survival. To live. In this lifetime, I shall selfishly live for myself. The youth gazed at the shattered scene surrounding him, gently brushing his sleeve, and suddenly smiled. My garments are slightly wrinkled, bearing the marks of wind and frost. Chapter 3. The cost. The night deepened, thick as ink, seemingly intent on consuming the entire world. Jiang Ruoxue looked up at the celestial dome, where the cracks were now nearly imperceptible. The Mingyue Temple stood majestically atop the mountain, while Qingshi village lay at its foot. The rugged, winding mountain path was already cloaked in darkness, rendering it impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. Moreover, with fierce beasts occasionally prowling the forest, it would be unwise to descend the mountain recklessly at this hour. Despite Jiang Ruoxue's current auspicious fortune, the obstruction of his vision inevitably stirred unease within him. After careful contemplation, he resolved to wait for dawn before descending to return to the village. At that moment, a clear bird call pierced the air, as a magnificent azure bird circled above the Mingyue Temple. As the bird departed, a jade slip, as green as emerald, fortuitously landed in Jiang Ruoxue's hand. Jiang Ruoxue pondered thoughtfully, sensing its intent. The celestial court, perhaps? He had only recently been reborn, and if one were to speak of any connections he had established, it would undoubtedly be the fortuitous luck that had aided him in his moment of peril. But what would be the cost? As he opened the jade slip, he discovered inscribed within, Jiang Ruoxue, current fortune level, supreme fortune. The price, however, was a lifespan of 500 years, repaid at the rate of 1/10 each year. Upon finishing the reading, Jiang Ruoxue's countenance darkened profoundly. 1/10 meant he would have to repay as much as 50 years of his lifespan each year. This signified that Jiang Ruoxue was left with a mere 2 years to live. A chill swept through him, causing Jiang Ruoxue to involuntarily shiver. He hastily wrapped his thin robe tighter around himself and inched closer to the flickering flames. In this serene silence of the Mingyue Temple, the only source of warmth and light emanated from the fire gently burning beneath the alchemical furnace. Remarkably, though the furnace had long been in ruins and no one had stoked the flames, this fire persisted, burning with a tenacity reminiscent of a living entity. It was surely no ordinary flame. Bathed in the dim glow, Jiang Ruoxue's gaze gradually swept across the surroundings. Soon, his attention was firmly captivated by the precious herbs scattered upon the ground. In an instant, his originally weary and listless eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. These herbs had been meticulously collected by that immortal master for the purpose of concocting the elixir that could elevate one to divinity. Each herb exuded a distinct fragrance, the rarity of which was beyond question. Among them, certain treasures radiated a faint, ethereal glow, easily discernible even to the untrained eye as being invaluable, worth a fortune yet beyond price. If he could bring these precious medicinal herbs down the mountain for sale, it would undoubtedly yield a substantial fortune. Merely contemplating this prospect, Jiang Ruoxue felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, this world harbors the potential for cultivation and ascension to immortality. Aside from a few fragmented memories, he now recalled everything. From the monstrous figure who spoke with human eloquence, the immortal master, to the female Taoist who could instantaneously transform into a puddle of water and swiftly evade capture. Each exemplified a formidable power that transcended his understanding. This also confirmed the validity of the memories regarding cultivation that resided in his mind. Cultivation is indeed a tangible reality. With this thought, Jiang Ruoxue resolved to transport the ordinary herbs down the mountain in multiple trips, reserving the rare, luminous treasures for himself. If that immortal master could attain such formidable power through cultivation, then why couldn't he, blessed by fortune? What he currently lacked was merely the method of cultivation. Should he embark on this path, these precious medicinal treasures would undoubtedly prove invaluable. He must acquire the cultivation techniques as soon as possible. As his eyelids grew heavier and fatigue enveloped him, Jiang Ruoxue soon drifted into slumber. As the sun rose, casting its first rays of light upon the tranquil and harmonious Qinshi village, a diminutive figure at the village entrance caught the eye. A little girl, clad in threadbare garments and wrapped in a tattered quilt, sat quietly there. Her high ponytail swayed gently with her subtle movements. At this moment, she bowed her head, a series of snoring sounds emanating from her nostrils. Jiang Ruoxue sighed and playfully tapped her on the head. Suddenly, Jiang Wan jolted awake from her dreams. Rubbing her forehead with both hands, tears almost spilling from her eyes in pain. Upon recognizing the figure before her face blossomed into a radiant smile as she leaped into his embrace. Brother, the villagers are so wicked. They all said you would never return. I knew you wouldn't abandon me, right? In that instant, all the grievances and heavy burdens that had accumulated in her heart were released, and she wept openly. Jiang Ruoxue gently stroked his sister's hair, expressing both affection and remorse. I have returned, and I will never leave you again, until death separates us. Jiang's boy? How have you returned? A woman, witnessing this scene, exclaimed in shock. Her eyes widened in terror as she pointed a trembling finger at Jiang Ruoxue, as if she had seen a ghost. Everyone, come quickly and see this. With her cries, it was as if a stone had been thrown into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of commotion. What? The Jiang boy, who was sent up the mountain yesterday, has actually returned. The villagers, who had been busy with their tasks nearby, dropped what they were doing and hurried over, their faces filled with astonishment as they struggled to comprehend the sight before them. All the children sent up the mountain had perished. Why was he the only one to come back? Amidst the crowd, an inquiry was first voiced by an unknown individual, soon followed by a cacophony of discussions. Could it be that this fellow, in his cowardice, has stealthily retreated midway? Bind him and take him back. Someone shouted furiously. The offering has been returned. Does this not signify that the immortal master has forsaken us? Upon utterance of this remark, an oppressive silence enveloped the scene. After a considerable pause, a trembling voice pierced the stillness. What shall we do next? If we lose the immortal master's protection, what shall become of us during next year's drought and locust plague? Our crops will yield nothing, and every soul in our village shall perish from hunger. In the face of the peculiar gazes and the clamor of voices from the crowd, Jiang Ruoxue remained remarkably composed. He shielded his sister behind him and spoke at an opportune moment. Esteemed uncles, aunts, and villagers, I implore you to remain calm and not succumb to panic. Since I, Jiang Ruoxue, have dared to return today, I shall certainly provide an explanation for everyone. Rest assured, I shall seek out the village chief to clarify the matter. To provide these people with an explanation? On what grounds? When I was sent to the mountain, they did not even attempt to intervene. They did not even feign concern. His words were primarily aimed at pacifying the crowd, preventing the situation from spiraling out of control and resulting in violence. He was unafraid of the calamity befalling him. But he could not allow his sister to be harmed. Who do you think you are? Merely stating that you will provide an explanation is sufficient? Jiang Xuanyo, have you overestimated your own importance? A voice filled with derision suddenly rang out. Chapter 4. Intimidation. Unless you clarify, you shall not proceed. With these words, the man stepped forward, blocking the path. Jiang Ruoxue turned to see a brutish man with a face full of scars and a menacing glare. Wang Ran, the notorious thug of the village. Wang Ran had long exploited his relation to the village chief, ruling the settlement with impunity, creating chaos, and causing the villagers endless distress. According to tradition, the offerings to the immortal master must be made by individuals under the age of 16. However, Wang Ran had already reached adulthood, rendering him ineligible. Yet he meddled without hesitation, relishing in the turmoil. Jiang Ruoxue was acutely aware of these circumstances. Maintaining his composure, he gazed steadily at Wang Ran and declared, "Wang Ran, I am not jesting. I have descended the mountain on the immortal master's orders to deliver a message. The decree states that from now on, the offerings shall consist of 2 individuals, and the age limit has been extended to 20. I must urgently inform the clan leader of this matter, and I cannot afford any delays. Should you possess the audacity, feel free to obstruct me." With that, he took a few steps forward, closing the distance, and fixed Wang Ran with a piercing gaze. A tremor coursed through Wang Ran's body, and his lips quivered as he stammered, Jiang Ruoxue, do not attempt to intimidate me. Offerings have always been limited to 1 person. When has it ever changed?" Despite his bravado, his confidence was evidently lacking. Observing this, Jiang Ruoxue pressed on, his voice firm, "Wang Ran, you may continue to obstruct me if you wish. Should this delay result in grievances from the immortal master, the village chief would undoubtedly be the first to hold you accountable. At that point, breaking your legs would be considered a mild punishment. If we were to liken the age restrictions for selecting offerings to a tranquil lake, then Wang Ran was precisely the observer standing serenely on the shore. He gazed distantly at the raging fire in the center of the lake, feeling free to fan the flames of chaos, as he was not embroiled in the turmoil himself. However, as this crisis threatened to encroach upon him, his amusement swiftly faded. Jiang Ruoxue merely spun a web of deceit, leading him to believe he was about to be implicated. Furthermore, while Wang Ran might not fear Jiang Ruoxue, he would certainly dread the immortal master. Indeed, after being intimidated, Wang Ran's countenance turned ashen, a fine sheen of sweat beading on his forehead, although doubt lingered in his heart. The village chief's usual stern demeanor and the potential dire consequences ultimately rendered him too fearful to protest further. Thus, with gritted teeth, Wang Ran reluctantly turned aside, allowing a passage. Jiang Ruoxue, grasping her sister's hand, gracefully navigated through the crowd and departed with an air of confidence. He did not truly seek to explain himself to the clan leader, but instead returned home. Their dilapidated cattle shed appeared precariously close to collapse, as if a mere gust of wind could send it tumbling. Yet this was their home, where he and his sister relied on one another for solace. Their mother had passed away in her youth, and their father had tragically fallen in battle. Even their former dwelling had been reduced to ashes by a merciless inferno. Left with no alternatives, the siblings were compelled to take refuge in this humble abode. At present, all is well, however. The true challenge arises in winter when the biting cold seeps through every crevice, leaving one susceptible to frostbite. Jiang Ruoxue lay upon a bed of hay, still warming her seat, when a resounding bang echoed through the air. It was the dilapidated wooden door, forcefully kicked open, followed by a boisterous call, "Shaowan, I've brought you food." A young lad swaggered into the cattle shed, and upon spotting Jiang Ruoxue lying amidst the hay, he appeared as if confronted by some ghastly apparition, his face draining of color. Without hesitation, he spun on his heel and bolted outside. After a considerable pause, he seemed to muster enough courage to cautiously peek his head into the shed, and upon recognizing her, he exhaled a sigh of relief and slowly stepped inside. "Jiang Shuangyo, is that truly you? I thought I had encountered a ghost. Did you not ascend the mountain? What brings you back?" The youth, named Li Gue, placed the basket of vegetables he carried heavily onto the ground, casting a skeptical glance at Jiang Ruoxue. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Ruoxue gradually sat up, a smile gracing her lips as she waved in greeting. "Ah, little brother-in-law, I've dispatched the immortal master. Thus I've returned to the valley." Li Gue, feeling a surge of indignation, kicked Jiang Ruoxue sharply and rolled up his sleeves, poised to retaliate. "Brother Gue, do not strike my brother," Jiang Wan interjected. Her face flushed with indignation as she positioned herself between the two. Observing her pleading expression, Li Gue felt a twinge of compassion. He turned his head and spat dismissively, retorting, "Pa, do not take advantage of me. My sister is extraordinarily beautiful and destined to marry into a prominent family. How could it possibly be your turn, you impoverished wretch?" At that moment, Jiang Ruoxue noticed a dark aura gathering around Li Gue's tightly knit brows. He suspected he might have misinterpreted the situation, so he shrugged it off, brushing the shoe prints from his clothes, and cheerfully replied, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty." Li Gue rolled his eyes, responding with irritation. Stop pretending to be something you're not. You spend all day boasting and weaving grand tales that leave my sister dazed. You are dependent on my family for your daily sustenance. Look at that. Here we go again, spouting nonsense about slaughtering. Just as he was about to continue, he abruptly halted, his eyes widening as he fixed a stare on Jiang Ruoshui, attempting to inquire, "Wait, what did you just say?" Jiang Ruoshui smiled calmly. "I said, I have slain the celestial master atop the mountain. Are you serious? Why else would I have returned?" Jiang Ruoshui shrugged, spreading his hands in a gesture of nonchalance. Li Gui was momentarily stunned, taking a while to regain his composure. He approached incredulously, grasping Jiang Ruoshui's collar, and shouted, "Do you take me for a mere child? Easily deceived? If what you say is true, Jiang Ruoshui, you are truly finished. The entire village will despise you." Upon finishing his words, the dark aura above Li Gui's head intensified. Jiang Ruoshui realized that he had not been mistaken. As for the source of this ominous energy, he had already formed a few suspicions. Chapter 5. Childhood Sweethearts. A crisp sound echoed as someone delivered a sharp slap to the back of Li Gui's head. Initially taken aback, Li Gui soon felt a surge of inexplicable fury rising from within. He whirled around, his eyes wide with rage, bellowing, "Who has the audacity to strike me? Are you tired of living?" His expression resembled that of a beast ready to devour its prey. However, when he caught sight of the icy visage before him, the arrogance that had just surged within him vanished without a trace. "Sister." Li Gui's voice faltered, becoming barely a whisper. The menacing expression he had worn moments ago crumbled, resembling a mouse that had encountered a cat. Li Tao reached forth, seizing her brother's ear and twisting it sharply, her voice cold as she demanded, "What are you shouting about? Who taught you to refer to yourself as Little Master?" Confronted by his sister's interrogation, tears nearly sprang to Li Gui's eyes. He swiftly redirected the blame, pointing at the innocent-looking Jiang Ruoshui, exclaiming, "It's him, it's him." Upon seeing Jiang Ruoshui, the originally frigid gaze of Li Tao softened momentarily, though it quickly reverted to its usual state. After casting a fierce glare at the latter, she turned away, striding outside without a backward glance, leaving behind a cold remark, "Come out and talk." Observing this, Jiang Ruoshui dared not show the slightest negligence, obediently trailing behind his childhood companion to the stable. At that moment, the surroundings were devoid of any presence, leaving only the two of them standing face to face, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Finally, Li Tao broke the silence, her clear and piercing eyes fixed intently on Jiang Ruoshui as she inquired, "How did you return alive?" Though her voice was soft, it carried an almost imperceptible note of concern. Jiang Ruoshui took a deep breath, steadied himself, and after a brief mental deliberation, began to recount his experiences on the mountain. Naturally, he embellished and altered certain details of the truth during his narration. He told Li Tao that when he found himself in peril, a powerful elder Taoist fortuitously passed through the area. Upon witnessing the nefarious deeds of the sinister immortal from Mingyue Temple, the elder was filled with righteous indignation and, without hesitation, intervened, vanquishing the deranged immortal and ultimately saving his life. Li Tao listened attentively to Jiang Ruoshui's tale, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. Upon hearing the conclusion, she couldn't help but exclaim, "I see. I have indeed heard whispers of some celestial beings with extraordinary powers appearing nearby lately. Ruoshui, it seems you were quite fortunate this time." Clearly, Li Tao harbored no doubts regarding Jiang Ruoshui's account. At that moment, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He suddenly realized that, compared to the rather implausible notion of personally slaying the celestial master, a tale of a passing immortal descending to eliminate a threat seemed far more palatable and credible. However, before Jiang Ruoshui could fully relax, Li Tao continued, "Nonetheless, even so, the village chief and the elders are unlikely to let this matter rest. They will most likely vent their hatred towards the old Taoist on you. So it would be wise to remain vigilant. Do not forget, it is precisely due to the protection of the celestial master that our village has enjoyed stability and abundance in recent years. After the demise of the celestial master, we shall be utterly powerless against the frequent calamities that befall us. This is the impending threat of annihilation against our clan. And their hatred runs deep. You could very well be subjected to public execution, burned alive." A look of concern crossed her face. "Do not be so reckless next time. The chosen sacrifice was originally Jiang Wan. How about handing her over? After all, she is an adopted child, not your biological sister. Shouldn't you prioritize your own safety before that of others?" I know you mean well, but such matters should not be broached again. Jiang Ruoshui's expression soured as he replied earnestly, even from you, I cannot grant forgiveness. Humph, stubborn as a mule, Li Tao averted her gaze, scoffing lightly. Then we shall have to seek other mates. In half a month, the celestial sect Tianxian Zone will be admitting disciples. Surely you understand what this entails? If one can pass the trials, they may become a member among those exalted immortals. The antiquated customs of Qishir village can no longer bind us. Were your recent cold-blooded remarks an intentional test of my resolve? Jiang Ruoshui revealed a warm smile. Li Tao refrained from providing a direct answer. Instead, after a moment of silence, she unexpectedly uttered a thought-provoking statement. Childhood sweethearts do not necessarily share the same path. Li Tao's gaze was remarkably resolute, as if she had long since identified a clear objective. You, Jiang Ruoshui, Jiang Wan, I, Li Tao, and Li Gui must all undergo the trials of the Tianxian sect. Subsequently, she seemed to drift into a reverie, murmuring, only by stepping outside will one truly comprehend the vastness of this world. Jiang Ruoshui pondered silently, well aware that Li Tao had accompanied her uncle on a business venture to the capital, 1,000 miles away, just months prior. Yet, he was left wondering what experiences had shaped her during that protracted journey, resulting in such a profound transformation. Upon her return. She seemed an entirely different person. No longer the vivacious and sunny girl, she had become cold and devoid of smiles. However, through their conversation today, he discerned that Li Tao was still the same as he remembered, as if within the millennia-old frost lay a fervent heart. I'm tired. I shall return first. Li Tao waved her hand and turned to call out, Li Gui, where have you vanished to? Li Gui, who had been stealthily hiding behind the door, along with Jiang Wan, peeked out, their heads, one large and one small, protruding as they strained their ears to eavesdrop. Upon hearing his sister's call, he hurriedly bid farewell to the young girl and dashed out like a gust of wind. Sister, I'm here. Li Gui bowed slightly, his face adorned with a sycophantic grin. Li Tao, noticing this, merely cast a fleeting glance at him and replied nonchalantly, I'm leaving. Wait, take this. Jiang Ruoshui produced a ginseng with an abundance of roots and handed it over. This was naturally one of the many medicinal herbs he had collected from the Minghui temple. He had brought along the 3 least impressive specimens when descending the mountain, while the more precious herbs were hidden away in the temple. Li Tao furrowed her delicate brows, questioning, what do I need this for? It was dug up on the mountain. It would be good for Uncle Li to brew some wine with. Li Tao found this reasoning sensible and accepted it. Just as the siblings were about to depart, Li Gui suddenly turned back, brazenly raised his middle finger towards Jiang Ruoshui, made a face, and then contentedly followed his sister as they walked away. Jiang Ruoshui rolled his eyes. He certainly would not stoop to the level of his younger brother. Chapter 6. Do you not have hands? On the way home, Li Tao unexpectedly kicked her brother. Were you eavesdropping behind the door? And no, of course not. How could that be? Ha ha. Li Gui was taken aback and quickly laughed nervously. You should treat Jiang Ruoshui with more respect, Li Tao advised. Upon hearing this, Li Gui, who had been grinning, instantly darkened his expression and displayed a look of disdain, snorting defiantly, Pfft, why should I? He's a grown man. He should be able to fend for himself. Every meal relies on our family's charity. It's utterly disgraceful. Li Gui's voice escalated with his rising fury. He is akin to a blood-sucking leech, repulsive. I have always held such individuals in the lowest regard. No sooner had he finished speaking than he strode away towards a candied hawthorn stall. He came to a halt before the booth, his eyes gleaming as they fixated on the glistening, sugar-coated skewers of hawthorn, and he eagerly reached into his pocket. However, after a prolonged search, he found no trace of a single coin. Unwilling to accept this misfortune, he meticulously rummaged again, yet still yielded nothing. Where is my money? Did I lose it? Where could it have gone? He turned to his sister, extending his hand. Sister, lend me a few coins. I will repay you when we get home. No. I won't lend you anything. Humph. Li Gui furrowed his brow, retracting his hand. His fist clenched tightly within his sleeves, and he departed in a huff. Li Tao hurriedly followed, grasping his arm, and said, Jiang Ruoshui lost her parents early and has a younger sister to care for. Their lives have always been hard. Not to mention that their house was burned down. Li Gui was already irritable, and his sister's incessant defense of others fueled his anger. He abruptly turned around, shaking her off, and shouted, What does that have to do with me? Am I expected to pity him or treat him differently because of that? You started the fire. What are you talking about, sister? I don't understand at all. Jiang Ruoshui's house burned down because of the fire you set when you were 9. Li Gui felt as though his head had exploded. An invisible hand seemed to constrict his throat, and an overwhelming sense of suffocation surged within him. His mind went blank, and waves of guilt and regret crashed over him, submerging him in despair. The disdain he had harbored for Jiang Ruoxue now transformed into profound remorse upon learning the truth. He suddenly felt weak and collapsed onto the ground, lamenting, "I am truly a fool." Meanwhile, Jiang Ruoxue noticed that the siblings had walked away and was about to close the door when something on the ground caught her eye. Picking it up and examining it closely, her face brightened with delight. Oh, a silver coin. She regarded it as a treasure, swiftly concealing it in her sleeve. After nervously glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she finally exhaled in relief. However, unbeknownst to Jiang Ruoxue, just around the corner at the end of the alley, 3 individuals were lurking, peering curiously. TSK, Li Tao has really blossomed recently. Her figure has developed splendidly, remarked a rotund fellow, wiping drool from his mouth with a lewd grin. Without hesitation, Wang Ran raised his hand and slapped the chubby man, hissing angrily, "Are you seeking death? Do you not realize who Li Tao's father is? He is the only hunter in our village, rumored to have hunted even bears, a man of formidable strength. Do you dare to lay a hand on his daughter?" Upon hearing this, the rotund man instinctively recoiled, the smile on his face vanishing without a trace. However, he soon donned a fawning expression, smiling obsequiously as he said, "Indeed, Brother Ran, you are absolutely correct. I was merely speaking idly." Wang Ran instructed, "When the time comes, let us prepare a sack and give that brat Jiang Ruoxue a good thrashing. Once he is incapacitated, it will be your turn. He appears rather delicate, so treat him as you would a woman." The rotund man was nearly ecstatic, almost leaping with joy as he hurriedly thanked Wang Ran. "All right. Thank you, Brother Ran, for your generosity." At that moment, the last individual, lean and gaunt, interjected with a look of disdain, muttering, "I truly cannot believe it. You desire a man as well? That's quite perverse." He then turned to Wang Ran, bowing and flattering, "As expected of you, Brother Ran. That scoundrel Jiang Ruoxue is most likely lying. We have been waiting here for so long. If he truly intended to convey the master's orders, he would have gone to see the village chief by now." Upon hearing this, Wang Ran's lips curled into a slight smile as he scoffed, "Humph. I have long harbored suspicions about him. The master clearly has designated messengers. Why would he send this sacrifice down the mountain to relay commands? So, what shall we do next, Brother Ran?" the lean man inquired. Wang Ran appeared unperturbed, waving his hand dismissively. "No rush. A gentleman exacts revenge, even if it takes a decade. Let us wait a bit longer. The news of this brat returning to the village has likely already reached the village chief. We should assess the situation clearly before proceeding." With that, Wang Ran shared the food he had brought, which consisted of steaming, fragrant meat pastries. Upon witnessing the scene, the 2 individuals were instantly filled with exuberant joy, ravenously devouring their food while continuously lauding Wang Ran for his lavish generosity and bold spirit. Naturally, Wang Ran relished these compliments, chuckling heartily, "Stick with me, and you shall reap the rewards. By the way, Brother Ran, from whom did you learn the phrase, 'A gentleman's revenge is never late, even after 10 years? It sounds quite exquisite and charming." Wang Ran's countenance shifted, reflecting a tumult of emotions, as he forcefully tore off a piece of meat pie and chewed vigorously, muttering, "Humph. It's that cousin of mine, the village chief's foolish son, who rides to the county for his studies every day and rambles on about lofty phrases in the yard." As if possessed, I praised his talent, and the lad eagerly taught me a few expressions. Some people, you know, are simply born with better fortunes than us. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruoxue returned home and began to share the meal brought by Li Gui with his sister. For breakfast, they had several fluffy white buns accompanied by a large bowl of vibrant green vegetables. To Jiang Ruoxue's delightful surprise, amidst the seemingly ordinary greens, there were tiny strands of meat. This revelation ignited his already ravenous appetite, and without a second thought, he began to feast with the ferocity of a whirlwind. Not long after finishing the meal, hurried footsteps could be heard approaching from outside. Bang! The person kicked the door open and, in a tone laced with schadenfreude, exclaimed, "Jiang Ruoxue, my father and the clan elders are waiting for you in the ancestral hall." Irritated, Jiang Ruoxue rubbed his temples, pondering, "Why do these imbeciles always prefer to kick the door down? Do they lack hands?" Chapter 7. The despicable outsider Jiang Ruoxue was well aware of the identity of the newcomer, Wang Jiwei, the only son of the village chief, and the sole young man from Qingshi village who had ventured to the county town for his studies. After exchanging a few words with his sister, he stepped outside. Wang Jiwei, though possessing an unremarkable appearance, was distinguished by his tall stature, towering a full head above his peer, Jiang Ruoshui. He was clad in a pristine white robe adorned with intricate purple and gold patterns, holding a folding fan in one hand while the other rested behind him. Resembling a dashing young master from an aristocratic family. "I was just looking for you," Jiang Ruoshui inquired. "Did you truly deliver the 10 taels of silver I entrusted to you to the village chief? What nonsense are you spouting?" "Of course I gave it." Wang Jiwei's expression darkened, annoyance evident in his tone. Jiang Ruoshui regarded the turbulence in his demeanor and the new finery he wore with a contemplative gaze. However, he chose not to pursue the matter further and instead took his leave. Other concerns could wait. The foremost priority was to strategize for the impending inquiries from the village chief and the clan elders. With the death of the immortal master, it meant that no one would need to serve as a sacrificial offering anymore, allowing both him and his sister to envisage a brighter future. In the solemn and imposing hall of the ancestral shrine, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt as though it could weep. Village Chief Wang sat in the foremost position. His countenance dark and foreboding, his sharp and icy gaze fixated intently upon Jiang Ruoshui, who stood below. He shattered the suffocating silence, his voice stern and accusatory. "Jiang Ruoshui, it was you who volunteered to replace Jiang Wan as the sacrificial offering. Why have you returned now?" The village chief's inquiry echoed the unspoken doubts harbored by all present. They were all acutely aware that the immortal master within the Mingyue temple was a man-eating monster. Once a sacrifice ascended the mountain, their fate was sealed. Yet, why was Jiang Ruoshui the sole exception? In the face of numerous gazes, Jiang Ruoshui remained composed, recounting the tale with eloquence. At that moment of dire peril, a powerful elder Taoist fortuitously passed by. Upon witnessing the heinous acts of the immortal master, who was engaged in the vile practice of devouring humans, the elder was instantly filled with righteous indignation. Without hesitation, he valiantly intervened, slaying the madcap immortal master and ultimately saving my life. He seamlessly transferred the very words he had used to deceive his childhood friend, Li Tao, into his narrative. As he vividly depicted the unfolding drama, his expression shifted in harmony with the plot's progression, at times filled with dread, at others with astonishment or joy. The audience seemed to be transported into the scene, their emotions rising and falling as if they were experiencing this extraordinary encounter firsthand. "Wait, are you saying the immortal master is dead?" someone suddenly exclaimed, their voice trembling with disbelief. "The formidable immortal master, so easily slain? I cannot accept this." A burly middle-aged man abruptly slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet. His eyes widened in fury as he glared at Jiang Ruoshui, bellowing. This lad must have been too cowardly to face the immortal master and took advantage of a moment's inattention to escape. Once I give him a proper lesson, he will undoubtedly reveal the truth. With that, he advanced menacingly towards Jiang Ruoshui. Jiang Ruoshui, undaunted, retorted coldly. "You dare to act against me in the ancestral hall based solely on a mere conjecture?" The middle-aged man, incensed by her words, tightened his grip around Jiang Ruoshui's neck and scolded. "Is this how you address your elders? You haven't even matured yet you presume to be so audacious? Let me teach you today what it means to respect your superiors." "Brother Wang, that is excessive, isn't it? Why stoop to the level of a junior?" A deep, authoritative voice interjected. Without needing to glance back, Wang knew that it was the hunter Li Shanhe who had spoken. Li Shanhe had always shown concern for the Jiang family youth, and his intervention now was surely to defend her. In the next moment, Wang was horrified to discover that his wrist had been firmly grasped by Li Shanhe's powerful hand, akin to an iron vise. A searing pain shot through him, as if his very bones were being crushed. Is this fellow truly this strong? He struggled desperately to free his wrist, but no matter how hard he tried, escape was futile. He found himself caught in a dilemma. At this tense juncture, a venerable elder of the clan raised his staff, gently tapping the ground several times. "Cease this at once." The two men resumed their seats, with Wang appearing uncertain. As the assembly turned their gazes towards him, the elder, with a grave expression, continued. "It is rumored that a mountain treasure has emerged in the northern woods, and individuals from the nearby immortal sects are hastening here. It would not be surprising if celestial beings were to pass by and vanquish demons. Moreover, it is imperative that everyone present restraints the younger members of their families, lest they inadvertently offend the celestial beings and invite unnecessary peril upon themselves. As for the fate of the Moonlight Temple's celestial master, we need only send someone to the mountain to ascertain the truth." He then cast a glance at Jiang Ruoshui. "Regardless, For the next sacrificial offering, we shall adhere to our traditional customs and begin our selection from your household, Jiang Ruoshui. Very well, you may take your leave. The mention of the next sacrificial offering ignited a vehement fury within Jiang Ruoshui. What does this mean? Hasn't the celestial master already perished? Why is there still a need for offerings? The assembly was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Jiang Ruoshui's outburst. After a brief silence, their expressions diverged. Some bore looks of pity, others wore mocking smiles, while some reveled in schadenfreude. Ha ha ha, he still knows nothing. Someone laughed aloud. It seems that due to his youth, no one has broached this subject with him, remarked a man of the Wang clan, suppressing the searing pain in his wrist with a scoff. What does this mean? The peculiar gazes from the crowd left Jiang Ruoshui in turmoil. Yet he remained oblivious to the reasons behind it. The village chief, with an impassive demeanor, looked down and proclaimed, "Who told you that our Qingshi village only reveres a single celestial master? If one has perished, we simply need to offer sacrifices to the other two celestial masters. The village shall continue to enjoy favorable weather and bountiful provisions." This declaration struck Jiang Ruoshui like a bolt from the blue, rendering him motionless, as if his very soul had been wrenched from his being. His scalp tingled as he approached the entrance of the ancestral hall like a wandering corpse, murmuring to himself, "Two more celestial masters?" He had believed that everything would come to an end following the demise of the celestial master at the Mingwei temple. However, reality proved him gravely mistaken. He never anticipated that there would be not one, but three celestial masters in need of offerings. The fact that he would become a sacrificial offering felt like an inescapable fate, destined to unfold. At this juncture, it appeared that only two paths remained to resolve the predicament. The first option was to eradicate the source of the problem by eliminating the remaining celestial masters. Once all the celestial masters were vanquished, there would be no need for the village to select sacrificial offerings. Yet, this choice carried immense risk. It is worth noting that a single strike from a celestial master at the Mingwei temple could render Jiang Ruoshui utterly defenseless. Though he possessed a stroke of fortune, it did not guarantee his survival. The second option was to eliminate the human responsible for this dilemma by slaughtering the village, killing the village chief, the clan elders, and all those who endorsed this vile custom would ensure that he would not become a sacrificial offering. In comparison to confronting the celestial masters who could wield spells, the risk of eliminating these individuals was evidently much lower. For instance, one could poison the village's water well, sending the entire populace to meet their ancestors hand in hand. Of course, the best solution would always be the contingency plan, the trial of the Xian sect in half a month's time. However, the span of 2 weeks, while neither excessively long nor short, was sufficient for many unforeseen events to transpire. Contemplating all of this, Jiang Ruoshui made up his mind. "I hope to resolve this matter gently, but should you cause trouble within the next 2 weeks, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With a smile that conveyed madness, he raised the corners of his mouth, declaring, "After all, I am an otherworldly demon, a despicable foreigner." Chapter 8. Encountering a cultivator in the mountains in the northern forests, amid the mountains, the words of his clan's elder echoed in Jiang Ruoshui's mind. Perhaps I might chance upon some fortune. With this thought, he resolved to act immediately. Rushing back home, he equipped himself with a bow and arrows, slinging a rope over his shoulder. After a moment's contemplation, his gaze fell upon a weathered chopping knife resting in the corner. Better to have it than to be without. Jiang Ruoshui fastened the knife to his waist, scanning his surroundings, but still feeling a sense of insecurity. Delving into his robes, he retrieved a dagger wrapped in black cloth. Upon seeing it, a wave of relief washed over him. His fear of inadequate firepower had finally been alleviated. The dagger shimmered like crystal, glinting with a spectrum of colors under the sun's rays. Its handle was intricately bound with fine cord, ensuring a firm grip. Crafted from shards of the celestial canopy observed from the Mingwei temple, this weapon was perfectly suited for combat, possessing the ability to slice through iron as though it were mere clay. For the sake of convenience, he had opted to carry only a small fragment. With all preparations complete, Jiang Ruoshui made his way to the village entrance, waving cheerfully to his younger sister, who had rushed to see him off. "We'll have meat for dinner tonight." After approximately an hour of travel, Jiang Ruoshui found himself deep in the forest of the northern mountains. Armed with his chopping knife, he proceeded with utmost caution, each step deliberate, wary of the dangers lurking in the shadows. Having hunted in these mountains with Li Shanhe on several occasions, he was well acquainted with the terrain, even carrying the bow gifted to him by his companion. Li Shanhe had a habit while hunting. He would traverse familiar paths and leave markers along the way. Jiang Ruoshui followed the trail left by Li Shanhe into the mountains, deftly avoiding one peril after another, and effortlessly reached the depths of the forest. As he ventured further, the presence of wild beasts became increasingly frequent. Even with the markers to guide him, he was compelled to slow his pace and proceed with caution. Suddenly, Jiang Ruoshui caught a whiff of the metallic scent of blood carried by the wind. He crouched down slowly and, following the scent, discovered a lifeless gray wolf lying not far away. Exercising prudence, he surveyed his surroundings meticulously and, after a brief moment of patience, approached the carcass. This was a mature gray wolf, its fur glossy and sleek, yet its body bore the marks of grievous wounds inflicted by sharp instruments, indicating it had been slain by human hands. Furthermore, it was evident that the perpetrator was an amateur. Wolves are social creatures. Hunters typically set traps or use bows to bring them down, rather than engaging in close combat with a pack. Jiang Ruoshui lamented the condition of the wolf's hide, which had been too severely damaged to hold significant value. He retrieved a rope from his belongings and skillfully bound the wolf's body tightly before hoisting it up and suspending it from a sturdy tree. After marking the location, he prepared to retrieve it upon his return. A mournful howl echoed from deeper within the forest, accompanied by faint sounds of battle. Jiang Ruoshui utilized the dense vegetation to conceal himself as he crawled forward. Before long, the thick woods opened up to reveal a relatively spacious clearing. In the center of this clearing stood 3 individuals, back to back, swords in hand, surrounded by a dozen snarling gray wolves. Despite being vastly outnumbered by their foes and facing an exceedingly perilous situation, the 3 individuals remained remarkably composed and exceptionally calm. Suddenly, a gray wolf leaped forth, viciously lunging at them. One of the trio flicked his wrist, causing his 3-foot-long sword to twirl gracefully in the air. He then gently sheathed the blade, nonchalantly brushing aside a lock of hair that had fallen beside his ear. In an instant, visible sword marks materialized on the body of the gray wolf. With a sickening thud, the wolf's body was torn asunder, blood spraying forth in a gruesome display. Limbs and severed parts tumbled down, while the surrounding pack of wolves whimpered and gradually retreated. What was this? Swordsmanship? Sorcery? Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ruoshui was left speechless, his heart racing with astonishment. Enough of the play, let us deal with them, one of them declared, snapping his fingers. A massive fireball erupted in the air, hurtling directly toward the wolf pack. In an instant, flames erupted wildly, causing the terrified wolves to scatter in all directions, the slower ones meeting the same fate as the nearby trees, which were reduced to charred remnants in mere moments. Dense smoke billowed upward, resembling a colossal black dragon soaring into the sky. Within a radius of 10 yards from where the fireball struck, everything was transformed into a forbidden zone of life, the searing heat ascending relentlessly, igniting all in its vicinity. Such power. Jiang Ruoshui's jaw nearly dislocated in disbelief, his heart racing with shock. Yet a surge of joy akin to a fawn bounding within him. Is this the power of a cultivator? Before he could fully recover from his astonishment, he heard the cultivator suddenly demand, "Who is there? Step forward." The calm words struck Jiang Ruoshui's heart like a thunderclap on a clear day. A sudden tightness gripped him, causing an involuntary shiver, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure, reassuring himself. "He cannot see me. He cannot see me." "Do you truly believe you are well hidden?" The cultivator cast a disdainful glance in a particular direction. "He is looking this way. He knows I am here." Jiang Ruoshui was drenched in cold sweat, daring not to exhibit even the slightest negligence as he gradually rose from his hiding spot. He bowed respectfully, expressing with utmost trepidation that he was merely an ordinary hunter from the nearby Qingshi village. "I merely passed through, unintentionally peeking at you esteemed immortals," he explained. To Jiang Ruoshui's astonishment, upon hearing his explanation, the originally hostile gazes of the 3 individuals softened considerably, as if the invisible pressure weighing upon him dissipated into thin air. One cultivator inquired, "Do you often traverse this area? Are you familiar with the surrounding terrain?" Jiang Ruoshui promptly nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I occasionally hunt here, so I am fairly acquainted with this vicinity." Upon hearing his response, the cultivators appeared quite satisfied. One of them casually produced a heavy pouch and tossed it over. Jiang Ruoshui caught it and, upon opening, discovered it brimming with glistening silver coins. He had never encountered such wealth. It was an unimaginable fortune. His demeanor grew increasingly deferential as he queried, "Esteemed immortal, this is..." The threats and coercion of others might not compel his submission. Yet wealth could. The path of the cultivator. This is the reward bestowed upon you in advance. Lead us to the innermost depths of the mountain, and endeavor to avoid the territories of wild beasts along the way. If avoidance proves impossible, it matters not. We three can certainly ensure your safety. As he spoke, he pointed his finger as if wielding a sword, gently sweeping it towards the adjacent thicket. With a resounding thud, an almost translucent wave of energy surged forth, carving a trench in the earth that extended for several dozen feet and plunged a foot deep. Jiang Ruoxue stared in astonishment, nodding fervently like a chick pecking at grain. Chapter 9. The bloodied forbidden zone. Jiang Ruoxue led the three cultivators deeper into the mountain, having not seen Uncle Li's markings for quite some time. This absence signified that the path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, territories unexplored even by the seasoned hunter Li Shanha. Their group, venturing blindly into these dense woods, embarked upon a perilous journey. Fortunately, apart from himself, the others were all cultivators, unperturbed by the usual ferocity of wild beasts. Nevertheless, Jiang Ruoxue refrained from disclosing the full extent of the situation to the trio. Given their recent acquaintance, he remained unaware of their temperaments and character. Should he inadvertently provoke them, the consequences could be dire. These three were true denizens of the immortal sect, wielding formidable magical arts far beyond his capacity to contend with. It was prudent to maintain the status quo for the time being. Thus, he pressed on with a steeled resolve, slowing his pace while keeping a vigilant eye on the slightest movements of the trio. Throughout their journey, the three engaged in minimal conversation, their occasional exchanges brief to the point of bewilderment. Jiang Ruoxue racked his brain, striving to extract any useful information from their fragmented words. Yet all his efforts ultimately proved futile. Furthermore, he observed that the three individuals donned identical attire, each clad in long black robes adorned with crimson flame patterns. The figure at the center, a young man with hair as white as snow, possessed an extraordinarily handsome visage, exuding an undeniable aura of leadership. From this, he deduced that the trio likely hailed from the same faction, with the white-haired youth probably holding a prominent position. After advancing for about an hour, Jiang Ruoxue found himself inexplicably halting. What was happening? To his astonishment, he discovered that the forest ahead had inexplicably taken on a blood-red hue, exuding a chilling aura that permeated the air. The oppressive sensation it evoked was as formidable, if not more so, than that of the immortal master at Mingyue Temple, prompting him to retreat cautiously towards the east. Ha ha ha! The blood-red forbidden zone. We have finally found it. The thunderous laughter echoed through the mountains, contrasting sharply with the astonished expression on Jiang Ruoxue's face. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. The three cultivators erupted into a synchronized fit of laughter, their mirthful guffaws causing them to double over, hands flailing in excitement, with one even leaping joyfully. In a seemingly reciprocal manner, the blood-red forest ahead suddenly erupted into brilliant rays of light. Treasure of the mountains, it must be the radiance emitted by the mountain treasures. The three monks, upon witnessing the scene, could hardly contain their elation, their eyes shimmering with avarice and yearning. Their breaths quickened, and the sound of their heartbeats resonated within their chests like thunder. Jiang Ruoxue distinctly perceived three small black clouds slowly materializing above the heads of the trio. In that instant, a profound sense of foreboding enveloped him. Before long, the fervent emotions of the three monks began to subside. The white-haired youth inhaled deeply and remarked, "Excellent, excellent. Ahead lies the blood-red forbidden zone left by the Taoist Lord Duobao. While it is replete with countless opportunities, it is also fraught with peril. It would be prudent for us to refrain from entering just yet. Let us return to the stronghold and inform our sect elders, preparing thoroughly before we venture here again. Furthermore, this information must remain confidential." As he spoke, he cast a gaze as frigid as ice upon the retreating Jiang Ruoxue. Another monk gestured, and Jiang Ruoxue's pouch of coins swiftly soared back into his grasp with a whoosh. Jiang Ruoxue's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his fury igniting as he exclaimed, "I led you here, and now you wish to dispose of me afterward? You would even reclaim the silver you offered. I toil in the fields. And what do you know of cultivation? Eliminate him," commanded the white-haired youth, cold and unfeeling, as the two monks beside him surged forward, stirring a gust of wind in their wake. The silver-haired youth, while keenly observing his surroundings, hastened his pace and commanded, "He is merely an insignificant mortal. There is no need to squander excessive spiritual energy on more powerful spells. A simple fireball will suffice." The situation here remains unclear, and there may be other forces lurking in the shadows. We must conserve our strength to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Without hesitation, Jiang Ruoshui turned to flee. However, after only a few steps, an intense, searing aura surged from behind him. Instinctively, he glanced back and beheld a colossal fireball plummeting towards him like a blazing meteor. In a critical moment, Jiang Ruoshui lunged forward and rolled, narrowly evading this lethal strike in a rather precarious manner. The scorching heat engulfed him from behind, igniting his garments in flames, yet he pressed on recklessly, driven by desperation. Boom! 2 more massive fireballs cascaded from the sky, crashing down just ahead of him, instantly conjuring a sea of flames. He halted abruptly, agitated and helpless, realizing that the enemy sought to block his escape route. "Senior brother, can your sword reach him?" came the voice of an opposing cultivator from behind. The silver-haired youth, moving like a flash of lightning, rapidly closed the distance to his target and replied, "Just a bit farther." At this, Jiang Ruoshui's mind conjured the image of his adversary effortlessly cleaving a gray wolf in two, sending a chill down his spine. To his left lay a forest, stained crimson, deep within the mountains. Gazing intently, one could almost perceive a thick, sanguine aura continuously rising, emanating a chilling and terrifying presence. To the right lay a familiar and seemingly safe path leading out of the forest. Jiang Ruoshui clenched his teeth, steeling himself, and boldly plunged into the ominous blood-soaked zone fraught with uncertainty and peril. Almost simultaneously, the long sword in the hands of the silver-haired youth resonated with a sharp clang as it was drawn from its sheath. In an instant, countless fierce sword marks crisscrossed the air like lightning, colliding violently along the path leading out of the forest. It was easy to imagine that had Jiang Ruoshui chosen the path to his right, he would have been instantly torn apart into bloody fragments by the sudden onslaught of sword marks. Observing Jiang Ruoshui vanish into the crimson zone, the silver-haired youth slowly sheathed his sword, murmuring softly, he chose the former between a slim chance of survival and certain death. The other 2 cultivators were instantly struck with alarm, exclaiming in unison, "This is bad." He actually ventured into the blood-red zone. The silver-haired youth, however, remained remarkably composed, sneering as he remarked, "What is there to panic about? This is the infamous blood-soaked zone. It is riddled with numerous perilous formations and traps, along with a host of formidable beasts. Given that he is merely a mortal, not only will he struggle to endure for days within, but he will likely find it impossible to last even a moment, ultimately facing inevitable demise." However, a monk, with a furrowed brow, expressed his concern. "Brother, what if this fellow is fortunate enough to escape from the forbidden zone?" Before he could finish, another monk interjected, "Brother, since we have already discovered the location of the blood-red forbidden zone, should we not prioritize returning to the stronghold to report to the elder? Should we consider abandoning the pursuit of this individual? After all, the intelligence regarding the blood-red forbidden land is of utmost importance." In response to their inquiries and apprehensions, the silver-haired youth remained composed, slowly shaking his head. "If we were to let that boy slip away so easily, he might very well divulge the secrets of the blood-red forbidden zone. Should other factions learn of its exact location ahead of us, our sect, the Yensha sect, would lose the advantage in our subsequent explorations. Such a scenario must be averted at all costs. Here's the plan. We shall split into 2 groups. I will remain here alone to intercept and eliminate this scoundrel. Although the surrounding area of the blood-red forbidden zone interferes with the normal use of communication artifacts, as long as you can reach the outskirts of the forest, you should be able to relay the message successfully. Hurry and report the detailed location of the forbidden zone to the sect. I will conceal myself here and return to the stronghold after 2 hours." Chapter 10. The throne of bones within the forbidden zone lies an expansive sea of blood, tumultuous and churning. Countless pristine bones are haphazardly piled along the shore and within the depths of the sea. Some are incomplete, while others retain their full form, presenting a scene that is both haunting and grotesque. In the heart of a sea of blood, an imposing mountain constructed from countless white bones rose abruptly, crowned at its summit by a fearsome throne of bones. Behind the throne, a pitch-black banner fluttered in the wind, emitting unsettling sounds that sent shivers down the spine. Jiang Ruoshui, feeling somewhat disoriented, advanced cautiously. Suddenly, the ground ahead began to tremble violently. Following this, a humanoid skeleton slowly rose to its feet. This towering skeleton exuded an aura of chilling cold, its hollow eye sockets flickering with 2 blazing flames, reminiscent of a malevolent specter from the depths of hell. Without uttering a word, the skeleton lunged at Jiang Ruoshui, brandishing its sharp bone claws. Instinctively, Jiang Ruoshui drew the machete from his waist and struck back with all his might. The blade clashed against the bony hand, producing a sharp clang. To his dismay, a portion of the machete's edge was sent flying. The weapon shattered into 2 pieces, leaving only the handle in his grip. Realizing the imminent danger, Jiang Ruoshui disregarded the numbness coursing through his arm, hesitated not a moment, and swiftly leaped back, exchanging the machete for a bow. Holding his breath, he drew the bowstring back to its full crescent form, aiming for the skeleton's eye sockets before releasing the arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow shot forth like a tempest, striking true at the skeleton's eye. Regrettably, the shot inflicted no tangible harm. The flames that burned in the skeleton's eyes seemed devoid of substance, even upon impact. They remained utterly unresponsive. Discarding the bow, Jiang Ruoshui reached into his bosom and retrieved a dagger crafted from shards of the celestial canopy. At that moment, the skeleton launched another attack, its fists swinging down with great force. Jiang Ruoshui deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow and seizing the opportunity. He thrust his dagger upward with determination. A flash of cold light streaked through the air, and in an instant, the skeleton was cleaved in 2, its bones scattering across the ground. Before he could catch his breath, the earth beneath him trembled violently. In a heartbeat, hundreds, if not thousands, of skeletons erupted from the ground, their claws bared and their menacing forms converging upon Jiang Ruoshui. Faced with such a multitude of foes, Jiang Ruoshui exhibited no fear. He gripped his dagger tightly and charged forward. Would they spare his life if he succumbed to cowardice and dread? What was there to fear? To kill. With ferocious determination, he shattered one skeleton's form and then severed another's skull with a swift strike. He moved agilely amidst the skeletal army, each swing of his arm sending the dagger slicing through the air, effortlessly cleaving through bone. Yet, the sheer number of adversaries meant that he could not evade every attack, and he was occasionally struck. Before long, he was battered and bruised, nearing exhaustion. Gazing upon the relentless throng of bones before him, despair washed over Jiang Ruoshui. Suddenly, an excruciatingly piercing sound erupted from the skeletal throne. It resonated with a mysterious and terrifying power, and wherever the sound traveled, the ferocious skeletons crumpled to the ground like harvested wheat, utterly devoid of resistance. As the sound reverberated, Jiang Ruoshui's eyes instantly transformed into a deep crimson, exuding a chilling aura. In that moment, he seemed to metamorphose into an entirely different being, shedding his previous weary and precarious demeanor for a resolute gait, steadfastly advancing towards the throne of bones. At last, Jiang Ruoshui arrived before the throne, constructed from a heap of bones. Upon it rested a vividly radiant crimson skull, emanating an eerie luminescence. Without hesitation, he grasped the skull in his hands and slowly took a seat. However, at that very moment, an unremarkable voice unexpectedly echoed in his ears. "Who disturbs my tranquility?" This sudden utterance possessed an extraordinary penetrative quality, causing Jiang Ruoshui's heart to tremble. Simultaneously, the blood-red hue in his eyes swiftly receded, and his mind gradually regained clarity. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Ruoshui pondered his recent experiences. Just moments ago, his consciousness had been distinctly lucid, yet his body had felt utterly beyond his control, as if he were a marionette manipulated by another. How could this be achieved? What kind of sorcery was at play? Taking several deep breaths to calm his frantic emotions, he fixed his gaze upon the skull and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" A light chuckle emanated from within the skull, responding, "I am the demon lord who defies the laws. Young one, your arrival here signifies a certain affinity with me. How about we strike a bargain? As long as you can lead my tormented soul away from this blood-soaked forbidden zone, I shall bestow upon you the secrets of cultivation as recompense. What do you think? Judging by your appearance, it seems you have yet to embark on your journey of cultivation." Faced with such an enticing proposition, Jiang Ruoshui could not help but feel a surge of excitement. After all, for someone in his current predicament, the path of cultivation was undoubtedly the most alluring prospect, the key to altering his fate and embarking on the path of immortality. The skull gradually levitated, drifting backwards as it spoke. "This is the treasure I wielded in my prime, the wandering soul's banner. I can offer this to you as well. In days of yore, this banner accompanied me through countless battles, and at its zenith, it harbored the souls of millions. However, after the relentless passage of time and various tribulations, it now contains a mere 600 souls." Jiang Ruoshui glanced towards the banner behind the throne, noticing its tattered state. yet he could still sense the powerful energy pulsating from it. I cannot trust you. After all, you have admitted yourself to be a demon lord. It is well known that those of your kind are often reckless and untrustworthy. Jiang Ruoshui's words were steeped in skepticism and caution. At that moment, the skull radiated a crimson light, transforming into a strikingly handsome man with flowing red hair. The demon lord shook his head slightly and said, "Do you harbor misconceptions about the demon path? Indeed, I am a practitioner of dark arts. But that does not imply I am a heartless fiend, mercilessly slaying at will. Since I have made a pact with you, I shall adhere to it scrupulously and will not renege on my word. To demonstrate sincerity, I shall first impart to you a fundamental method of cultivation." Chapter 11. The Introductory Qi Cultivation Technique. The demon lord gently waved his hand, and a beam of light instantly penetrated into Jiang Ruoshui's brow. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Ruoshue felt a torrent of densely packed characters surging into his mind. These characters appeared as though they had been inscribed within him countless times, deeply etched in the recesses of his memory, rendering any effort to forget them utterly futile. He composed himself and began to attentively comprehend the cultivation method residing in his consciousness. The demon lord remarked, in the introductory Qi cultivation technique, it is stated, from fish to dragon, entering daunting, leaping over the dragon gate to reach the celestial palace. This describes the three pivotal realms in the initial stages of cultivation, the realm of fish and dragon, the realm of daunting, and the realm of the celestial palace. Now, let me guide you on how to formally embark upon the path of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruoshui's spirit instantly surged, and he eagerly perked up his ears, fearing he might miss a single word spoken by the demon lord. He listened intently, simultaneously reciting the incantation silently in his heart. The demon lord continued his explanation at a measured pace. The first step is to draw qi into your body. You must calm your mind and carefully perceive the strands of spiritual energy that linger in the surrounding environment. Once you become aware of them, you shall use your breath to gently guide this energy into your own being. Jiang Ruoshue followed his instructions, closing his eyes tightly, adjusting the rhythm of his breath, striving to capture the elusive fluctuations of spiritual energy. The demon lord nodded slightly, indicating his satisfaction, and then added, "Next, you must store the qi in your abdomen. Upon successfully channeling the ethereal energy into his body, one must meticulously guide it to converge at the dantian, a vital reservoir for proper storage." As time gradually slipped away, beads of sweat began to form on Jiang Ruoshui's forehead. Yet he dared not indulge in the slightest lapse of diligence. At long last, the voice of the demon lord resonated once more. The final step is to cultivate with intention. Once the ethereal energy within the dantian accumulates to a certain degree, you may attempt to direct it through your meridians, circulating throughout your body. Diligence bears fruit. Not long after, Jiang Ruoshue exhaled softly, his eyes fluttering open. A glimmer of astonishment illuminating his gaze. He had indeed made significant progress under the meticulous guidance of the demon lord, successfully stepping into the ranks of the first realm of cultivators. This demon lord is surprisingly benevolent, truly imparting to me the secrets of cultivation. Can I genuinely place my trust in him? Jiang Ruoshue pondered inwardly. Noticing his expression, the demon lord could not help but exhibit a look of astonishment, exclaiming with genuine admiration, "Remarkable! In merely the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, you have transformed into a cultivator? This is an achievement that ordinarily requires months, if not years, of arduous practice. I did not anticipate you possessing such extraordinary talent." "All credit goes to the esteemed guidance of the demon lord," Jiang Ruoshue replied with a respectful bow, conveying his gratitude. "Is it that my vision has grown narrow in this state of mere remnants?" He mused. "Let me examine this closely. What? An exceptionally rare innate Tao body. Innate Tao body, is it truly that rare?" Jiang Ruoshue inquired. The demon lord did not respond, but instead regarded the young man with a smile, a flicker of anticipation glimmering in his eyes. He said, "Very well, young man, I have imparted to you the methods of cultivation. My sincerity, I trust, has not gone unnoticed by you. Should you be willing to collaborate with me wholeheartedly, the benefits you shall reap in the future will undoubtedly exceed your wildest imagination." However, in the face of the olive branch extended by the demon lord, Jiang Ruoshue did not exhibit undue excitement or agitation. On the contrary, his expression remained as calm as water, his gaze sharp as a blade, and he responded with remarkable composure, "Esteemed demon lord, your words, indeed, hold merit. Yet I propose an even better alternative." Upon hearing this, the demon lord arched an eyebrow, intrigued, and inquired, "Oh, pray tell." "To eliminate you," Jiang Ruoxue elucidated. "If I were to strike you down at this very moment, I would seamlessly acquire the treasures you previously promised me, without the need to fulfill your so-called transaction." Upon becoming a cultivator, Jiang Ruoxue came to a profound realization. Only cultivators can contend with one another. There exists a chasm between cultivators and mortals, the most crucial aspect being that cultivators can freely wield the spiritual energy within their dantians. In stark contrast, this once mighty demon lord now exists as but a feeble remnant of a soul, devoid of a complete dantian to support him and unable to manipulate spiritual energy with ease. His strength has undeniably diminished. This is the demon lord's most vulnerable moment. Striking decisively now may present a glimmer of hope. However, should he regain even a fraction of his former power, would not his life and death rest solely in the hands of the opponent? Ha! The demon lord was evidently amused by these words, exclaiming, "What a clever boy! Have you considered the words you speak? This ruthless and resolute manner of conduct is almost more reminiscent of a practitioner of the dark arts than myself." His smile remained unchanged, yet his tone grew somewhat more grave. "This, indeed, could be regarded as a choice. Will you face me in battle, or shall we collaborate to achieve great ambitions? The decision rests entirely upon you. However, I advise you to ponder carefully, lest you commit an act you shall deeply regret." With that, the Dark Lord fell silent, standing still like a mountain, patiently awaiting Jiang Ruoxue's final decision. Jiang Ruoxue furrowed his brow, his expression grave, torn between the inclination to act and the weight of contemplation. Meanwhile, the Dark Lord exuded an air of calm composure, his nonchalance only intensifying Jiang Ruoxue's unease. He mused internally. The Dark Lord's poise implies he possesses some form of support, perhaps a formidable contingency plan. His gaze swept past the shattered relic behind the throne of bones, the Wandering Soul's banner. Although its power had greatly diminished, should the Dark Lord manage to wield it, Jiang Ruoxue feared his current strength would be insufficient to withstand it. Yet, the present moment was undeniably precious. An intense intuition whispered that the Dark Lord was at his most vulnerable now, and such an opportunity might never arise again. In the throes of inner turmoil, Jiang Ruoxue hesitated. After much contemplation without resolution, he set aside his inclination to strike and spoke. "Dark Lord, perhaps you could elucidate the specifics of this transaction for me?" Upon hearing these words, the demon lord's lips curled slightly, revealing a subtle smile as he replied slowly, "It is quite simple. As previously stated, I merely require you to escort me out of this blood-soaked forbidden zone." Jiang Ruoxue pondered briefly before inquiring, "However, esteemed demon lord, how can you assure me that once we have departed from the forbidden area, you will not suddenly turn against me?" The demon lord casually responded, "This is easily resolved. We can establish a great oath of souls. Should either party violate this vow, the transgressor shall be condemned to servitude for eternity, unable to rise again." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruoxue couldn't help but furrow his brows. He was utterly unfamiliar with this so-called Great Oath of Souls, and what if it concealed some hidden trickery, leaving him vulnerable to the demon lord's machinations? With these thoughts, his heart was filled with doubt and concern. Chapter 12. We are now allies, demon lord. I choose to place my trust in you. Ultimately, Jiang Ruoxue made this decision, albeit reluctantly. He had only just embarked on his journey of cultivation, possessing scant knowledge of the arcane arts. In contrast, this demon lord was a being of profound experience and inscrutable power. The disparity in their respective foundations was stark, akin to the vast difference between clouds and mud, a gap that could not be bridged by mere fervor. A wise choice. With his objective achieved, the demon lord chuckled softly and gestured lightly. Suddenly, the soul banner, which had been silently standing behind the throne of bones, vanished without a trace. In the next moment, the soul banner abruptly materialized in the demon lord's hand. He gazed at the youth before him, slowly articulating, "Young one, your concerns are indeed valid. Though I am but a wisp of a remnant soul now, I have ascended to the highest realms and left behind countless contingencies. Should you choose to oppose me, you would likely already be among the countless bones below." The demon lord's gaze then fell upon the soul banner in his hand, and after a brief pause, he continued, "As for now, it belongs to you." Without hesitation, he extended the soul banner towards Jiang Ruoxue. The moment Jiang Ruoxue grasped the soul banner, an overwhelming surge of fear washed over him, instilling a profound sense of trepidation. The demon lord spoke no falsehood. He could distinctly sense that the spiritual energy contained within this banner was unfathomably dense, perhaps thousands of times greater than his own. The insignificance of his being felt akin to standing before a towering mountain, rendering any thought of resistance utterly futile. There was no need for the demon lord to wield any arcane techniques. Merely releasing the energy from the banner would be sufficient to obliterate Jiang Ruoshui in an instant. The disparity in their powers so vast it was despairing. At that moment, the demon lord spoke once more, urging, "Swear the great oath of souls, recite it with me." I, the demon lord Lin Yinfei, bear witness to my oath. Following this, it was Jiang Ruoshui's turn to declare his true name. I, Jiang Ruoshui. Finally, in unison, they solemnly vowed, "Here we swear, should we break this oath, let the path to enlightenment be severed." With the oath firmly established, Jiang Ruoshui felt a mysterious and formidable force, as if it emanated from the ethereal realm, intricately binding him to the demon lord. He was acutely aware that any future transgression against the vow made today would invoke divine retribution, leading to unimaginable consequences. The demon lord Lin Yinfei's smile softened. His gaze gentle as he addressed Jiang Ruoshui, saying, "Now, we are fellow travelers on the path. Since we share a common journey, allow me to impart some techniques for preserving your life." Two streams of spiritual light then soared into Jiang Ruoshui's mind. The demon lord patiently elucidated. These two methods comprise one known as blood reversal true demon technique, a creation of my own within the demonic arts. The other is the spell universal borrowing technique. The former's energy flow diverges entirely from conventional practices, imposing great strain upon the body during its operation. However, once executed, it can ignite the blood within, unleashing an unimaginable force. Remember, this life-risking technique must not be employed lightly unless faced with dire peril. Consider it your ultimate trump card for survival. As for the universal borrowing technique, it is a wondrous spell. As the name suggests, upon mastering it, you will have the ability to harness the power of all things in the world at your whim, whether it be flora, fauna, or even the smallest grains of dust. You can manipulate them at will, transforming them into magical weapons to command against your foes. Jiang Ruoshui listened intently, and as the demon lord's words settled, he promptly closed his eyes to begin the profound understanding and assimilation of these two advanced techniques. Before long, he had gained an initial understanding of these two paths and grasped their essence, observing Jiang Ruoshui's extraordinary talent and remarkable comprehension. The demon lord could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, your learning speed is truly astonishing." Subsequently, he declared, "This remnant of my soul shall temporarily reside within you, and once we have traversed the forbidden zone, we shall part ways." As he spoke, his figure gradually grew indistinct, ultimately transforming into a swirling crimson flame that swiftly plunged into Jiang Ruoshui's mind. "Now, proceed onward." The voice of the demon lord resonated within her thoughts, causing her to frown, as an uncomfortable sensation akin to water in her ears enveloped her. "Elder demon lord, why not retrace the path I took to arrive here?" The blood-red forbidden zone offered no retreat. The only option was to advance. One could only escape this realm by obtaining the token known as the Breaking the Ban Order. The Breaking the Ban Order? The entire expanse of the blood-red forbidden zone was, in fact, a colossal formation left behind by the ancient cultivator Duobao Daoist. This formation operated perpetually, with the exit's location constantly shifting, making it exceedingly difficult to locate. The Breaking the Ban Order served as a key, granting access to the exit at any time and place. Just as the two were conversing, a ripple suddenly emerged at the heart of the Blood Sea, followed by the gradual appearance of a small vortex. As time passed, this vortex expanded, revealing a pitch-black abyss at its center. Upon witnessing this, the demon lord exclaimed, "Look! The vortex in the Blood Sea is the entrance to the teleportation formation. Through it, we shall successfully reach the next area." The next region? Within the Blood Forbidden Zone, there exist numerous areas, altogether 8 to 1. Each area's teleportation array transports randomly. If fortune does not favor one might never reach the depths of the Forbidden Zone in a lifetime. Jiang Ruoshui gazed at the teleportation array amidst the Crimson Sea and inquired, "Was it indeed this rule of the teleportation array that ensnared you here, esteemed elder?" The demon lord erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Who claims that I am trapped in this place? To speak candidly, I am here of my own volition." "Of your own volition?" Jiang Ruoshui questioned, perplexed. The demon lord continued with a smile, "That lad Duobao excels in artifact forging. I once requested his assistance in crafting several formidable magical treasures, thus incurring a debt of gratitude. Therefore, I have lingered here. leaving a fragment of my soul to guard this place, awaiting the arrival of a fated one. Duobao, the Taoist of treasures, was a practitioner from ancient times. Does this imply that you have existed within the Forbidden Zone for countless millennia? How can this be? Zhang Ruoxue clearly found it hard to believe the Demon Lord's words. The path of immortality is long. Nothing is impossible. Once one achieves true immortality, their lifespan is equal to that of the heavens. 1,000 years or 10,000 years are but the blink of an eye, the Demon Lord mused. That lad Duobao speaks of waiting for a fated one. Yet he has waited so long without anyone appearing. Could it be that he is deceiving me? Wait, a fated one? You, being a congenital Dao body, are you not the very person Duobao awaits? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoxue felt utterly baffled. Quickly, proceed to the next region. The Demon Lord urged with an anxious tone. Chapter 13. The Spirit Treasure Palace. Lord Demon. Is this treasure not rather oversized? Am I to bear its weight indefinitely? Zhang Ruoxue inquired with a look of exasperation, gazing at the nearly 2-meter-long soul banner in her grasp. The banner was entirely black as ink, adorned with strange runes and patterns that emanated a disquieting aura. Such a colossal and weighty artifact would undoubtedly prove to be an unbearable burden on her forthcoming journey. The Demon Lord chuckled softly and elucidated, there is no need for such concern. The soul banner is, after all, a magical artifact. Once you successfully refine it, its size will be entirely at your discretion. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoxue felt a slight sense of reassurance and pressed further. Then how does one refine it? As I previously mentioned, the soul banner is indeed a magical artifact. Given your current level of cultivation, fully refining it would require several years of dedication. What use is it to me then? Zhang Ruoxue huffed, her frustration causing her to hurl the soul banner to the ground. Such matters cannot be rushed. I shall first reduce its size to make it more convenient for you to carry. As for the refinement of the artifact, it is indeed a time-consuming endeavor. We shall address it later. With that, the Demon Lord intoned a series of incantations, and suddenly, a beam of crimson light erupted from Zhang Ruoxue's body, striking the soul banner with precision. A wondrous spectacle ensued as the once massive soul banner began to shrink at a visibly rapid pace. Before long, it had diminished to a mere foot in length, now exquisitely compact and remarkably delicate. Zhang Ruoxue picked up the miniature soul banner and secured it at his waist, feeling the faint chill emanating from the artifact, which filled him with wonder. The wild wind howled past, causing his garments to flutter dramatically. Standing atop the towering bone mountain, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the tumultuous crimson sea below, he felt no fear. Drawing a deep breath, he leaped from the summit of the mountain in a posture of faith. At the very moment of his descent, a dazzling array of brilliance erupted from the teleportation array within the blood sea, illuminating the entire scarlet expanse like a blazing sun. This radiant light swiftly enveloped Zhang Ruoxue's form, rendering his figure gradually invisible at the point of origin. As the light began to wane, a breathtaking sight unfolded before the young man's eyes. A magnificent celestial palace, resplendent with golden splendor, floated like a colossal fortress in the air. The grandeur of this palace was awe-inspiring, with numerous pavilions and towers artfully arranged throughout, each structure radiating an air of mystery and immense power. A series of immaculate jade steps wound their way from the palace down to the ground. However, beneath these steps lay an unfathomable abyss of utter darkness, resembling an entrance to hell, evoking a sense of dread. From the depths of this chasm, a cacophony of jarring sounds emerged, shouts of battle, curses, and wails, intertwining to form a chilling symphony of horror. The Lingbao Celestial Palace. The Demon Lord could not help but exclaim in astonishment upon witnessing this scene. Despite having experienced the vicissitudes of life and traversed the realms with a wealth of experience, he found himself momentarily uncomposed. His tone was imbued with incredulity. This is the innermost sanctum of the blood-soaked Forbidden Zone. It is supposed to be a portal to a random location. Yet you have arrived here in a single instant. Young man, it seems you truly are the fated one awaited by the treasure-seeking child. With no time to heed the Demon Lord's words, Zhang Ruoxue felt the hairs on his body stand on end. His expression grew grave as he fixated on the abyss before him, inquiring, "What lies within this chasm?" I can sense the presence of numerous exceedingly terrifying auras within. The species known as the Celestial Demons, once they manifest in our realm, herald calamity. Their inability to traverse here is due to the suppression imposed by the Lingbao Immortal Palace. The Demon Lord swiftly shifted his tone, advising, "Enough of standing here in a daze, summon your artifact." To my knowledge, countless celestial demons have perished in this expanse over the ages, providing an opportunity to harness their souls to replenish the soul banner and augment its potency. Jiang Ruoxue retrieved the soul banner from his waist and waved it gently. In an instant, a tempest erupted, the howling winds deafening. The soul banner swelled rapidly in the gusts, resembling a colossal beast awakening and opening its gaping maw. Within mere breaths, it had returned to its original form. A piercing sound erupted, akin to a sharp sword cleaving through the air. The sound was so shrill that it caused pain to the eardrums, sending tremors through the very soul, accompanied by a terrifying sound. Waves of visible ripples rapidly expanded outward from the center of the soul banner. As the sound waves reached their destinations, ethereal silhouettes gradually materialized. These phantoms varied in form. Some stood on 2 legs yet possessed 3 heads and 4 arms. Others resembled ferocious beasts adorned with 6 expansive wings, and still others were colossal, with countless tentacles thrashing wildly in the air. Some silhouettes were indescribable. All these apparitions were the souls of fallen demons, densely scattered around the abyss in numbers beyond estimation, amounting to thousands upon thousands. The soul banner suddenly emitted a powerful pull, prompting these phantoms to struggle desperately against their fate. Their piercing screams echoed as they attempted to break free and escape, yet all efforts proved futile. The banner acted as the center of an unfathomable black hole, mercilessly devouring each soul. Ultimately, none of the silhouettes could escape the soul banner's grasp, all being drawn into its depths. After consuming such a multitude of souls, the soul banner emitted a peculiar glow, and a dense gray mist began to emanate from within, gradually enveloping the entire banner. As time passed, this gray mist thickened, permeating every corner of the soul banner. The once tattered and cracked banner began to heal and restore itself, appearing as pristine as new. Nearly 1 million souls. Indeed, it seems to compensate for the losses incurred during the great battle. The demon lord's words resonated with delight. 100. 1 million souls? Jiang Ruoxue retracted the soul banner, his mind in a haze. Go on, give it a try. You might very well be the fated one that the Lingbao Xian Palace has awaited. The voice of the demon lord resonated once more, pulling Jiang Ruoxue from his stupor. His spirit rekindled, he ascended the pristine white staircase with resolute steps. Upon reaching the entrance of the celestial palace, a surge of reverence welled within him. Before him stood a colossal door, firmly shut, exuding an aura of ancient gravitas. Chapter 14. The trial token. Jiang Ruoxue cautiously extended his hand, gently brushing against the palace door. At the moment his fingertips made contact, golden threads began to emanate from the center of his palm, rapidly spreading outward like a spider's web. These golden filaments glimmered softly, intertwining until they enveloped the entire door. Suddenly, a melodious sound rang out, akin to celestial music. The once closed gates of the celestial palace slowly creaked open, revealing a magnificent hall resplendent in gold and splendor. You are the 8th trial seeker. Before Jiang Ruoxue could fully grasp the astonishing revelation, an unfamiliar yet profoundly ancient voice reverberated within his mind. This voice seemed to traverse time and space, originating from an exceedingly distant place, imbued with the weight of countless ages. 8th, inscribe your name upon the token. A flicker of golden light illuminated the air, and a delicate golden token along with a pen materialized before Jiang Ruoxue. What is this? The sudden turn of events left him momentarily bewildered. The demon lord timely reminded, do not hesitate. Act as instructed by the other party. This is the trial token of the Spirit Treasure Immortal Palace. With it, you can freely enter and exit both the Spirit Treasure Immortal Palace and the Crimson Forbidden Zone. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Ruoxue extended his hand to grasp the pen floating before him, and inscribed 2 robust characters, Jiang Jun, onto the token. Ah, you are excessively cautious. Are you not? You dare not even use your true name. The demon lord mocked mercilessly. Number 8. Do you wish to participate in the trials of the Immortal Palace now? A voice from within the palace inquired. May I return to partake in a few days? Yes. Upon receiving this satisfactory response, Jiang Ruoxue turned to leave, and as he distanced himself, the grand gates of the Immortal Palace slowly began to close. The injury sustained from the battle against the Bone Army had yet to heal. If he were to recklessly engage in the trials in such a state, he would not only struggle to achieve commendable results, but he might also plunge himself into even greater peril. From the series of actions exhibited by the demon lord Lin Yanfei, it was evident that the Spirit Treasure Immortal Palace held paramount significance. The levels and difficulties of its trials were likely exceedingly high, Thus, it would be most prudent to make thorough preparations before embarking on this endeavor. How exactly should I utilize this token? Jiang Ruoxue murmured to himself, curiously examining the golden token in his hand. On one side, the characters he had just inscribed, Jiang Jun, were distinctly etched, while the opposite side bore a conspicuous number, 8. In response to his inquiry, the demon lord promptly elucidated. Simply infuse a strand of your inner spiritual energy into this token, while silently conjuring the specific location you wish to reach in your mind. Following his guidance, Jiang Ruoxue immediately summoned the faint spiritual power within him and began to circulate his energy according to the method outlined in the entry-level qi cultivation technique. After a brief moment, he carefully focused that strand of spiritual energy at his fingertips and gradually infused it into the token. In an instant, the token radiated a dazzling brilliance, and simultaneously, Jiang Ruoxue felt as though he was enveloped by a gentle luminescent veil. The scenery around him began to shift rapidly, akin to a fleeting dream. In the blink of an eye, the originally majestic Lingbao immortal palace and the unfathomable abyss vanished without a trace. In their place emerged a vast forest, steeped in a rich crimson hue. Jiang Ruoxue widened his eyes, incredulously surveying his surroundings, and could not help but exclaim, "It truly worked. And this is the very place I entered the blood-colored forbidden zone before." He was thoroughly convinced of the extraordinary power of this token. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, and a youth with hair as white as snow darted from the nearby thicket like a specter. His movements were as swift as the wind, and he adeptly lowered his center of gravity as he advanced. Meanwhile, a gleaming long sword was firmly grasped in his hand, its sharp tip directed towards the ground, while the slender blade lay concealed within its scabbard, resembling a ferocious beast in slumber, poised to strike with lethal intent, emanating an aura of chilling menace. Countless razor-sharp sword marks materialized abruptly before Jiang Ruoxue, like vengeful phantoms appearing without warning. These marks crisscrossed in a chaotic yet dense array, sweeping towards Jiang Ruoxue with an overwhelming force, their speed and multitude rendering evasion impossible. Confronted with such a sudden and perilous onslaught, Jiang Ruoxue's expression shifted from calm to sheer terror, as his previously steady gaze contracted in fright, eventually shrinking to the size of a pinprick. Yet, in this critical moment of life and death, an extraordinary brilliance suddenly burst forth from Jiang Ruoxue's right hand. Subsequently, a diminutive yet exquisite artifact, the soul banner, swiftly shot forth from his sleeve, landing deftly in his palm. With the soul banner in hand, Jiang Ruoxue skillfully twirled his wrist, causing the small flag to flutter and dance with remarkable agility. At times, it acted as an indomitable shield, effectively blocking the ferocious sword marks. At other moments, it became an invincible blade, precisely deflecting the deadly assaults that sought to breach his defenses. The entire confrontation transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlookers breathless. What? Witnessing this spectacle, the silver-haired youth could not help but gasp in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. He never anticipated that the unique skill he had always prided himself on could be effortlessly thwarted head-on by his opponent. In an instant, his eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a portrait of incredulity, and beads of sweat, reminiscent of tiny pearls, began to form on his forehead, cascading down his cheeks. In stark contrast, Jiang Ruoxue, who had successfully repelled this fierce assault, was equally shaken. At this moment, his heart raced like a drum, and his breath grew rapid and erratic. Only he understood the perilous nature of the encounter he had just faced. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the demon Lord Lin Yanfei within him, who skillfully maneuvered his right hand to retrieve the treasured Wanhun banner for defense, he would have surely been torn to shreds by those terrifying sword marks. The mere thought ignited a surge of profound anger within Jiang Ruoxue. This white-haired youth had sought to eliminate him after locating the blood-red forbidden zone, forcing him into a desperate situation where he had no choice but to venture into the perilous area. Jiang Ruoxue had thought that after enduring countless hardships to escape the clutches of the blood-red forbidden zone, he could finally rid himself of this detestable foe. Little did he expect that the youth lay in wait, scheming to harm him once more. Truly, it was an outcome both unexpected and yet within the realm of reason. Chapter 15. The advantage is mine. Upon realizing his ambush had failed, the white-haired youth's eyes flashed with a fierce determination and unwillingness to concede. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. His figure darted swiftly through the dense forest, rapidly widening the gap between himself and Jiang Ruoxue. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ruoxue was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of astonishment, He truly did not anticipate that this individual would so decisively opt for flight. However, he quickly regained his composure. A gust of wind rising beneath his feet as he hastened to pursue. Do not chase a desperate foe, lest there be treachery. The voice of the demon lord echoed in his mind. In response, Jiang Ruoshui showed no inclination to halt. Instead, he called out hurriedly while in pursuit. With you by my side, what is there to fear? Esteemed demon lord, I implore you to aid me in this endeavor and, in critical moments, preserve my life. The rest I shall handle myself. The spells I learned from you have yet to be truly tested in the heat of battle. Now is a fortuitous opportunity. With a flicker of thought, Jiang Ruoshui summoned forth the spiritual energy within him, which surged forth like a tempestuous tide, coursing through his meridians with unrestrained vigor. He activated the circulation of the universal borrowing method, his gaze sweeping over a peculiar grayish-blue stone ahead. To his astonishment, that stone, which had been quietly resting on the ground, seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, slowly levitating into the air. In the next instant, it shot forth like a streak of light, hurtling towards the fleeing silver-haired youth with astonishing velocity. The silver-haired youth, sprinting with fervor, suddenly heard a sound reminiscent of something slicing through the air behind him. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, he veered sharply to the right, narrowly evading the oncoming stone. Yet, before he could even exhale in relief, he was confronted by a multitude of attacks that followed closely behind. These assaults consisted of concentrated orbs of spiritual energy and manipulated branches and stones, weaving together in the air to form a dense net that completely obstructed his escape route. Faced with such an onslaught, the silver-haired youth was profoundly taken aback. He pondered inwardly. What has this hunter discovered within the Forbidden Zone? How has he transformed from an easily manipulated mortal into a formidable practitioner not to be underestimated? It appears that the opportunities within this blood-red forbidden area are indeed extraordinary. No wonder the higher-ups of the sect regard it with such importance. This young man has undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Even my swordsmanship is now effortlessly countered, rendering me incapable of confronting him. It would be prudent to return to the sect's stronghold to report and summon reinforcements before attempting to eliminate him. With this thought, he unsheathed his sword, leaving a trail of slashes in his wake to hinder his pursuer, while he himself continued to flee. Jiang Ruoshui closely followed, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. As he continued to wield his spells, his command over spiritual energy became increasingly adept. Under the enhancement of the 10,000 things borrowing treasure technique, he felt as if he had become one with the surrounding world. His perceptive abilities elevated to an astonishing level, allowing him to distinctly sense every speck of dust within a 10-meter radius. An unassuming stone, the towering trees nearby, slender branches, and everything else in the vicinity seemed to morph into extensions of his own body, subject to his every whim. This exquisite sensation of mastering the elements filled him with unrelenting joy, an excitement that was beyond words. Nowhere to escape. With a fierce shout from Jiang Ruoshui, the silver-haired youth witnessed a colossal tree plummeting from above, crashing down before him like a small mountain, perfectly obstructing his path. The white-haired youth's heart tightened, yet years of combat experience enabled him to make a swift decision. Without hesitation, he drew his long sword, its blade glinting coldly, intending to cleave the trunk before him with his proud swordsmanship. However, before he could strike, trees came crashing down from all directions, their descent a cacophony of chaos. In an instant, wood splinters flew and dust enveloped the area, shrouding it in a tumultuous onslaught. The white-haired youth, besieged by this relentless barrage, was forced to retreat, his movements becoming increasingly awkward. He cast a bewildered glance at the approaching Jiang Ruoshui, reassuring himself, even if this lad has become a cultivator, he is still merely a novice, lacking in practical experience. Such reckless overuse of spiritual energy must have left his dantian nearly depleted. In the first realm of cultivation, the fish dragon realm consists of 9 transformations. This boy has just embarked on his path, and his strength can barely reach the first or second transformation. Meanwhile, I have already mastered the 9th transformation, my internal energy vastly superior to his. The longer this battle drags on, the more advantageous it will be for me. 9 against 1, the odds are in my favor. Yet, the reality unfolded in a manner entirely unexpected by the white-haired youth. Jiang Ruoshui, with a single hand forming a sword gesture, summoned trees that had been deeply rooted in the earth, uprooting them and allowing them to hover gracefully in the air around him. Subsequently, as if receiving a command, these trees surged forward with a fierce wind, hurtling towards the white-clad youth. The latter was taken aback, his heart racing in astonishment. Controlling such a multitude of trees should require a substantial expenditure of spiritual energy. How is it that this lad shows no signs of exhaustion? In a moment of panic, he raised his hand to conjure a colossal fireball, sending forth a wave of intense heat towards the oncoming trees. Boom! The sound of explosions resonated as several trees were instantly reduced to ashes under the force of the fireball. However, many still broke through the fiery barrier and continued their descent. The silver-haired youth, left with no choice, resorted to his most proficient swordsmanship. Countless sword marks wove through the air, slicing the descending trees into splinters. The wooden fragments scattered like raindrops upon the ground, from which emerged a figure, Jiang Ruoxue. Bloodied and battered, he pressed forward, enduring the residual force of the sword strikes. The silver-haired youth's pupils constricted as he contemplated. Was he using the trees as cover to close the distance? Having just completed his sword technique, he was in a moment of respite, yet his opponent had managed to seize this opportunity with remarkable precision, a truly formidable challenge. Jiang Ruoxue was acutely aware that his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. He could not afford to prolong the confrontation, facing the silver-haired youth, whose swordsmanship was exceptionally refined. The only path to victory lay in rendering him incapable of executing his techniques. At this moment, they stood merely a meter apart, an intimate distance that favored hand-to-hand combat, where swordplay could not be effectively wielded. With the opponent's strengths curtailed, Jiang Ruoxue found a glimmer of hope for triumph. The silver-haired youth, however, quickly discerned Jiang Ruoxue's intentions and could not help but smirk inwardly. In addition to his remarkable sword skills, his mastery of palm techniques was equally formidable. His lethal and vicious strikes targeted not the skin or bones, but the vital organs and meridians, making him an adversary difficult to counter. In his view, Jiang Ruoxue's attempt to engage him in close combat was nothing short of folly. When the silver-haired youth observed Jiang Ruoxue wielding a dagger, a sudden realization dawned upon him. The latter harbored the misguided hope of ending his life with the short blade. How laughable! He inwardly scoffed. Although this young man possessed a modicum of cleverness, it was merely that, nothing more. The protective robe he donned, the dark fire pattern robe bestowed by the sect, was impervious to common weaponry, and even magical artifacts could only withstand its might for a fleeting moment. Thus, the silver-haired youth resolved to endure Jiang Ruoxue's dagger strike head-on while preparing to shatter the latter's internal organs with his earthly destruction palm. Chapter 16. The Restoration of the Demon Lord. As the two adversaries clashed, the silver-haired youth's palm descended like a mighty hammer. The gusts of wind swirling with potent spiritual energy, forcefully aiming for Jiang Ruoxue's chest. However, Jiang Ruoxue remained unperturbed. He deftly brandished the obsidian-hued soul banner, effectively parrying the fierce assault. Just as the silver-haired youth stood in astonishment, Jiang Ruoxue's dagger struck with the swiftness of a venomous serpent, slicing through his protective robe and flesh with astonishing speed. Forged from fragments of the celestial canopy, this dagger could cleave through iron like mud, its sharpness a rarity in this world. The consequences of underestimating this blade were swiftly evident. A gory spray of crimson erupted from his chest, blood cascading forth like a fountain, staining his robe a deep scarlet. With a cry of anguish, he instinctively recoiled in desperation, narrowly avoiding a gruesome fate of being cleaved in twain. Yet, the silver-haired youth did not concede defeat, gritting his teeth against the searing pain. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands. In an instant, two colossal fireballs plummeted from the heavens, transforming the surrounding space into an inferno of searing heat. Flames raged uncontrollably. Waves of heat surged forth, consuming everything in their path with merciless ferocity, as if intent on incinerating all existence. With keen instincts, Jiang Ruoxue detected the impending danger and retreated to a safe zone before the firestorm could engulf him. However, just as he believed he had momentarily escaped peril, calamity struck. A blade, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, shot forth from the fiery domain without warning, its speed unparalleled. Jiang Ruoxue's vision was instantly shrouded in crimson. He narrowly evaded a fatal blow by shifting slightly to the right, yet the sword still pierced his left shoulder. Not far away, a silver-haired youth revealed himself, fixing Jiang Ruoxue with a venomous glare. Without hesitation, he tore apart a mysterious talisman. In a flash of brilliance, the silver-haired figure vanished into the ground, leaving behind a small mound of earth. It was a soil evasion talisman. He had employed a life-saving charm to flee. The voice of the demon lord echoed in his mind. You boy, grew complacent upon seeing his injury, and thus fell into his trap, nearly facing a fatal counterattack. Remember this, never underestimate anyone. The world is teeming with exceptional talents. Underestimating your adversary can lead to your demise. It was revealed that the Demon Lord had just taken control of Jiang Ruoshui's body, enabling him to narrowly escape the sword aimed at his heart. Demon Lord, why do you not relinquish my body? Jiang Ruoshui gritted his teeth against the pain, his heart racing with urgency as he inquired. He discovered that his body was still under the control of the Demon Lord, a wave of unease washing over him. Humph, young one, your mental strength is waning. Even in the struggle for sovereignty over your own body, you cannot rival my lingering soul. The Demon Lord's voice dripped with mockery. What do you intend to do? Jiang Ruoshui felt an ominous chill, despite having sworn a solemn oath with the Demon Lord that he would not harm his life. Who could guarantee that the Demon Lord would not find a way to circumvent that vow in this unpredictable realm of cultivation? Suddenly, the Demon Lord erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, manipulating Jiang Ruoshui's body to wield the 10,000 Souls banner and swing it vigorously. As the banner was thrust into the air, it instantly levitated and rapidly expanded. Countless souls surged forth from the banner, each one distinct in appearance. Some were grotesque, while others bore expressions of sorrow and despair, emitting chilling cries that echoed through the air. Nearly 1,000,000 souls hovered above, densely packed and resembling a shroud that obscured the sun, as if they could crush everything beneath them like an overwhelming tide, instilling a profound sense of dread. At that moment, a crimson light erupted from within Jiang Ruoshui, radiating brilliance and transforming into a figure. This individual, with flowing red hair and striking features, exuded an alluring yet sinister aura. It was none other than the Demon Lord Lin Yanfei. With a swift inhalation, the Demon Lord opened his mouth wide, drawing in the once massive souls, which swiftly diminished to the size of grains of rice, and consumed the 1,000,000 souls as if he were a great whale swallowing its prey. Upon completing all these tasks, the Demon Lord revealed a smile of utmost satisfaction. His previously ethereal and transparent remnant soul visibly coalesced, ultimately resembling a genuine corporeal form. At that moment, Jiang Ruoshui discovered he could once again exert control over his own body. His countenance grew exceedingly grim as he inquired, Demon Lord, have you been reborn? After devouring 1,000,000 souls, I have managed to restore a fraction of this remnant soul, yet it is far from the state of true rebirth. The Demon Lord responded with a smug smile, stating, let us not dwell on trivialities. This body is merely a soul fragment, lacking the combat prowess of a physical form. After all, if one cannot even circulate spiritual energy, how could one possibly wield magical arts? So, do our vows still hold any weight? Jiang Ruoshui posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind, his gaze rife with caution. Humph, you are quite the coward, terrified of my potential actions against you. Did I not assure you I would honor our agreement? The Demon Lord scoffed. Rest easy. I hold no interest in preying upon the weak. As an innate Tao body, you possess considerable potential, yet you have merely embarked on the path of cultivation and are far from reaching a level that would warrant my scheming. Our pact concludes here. I must take my leave. With that, the Demon Lord turned to depart. Wait, Jiang Ruoshui interjected, his expression grave. After a moment's hesitation, he proposed, Demon Lord, might you extend your protection for a little while longer? We can negotiate the terms. Through the earlier battle, he had gained profound insight into his own insignificance and helplessness. At the inception of his cultivation journey, before he had fully matured, he found himself in dire need of sufficient power for self-preservation. Then let it be 1,000,000. The Demon Lord proclaimed, articulating his terms. What? Jiang Ruoshui inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. 1,000,000 souls. I can protect you for another week, but in return, you must gather 1,000,000 souls for me in the future. The glint of greed sparkled in the Demon Lord's eyes, his expression enigmatic. Jiang Ruoshui fell into contemplation, acutely aware that his counterpart was seizing the opportunity to demand an exorbitant price. This transaction was profoundly imbalanced. The Lingbao Immortal Palace had suppressed the abyss for millennia, accumulating a mere 1,000,000 souls. Not to mention the arduous task of collecting such a vast number of souls. The worth of these souls was likely extraordinary. Yet, in exchange, he would receive merely a week of protection, which seemed decidedly unworthy. Nevertheless, Jiang Ruoshui was surrounded by wolves, with dangers lurking at every turn. The female disciple from Minghui Temple had vanished without a trace, while the village elder sought to offer him as a sacrifice to the so-called immortal master. He had become a sworn enemy of the silver-haired youth, and retaliation from the latter's sect was imminent. The adversaries he faced were numerous. Although he was blessed with fortune and possessed the innate Tao body, what he lacked most was a stable period for cultivation. By cooperating with the demon lord, he could at least ensure a week without fear. He had already glimpsed the path of cultivation, and even a mere week would suffice to enhance his strength considerably. He harbored a premonition that mastering the universal borrowing technique would grant him sufficient power for self-defense. Chapter 17. Fragments of the Tao and Obsidian Fire-Patterned Robe. It belongs to someone from the Yinsha sect. A sharp-eyed righteous cultivator pointed at the two corpses on the ground, his face contorted with astonishment and fury. How could these demonic scoundrels appear here? Have they also received word of the mountain treasure's emergence? The surrounding righteous cultivators erupted in a cacophony of alarm, their eyes brimming with vigilance and indignation. Quickly report back to the sect. Someone shouted from the crowd, and several young cultivators promptly took their leave, hurrying away. A dozen or so righteous cultivators encircled the bodies, engaging in tense and hushed discussions. Not far off, within the dense thicket, a silver-haired youth concealed himself amidst the lush foliage. He was Bai Yunyan of the Yinsha sect. Having just escaped the pursuit of Jiang Ruoshui using an earth escape talisman, he stumbled upon this grim scene. Upon recognizing that the deceased were his own junior disciples, his gaze turned frigid with fury, his fists clenched tightly. Had this group of hypocritical righteous cultivators begun to probe the blood-soaked forbidden zone? Previously, he had dispatched these two junior disciples to convey a message to the sect, never anticipating their misfortune in encountering the righteous cultivators, ultimately leading to their demise. Bai Yunyan was acutely aware of his precarious situation. He bore grave injuries, his strength and spiritual energy nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of further combat. Thus, he suppressed the rising tide of grief and rage within him, silently retreating, skillfully evading the righteous cultivators. His wounds were severe, the injury stretching from his left chest to his right abdomen, with his intestines having spilled out midway, which he had to forcefully push back in. Had it not been for the precious 5G returning essence pill he consumed along the way, sustaining his life, he would have long since succumbed. This pill, painstakingly acquired through countless efforts, was originally intended for his future breakthrough, a means to ascend to a higher realm. However, to his dismay, it now serves solely to preserve his life. Despite this, his condition remains abysmal, with a feeble and chaotic breath. White Cloud Cliff is engulfed in regret and resentment. He must concede that he underestimated Jiang Ruoshui. Reflecting on the preceding battle, everything seems utterly incomprehensible. No matter how he racks his brain, he cannot fathom why the outcome transpired as it did. Nearly half a day ago, when Jiang Ruoshui fled into the Forbidden Zone, he was but an unremarkable mortal, akin to an ant. Yet, upon emerging from that forbidden realm, he astonishingly possessed the strength to rival his own. It is crucial to note that White Cloud Cliff has diligently cultivated for 4 years, enduring countless hardships to reach his current level. Does this not imply that Jiang Ruoshui's mere half-day of gains in the Forbidden Zone surpasses his arduous 4 years of training? This harsh reality has thoroughly destabilized his mindset. Could this truly be a disparity in innate talent? He cannot help but recall his exceptionally gifted younger brother, Jing Chuan. While White Cloud Cliff toiled for 4 years to barely attain the first realm, the Fish Dragon realm's 9th transformation, his brother, by Jing Chuan, achieved the 2nd realm, the Dongying realm, in just 2 years. The chasm of talent fills him with despair. If this is the case, could it not be said that the hunter's innate talent is on par with Jing Chuan's? After all, Jing Chuan became a cultivator in merely half a day within the Fish Dragon realm. As White Cloud Cliff contemplates this, a wave of headache washes over him. This youth's exceptional talent, if afforded ample time to cultivate, may indeed become a significant threat. It is imperative to eradicate him in his infancy. Is that dagger he wields also an artifact procured from the Blood Forbidden Zone? Truly a troublesome predicament. That blade is capable of effortlessly penetrating the defenses of the Black Flame Pattern Robe. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Bai Yunyan finally arrived at a peak on the outskirts of the forest. This place served as the temporary encampment for the Yinsha sect's current operation. Bai Yunyan, why are you in such disarray? Where are the others? A middle-aged man with white hair furrowed his brow, his countenance marred by displeasure. At that moment, Bai Yunyan appeared disheveled, his tattered robe drenched in blood, teetering on the brink of collapse, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. With a pallor as white as frost, he weakly uttered, "I have located the exact position of the Blood Forbidden Zone, but the others perished on the return journey." The righteous sect has begun their operations as well. I feared interception of the news, hence I refrained from sending word. His voice was hoarse and feeble, each word seemingly exhausting all his remaining strength. Useless fool. You couldn't even manage this trivial matter. The middle-aged man erupted in fury, pointing his finger at Bai Yunyan's nose, his eyes brimming with disdain and anger. Enough, let him be taken down for treatment. At this juncture, a cool, resonant voice interjected. The speaker, resembling a youth, possessed hair as white as snow, shimmering under the sunlight with an extraordinary radiance. His eyes, one blue and one gold, resembled profound abysses, exuding an air of coldness and detachment, bearing a striking resemblance to Bai Yuyan. This individual was none other than Bai Jingchuan. Yes, young master. The middle-aged man, upon hearing Bai Jingchuan's command, instantly concealed the anger etched upon his face, bowing respectfully before directing several individuals to assist Bai Yuyai in descending. As he passed by Bai Jingwan, Bai Yuyai's lips quivered slightly, caught between utterance and silence. His gaze was laden with a myriad of complex emotions, guilt, helplessness, and a trace of anticipation. You are aware that this expedition into the Forbidden Zone holds paramount significance for the Bai family of Southern Ming, as it determines whether our clan can surpass the other 3 sects within our ranks. Bai Jingchuan regarded Bai Yunyai with a frosty stare. His azure and golden eyes bore no warmth, as if he were conversing with a stranger rather than his own brother. Your talents are mediocre, and the probability of awakening your inherent divine ability is exceedingly slim. Thus, your sole duty is to assist me, the heir of the Bai family and the holy son of the Yinsha sect, to the best of your abilities. His voice was devoid of emotion, each word striking like a cold blade, piercing the very heart of Bai Yuyai. Yet, your current performance leaves me profoundly disappointed. If this continues, you will be of no assistance to me. Having uttered these words, Bai Jingchuan averted his gaze from Bai Yuyai, instead focusing on the horizon, as if something of greater importance lay beyond. Struck by this declaration, Bai Yuyai felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He slowly lowered his head, the light in his eyes dimming gradually. He ceased to speak, allowing those beside him to support him as he trudged away with heavy steps. Within the Moonlight Temple, Jiang Ruoshui struggled to lift an iron pot, his left shoulder pierced by a sharp sword, leaving him grievously injured, with full recovery anticipated to take a considerable amount of time. However, within the temple, there remains a plethora of precious medicinal herbs yet to be utilized. With their assistance, the recovery process will undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Young one, lacking proficiency in alchemy, you can merely boil these herbs alongside the meat. The Demon Lord commanded, add more, particularly those radiant medicinal herbs. Jiang Ruoshui complied, placing the prepared wild boar meat and clusters of rare herbs into the pot, allowing them to simmer gently. The Demon Lord surveyed the collapsed Mingwei temple and noticed the sizable fragments of the celestial canopy resembling houses. So that is the case. The dagger you previously wielded was derived from these celestial fragments, he remarked. These fragments harbor subtle principles of the great Tao. As an innate Tao body, you can effortlessly absorb and refine them, which will greatly benefit your future cultivation. I had thought these fragments were merely sharp, decorative stones. I never anticipated they possessed such efficacy, Jiang Ruoshui exclaimed with delight. Chapter 18. Divine fire refines treasures. These celestial fragments will soon begin to fade, returning to the Tao of heaven. For an ordinary individual, even the desire to refine them within such a brief period would be utterly unattainable. Yet, as an innate Tao body, you possess the capability. The Demon Lord's tone carried a hint of disbelief. It was truly astonishing, as if these opportunities were deliberately prepared for you by fate. Perhaps I am simply fortunate? Jiang Ruoshui responded somewhat sheepishly. Fortune? This is destiny. An extraordinary constitution signifies remarkable talent, with limitless potential for future achievements. Moreover, as an innate Tao body, how can you not comprehend the significance of such fortune? When an individual is blessed with extraordinary fortune, various auspicious opportunities will naturally follow. The Demon Lord articulated his conjecture, while Jiang Ruoshui remained silent, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. The fragments of the celestial canopy were exceedingly numerous. With your current prowess, you could at most absorb and refine but a fraction, leaving the vast majority to dissipate in a few days, a truly lamentable fate. The Demon Lord continued his analysis, shaking his head repeatedly. In truth, these shards were so sharp that they could be fashioned into magical artifacts. However, the fragments of the celestial canopy harbored profound principles, and ordinary flames would undoubtedly fail to melt them. To leave them unattended would be a grievous waste. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruoshui's eyes sparkled with interest as he pointed to the flames beneath the iron pot, exclaiming, "This flame must be of extraordinary origin. I have not added any fuel, yet it continues to burn fiercely." The flames beneath the iron pot were indeed the alchemical fire once utilized by the immortal master of the Minghua Temple. What? Such a thing exists? The demon lord was taken aback, and after a meticulous inspection, he could not help but exclaim, "Could it be the renowned Liuding divine fire, the finest for crafting and alchemy? It seems that fortune has smiled upon us." However, Jiang Ruoshui lamented, "But alas, the alchemical furnace is already in ruins." Gesturing towards the remnants of the furnace not far away, the demon lord was momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he inwardly sighed. "How fortuitous this all seems. I sense the breath of destiny and the echoes of causality." With a subtle wave of his hand, the myriad souls banner at Jiang Ruoshui's waist flew into the air, swaying gently, and in the next moment, a massive alchemical cauldron descended from the heavens with a resounding thud. The cauldron, standing at a height of approximately 10 feet, was crafted from bronze. Featuring 3 legs and 2 ears, its surface adorned with ancient and enigmatic runes. Noticing Jiang Ruoshui's look of astonishment, the demon lord elucidated. "The banner of 10,000 souls encompasses a space within. Some of my old belongings are stored inside. Truly, the heavens align with one's desires. Let us commence." Using fragments of the celestial canopy as materials to forge a magical artifact, a subtle smile played upon the demon lord's lips as he waved his hand. Half of the flickering Liuding divine fire, which had been gently burning beneath the iron pot, surged forth like agile serpents of flame, positioning themselves beneath the bronze cauldron. With a thunderous roar, the previously gentle flames erupted into a fierce blaze. "Demon Lord, what must I do?" Jiang Ruoshui inquired. "Continuously channel your spiritual energy into the Liuding divine fire to maintain its martial state. Simultaneously, you must sense and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish yourself, achieving a balance between the output and intake of energy. This is essential for sustaining the divine fire. The Liuding divine fire is crucial for forging the artifact. If the flames are unstable or insufficient, the process will fail." The demon lord directed with methodical precision, adding, "As for the matters within the cauldron, I shall oversee them." Using his supernatural abilities, the demon lord compressed the fragments of the celestial canopy, each the size of a house, until they were reduced to the dimensions of a palm. Furthermore, he trimmed a small portion from each fragment, leaving it for Jiang Ruoshui to absorb and refine. One by one, the fragments of the celestial canopy were cast into the cauldron, where the Liuding divine fire pounced upon them like a famished beast, melting them rapidly. After a brief incense restoration, all the fragments had transformed into a lustrous, translucent liquid. "Have you determined what magical artifact you wish to forge?" the demon lord inquired. "Young one, let us exchange positions for a moment. I shall stabilize the 6 divine fire while you channel your spiritual energy to nurture this liquid formed from fragments of the celestial canopy, attempting to induce a transformation through the power of your will, thereby gradually drawing it closer to the artifact you envision." A surge of crimson energy coursed into the 6 divine fire, and the once unruly flames instantly subdued, behaving like a tamed pet, docile and obedient. Jiang Ruoshui understood that the demon lord had intervened. He immediately ceased infusing spiritual energy into the 6 divine fire and redirected it into the bronze alchemical cauldron, gently enveloping the liquid formed from the celestial fragments with his energy. Simultaneously, he fell into deep contemplation, pondering the nature of the artifact he truly desired. He already possessed the 10,000 souls banner and the spell universal borrowing technique, indicating that he lacked nothing in terms of offensive capabilities. What about crafting an auxiliary artifact to expedite his cultivation? However, as one gifted with an innate Tao body, his cultivation speed was already remarkable. Thus, such an artifact seemed of little value. As for means of self-preservation, he had once again struck a deal with the demon lord, ensuring his safety for the coming week. The demon lord had promised to protect him with all his might, with the cost being his assistance in collecting 100,000 souls thereafter. But what of the week that follows? Once the demon lord departs, he would be bereft of any defensive measures. Therefore, he resolved to forge a defensive artifact. After all, as long as one retains the mountains, there is no fear of lacking firewood. Furthermore, being an innate Tao body, as long as he could survive, limitless potential awaited him. Yet, in terms of the specific type of defensive artifact to be crafted, Jiang Ruoshui had only just begun his cultivation journey, and his understanding remained quite limited. However, his thoughts drifted to the dark-hued robe adorned with fiery patterns worn by the silver-haired youth, Bai Yunyan. During their earlier confrontation, Jiang Ruoshui observed that the stones and trees he manipulated through the universal borrowing technique failed to inflict any harm upon his opponent's corporeal form, seemingly due to the protective properties of that robe. It was not until he employed a dagger forged from fragments of the celestial canopy that he finally breached the defenses of the silver-haired youth. Resolutely, he resolved to craft a protective robe for himself. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, and a vision of a weapon began to materialize from the recesses of his memory. Information about this weapon surged into his consciousness, as if it had been dormant within the depths of his recollection, now abruptly awakened. It was a sword, known as the Primordial Severing Sword. Jiang Ruoshui felt an uncanny premonition. Once this sword was forged, it would possess the power to sever all things in existence. He found himself in a quandary, contemplating whether to forge the protective robe or to create the Primordial Severing Sword. Within the bronze alchemical cauldron, radiant light danced, and the viscous liquid, shaped from shards of the celestial canopy, morphed continuously, at times manifesting as a transparent robe, and at other moments transforming into a 3-foot-long sword. Blood for recognition. At a critical moment, the demon lord spoke, gesturing with his fingers. Instantly, a cut appeared on Jiang Ruoshui's wrist, blood gushing forth. Just then, the demon lord suddenly lifted his gaze towards the heavens, sensing an invisible force poised to descend, attempting to interfere with the alchemical process. Was it the heavenly tribulation triggered by the forging? Indeed, but not entirely. Begone, the demon lord coldly scoffed, clenching his fist as the soul banner transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky alongside him. He wielded the soul banner with great force, and in an instant, the heavens and earth were transformed, an abundance of crimson energy converging to form an inverted bowl shape, clashing fiercely with descending bolts of heavenly thunder. Chapter 19. Unity of Man and Nature. The thunder appeared in hues of purple and black, akin to a roaring dragon, each bolt imbued with the power to annihilate the world, tearing through the air with a cacophony of crackling sounds. The relentless downpour of thunder was met with the unwavering defense of the demon lord. Jiang Ruoshui remained undisturbed by her surroundings, wholly focused on channeling her spiritual energy, enveloping droplets of blood and continuously feeding them into the alchemical cauldron. As the blood merged, the transparent robe within the cauldron seemed to come alive, its brilliance intensifying momentarily. Only after all 36 drops of blood were fully absorbed did the radiance begin to wane. The bronze cauldron gradually opened, revealing a robe that shimmered like glass, adorned with countless intricate lines, each of a distinct hue. This artifact, the 10,000 paths glazed robe, was successfully forged. Upon its completion, the thunder from the heavens dissipated without a trace, as if it had never existed. The demon lord descended gracefully, stroking his chin in contemplation. He noted that the formless and mysterious power from above appeared not to wish to disrupt the forging process, but rather to influence its outcome. Furthermore, that power, initially intangible, only manifested as a tribulation after he actively engaged with it, a most peculiar occurrence. The quality of this artifact was truly exceptional. After all, utilizing fragments of the celestial canopy that embody the principles of the great Tao as raw materials for crafting treasures is akin to inscribing the very essence of the great Tao upon the artifacts themselves. One would find it difficult to conceive of a subpar creation. Observe how every fine thread upon this robe is, in fact, a concrete manifestation of a fundamental principle. The demon lord nodded with a smile, extolling the virtues of this newly forged treasure. Jiang Ruoshui cradled the robe in his hands, his face radiating unrestrained joy and excitement. Ultimately, he adhered to his true self and initial choice, crafting a defensive robe. The celestial fragments, originally sharp and unyielding, transformed into a fabric as soft and smooth as silk after the forging process, providing an exquisite tactile experience. Jiang Ruoshui casually picked up a sharp stone and drew it forcefully across the robe. However, the robe's remarkable resilience rendered the stone incapable of inflicting any damage, leaving no trace whatsoever. He donned the robe beneath his outer garment, thereby concealing the existence of this treasure. Subsequently, he began to study the celestial fragments that the demon lord had intentionally left behind for him to refine and absorb. He directed his spiritual energy into one of the fragments, as the demon lord had advised. As he complied, his energy surged into the celestial fragment, which erupted with a powerful, plunging him into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself enveloped in a world ablaze. The flames roared fiercely, consuming everything in sight. Even the lofty heavens were not spared. All things were ignited by the fire. The intense heat assaulted him, and each breath felt akin to swallowing burning coals. The flames gradually enveloped his entire being, and the searing sensation became unbearable. He let out a mighty roar, only to discover that he had returned to the moonlit pavilion. "What did you see?" the demon lord inquired with a smile. "A realm engulfed in flames," Jiang Ruoshui answered, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. "Thus, the essence of this fragment embodies the path of fire. Your consciousness was drawn into it. Hence the sensation of being there in person," the demon lord explained, gesturing towards the still-burning Lu Ding divine fire beneath the iron pot. "Why not attempt to discern what you have comprehended?" With a sense of curiosity, Jiang Ruoshui approached, endeavoring to manipulate the flickering flames with his spiritual energy. The moment his energy made contact with the fire, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within him, as if he were reuniting with an old friend long absent. The Lu Ding divine fire seemed to grasp Jiang Ruoshui's intentions, responding to his command as it began to dance rhythmically. At times, it transformed into a slender fire serpent, gracefully contorting its body. At others, it morphed into a nimble bird, poised to take flight. "Has my ability to control fire improved?" Jiang Ruoshui asked in astonishment. "No, it is not so superficial. Rather, you have attained a deeper understanding of the essence of fire. This is the benefit derived from direct engagement with the principles of the Great Path," the demon lord patiently elucidated. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Jiang Ruoshui eagerly set about refining the remaining fragments of the celestial canopy. He seemed to metamorphose into a traveler, wandering through the myriad worlds contained within the fragments. In the realm of water, he found himself immersed in an expanse of boundless azure, enveloped by gentle currents that caressed him. He perceived the water's embrace and vitality, each droplet akin to a living sprite, intertwining yet existing independently. He comprehended the delicate resilience and tenacity of water, transitioning into the domain of wind. He was surrounded by howling gales, the wind sharp as a blade, yet intangible and colorless. In its embrace, he experienced freedom and strength. The wind could tenderly brush against his cheek or, in an instant, transform into a force capable of annihilating all in its path. He grasped the capricious nature of the wind. In the world of swords, countless blade shadows crisscrossed, glinting with cold light. Each sword seemed to possess its own soul. Yearning for battle, eager to sever all obstacles, he discerned the incisiveness and decisiveness inherent in the sword. Within the harmonious interplay of yin and yang, he witnessed their mutual transformation, akin to the transition between day and night, the cycle of life and death, where yin and yang coexist in interdependence and mutual restraint. His understanding of the balance of all things deepened. Moreover, in the primordial chaos, he beheld a scene of undifferentiated potential where everything existed in a state of disorder, lacking clear boundaries, yet brimming with infinite possibilities. He felt the essence of creation, a pure and potent force at the dawn of existence. There existed worlds of destruction and of creation, among others. After the fragments of the celestial dome were completely refined, Jiang Ruoshui seemed to merge with the entirety of heaven and earth as torrents of information and insight surged upon him, ensnaring him in a rapture of enlightenment. He seemed to possess an extraordinary ability to perceive the subtle fluctuations of energy in all things, to comprehend the laws governing the cosmos, revealing the essence of the universe before his very eyes. The concept of unity between heaven and humanity reverberated incessantly in his mind. In this state, he appeared to wield dominion over the vast expanse of existence, in contrast to the mastery of the technique borrowing treasures from all things, which is rooted in the notion of dominion within one's own realm, where all things heed one's command. This unity implied a profound connection. I am the cosmos, and the cosmos is me. At that moment, the boundless might of the universe was at his disposal. Ordinary cultivators harnessed the spiritual energy residing within their dantian. Yet Jiang Ruoshui, in this state of unity, could summon the very essence of the world to perform his spells. This signified that he need not concern himself with the depletion of spiritual energy. Engaging in combat under such circumstances would amount to a significant dimensional advantage. Chapter 20. The arrival of Taiyang Xuanzang in the state of unity between heaven and humanity. Cultivators could unleash their spells without the burden of energy consumption, accessing an abundance of spiritual energy far beyond what was previously imaginable. Consequently, the potency of their techniques would naturally elevate several tiers with ease. Jiang Ruoxue entertained a bold hypothesis. What if he were to cast the spell borrowing treasures from all things while in this state of unity? Surely, it would reach unparalleled heights of strength. However, this endeavor would prove exceedingly challenging. Simultaneously maintaining both the state of unity and the technique would undoubtedly exacerbate the toll on his mind and spirit. While the unity did not deplete his internal spiritual energy, it would consume Jiang Ruoxue's mental and willpower. Moreover, the state of unity between man and nature requires a mind free from distractions to be sustained. However, the circumstances in battle are ever-changing, making it exceedingly difficult to remain unaffected by the surrounding environment. For instance, the pork simmering in the iron pot beside him has reached perfection, emanating an irresistible aroma. Upon catching a whiff of the delectable scent, Jiang Ruoxue found his concentration wavering. Further exacerbated by the rumbling of his stomach, it was indeed a challenge for him to maintain the state of unity. Nevertheless, even if it could not be applied in combat at that moment, the state of unity still held boundless applications. Take, for instance, the practice of inhalation and exhalation. Once one enters the state of unity, the rate of absorbing spiritual energy significantly increases, effectively accelerating the cultivation process. Jiang Ruoxue withdrew from the state of unity and, with chopsticks, picked up a piece of pork to savor. Perhaps due to the infusion of numerous precious medicinal ingredients, this ordinary wild boar meat melted in his mouth, delightfully sweet and savory, leaving a lingering aroma that sweetened his palate long after the meal. What is the sensation of unity? Now you understand why the innate Tao body is so rare, don't you? The voice of the demon lord echoed softly, reminding him that the transcendent realm sought by cultivators is, in truth, the union with the Tao. So it is. Jiang Ruoxue nodded, having experienced the state of unity. He finally discerned the essence of the innate Tao body. What constitutes the innate Tao body? It is the natural harmony with the great Tao. What do cultivators pursue? They seek the way of heaven and earth, with the ultimate aspiration being the union with the Tao. The innate Tao body is inherently attuned to the great Tao, thus rendering cultivation as effortless for such a physique as it is for an ordinary person to eat and drink. This is also the reason why Jiang Ruoxue was able to effortlessly become a cultivator within the span of a single tea session after acquiring the entry-level qi cultivation technique. Transitioning from technique to law, and from law to the Tao, embodies the essence of cultivation. The path of the demon lord, whether it be through spells, divine abilities, or martial arts, as long as one cultivates the essence of immortality and the grand principles of heaven and earth, ultimately leads to a singular source of the great Tao. As a being of innate Tao physique, Jiang Ruoxue could grasp myriad spells with a mere glance, mastering them thoroughly after just 2 observations and upon a third. He could penetrate to the very core, rectifying errors and innovating beyond the conventional. The innate Tao physique can truly be regarded as the genuine seed of immortality and cultivation, a comprehension that ordinary individuals toil for centuries to barely touch upon. He possessed from birth. Jiang Ruoxue felt an immense surge of excitement, astonished at his own remarkable aptitude for cultivation. However, he quickly regained his composure. Having experienced numerous events, he understood all too well that formidable strength was of utmost importance. Regardless of one's extraordinary talent or brilliant genius, before fully developing, one remains merely an insignificant creature, perhaps just a slightly larger or more vividly colored insect. Jiang Ruoxue continued to finish the remaining pork before descending the mountain to return to the village. Upon arriving home, his sister, Jiangwan, bounded towards him like a jubilant fawn, leaping into his embrace and hanging onto his neck. "Brother, how did you get hurt?" she exclaimed in astonishment upon noticing the bloodstains adorning Jiang Ruoxue's body. He had sustained numerous wounds from withstanding the sword techniques of the silver-haired youth, Bai Yunyan. These injuries were merely superficial and not severe, remnants of the opponent's residual power. The only serious injury is a penetrating wound on the left shoulder. "It hurts terribly." Jiang Ruoxue grimaced, lifting the wild boar meat in his hand. "I was careless and didn't dodge in time. This beast has wounded me." Hearing this, Jiangwan hurriedly released her embrace. She glanced at the pork in her brother's grasp, placing her hands on her hips, and exclaimed, "Brother, you truly are foolish. Even a small pig can leave you battered and bruised." Concerned about the potential ambush from the white-haired youth, Bai Yunya, Jiang Ruoxue chose not to retrace his steps. Instead, he took a detour to Minghui Temple before finally returning home. The wild boar meat he carried was a result of his hunting along the way. Now a cultivator himself, equipped with the remarkably useful spell, universal borrowing technique, He found hunting ordinary beasts to be a mere trifle, even with his injuries. The small wild boar, originally weighing over 20 pounds, had been reduced significantly after he had consumed a few pounds at the temple, which explained why his sister immediately recognized it as a little piglet. After changing into a fresh set of clothes, Jiang Ruoxue took his sister by the hand, brought the pork along, and headed towards the home of Li Shanha. For many years, the two siblings had relied on the Li family for their daily meals, so having procured some meat, it was only natural that they would go to share it with them. Inside the Li household, warmth enveloped the space, with the broth in the copper pot bubbling vigorously, releasing an enticing aroma. The Li family, consisting of 4 members, along with the Jiang siblings, gathered around the table. Enjoying a delightful hot pot of pork, Li Shanha picked up a piece of meat, savoring it slowly in his mouth. He then tilted his head back and downed a large gulp of wine, unable to suppress his complaints. The old folks in the village are so sluggish. It took them the better part of the day to convene a clan meeting. Uncle Li, what did they discuss after I left? Asked Jiang Ruoxue, filling Li Shanha's cup from the wine jug. The immortals from the Tianxian sect are coming to our village tomorrow. Tianxian sect? Jiang Ruoxue furrowed her brow in confusion. I thought they were recruiting disciples in half a month's time. Have they moved it up? No. Li Shanha waved his hand dismissively. Those immortals are heading to the northern mountains in search of treasure. They wish to find a guide in our village. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruoxue felt a chill run down her spine, her head tingling. Stammering, she asked, Uncle Li, you didn't agree to it, did you? With her own past experiences serving as a cautionary tale, she certainly did not view this as a fortuitous opportunity. Li Shanha grinned widely, a hint of pride illuminating his face. How could I refuse? They offered a reward of 200 taels of silver. How much? Exclaimed Aunt Li and Li Gui simultaneously, their eyes widening in shock. Their astonishment was entirely understandable. After all, in a radius of 100 miles, the average annual income for a common household was around 10 taels of silver, and that was in a year of good harvests. To guide the immortals of the Xiantian sect just once would yield an entire 20 years' worth of income. Such a temptation would stir anyone's heart. Li Shanha, brimming with pride, pointed to himself, declaring that the celestial being was seeking a hunter, and he was the only one in the village. This sum of money was unattainable for anyone else. Aunt Li, along with Li Tao and Li Gui, were filled with joy, for they understood that with this fortune, their previously strained lives would improve significantly. A bright future seemed to beckon. However, Jiang Ruoxue wore a grave expression, for he had suffered at the hands of such celestial beings before and did not perceive this as a favorable development. Yet, persuading Uncle Li to decline this opportunity would be challenging. As it is often said, cutting off someone's source of income is akin to killing their parents. As an outsider, he found it difficult to voice his concerns. After the meal, Jiang Ruoxue called Li Tao aside. What is it? Can't we discuss this indoors? Why must it be in such a desolate place? Li Tao surveyed their surroundings, arms crossed over her chest, and remarked with suspicion, Are you finally going to make a move on your childhood sweetheart? Jiang Ruoxue rolled his eyes, noticing a slight smirk at the corner of her mouth. What a time to joke around. I have important matters to discuss with you. Go on, I'm listening. Li Tao feigned a serious demeanor, embodying the essence of an ice queen. Jiang Ruoxue recounted his experiences of the day in detail, though he glossed over the events that transpired after entering the blood-forbidden zone. After all, the bizarre encounters he faced there were too incredible to believe, mentioning demons, celestial treasures, and the abyssal fiends would undoubtedly attract unnecessary trouble, or worse, peril to his life. Though Jiang Ruoxue harbored trust in her childhood companion Li Tao, she would not engage in such foolish and thankless endeavors. Initially, Li Tao appeared calm, yet as the conversation progressed, her expression grew increasingly distressed. After listening to Jiang Ruoxue's account, she let out a long sigh, revealing a hint of bitter amusement. Xue, I am grateful to you. Our family nearly succumbed to the allure of this wealth. We are but mortals. It is best not to become entangled in the disputes of the immortals. I shall persuade my father to abandon this undertaking. Do you doubt anything I have shared? Jiang Ruoxue inquired, observing Li Tao's retreating figure. Such a bizarre experience. Do you truly believe it? Li Tao turned around, her smile radiant as she replied, But I believe in you. Upon returning home, Jiang Ruoxue lay on the grass mat, unable to find sleep. She stared at the ceiling for half the night, finally deciphering a single phrase from its surface, devourer. Brother, I cannot sleep. Could you tell me a story? Her sister's voice chimed in from beside her. A story? Jiang Ruoxue felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. It seemed an eternity since anyone had recounted a bedtime tale, so long that the memory had grown somewhat hazy. After a moment of contemplation, she smiled and said, "Then let me tell you the story of the princess and the knight." The next morning, Jiang Ruoxue arrived at the Li residence early, only to find Li Tao anxiously pacing in the courtyard, her hands nervously tugging at her dress. "What troubles you?" Jiang Ruoxue asked. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Tao hurriedly approached and grasped his arm, her face etched with concern. "Xue, please persuade my father. He insists on going." Jiang Ruoxue's expression shifted dramatically. "Did you not inform him of my experience yesterday?" "I certainly did." He agreed wholeheartedly then. Yet today, upon the village chief's arrival, he has changed his mind. Surely, the chief must have said something to him. Jiang Ruoxue gently patted her hand in reassurance. "Do not fret. I shall investigate the matter." "Where have they gone?" "To the village entrance." Jiang Ruoxue swiftly made his way to the village entrance, the streets desolate along his path. Soon, he spotted from afar a group from the Xianmen Tiangshuanzong. There were 7 of them in total, 4 men and 3 women. Each man was strikingly handsome, while the women exuded an ethereal grace, all adorned in identical attire. Their pristine white robes were adorned with ink-colored embellishments, depicting picturesque landscapes, reminiscent of the renowned ink-wash mountain scenery robes. Jiang Ruoxue found the attire vaguely familiar, yet could not quite place it. He then noticed Li Shanhe and the village chief engaged in conversation with a tall cultivator from the Tiangshuanzong, seemingly negotiating some matter. Not far off, a cluster of Cheekstone village locals, predominantly young individuals, had gathered, likely drawn by curiosity regarding the so-called celestial beings of the Tiangshuanzong. These female celestial beings are truly enchanting. Just look at their figures and faces. Each resembles a fairy. One remarked. In our village, only Li Tao from the hunter's family and Shin Suner from the blacksmith shop could possibly compare. Another mused. How is it that these male celestial beings are so extraordinarily handsome? It fills me with indignation. Wang Ziwei muttered under his breath with a stern expression. What are you crowding for, Jiang? Are you in such a hurry to be reborn? Jiang Ruoxue navigated through the raucous crowd, finally arriving beside Li Shanhe, where she could clearly discern their conversation. Esteemed immortals, I humbly intend to escort my wife and children to my father-in-law's residence and truly lack the time to guide you all. Please forgive my shortcomings, Li Shanhe declined politely. A female cultivator stepped forward, rising on her toes to whisper in the ear of the tall practitioner, Senior brother, despite our earnest discussions and promises of generous returns, this Li Shanhe remains obstinate and ungrateful. Should we not teach him a lesson? The tall practitioner shook his head in response, conveying quietly, Do not lose sight of our true identity. We are of the righteous path. How can we resort to the brutish tactics of those demonic scoundrels, resorting to violence and coercion at a whim? When dealing with those of the demonic path, it is acceptable to employ such means, but these are mere mortals. If word of this spreads, it would tarnish the reputation of our Tiangshuanzong. Noticing the displeasure on the faces of the Tiangshuanzong cultivators, the village chief hastily interjected, Li Shanhe, is there no other time to visit your father-in-law? Must it be today? Esteemed immortals have graced our Qishir village today. Cannot you set aside your personal matters for this significant occasion? Lowering his voice, the village chief continued, if this matter is resolved successfully with the immortals' recommendation, it would be a mere trifle for Li Gui and Li Tao to enter the immortal gates. You wouldn't want your children to remain in this impoverished backwater for their entire lives, would you? Upon hearing these words, Li Shanhe's previously resolute refusal wavered. After all, in our Qingshi village, you are the sole hunter. If you do not go, then who will? I will. I will. Jiang Ruoxue interjected, raising his hand to interrupt the village chief's continued reprimands. Chapter 22. A family must be united in an instant. All eyes turned towards him, the conspicuous figure. Xiaoshui, what are you? Li Shanhe was taken aback by Jiang Ruoxue's sudden action, utterly perplexed by his intentions. He gently patted Jiang Ruoxue's shoulder and quietly urged, What are you meddling in? You should hurry back. Amidst the crowd, some voiced their confusion. The Jiang family's lad? What does he hope to achieve by appearing now? If he angers the immortals, he will surely suffer the consequences. Such a lack of decorum. The immortal and the village chief are in conference. What is he doing here? Creating a disturbance? Someone expressed their displeasure. This little rascal Jiang Shuanyo has certainly irked my father. He will undoubtedly face a reckoning. Wang Ziwei chuckled maliciously. Indeed. Did you see that? The village chief's face has darkened. Why provoke him of all people? He is truly courting disaster. As anticipated, the village chief cast a glare at Jiang Ruoshui and, with a flick of his sleeve, scolded, "You? Get back. What chaos are you adding, you child?" Jiang Ruoshui paid him no heed. Instead, he saluted the cultivators of the Tianxin sect and explained, "Immortals, you may not be aware, though I am still young. I often accompany Uncle Li into the mountains for hunting and am quite familiar with the terrain. I can serve as a guide in place of Uncle Li." "Oh? Are you truly capable?" The tall cultivator, upon hearing this, immediately became intrigued. He glanced at Jiang Ruoshui and then at the village chief, his eyes brimming with inquiries. "Jiang Ruoshui, do not cause chaos here. If you lead the immortals astray, can you bear the consequences?" The village chief glared at Jiang Ruoshui, his voice booming with anger. However, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. Perhaps he really can. The Jiang family lad often accompanied Li Shanhe into the mountains for hunting, and it is said he has successfully captured quite a few creatures on his own. I once saw him bring back a sable. Yes. He is quite familiar with the paths in the mountains. When my mother was ill, I went into the mountains to gather herbs, and it was this lad who guided me. The villagers chattered animatedly, their voices captured by the cultivators of Tianxin sect through magical means, every word echoing in their ears. The tall cultivator, having overheard numerous villagers' discussions, quickly realized Jiang Ruoshui was not lying. He turned to Jiang Ruoshui and said, "Then you shall lead us. Speak freely about your desired reward." In his eyes, Jiang Ruoshui, who boldly offered his assistance, was evidently more suitable than the hesitant and evasive Li Shanhe. "Since childhood, I have yearned to become an immortal. I hope the celestial beings will recommend me to join Tianxin sect." Jiang Ruoshui's eyes sparkled, presenting the innocent demeanor of an ordinary youth. The people of the nearby Qingshi village erupted in outrage. How shameless is that Jiang lad? Tianxin sect will be accepting disciples in half a month, and he dares to seek entry early. How cunning of him to seize this opportunity and make such a request. I am truly astonished. Why am I not a hunter? With so many beautiful senior sisters, I too yearn to enter the celestial realm for cultivation. The young villagers finally realized that this was an exceptional opportunity to be among the first to join the celestial sect, Tianxin zone. Initially, they questioned Jiang Ruoshui, but now they began to comprehend his intentions, even wishing they could replace him to serve the immortals. The tall and imposing cultivator nodded in satisfaction, stating, "While I cannot guarantee your ascendance to an inner disciple, I can certainly take responsibility for a place as an outer disciple." In his view, as long as Jiang Ruoshui had desires and aspirations, he would be easily managed, and his endeavors would be executed with utmost diligence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruoshui was overwhelmed with joy, bowing deeply once more, and exclaimed, "I will do my utmost to lead the immortals." This display was, of course, an act put on by Jiang Ruoshui. He had already embarked on his cultivation journey and received guidance from the Demon Lord, so he was in no hurry to join the sect. This performance was purely to assist Li Shanhe in guiding the cultivators of Tianxin zone. He estimated that with his current strength, coupled with the Demon Lord's protection, he would likely be safe. Even if he were to encounter danger, he could always flee, right? However, just as the plan seemed to unfold smoothly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Li Shanhe stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Esteemed immortals, I humbly ask for your forgiveness for my previous ignorance. I have come to a realization and am willing to guide you." The cultivators of Tianxin zone immediately revealed disdainful expressions, for they believed that Li Shanhe had changed his mind only because he had heard that his senior brother could recommend others as outer disciples of the sect. Trouble was brewing. Jiang Ruoshui's heart skipped a beat, for he alone understood that Li Shanhe's actions stemmed from a concern for his safety. After all, he had only shared his harrowing experience of being pursued with Li Tao, never disclosing that he had already become a cultivator. Li Tao was unaware, and naturally, so was Li Shanhe. This crucial lapse in information led Li Shanhe to a misjudgment. He was acutely aware of the risks involved in guiding the immortals and was worried about Jiang Ruoshui's safety, viewing him as still a mere child. Thus, he stepped forward at this moment to shoulder that danger for Jiang Ruoshui. "Very well, you two shall guide us together," declared the towering cultivator. This, Li Shanhe was instantly taken aback. "Immortal, surely I alone am sufficient to lead the way? I insist. You will both lead." The formidable cultivator's eyes glinted sharply as he fixed his gaze on Li Shanhe, enunciating each word with gravity. "Do not compel me to repeat myself a third time." "Why, yes." Li Shanhe felt an invisible pressure envelop him, rendering him momentarily breathless, and he could only acquiesce with resignation. "Dad, I want to go too. I have hunted with you before. I can guide as well." From the crowd, Li Gui raised his hand, shouting with enthusiasm. Li Gui. Li Shanha turned and bellowed. Return home. Do you think this is a game? Clearly startled by his father's sudden outburst, Li Gui stammered, Okay, fine. Thus, Li Shanha and his nephew Jiang Ruoxue proceeded in unison to lead the way. The 7 members of Tiangshuanzong followed closely behind, forming a group of 9 as they ventured deeper into the northern forest. This must be the main road into the mountains, one of them mused. The towering monk, too conspicuous, suggested taking an alternative path. Upon hearing this, Li Shanha had no choice but to enter the mountains via a different route. Jiang Ruoxue followed closely behind, his thoughts in turmoil, reflecting. In the wake of the discovery of the blood-red forbidden zone by the Xin sect, could they also be plotting our demise? Child, what are you so anxious about? Do not overthink. The voice of the demon lord resonated. Your mind is in disarray. When your thoughts are chaotic, errors will ensue. When your mind falters, your reactions will slow. In the midst of conflict, this is a grave taboo. You must remain unflappable. Even when faced with the collapse of Mount Tai, Jiang Ruoxue quickly took a deep breath, suppressing all distracting thoughts, focusing solely on the present. His right hand reached for the treasured artifact, the Wanhun banner, brimming with latent power. Demonic scoundrels, surrender swiftly to your demise. A thunderous shout erupted suddenly from the entire forest. The great battle was imminent. Chapter 23. Thunderclap True Monarch. The members of the Xian sect exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered. Demonic scoundrels? Where are they? Who is speaking? Show yourselves. The towering monk commanded. The surrounding woods rustled as numerous figures emerged from the shadows, encircling Jiang Ruoxue and his companions. Clad in 2 distinctly different robes, they were evidently fellow cultivators. It turned out to be the disciples of the Xinshao sect and the Yunying Pavilion. The towering monk furrowed his brow, his tone laced with displeasure. What is the purpose of your encirclement of the members of the Xian sect? His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the crowd. Have you all, in your futile treasure hunt, resolved to turn against us, who are also practitioners of the righteous path? As soon as the words fell, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth from his body, pressing outward with immense force, revealing the profound cultivation of the second realm, the daunting realm. Surrounding him were 16 individuals. 10 donned the celestial purple robes of the Xinshao sect, while the remaining 6 were clad in the robes of the Shenxi Pavilion. At the forefront stood a figure in celestial purple robes, wearing a monkey mask, who chuckled lightly and said, Despite your cultivation in the daunting realm, you remain oblivious to the fact that a rogue from the demonic path has infiltrated your ranks? Have you heard of the name Thunderclap True Monarch? As he spoke, he unleashed his spiritual energy with abandon, a tempestuous force sweeping through like a howling wind, intermingled with deafening thunder that left one nearly breathless. What? You are Thunderclap, True Monarch Fang Shurzi, the current holy son of the Xinshao sect? The tall cultivator felt his own released spiritual energy being instantly crushed, as the overwhelming aura of his opponent surged forth like a tidal wave, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He understood all too well that Fang Shurzi was of the Tiangong realm, a level he could not possibly contend with. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hastily inquired. Wait, you mentioned that a rogue from the demonic path has infiltrated our team. What exactly is going on? Fang Shurzi let out a cold laugh and gently clapped his hands. A Xinshao sect cultivator appeared, escorting a bound individual from behind. Li Gui, little Gui. Jiang Ruoxue and Li Shanha gazed in disbelief, their eyes fixed on the tightly bound Li Gui. Li Shanha furiously reprimanded, How could you possibly be here? The tall monk furrowed his brow and explained, This lad hails from the nearby Qingshi village, rather than being a practitioner of the demonic path. Do not be hasty. I have received credible intelligence that 2 rogue demons have infiltrated your Tianxian sect's ranks. Fang Shurzi pointed an accusatory finger at the tall monk and inquired, Is it you? The tall monk, clearly enraged, retorted, What credible intelligence? I perceive you are deliberately stirring trouble. Ignoring the retort, Fang Shurzi shifted his finger towards a female cultivator of Tianxian sect, asking, Is it you? The woman turned pale with fear, shaking her head vehemently. Just moments ago, she had been severely intimidated by Fang Shurzi's overwhelming aura, rendering her terrified of him. Is it you? Fang Shurzi's finger slowly moved toward Jiang Ruoxue. At that instant, 2 Tianxian sect cultivators clad in dark robes abruptly launched an attack, striking their fellow disciples without warning. The remaining cultivators of Tianxian sect were instantly struck with panic. Despite their vigilance, most had focused their attention on the encroaching disciples from Xinjiao sect and Yunying Pavilion, completely unprepared for an assault from their own comrades. A female cultivator from Tianxian sect was brutally pierced in the abdomen by a sword wielded by the brother behind her, collapsing to the ground in agony. Another male cultivator met a grimmer fate. Unable to utter a single cry before his head was severed in one swift stroke, his severed head rolling aside as blood gushed forth. Once these two cultivators from Tianxian sect struck, their suppressed auras could no longer be contained, and demonic energy surged from their bodies, revealing them to be practitioners of the demonic path. The towering monk, upon witnessing the scene, was struck with astonishment. These practitioners of the demonic path had employed some arcane means to masquerade as his own brothers, and alarmingly, he had remained utterly oblivious throughout the ordeal. After the two demonic cultivators revealed themselves, rather than fleeing, they resolutely launched another attack. With a thunderous roar, two brilliant bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the two demonic cultivators, accompanied by screams that nearly shattered eardrums, leaving behind only two charred remnants of human form. Simultaneously, members from both the Xinjiao sect and the Yunying Pavilion suddenly turned against their companions. However, it was evident that these two sects had been well prepared. The surrounding cultivators swiftly subdued the practitioners of the demonic path with ease. The cultivators of the two sects initially intended to interrogate their captured foes, but as they observed the demonic cultivators biting down with ferocity, as if crushing something within their mouths, it was not long before they began frothing at the mouth and succumbed to lifelessness. Such decisiveness. Once ensnared and unable to escape, they immediately resorted to self-poisoning. A cultivator from the Yunying Pavilion could not help but express admiration upon witnessing this. A member of the Xinjiao sect reported to Feng Shirsi, "Your Excellency, the demonic intruders among us have already been vanquished. We are uncertain whether any remnants still lurk within our ranks." In total, 3 demonic practitioners had been eliminated, 1 from the Yunying Pavilion and 2 from the Xinjiao sect. Feng Shirsi, his eyes gleaming with intensity beneath the guise of a monkey mask, scanned the crowd and spoke in a measured tone. "At present, I cannot discern anything further. Let us proceed." He then turned his gaze towards the towering cultivator of the Tianxian sect and inquired, "What is the situation with these 3 mortals?" 3 mortals? Jiang Ruoshui pondered in confusion. Has he failed to perceive my cultivation level? The 10,000 paths of glazed robes is crafted from fragments of the celestial canopy, embodying the principles of the Tao, thereby concealing one's true cultivation. It is perfectly suited for your guise of a pig to consume a tiger. The voice of the demon lord resonated, cautioning you to be wary of Feng Shirsi. This individual dares to proclaim himself as a true sovereign with merely the cultivation of the heavenly palace, indicating he must possess some form of support. Feng Shirsi is the holy son of the Xinjiao sect, holding an exalted position, and the towering cultivators do not dare to exhibit any negligence. They hastily remarked, "These individuals are guides I have sourced from nearby villages. They possess an intimate knowledge of the surrounding mountain paths. Excellent, let them lead the way. Together, we shall seek the blood-colored forbidden zone. Having more companions is beneficial for mutual protection," Feng Shirsi commanded. Upon hearing this, the towering cultivator inwardly lamented, feeling exceedingly reluctant. Following the previous ambush by the demonic forces, the Tianxian sect had suffered the loss of 4 members. Currently, the remaining cultivators from the 3 sects are as follows. Xinjiao sect has 8 members, Yunying Pavilion 5, and Tianxian sect 3, with the Tianxian sect having the fewest cultivators. Should they advance together, any ensuing conflict amongst the 3 sects would undoubtedly place Tianxian at a disadvantage, rendering them devoid of influence. It is possible that during the exploration of perilous territories, they might be coerced by the other 2 sects to act as mere cannon fodder. After all, it appears that both the Xinjiao sect and Yunying Pavilion cultivators regard Feng Shirsi as their leader, suggesting a tacit agreement between the 2 sections. Yet, despite the trepidation surrounding Feng Shirsi's formidable cultivation, the towering cultivator, filled with reluctance, could only comply. "First, let us dissect these demonic entities." Feng Shirsi instructed a cultivator from Yunying Pavilion, "For I sense there may be something beneath their flesh." Upon hearing this, the cultivator immediately directed his subordinates to spring into action. Before them, the faces of the deceased practitioners of the demonic path had been stripped away, revealing an entirely new visage beneath. What? All present were taken aback, their eyes widening in sheer astonishment, as the disciples of the cloud-hidden pavilion continued their dissection. A shocking revelation unfolded. These practitioners had not merely donned a guise, but had actually embedded themselves within the bodies of others. A chilling dread, akin to a frigid hand, crept up the spines of the onlookers, as a collective fear surged within their hearts. Chapter 24. To kill it became clear that they were members of the demonic Path's Forgiveness Ghost sect. Very little information had circulated regarding this sect, known for their clandestine operations and rare interventions. It was unexpected that they had also partaken in the exploration and contention over the bloodied Forbidden Zone. Having traveled far and wide, Feng Shixi discerned the underlying mechanics with a mere glance. Rumors suggested that the practitioners of the Forgiveness Ghost sect employed a peculiar method of feeding the ghost with their own body. They had long nurtured various ghostly entities within themselves, which thrived on the practitioner's spiritual energy. When it came time to confront adversaries, these entities would heed their master's command and fight valiantly. The ghostly beings and their host practitioners formed a unique symbiotic relationship. The human skins before them were the handiwork of a type of ghost known as the skin-painting ghost. A tall practitioner from the Heavenly Shin sect suddenly comprehended the situation. These nefarious rogues of the demonic path had commanded the skin-painting ghost to strip away the skins of their brethren, subsequently embedding themselves within. No wonder it was impossible to discern the difference. The skin-painting ghost was particularly fond of human hearts, and while it skinned and consumed the flesh and entrails of its victims, it might also glean subtle fragments of memories and behavioral patterns from them. Feng Shixi elucidated that this is precisely why we find it challenging to distinguish those who masquerade as members of the SHGU sect. The methods employed by the SHGU sect are utterly terrifying. The brothers and sisters around us may, at any moment, be stealthily replaced by those from the SHGU sect. Upon hearing this, a wave of horror swept through the crowd, prompting them to instinctively retreat and warily scrutinize their once close companions. Dear friends, do not panic. There is no need for excessive concern, Feng Shixi reassured upon witnessing their distress. Thus far, all the deceased have been practitioners of the demonic path at the first level of the fish dragon realm. It appears that those who cultivate the skin-changing specters are likely to be practitioners at the first and second levels, as these phantoms possess limited combat prowess. Their primary purpose is to shed their skin and assume the appearance of others for the sake of infiltration. Furthermore, the skin-changing specter can only access fragmented memories. Even if their disguise is flawless, there will inevitably be subtle discrepancies when compared to the original. Those who share a close bond should be able to discern the truth with ease. Most importantly, the practitioners of the demonic path cultivate their own unique techniques, and should they reveal themselves, their aura will undoubtedly betray them. Upon hearing these words, the crowd hurriedly began to verify information with one another, a thorough examination leading to collective relief. Several hunters, please continue to lead the way, Feng Shixi directed towards Jiang Ruoshui and the others. Li Gui, having been thoroughly frightened, had collapsed onto the ground, unable to rise. The gruesome spectacle of the brutal conflict between the righteous and the demonic, where lives were extinguished in an instant, replayed relentlessly in his mind. Ah, with such meager courage, do you dare to join the fray? Li Shanha sighed helplessly, stepping forward to assist his son. Who could have foreseen such a predicament? Li Gui's countenance was as pale as parchment, his lips trembling uncontrollably. I thought, with so many celestial beings present, there would be no danger at all. At this moment, without the need for his father's admonitions, Li Gui realized his folly. Jiang Ruoshui aided Li Shanha in supporting Li Gui as they continued onward, while remaining vigilant to the movements of the surrounding cultivators. As they walked, he lowered his voice and whispered, Uncle Li, if anything seems amiss, seize the opportunity to take Li Gui back swiftly, regardless of me. Li Shanha's brow furrowed instantly, about to voice his objections when Jiang Ruoshui interrupted, Uncle Li, I have my means of self-preservation, trust me. Stop. The voice of the demon lord suddenly resounded, abruptly cutting off Jiang Ruoshui's words. Do not speak further. Those sect cultivators possess the art of eavesdropping, and every word you utter will reach their ears. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruoshui was compelled to swallow his desire to reveal his identity as a cultivator. He conveyed his resolve through steadfast glances towards Li Shanha, who ultimately grasped his intent and nodded slightly. The young lady Yao Muchio, having long heard of her senior brother, the thunderous true monarch, was fortunate to witness him today, and indeed, he was strikingly formidable. A female cultivator from the Xintian sect leaned towards the Xinjiao sect's faction, beaming as she addressed Feng Shixi, who donned a monkey-faced mask. At this moment, only 3 practitioners remained in the Xintian sect, 2 female cultivators and a tall, leading figure. Oh, you have heard of me? Feng Shirzi remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke lightly. Of course, senior brother, you are the holy son of the Xinshao sect, a prodigious talent of this generation. My fellow disciples often say that within the Xintian sect, only Elder Ji Ruoqing possesses the aptitude to rival yours, praised the female cultivator Yao Muchio without reservation. Ha ha. To be candid, I am endowed with the Xunshao heavenly thunder body, a talent in the realm of lightning unparalleled by any. Feng Shirzi and Yao Muchio engaged in a delightful exchange of words, enjoying each other's company. It is the blood-colored forbidden zone. We have found it. Suddenly, a cultivator exclaimed with fervor. The crowd instantly perked up, gazing ahead to behold a vast mountain range shrouded in a deep crimson hue. Excellent. Feng Shirzi appeared equally exhilarated, gesturing grandly to swiftly contact the sect and relay the position of the blood-colored forbidden zone. That won't do. A practitioner from the Xinshao sect fiddled anxiously with the token. Distress etched across his face. Senior brother, it seems that an interference array has been set up within the blood-colored forbidden zone. Communication devices are utterly ineffective nearby. What should we do next, Shirzi? Let us withdraw. There is no need for haste, suggested a practitioner from the Yun'in Pavilion earnestly. Given the myriad dangers lurking within the blood-colored forbidden zone and the watchful eyes of demonic rogues, it is prudent to prepare thoroughly. Fear not, with me here. There is no cause for concern. Feng Shirzi spoke with unwavering confidence, suggesting they venture inside to explore. Isn't this a bit too reckless? A cultivator from Yun'in Pavilion inquired cautiously, revealing a hint of hesitation. Are you questioning the decision of the holy son of Xinshao sect? Retorted a cultivator from Xinshao sect with a cold snort. Senior brother Shirzi possesses the cultivation of the heavenly palace realm, a paragon among the younger generation. With the enhancement of the Xinshao thunder body, his combat prowess is hardly inferior to that of a golden core grandmaster. These mere demonic thieves are akin to ants before him, easily extinguished with a mere gesture. What upheaval could they possibly stir? I have acted thoughtlessly. My apologies. The Yun'in Pavilion cultivator hurriedly expressed contrition. Esteemed Lord Thunderclap Shinjuan, we three have fulfilled our duty as guides. May we take our leave now? Jiang Ruoxue stepped forward, bowing respectfully to inquire. Indeed, there are still 3 mortals here, remarked a cultivator from Xinshao sect, stroking his chin thoughtfully. How shall we dispose of you? Kill them, Feng Shirzi declared in an utterly calm tone, as though discussing a trivial matter, pronouncing the grim fate of the 3. Chapter 25, Mortals Slaying Immortals. The tall cultivator from Tianxin sect was immediately taken aback, his face a mask of shock. He quickly pleaded, Senior brother Feng Shirzi, I implore you to show mercy. These 3 are under my charge. While their deaths may be trivial, the reputation of Tianxin sect cannot be tarnished. Junior brother, those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. They are merely mortals. Their deaths are inconsequential. Turning back, you shall represent the sect and offer further compensation and condolences to their families. Feng Shirzi spoke in a calm tone, unhurriedly continuing. If these 3 unfortunate souls fall into the hands of those from the demonic path, they too shall meet an inevitable demise. More critically, they would be unable to withstand the cruel torments inflicted by the demonic sect, inevitably divulging our group's circumstances and the secrets of the blood-colored forbidden zone. What say the disciples of Yun'in Pavilion? Feng Shirzi's gaze shifted, inquiring of the other party. The cultivator from Yun'in Pavilion paused, bowed respectfully, and replied, We shall abide by senior brother Shirzi's arrangements. Such actions, what distinction do they hold from those demonic brigands? The tall cultivator gritted his teeth, his face a mask of fury and resentment. Ultimately, he bowed his head in acquiescence to the matter. Kill. At Feng Shirzi's command, the disciples of both Xinshao sect and Yun'in Pavilion immediately sprang into action, launching an assault on Jiang Ruoxue and the others. Have we truly arrived at this juncture? It seems the time for me to act has come. Jiang Ruoxue's expression grew grave as she prepared to draw the soul-collecting banner from her embrace. Go. At that moment, Li Shanhe suddenly exerted his strength, shoving Li Gui towards Jiang Ruoxue while shouting, Xiao Xue, everything depends on you from here on. Take Li Gui and flee. I will hold them back. Uncle Li, I am a cultivator. I will. Before Jiang Ruoxue could finish her words, she was astonished to witness Li Shanhe's figure vanish into thin air. In the next instant, he appeared beside a cultivator from Xinshao sect as if he had teleported. He stood firmly in a bow stance, his fists clenched tightly like massive sandbags, his entire body arched backwards like a taut bow, poised for action. After a brief moment of gathering strength, his right fist shot forth like a cannonball, propelled by an immense force. The cultivator from the Divine Mist sect had no time to react before the punch struck him squarely. A dull thud echoed, reminiscent of a heavy hammer shattering a watermelon. As his head exploded instantaneously, red and white juices splattering everywhere. What? This sudden turn of events left everyone present in utter shock. Whether it was Jiang Ruoshui and Li Gui, the cultivators from the three sects, or even Feng Shirsi, revered as the thunderous true monarch, all were wide-eyed. Their faces etched with disbelief, as the tidal wave of astonishment surged within them, uncontrollable. Ha 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 ha. How amusing, truly amusing. The demon lord's ecstatic laughter reverberated in Jiang Ruoshui's mind, proclaiming, to slay the celestial with mere mortals. What are you dawdling for? Your uncle has provided you with a splendid opportunity. Hurry and flee. The demon lord urged. You can't possibly believe that a mere hunter can withstand a celestial realm cultivator. Can you? Slaying a few fish dragon realm cultivators is his utmost limit. It was only then that Jiang Ruoshui snapped back to reality. He shook Li Gui's shoulders vigorously. His expression grave and urgent as he implored, Li Gui, listen to me. Stop dawdling and run. Do not stop for anything. Father, I must help my father. Li Gui murmured vacantly, clearly unable to grasp the cataclysmic changes unfolding before him. Jiang Ruoshui was consumed by anxiety as he swiftly lifted the weakened Li Gui from the ground, exerting all his strength to propel him towards the outside. Li Gui stumbled, crashing heavily onto the earth once more. Run! Quickly! Jiang Ruoshui shouted with all his might. Do you wish to see your father's sacrifices go to waste? At these words, Li Gui's pupils constricted sharply, and in that moment, a surge of energy seemed to course back into his body. He turned with determination, desperately crawling towards the exit. As he progressed, his pace quickened. Soon, he was using both hands and feet, ultimately rising to his feet and sprinting away into the distance. Fleeing for his life. Trying to escape? A cultivator from Yunying Pavilion immediately gave chase upon witnessing this. Suddenly, his movement faltered, and a torrent of blood erupted uncontrollably from his mouth. In a state of disbelief, he glanced down, only to find that a sharp spear tip had pierced through his chest. With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Ruoshui extracted the sharp tip of the Wandering Soul's banner from the cultivator's body, the blood-stained weapon soaring back into his grasp. Utilizing the borrowing treasures of all things technique, he wielded the Wandering Soul's banner as a javelin, striking the cultivator with lethal precision. At that moment, a deafening clap of thunder resonated through the forest. Feng Shi, surrounded by crackling lightning, summoned a massive bolt of heavenly thunder that descended directly upon Li Shanhe, who was fiercely engaged in battle. Li Shanhe, having honed his robust physique through years of hunting beasts in the mountains, had successfully slain 3 practitioners of the Yulong realm from the Xinjiao sect, demonstrating remarkable valor in his defiance against the divine. However, this was where his triumphs would cease. After an initial flurry of chaos, the Xinjiao sect's cultivators quickly regained their composure, with Feng Shirsi, a formidable presence from the Heavenly Palace realm, bolstering their ranks. Li Shanhe's fate had been sealed from the outset. In his final struggle, all he could aspire to was to take as many foes with him as possible. The brilliant thunderbolts ruthlessly struck Li Shanhe, enveloping his body in a powerful surge of electricity that rendered him numb and immobile. Simultaneously, the force of the lightning rampaged within him like a ferocious beast, indiscriminately wreaking havoc on every cell in his body. The unbearable agony surged like relentless tides, crashing upon him in waves. Yet he gritted his teeth, stifling any sound of anguish. As the thunder dissipated, Li Shanhe's body was reduced to a charred husk. His breath extinguished long before. He had perished, sacrificing himself to protect the younger generation. The Xinjiao sect's cultivators surged forward, ruthlessly plunging their weapons into his lifeless form, venting the pinned-up rage from the loss of their comrades. No. Jiang Ruoshui, witnessing this horrific scene, felt a surge of fury and despair, his eyes reddening as if they might bleed. He had just manipulated a great tree to crush a practitioner from the Yunying Pavilion, only to be confronted moments later with the tragic fate of Li Shanhe. At this moment, the remaining 3 cultivators from the Yunying Pavilion, along with 2 from the Tianxin sect, approached. The 3 cultivators at the Fish Dragon realm and the 2 at the Dongying realm launched a simultaneous assault on Jiang Ruoshui. Despite his desperate resistance, faced with such a stark disparity in power, he felt like a solitary leaf adrift in a tempest, utterly incapable of breaching the insurmountable chasm before him. Chapter 26. You wish for me to evade his brilliance? No. There must be another way. Demon Lord, save him. I implore you, save him. Jiang Ruoxie cried out with a heart-rending anguish. I refuse. The demon lord coldly dismissed this plea. Reiterating their initial agreement, I shall only safeguard your well-being. Moreover, as a soul entity, I cannot alter the cycle of life and death. Li Shanhe is already deceased. He perished while protecting you, and Li Gui. What you must do now is flee, lest his sacrifice be in vain. No, I will annihilate them all. Jiang Ruoxie's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a frenzied beast intent on tearing apart everything in sight. Feng Shirsi, possessing the cultivation of the heavenly palace realm and the formidable physique of thunder from the divine sky, was far beyond your current capabilities to contend with. The demon lord rationally assessed the situation. Should there be merely a one-realm disparity, perhaps you could seize an opportunity with various tactics, but now, you are facing a full 2 realms of difference. Defeat is inevitable. What you desperately require is time to cultivate. It is wiser to evade his brilliance and preserve your life for now. A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too late. You wish for me to evade his brilliance? Jiang Ruoxie sneered repeatedly, completely consumed by hatred, utterly deaf to any counsel. This man, I must slay him. The raging inferno of fury within him made it difficult to breathe, his heated mind buzzing like a boiling kettle, rendering thought impossible. All his tumultuous emotions and overwhelming rage coalesced into a single word: kill. Blood reversal. True demonic art. Accompanied by Jiang Ruoxie's hoarse roar, crimson suffused his eyes. And the frenzied demonic energy erupted violently, akin to a towering black pillar of light. His internal spiritual energy reversed in an instant, and at that moment, his blood felt ignited, surging through his veins like a relentless flame. The relentless and excruciating pain coursed through his entire body, piercing his mind like countless steel needles, causing his face to twitch uncontrollably. Yet, this mere physical torment paled in comparison to the boundless anguish within his heart. What of the holy son of the Xinxiao sect? What of the celestial realm cultivation? What of the Xinxiao Thunderbody? At this juncture, all that mattered was to wreak havoc upon him. The spiritual energy surrounding Jiang Ruoxie howled like a violent tempest. The dense demonic aura, tangible in its intensity, was infused with pure, unadulterated murderous intent, surging towards his adversaries like a tidal wave. What transpired? The righteous cultivators were struck with terror, hastily gathering their spiritual energy to conjure shields before them. They felt an eerie chill ascending from their feet to their very souls. The overwhelming murderous intent embedded within that demonic energy made their hearts tremble uncontrollably. Demonic scoundrel? How deeply hidden that it managed to elude my discerning gaze until now. A cold glint flickered in Feng Shirsi's eyes as he subtly moved his fingers, summoning a torrent of heavenly thunder that descended with a cataclysmic force. The difficulty in evading Feng Shirsi's heavenly thunder stemmed largely from its unique method of attack. The thunder struck from above, precisely where human defenses are most vulnerable. In the midst of fierce combat, when one's mind is preoccupied, such an assault becomes nearly impossible to counter. However, Jiang Ruoxie had long since employed the universal borrowing technique, forcibly augmenting her perception to its zenith. The domain of the universal borrowing technique resembles a spherical aura of spiritual energy extending outward from the caster, thus encompassing the area above her head within her awareness. As dark clouds gathered overhead and the lightning began to flicker, Jiang Ruoxie had already detected the impending threat, allowing her to effortlessly evade it. What? The heavenly thunder missed its target, leaving Feng Shirsi astonished. His thunderbolts were known for their swiftness. By the time the victim sensed the impending strike, it was typically too late. Consequently, the accuracy of his previously unleashed thunder had been nothing short of impeccable, yet this attack failed to connect, leaving him utterly bewildered. Among the 3 sects, 11 cultivators remained, 5 from the Xinxiao sect, 3 from the Yunin Pavilion, and 3 from the Tianqin sect. Among them, the most formidable were Feng Shirsi of the Celestial Palace realm and 1 cultivator from each of the 3 sects at the Dongting realm. In the realm, I am the sovereign, all things heed my command. Jiang Ruoxie silently intoned the fundamental incantation of the universal borrowing technique, her left hand clenched into a fist, rapidly gathering an imposing aura of demonic energy. Boom! Trees within a 3-zhang radius uprooted from the earth, slowly levitating into the air. From the roots of these towering trees, a pitch-black malevolent energy emerged silently, resembling dark tendrils that relentlessly ascended. In the blink of an eye, the trees were entirely enveloped in this dark essence, transforming into ebony sentinels suspended in the air, exuding an aura that sent chills down the spine. He was merely at the fish-dragon realm. The spiritual energy within his dantian should have been exceedingly sparse. How could he command such a multitude of forces? Witnessing this scene, some cultivators' expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes filled with astonishment and bewilderment. Go! With Jiang Ruoshui's commanding voice, dozens of the obsidian trees plummeted from the sky like meteors, carrying an immense force, crashing down upon the cultivators of the three sects in a merciless barrage. Boom, boom, boom. The earth was instantly besieged by countless heavy strikes. The dark trees exploding with a thunderous roar, dust swirling into the air, and the malevolent energy surging forth, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The cultivators of the three sects were momentarily paralyzed with fear, scattering in all directions while desperately employing their respective techniques to counter the onslaught. A cultivator from the Xinshao sect swiftly unleashed a fireball spell into the sky, hoping to counter the trees with flames. However, the fireball, upon encountering the dark energy enveloping the tree, was rendered utterly ineffectual, akin to a small sorcerer facing a great one. Despite casting several more spells in quick succession, his efforts were in vain. In a state of terror, he cried out, "Senior brother Fang Shirsi, save me." Yet, Fang Shirsi offered no response. Seemingly indifferent to the chaos unfolding around him, he extended his index finger, and in an instant, a multitude of brilliant lightnings surged together, coalescing into a massive hand of lightning, approximately 10 feet in length. With a mighty sweep of his hand, the thunderous figure effortlessly deflected the oncoming pitch-black trees, leaving Fang Shi unscathed in his original position. The cultivator from the Xinshao sect, however, awaited assistance in vain as the merciless tree, shrouded in demonic energy, descended upon him, crushing him into a mere thin layer of flesh. A practitioner from the Yunin Pavilion, exceptionally skilled in the art of movement, navigated deftly between the falling dark trees, leaping gracefully from side to side with remarkable agility. As the ominous trees continued to plummet and explode around him, he remained untouched. As the dust from the explosions began to settle, the Yunin Pavilion cultivator stood unscathed, arms crossed over his chest, a cold smile gracing his face as he shook his head, remarking, "Such cumbersome attacks could never harm me." Indeed, a voice of agreement suddenly resonated from behind him. The Yunin Pavilion cultivator's pupils constricted in alarm. Before he could react, his perspective shifted dramatically from level to upward. With a sudden gasp, blood uncontrollably spilled from the corner of his mouth. His hands instinctively moved to his abdomen as he turned his head in horror to look down, only to find Jiang Ruoshui wielding the Wandering Soul's banner, having impaled him completely, lifting him into the air. Chapter 27. Quickly. Use your invincible physique to think of a way. The demonic energy surged mercilessly into his body, and within moments, the adaptive movement from Yunin Pavilion lost all breath. With a swift motion of his arm, Jiang Ruoshui flung the lifeless body away, simultaneously raising the banner to draw the soul of his opponent into the Wandering Soul's banner. He flickered like a wraith, once again lunging at another cultivator. At this moment, his crimson eyes reflected neither sorrow nor joy. They were devoid of emotion, embodying an extreme indifference, solely radiating an unadulterated intent to kill. The blood reversal true demon technique ignited his very blood, reversing the flow of spiritual energy. This not only endowed Jiang Ruoshui with an immense reservoir of spiritual energy, but also enhanced every aspect of his physicality, be it strength, speed, or recovery. Consequently, his overall combat prowess surged to unprecedented heights. Yet, it was still insufficient. Jiang Ruoshui murmured to himself, his voice low and hoarse. The power was still inadequate. The trees shrouded in demonic energy posed a lethal threat to the cultivators of the fish-dragon realm from the three sects. A direct hit would spell instant death. However, such attacks were not impossible to evade, and they were unlikely to inflict harm on those at the Dongning realm, let alone someone of the Celestial Palace cultivation level like Fang Shirsi. Yet, this level of assault would hardly pose a threat to that simian-faced beast. Jiang Ruoshui mused inwardly. I require greater strength, the unity of man and heaven. A sudden insight illuminated his mind, revealing a method to transcend his current predicament. As long as he could maintain the state of unity with heaven and earth while fully unleashing the universal borrowing technique, this battle, characterized by a disparity in power, might still yield a glimmer of hope for victory. The current situation was such that the spiritual energy consumed by the universal borrowing technique was minimal. The primary drain was on his mental faculties. Simply manipulating the trees to strike his opponent would not suffice in terms of power. Therefore, Jiang Ruoshui enveloped the surface of the objects he controlled with demonic energy, thereby augmenting their hardness and enhancing their destructive potential. This approach merely cloaks the surface of an object with magical energy, akin to donning a fragile layer of armor. Should one transcend the limitations of mere surface application and instead perceive magical energy as a liquid, infusing it into the very core of the object, allowing it to be saturated with magic both internally and externally, then the object thus imbued would become an indomitable entity. In such a state, its potency could rival that of conventional magical artifacts, although there may still be a disparity when compared to true magical instruments. The advantage lies in the ubiquitous availability of materials. Even if damaged, one would not feel a pang of regret. Accomplishing this feat necessitates a vast reservoir of magical energy, or rather, spiritual essence. Maintaining a state of unity between heaven and man during combat would effectively resolve this formidable challenge. Furthermore, while Jiang Ruoshui has initiated the use of the blood reversal true demon technique, which sacrifices blood to acquire a substantial amount of spiritual essence, the sheer consumption required to envelop each towering tree in magical energy is not negligible. At this juncture, although a vast quantity of magical energy resides within Jiang Ruoshui's dantian, it may be rapidly depleted after several large-scale manipulations of objects through the 10,000 things borrowing treasure method. The blood reversal true demon technique, while capable of temporarily augmenting his power, is insufficient to instantaneously alter the tide of battle. Once the source of spiritual energy is exhausted, both spells and techniques would dissolve into mere illusions, ephemeral as a fleeting dream. Thus, as long as he could maintain the state of unity of heaven and man during battle, Jiang Ruoshui's combat prowess would undergo a significant qualitative leap, potentially allowing him to contend with Feng Shirsi, who possessed the cultivation of the heavenly palace realm. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ruoshui immediately set his plans into motion, while he continued to manipulate an array of towering trees and stones, raining them down upon the disciples of the three sects. He also allocated a portion of his concentration to endeavoring to enter the state of unity. However, the division of his focus caused a deceleration in his rhythm of attack. The disciples of the three sects, who had been struggling to resist, finally seized the opportunity to catch their breath, swiftly closing the distance between themselves and Jiang Ruoshui while evading his onslaught. With a surge of intent, a towering black tree descended from the heavens, aimed at a female cultivator from the Shintian sect. The young woman paled in fear and hastily dodged. Although she narrowly avoided the brunt of the impact, she was nonetheless grazed by the dark tree, sustaining minor injuries and staggering unsteadily. Observing this, Jiang Ruoshui harbored no thoughts of mercy. With a flick of his finger, a dozen sharp earth spikes erupted from the ground, piercing her delicate form and leaving a multitude of gaping wounds. Undoubtedly, she was doomed. At that moment, a cultivator from the Yunying Pavilion at the Dongjing realm suddenly appeared, attacking from the side with a blade. Jiang Ruoshui had long anticipated this move. The assailant had previously employed a remarkable technique of invisibility, seamlessly blending into the surrounding environment, rendering him virtually undetectable to the naked eye. However, such tactics were futile against Jiang Ruoshui. He did not rely on sight to identify his foes, but rather utilized the aura of the 10,000 things borrowing treasures technique to sense their presence. Jiang Ruoshui swiftly evaded to the side. However, the formidable energy emanating from his opponent's long blade surged dramatically, shimmering with a blinding brilliance as it sliced through the air. Distracted by the multitude of tasks at hand, he was unable to dodge in time, resulting in a shallow gash across his face. Jiang Ruoshui's eyes widened in determination, and he retaliated with a counterattack, summoning several massive, ebony trees that came crashing down simultaneously. His adversary, sensing the overwhelming force, dared not pursue or withstand the strike, hastily retreating instead. This fellow is exceptionally strong. Senior Brother Feng Sai, quickly utilize your invincible thunderous body and devise a strategy. A disciple of the God Shao sect exclaimed urgently, observing the unfolding chaos. You need only to restrain him. I shall deliver the killing blow. Feng Sai replied with an air of calm assurance, his tone imbued with undeniable confidence. As he spoke, bolts of lightning rapidly coalesced in his hand, forming a 3-foot-long lightning spear, with arcs of electricity crackling across its surface. Upon receiving the response from the strongest among them, the morale of the three sects' disciples surged, and they converged upon Jiang Ruoshui, launching an all-out assault against him. In an instant, spells blazed with radiant light, and the cold gleam of weapons rushed toward him like a tempest. He found it nearly impossible to completely fend off the onslaught, sustaining multiple injuries as blood stained his garments. At the moment when the other cultivators successfully contained Jiang Ruoshui, Feng Sai's lightning spear reached its full potential. It shot forth like a bolt of lightning, its speed so extraordinary that it struck Jiang Ruoshui's abdomen in the blink of an eye. The strike was far too rapid. Even with his heightened perception through the 10,000 things borrowing treasure technique, Jiang Ruoshui was unable to evade it. On one hand, his mind was overwhelmed with various tasks, and on the other, he was firmly ensnared by the three sex-daunting realm cultivators. The prospect of dodging this attack was akin to an insurmountable challenge. The thunder spear propelled Jiang Ruoshui's body nearly 5 zhang away, crashing through several large trees before its formidable force dissipated, transforming into a shower of light that vanished from sight. Master Fang Cece is magnificent. The cultivators from the three sects erupted in joyous cheers, unable to contain their delight. This demonic cultivator had employed some unknown means, displaying combat prowess that defied imagination, leaving them, the cultivators of the fish dragon and daunting realms, in dire straits, as if perpetually shrouded by an unwelcome cloud. However, with Master Fang Cece's decisive strike, he had been instantly vanquished, which undoubtedly invigorated the morale of the onlookers. Chapter 28. Mashi Jiang Ruoshui gazed down at the myriad-colored glass robe adorning him. Though it had sustained some damage, it remained unpierced, prompting a deep sigh of relief. The thunderous power imbued within the thunder spear had been entirely neutralized by his robe, yet the immense force it carried had still inflicted considerable impact, resulting in several fractured ribs. Fortunately, the blood reversal true demon technique bestowed upon him remarkable regenerative capabilities. Although his injuries did not heal instantaneously, they were visibly mending at a steady pace. That lad is on his feet again. How is it possible that, with mere fish dragon realm cultivation, he survived Master Fang Cece's powerful strike? Exclaimed a cultivator, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. The crowd followed his gaze, their expressions filled with astonishment and confusion. Thunderlord Fang Cece, equally astonished, realized that the thunder spear had been unleashed by him after a considerable build-up, while he hadn't exerted his full strength. He was acutely aware that the force of that strike was far beyond what a cultivator of the fish dragon or daunting realms could withstand. The young cultivator, seemingly resilient to an alarming degree, continually reshaped his understanding, leaving him utterly astonished. Jiang Ruoshui unsteadily rose to his feet, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips as he cast a cold gaze toward the three cultivators opposite him. He had attained enlightenment. Jiang Ruoshui realized that if he disregarded the innate Tao body as a trait, he possessed hardly any remarkable qualities at all. As an unremarkable individual, his sole advantage lay in his ability to summarize and improve, a trait accessible to anyone. Throughout his life, he had inevitably encountered setbacks and injuries, yet as he matured, such minor mishaps became increasingly rare. This was the result of inadvertently learning from his mistakes and continually refining himself. This exceedingly modest virtue, at this moment, proved invaluable to Jiang Ruoshui. After several perilous trials and errors, he finally succeeded in entering the state of unity of man and nature during combat. It was as though he had merged with the entire universe. His hand extended slowly before him, then clenched with force. In an instant, a tempest roared to life, rapidly converging from all directions to form an immense vortex of spiritual energy in the air. Within the vortex, the spiritual energy surged wildly, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars. Countless trees erupted with demonic energy, surging to a terrifying degree, as if transformed into pure crystalline embodiments of spiritual energy. Each tree emanated a chilling aura, as though harboring the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. What is happening? The vast amounts of spiritual energy surrounding suddenly converged toward this spot. Upon witnessing the scene, the cultivators of the Zhengdao three sects were rendered utterly astonished, akin to statues. Even the mighty thunderous, true monarch Fang Shirzi, a master of the heavenly palace realm, was no exception. He sensed a dreadful aura emanating from the towering trees. The richness and grandeur of the spiritual energy contained within was simply astonishing. "Flee!" cried a cultivator from the Shinshao sect, his voice laced with terror and despair. He felt utterly powerless against such a formidable assault. With a thunderous crash, the trees, imbued with boundless strength, came crashing down once more. Each tree was saturated with an immense reservoir of spiritual energy, rendering this attack exponentially more devastating than the last. The tremendous force caused the ground to sink, creating a deep depression in an instant. An area spanning 10 zhang was enveloped, with everything within obliterated in the blink of an eye. As the onslaught ceased, Jiang Ruoshui found himself bleeding from all 7 orifices, his form swaying precariously. Controlling such an immense quantity of spiritual energy was an exceedingly heavy burden for his fragile soul. He felt dizzy and utterly fatigued, nearly bereft of the capacity for thought, his mental faculties nearly exhausted, while his internal spiritual and demonic energies remained relatively abundant. His spirit had already succumbed. The crimson hue in his eyes gradually faded, prompting him to halt the operation of the blood reversal true demon art. He realized he was beginning to struggle against the backlash of this overwhelming force. If he persisted, the very blood within him might indeed be consumed entirely. Surveying the once familiar forest, he noted the cataclysmic transformation wrought by the recent horrific assault. At this moment, only 4 individuals from the 3 sects remained: Feng Shirsi, a cultivator at the Heavenly Palace realm from the Shinshio sect, a cultivator at the Dongying realm from the same sect, and a cultivator at the Dongting realm from the Yuning Pavilion. The tall Dongting realm cultivator from the Tianxian sect had perished in the earlier assault. Surprisingly, the last surviving cultivator from the 3 sects was a female practitioner from the Tianxian sect, Yao Muchio, who had previously introduced herself to Feng Shirsi. Yao Muchio closely followed Feng Shirsi, seemingly relying on his protection to ensure her survival. However, none could have anticipated that Yao Muchio, who owed her life to Feng Shirsi's shelter, would suddenly turn against him. Without hesitation, she swiftly produced a pill the size of an orange and hurled it towards Feng Shirsi, who stood at the Heavenly Palace realm. With a resounding boom, the pill exploded mid-air, releasing a myriad of dark green liquid that cascaded like fireworks. Wherever this dark green substance touched, trees rapidly turned withered and yellow. Eventually succumbing to decay, stones were swiftly corroded, sinking into themselves. It was evident that this mysterious dark green liquid possessed not only formidable corrosive properties but also lethal toxicity. Feng Shirsi and the other 2 Dongying realm cultivators had just exhausted themselves to fend off Jiang Ruoshui's terrifying attack, leaving them utterly fatigued and unprepared for the sudden betrayal from their side. Unable to evade in time, all 3 were struck by the dark green liquid. Feng Shirsi, possessing the highest cultivation and swiftest reflexes, promptly conjured a protective aura of spiritual energy before himself at the critical moment. However, to his astonishment and fury, this seemingly robust barrier proved as fragile as paper against the mysterious liquid, rendering it utterly ineffective. The green, enigmatic substance effortlessly corroded and penetrated the protective shield, subsequently dripping onto Feng Shirsi's body. The robes of the 3 individuals began to deteriorate rapidly, and the skin that came into contact with the liquid began to swell and rot instantaneously, with this horrifying affliction swiftly spreading throughout their bodies. Seeing this, their expressions changed drastically as they hastily channeled their spiritual energy in an attempt to suppress the invasive toxin. At that moment, Yao Muchio flickered into existence beside Jiang Ruoshui. "You look so handsome when you fight. How can such a mere trifling from the fish dragon realm be so powerful?" she exclaimed, hands clasped behind her back, head tilted, and a playful smile gracing her face. "You must be a demon cultivator. What kind of technique do you practice to wield such formidable strength? Hello. Why are you ignoring me?" Jiang Ruoshui remained expressionless, coldly regarding the woman who flitted about before her, her heart brimming with caution. Just as Yao Muchio was about to speak again, Jiang Ruoshui abruptly swung the One of Souls towards her waist. With a graceful leap, Yao Muchio effortlessly evaded Jiang Ruoshui's fatigue strike. Her body seemed weightless, and as she descended, she lightly landed upon the tip of the One of Souls held in Jiang Ruoshui's hand. Subsequently, she began to shed her garments, revealing her snow-white skin gradually to the cool air. Jiang Ruoshui was taken aback. From her previously stopped nostrils, fresh blood began to flow again. "Oh dear. Is this too stimulating for you?" She chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling with seduction. Jiang Ruoshui, flustered and enraged, once more wielded the Wandering Soul's banner. Casting it down with fervor, she landed gracefully, but suddenly, her skin began to split from her forehead downward, and moments later, a brand new visage emerged from beneath. She entirely shed the skin of the female cultivator from the Tianxian sect, standing nude amidst the gathering, her skin glimmering like jade. Her features were enchanting, with a beauty mark at the corner of her right eye, and a robe of law materialized in midair before gently descending onto her form. She approached Jiang Ruoshui with light, airy steps, patted his shoulder, and seized the opportunity to drive a pin the size of a red bean into his robe. With a playful wink and a mischievous tongue out, she smiled. "Let me reintroduce myself. I am Qiu Muyao." "Qiu Muyao? You are the witch of the Shaogui sect." "Qiu Muyao." In the distance, the furious roar of Feng Shirsi echoed, struggling against the overwhelming poison invading his body, his face contorted in agony. Indeed, this is the Wanling ghost mask robe of the Shaogui sect. Qiu Muyao turned elegantly, bowing gracefully toward Fan Shirsi, her face adorned with a cunning smile as she remarked. Qiu Muyao of the Shaogui sect, I have the honor of meeting Thunderclap True Monarch. Oh no, I should say. Qiu Muyao produced a rabbit mask. Placing it upon her face, she gazed at Fan Shirsi's monkey face mask and playfully remarked, Rabbit, I have encountered Lord Monkey. Upon hearing these words, Fan Shirsi felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue, his entire being frozen in disbelief. Astonishment etched across his features. His countenance shifted dramatically. Flushed with anger one moment, and agape, in surprise the next. Good, good, good. Fan Shirsi repeated thrice, his initial fury evaporating in an instant. Replaced by an icy aura of menace. You seek death. At last, I comprehend your relentless efforts to bring about my demise. Ha ha. He erupted in laughter, a sinister glee illuminating his visage. Come forth, for today shall witness either your end or mine. Among the 12 earthly branches, one must inevitably fall here. As his words lingered in the air, thunder surged from Fan Shirsi like a tempest, a torrent of lightning radiating outward in dazzling arcs, incinerating trees to mere ashes and pulverizing stones to dust. As the holy son of the god Xiaozong, possessing celestial mastery and an array of profound techniques, he now summoned his ultimate trump card, awakening his unique physique, the divine thunder body of God Xiaozong. Jiang Ruoxue observed this scene with a face full of confusion, utterly perplexed by the other's resolute demeanor. In the sky, dark clouds rapidly converged, flickering with arcs of electricity as the thunder brewed ominously. Suddenly, without warning, Fan Shirsi's figure vanished from sight. In the next moment, he, enveloped by resplendent thunder, appeared between the witch Qiu Muyao and Jiang Ruoxue. His assault reached unprecedented velocity, akin to the very embodiment of lightning. Jiang Ruoxue merely caught a fleeting, blurred shadow before Qiu Muyao's form was sent hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string. The potent force of electricity surged outward from before Jiang Ruoxue with an irresistible might, leaving him no time for contemplation as he swiftly retreated. Although the target of Fan Shirsi's earlier aggression was not him, the residual force alone rendered him paralyzed with electricity. Jiang Ruoxue's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, trembling in harmony with his own inner turmoil. It was only at this juncture that he comprehended the true magnitude of Fan Shirsi, the thunderclap true monarch. In retrospect, Fan Shirsi's earlier casual strikes seemed mere child's play compared to the current display of power. A question lingered in Jiang Ruoxue's mind regarding the significance of the Mao rabbit and Shen monkey, as well as the 12 earthly branches mentioned by the two. He pondered why Fan Shirsi reacted with such fury, bordering on madness, upon hearing those words. Yet, one certainty remained clear. Fan Shirsi and the witch Qiu Muyao were adversaries. That alone sufficed, for the latter would inadvertently alleviate much of his burden. Suddenly, a corpulent ghost materialized before the flying Qiu Muyao, absorbing the thunderous energy enveloping her into its own expansive belly. The already plump and rounded abdomen of this specter swelled even further, visibly expanding at a remarkable rate. At last, it seemed unable to endure the tempest raging within, and the entire specter burst apart, transforming into myriad luminous particles that dissipated into the air. Qiu Muyao executed a backflip in midair, landing on the ground, her ankles sinking into the earth. Yet, she could not halt the momentum. And only when her feet had carved a 3-zhang distance upon the ground did she manage to stabilize her stance. Fan Shirsi was enveloped in a tempest of lightning. His hair, once dark, now assimilated into the hue of electricity, each strand standing upright in an explosive display. His complexion remained normal, indicating that after awakening the divine thunder body, the venom that had previously invaded his system was effortlessly neutralized. The arcs of electricity flickered around him, rendering him akin to a true deity of thunder descending from the heavens, exuding an unparalleled aura of might. A mere scapegoat, perhaps? Humph. Observing Qiu Muyao's desperate struggle to withstand the onslaught, Fan Shirsi could not suppress a cold laugh. It was merely a postponement of her demise. With that, he turned his head and cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Ruoxue, stating, "You, a nefarious sorcerer, must be exhausted by now, with your mere fish-dragon realm cultivation. To have slain so many practitioners of your own level, and even 3 from the Dongting realm, is indeed a remarkable feat previously. 2 Dongting realm practitioners from the 3 sects had fought desperately to fend off Jiang Ruoshui's assault, yet ultimately fell victim to the poison pill that Qiu Muyao had stealthily cast, meeting a tragic end. Once I vanquish this witch, it shall be your turn. Before Fang Shizi's words had faded, his form transformed once more into a dazzling bolt of lightning, shooting towards the not-so-distant Qiu Muyao. Simultaneously, Qiu Muyao's voice suddenly resonated in Jiang Ruoshui's ear. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, young man. Let us join forces. Fighting alone will undoubtedly lead to demise. You are astute enough to comprehend the current situation, are you not? Jiang Ruoshui fell silent, casting her gaze towards the nearby Qiu Muyao. She had just coughed up blood. Her complexion pallid, yet she still had the presence of mind to wink at Jiang Ruoshui. Subsequently, she gestured for Jiang Ruoshui to look towards the blood-drenched forest in the distance and continued to convey telepathically, "Look, let us escape into the blood-red Forbidden Zone." The array within the Forbidden Zone can suppress cultivation. Even the highest level of power within it can only reach the daunting realm. Do you grasp my meaning? Fang Shizi of the Tiangong realm is exceedingly formidable, bolstered by the Shunshao Thunder Body, his combat prowess nearly rivaling that of a golden core cultivator. We simply cannot contend with him. However, if his cultivation is suppressed to the daunting realm, the tides could very well shift. I have a plan. Chapter 30. Let us reverse the situation. Fang Shizi surged with crackling thunder, his aura menacing as he charged once more towards Qiu Muyao. Yet, Qiu Muyao was already prepared. She raised her hand and lightly brushed the pocket of her robe, releasing 4 orbs of radiant light that descended to the ground. These were 4 masses of flesh the size of oranges, their surfaces veined with countless azure lines, pulsating as if imbued with life, in sync with the rhythm of breathing. Upon hitting the ground, the flesh masses took root like seeds in soil, rapidly expanding. This transformation was swift, in mere moments. The originally orange-sized masses had burgeoned into colossal spheres towering a full yard high. Suddenly, the enormous spheres burst open, and several grotesque apparitions crawled forth from within. These spectral entities, colossal in stature and enveloped in a dense aura of malevolence, loomed like miniature mountains. They brandished their claws menacingly, standing before Qiu Muyao with the intent to rend any adversary that dared approach. However, before Fang Shizi, who had awakened the power of the heavenly thunder body, these terrifying apparitions were as fragile as mere parchment. With a single punch, the massive forms of the specters erupted, disintegrating into countless shards of darkness, their souls scattering into oblivion. Though these phantoms proved utterly ineffectual against Fang Shizi's might, their presence momentarily impeded his advance. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ruoshui swiftly approached the Crimson Forbidden Zone. Was he attempting to escape into the restricted area? Fang Shizi, sensing something amiss, turned his head in fury, only to witness Jiang Ruoshui stepping into the Forbidden Zone. Even with the swiftness granted by the heavenly thunder body, it was too late to intervene. Farewell, Lord Shunwei. Within the protective embrace of the specters, Qiu Muyao made a face at Fang Shizi, forming a gesture with her hands, and in an instant, she vanished, leaving behind a nail the size of a red bean. What? Fang Shizi stood in astonishment, his face flushed with rage. He turned once more toward the Forbidden Zone, only to find that Qiu Muyao had seemingly teleported to Jiang Ruoshui's side. Fang Shizi watched in disbelief as the two slipped into the Crimson Forbidden Zone. Momentarily frozen in place, his mind a blank slate. After a prolonged silence, he finally grasped the reality that he had been outmaneuvered by the duo. Despite his far superior combat prowess, he now felt as though he had struck a pillow with all his strength, powerless and frustrated. It was a fate more unbearable than death itself. He raised his head to the sky and roared, his voice brimming with fury and resentment, causing the surrounding air to resonate with a low hum. Subsequently, he unleashed his wrath upon everything within reach, his fists striking wildly, venting the boundless anger within. After this cathartic release, Fang Shizi took a deep breath, suppressing the rage that still simmered inside, and similarly entered the blood-red zone. Within this crimson realm, Jiang Ruoshui glanced at Qiu Muyao beside her and inquired, "Will Fang Shizi pursue us? Why, he would relish the thought of our demise here." "He will undoubtedly come after us," Qiu Muyao replied with unwavering certainty. However, she added with a playful chuckle, her expression one of wicked delight, "Once we enter this blood-red zone, we will be teleported randomly, so even if he does chase us, we will not occupy the same space. Since it is random teleportation, how is it that we are together?" Jiang Ruoshui questioned. Xiao Muyao blinked innocently, skipping over to link her arm with Jiang Ruoshui's, and laughed. Did you forget? When we entered the blood-red zone, I held onto your arm. The soft sensation radiating from her touch sent a flutter through Jiang Ruoshui's heart. Furthermore, Xiao Muyao treated him as if he were no stranger, donning only a thin robe that offered little coverage. The ample expanse of her pristine skin was laid bare, granting him an unexpected feast for the eyes. I never anticipated it could be like this. Jiang Ruoshui steadied himself and remarked. Humph. Xiao Muyao released his arm, playfully leaping ahead of him. Throughout this entire exchange, her ample curves swayed enticingly, captivating his senses. Jiang Ruoshui felt a tumult of emotions within, silently cautioning herself. This is a beauty trap, a beauty trap. She is a sorceress of the dark arts. Caution is paramount. To regard beauty as mere bones renders me devoid of desire. To view bones as beauty instills in me no fear. He silently recited this several times, restoring clarity to his mind. Xiao Muyao, with her hands on her hips, laughed and declared, no matter how formidable a cultivator may be, upon entering the Scarlet Forbidden Zone, their cultivation will be suppressed to the Dongding realm. Feng Shurzi will similarly be affected. The advantage now tilts in our favor. She shielded her face with one hand while pointing at Jiang Ruoshui with the other, mimicking a helium voice, and exclaimed, young man, turn the tide. Begin. Jiang Ruoshui frowned, observing her exuberant demeanor, and inquired, from the very start, you have been babbling incomprehensible phrases that clash with this realm. And now you exhibit such eccentricity. Could it be that you are a time traveler? At this, Xiao Muyao trembled slightly, staring at Jiang Ruoshui in disbelief, her eyes sparkling as she stammered, so, does that mean you are too? In response to her hopeful gaze, Jiang Ruoshui nodded. Wow, a fellow compatriot. I have finally encountered one. Xiao Muyao exclaimed with excitement, leaping forward to embrace Jiang Ruoshui, showering him with affection while weeping profusely. She repeatedly murmured, Wowu. At last, I have found a family member. Jiang Ruoshui was suddenly enveloped by a fragrant aroma, and soon found his breath caught in his throat, nearly gasping for air. Xiao Muyao appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, her physique exquisitely developed, with alluring curves that were particularly pronounced in her ample bosom, which pressed tightly against Jiang Ruoshui's face. Perhaps due to her overwhelming excitement and fervent embrace, Jiang Ruoshui found it increasingly difficult to breathe, feeling as though she were on the verge of suffocation. Noticing Jiang Ruoshui's desperate struggles, Xiao Muyao suddenly realized her indiscretion and quickly released her hold. Wiping away her tears as she apologized, I'm terribly sorry, fellow villager. My emotions got the better of me. Not at all, not at all. Jiang Ruoshui waved his hands dismissively, showing no concern whatsoever. Had he not been so close to losing consciousness, he would never have resisted such an embrace. He found himself perplexed. Although Xiao Muyao's visage appeared youthful, there was an undeniable aura of maturity about her, reminiscent of a devoted wife. Gathering his thoughts, Jiang Ruoshui suddenly recalled something and curiously inquired, fellow villager, you frequently mention the terminology of your homeland. Are you not afraid of being recognized as a time traveler? Huh? Xiao Muyao shrugged nonchalantly. I hail from a demonic sect, and at a tender age, I was subjected to soul-searching by that despicable master of mine. The secret of my identity as a time traveler has long been exposed. Her expression darkened, her tone imbued with resentment towards her master. What do you mean? Jiang Ruoshui exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock, the gravity of her experiences exceeding his wildest imagination. A sorrowful expression crossed his face, as though he could foresee his own fate. After a moment's hesitation, he ventured to ask, if one's identity as a time traveler is discovered, what consequences might ensue? Is it not akin to that of an ordinary person? Merely more useful in certain respects. Xiao Muyao sighed softly, gradually settling down in place, her expression tinged with melancholy. As a time traveler endowed with remarkable intelligence and exceptional aptitude for cultivation, one might speculate that had she been situated within a righteous sect, she would undoubtedly be nurtured as a true disciple. Perhaps then, she could have enjoyed a commendable life. Alas, fate has placed her within the realm of the demonic. The sect leader, recognizing her superior talents compared to her fellow disciples, eagerly designated her as his cauldron. Cauldron. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruoshui's countenance shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed in fury, these despicable outsiders. Chapter 31. The foundation nurturing pill. Xiao Muyao appeared to be unburdening herself, continuing without waiting for Jiang Ruoshui to inquire further. In ordinary circumstances, The sect leader may not take much notice of me. Yet whenever he seeks to transcend into a higher realm, he will inevitably regard me as mere sustenance, to be consumed for the purpose of solidifying and enhancing his chances of success. A cauldron represents such a lamentable existence. The years of arduous cultivation I have painstakingly amassed will, sooner or later, serve merely as a wedding garment for another's ascent to triumph. Each day, I live in trepidation, fearing that any moment could herald my demise. As she spoke, tears streamed uncontrollably down Qiu Muyao's cheeks. Jiang Ruoxie gazed at her in a daze, her heart a tumult of emotions. She hastily wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, rose to her feet, turned around in place, and forced a bright smile upon her face, declaring, "Nevertheless, I have come to terms with it. I shall live each day as if it were the last of my life. Once I adopt this mindset, I find solace in my destiny. Simultaneously, I cherish each day I possess, thus ensuring that I experience joy daily. Even if tomorrow heralds the end of my existence, I shall radiate the most resplendent brilliance today." Jiang Ruoxue wore a complex expression, remaining silent. He was at a loss for words, unsure of how to console the other, and could only be a quiet listener. "Let us not dwell on that," Qiu Muyao said, shaking her head as if to dispel the clouds of despair within her. She smiled and added, "Let us focus on the present. Our most pressing concern is to confront our common adversary. I ask you, are you prepared to engage in a relentless battle with Feng Shirsi?" "Absolutely," Jiang Ruoxue replied without hesitation. He had slain numerous cultivators from the righteous sects, many of whom were Feng Shirsi's comrades, and their enmity had long since reached a boiling point. Moreover, should Feng Shirsi successfully return to his sect, he would inevitably become a target of the entire righteous path, leaving him with no refuge. He would likely have no choice but to seek shelter in the demonic path. However, the cautionary tale of his fellow transmigrator, Qiu Muyao, loomed large. He had no desire to become a furnace within the demonic sect. If he could eliminate Feng Shirsi, the news of his slaying righteous cultivators would remain a secret, allowing him the possibility of entering a righteous sect in the future. Only the dead can keep secrets. As for Qiu Muyao, being a fellow traveler in this foreign land, they shared a natural foundation of trust. And Jiang Ruoxue had no intention of turning against her unless absolutely necessary. Qiu Muyao's face brightened with approval, well answered. Feng Shirsi, the holy son of the Shinshao sect, stands as the foremost figure among the younger generation, wielding immense authority. Should he return to the sect, he would mobilize all resources to confront us, leading to considerable complications. Thus, it is imperative that we eliminate him, and undoubtedly, this moment presents the optimal opportunity. Within the blood-red forbidden zone, where cultivation is suppressed, we must ensure meticulous preparation, for our chances of success are not insignificant. At this juncture, how may I address you? Jiang Ruoxue, upon hearing this, suddenly struck her forehead in realization and said apologetically, "I haven't introduced myself, have I? I am Jiang Ruoxue, a resident of the neighboring Qishir village, recently embarked on my cultivation journey. Currently at the first transformation of the fish dragon realm." "What? The first transformation of the fish dragon realm?" Qiu Muyao exclaimed in astonishment. "During our previous battle, your combat prowess was formidable. I had assumed you were at the 9th transformation." Jiang Ruoxue, as a local, why do you practice demonic arts? "To my knowledge, this vicinity is predominantly governed by the righteous path," she inquired. Jiang Ruoxue replied, "I practice the entry-level qi cultivation technique. As for the demonic arts, I acquired them through fortuitous circumstances within the blood-red forbidden zone, a method that significantly enhances cultivation in a short period at the expense of one's life force." "Oh, I see," Qiu Muyao marveled. "That truly is an exceptionally potent demonic art. Yet, the first transformation of the fish dragon realm, when unleashed to its fullest extent, can suppress even practitioners of the righteous path's daunting realm." In awe, she clicked her tongue in admiration. After a moment's reflection, she retrieved a vial of elixir from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Ruoxue, saying, "Having utilized the life-burning demonic art, your body must have suffered considerable damage, correct? This vial of vitality restoration pill will aid you in swiftly recuperating from your injuries." Jiang Ruoxue hesitated as he took the elixir, inwardly questioning, my lord, is there no poison in this pill? Humph, am I not underestimating your intentions?" The demon lord scoffed, mockingly stating, "This fundamental nourishing pill is a second-tier elixir, intended for practitioners of the same realm as this little girl before you. For one of your level, a fish dragon realm cultivator, its effects will surely be remarkable. Are you being overly cautious?" You do not even trust your fellow countrymen. The demon lord's tone shifted as he continued, however, it is indeed fascinating. You two are both visitors from beyond the heavens, those extraterrestrial demons. The demon lord's jubilant tone left Jiang Ruoxue in a state of unease. He was acutely aware of the formidable power possessed by the former and held a deep-seated apprehension towards it. At this moment, he was increasingly concerned about the demon lord's attitude towards outsiders like them. This was of utmost importance, as he had no desire to become an adversary of this ancient being who had lived for countless ages. Sensing Jiang Ruoxue's hesitation, Qiu Muyao swiftly reclaimed the elixir, uncorked the vial, and swallowed a pill herself. She then offered the elixir once more, saying, I have also consumed it. There is no poison in this pill. Jiang Ruoxue smiled awkwardly, feeling a twinge of guilt as he quickly accepted the elixir. You should restore your state, Qiu Muyao instructed. I will first set up some traps around. Without hesitation, Jiang Ruoxue seated himself, aligning his heart and mind, entering into a state of unity between heaven and man. As his consciousness delved deep within, he was astounded to discover that his blood had diminished by approximately 30%, and his entire network of meridians was ravaged, riddled with wounds from the relentless onslaught of demonic energy. It was the rupture of several delicate meridians that had precipitated the earlier incident of bleeding from his orifices. Had he been an ordinary mortal, such injuries would have rendered him bedridden, perhaps even on the brink of death. Fortunately, as a cultivator, despite the severity of his wounds, the vital energy circulating within his dantian continuously enveloped his battered meridians, preventing further deterioration. This energy also assumed a part of the function of his blood, sustaining his life force. As long as his condition did not worsen, he would eventually recover, regaining his vitality. The blood reversal true demon technique could not be employed again in the immediate future. His frail body required time to mend, as it could no longer withstand another assault from the demonic energy. He opened a jade vial, pouring the contents, several foundational nurturing pills, into his mouth. Before long, he felt a warm current gradually spreading to his limbs and bones, endeavoring to repair the damaged meridians. Simultaneously, he sensed a force deep within him persistently at work, aiding in his recovery. He understood well that this was the power of the precious medicine. Previously, he had consumed a considerable amount of such elixirs in the Mingwei Temple. The potency of these medicines was formidable, more than sufficient to heal his prior shoulder injury. Remarkably, the residual medicinal strength had been stored deep within his body, only to manifest once again when he sustained another injury. Truly, the efficacy of these precious medicines was extraordinary. Chapter 32. The carp demon. The condition of the body is no longer a cause for concern, with the continuous nourishment from both internal and external medicinal forces. Complete recovery is assured given time. The next step is to engage in the urgent practice of breath control. In the matter of setting traps, Jiang Ruoxue is utterly clueless and must rely entirely on Qiu Muyao. Meanwhile, he strives to advance his cultivation swiftly, enhancing his own foundation. The ethereal energy of the universe seems to be drawn by an unseen force, surging in from all directions and forming an immense vortex of spiritual essence in midair. Upon closer inspection, one can discern delicate, translucent channels of spiritual energy extending from the vortex, as fine as a strand of hair. These channels are tightly connected to Jiang Ruoxue, as if they are constructing tangible bridges between him and the cosmos. After undergoing numerous experiences of unity with nature, he finally comprehends the astonishing efficiency of cultivation in this state. It turns out that his method of absorbing spiritual energy has undergone a revolutionary transformation. No longer relying solely on his mouth and nose, he now employs every pore of his body. Although the amount of energy absorbed through each pore is exceedingly limited, the sheer number of pores, counting in the millions, working in unison dramatically enhances the efficiency of absorption by more than 100-fold. The spiritual energy absorbed into Jiang Ruoxue's dantian transforms into golden little fish after purification. These golden fish emanate a gentle glow, freely swimming in the vast sea of qi. They continuously absorb the abundant spiritual energy within, and with each intake and release, they grow increasingly substantial. The voice of the demon lord resonated at an opportune moment. The more spiritual energy these golden fish absorb, the stronger they will become. Once they accumulate a sufficient amount, a quantitative change will trigger a qualitative transformation, and they will gradually metamorphose into dragons. The processes of transformation involve 9 aspects: horns, claws, scales, whiskers, tendons, bones, organs, veins, and eyes. This process is known as the 9 transformations of the fish dragon. There is no particular sequence to these transformations. The appearance of any dragon attribute on the golden fish signifies that you have undergone one transformation. When all 9 attributes are gathered, the golden fish within you will undergo a complete metamorphosis into a flood dragon. At that point, you will be ready to aspire towards the next grand realm. Zhang Ruoshui grasped the essence of this explanation. The golden fish absorbed spiritual energy, their bodies continuously expanding. This was the accumulation of quantity. The emergence of dragon attributes indicated a qualitative change. The buildup of quantity would lead to qualitative transformation. After experiencing 9 such transformations, one could ascend to the second realm, the daunting realm. Zhang Ruoshui was filled with anticipation as he meticulously observed the golden fish within him. However, the outcome left him profoundly disappointed. These golden fish retained their initial form, lacking any dragon attributes, which indicated that not a single qualitative transformation had occurred. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired of the demon lord, "Why do my golden fish exhibit no changes?" The demon lord patiently elucidated, "This signifies that you have merely crossed the threshold of cultivation. You have yet to solidify even the first transformation. Continue your practice, and with your innate talent, a breakthrough will come soon." Zhang Ruoshui calmed his mind and diligently absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In the fleeting moments of a half cup of tea, Zhang Ruoshui's mind fixated upon the plump golden koi in the depths of his energy sea, resembling little pigs, plunging him into profound contemplation. After several breaths, he could not suppress his disdain. Are these fish akin to pigs? Their voracity is astounding. They are simply pig koi. The demon lord spoke with a calm demeanor, seemingly anticipating everything. As a congenital Tao body, your innate talents far surpass those of ordinary beings. It is only natural that these golden fish require an abundance of spiritual energy to transform into dragons. The size of a single fish within you is equivalent to that of 4 ordinary individuals. In future confrontations, your reservoir of spiritual energy will also be quadrupled compared to others. What is there to lament? After the passage of a fragrant stick's worth of time, Zhang Ruoshui's expression turned to one of resignation as he chuckled bitterly. They are still incessantly feeding. This shouldn't be the case. This time, even the demon lord began to harbor doubts, observing that the size of the golden fish had nearly reached 100 times that of an ordinary one. How could it not have triggered a qualitative transformation, developing the features of a dragon? If the standard size of the golden fish were to be likened to that of a koi fry, then an ordinary person would only need to nurture this fry into a full-grown fish to incite a metamorphosis, causing dragon-like attributes to manifest. The demon lord, confident in his profound foundation, recalled that during his own cultivation, the fry had reached a size of 4 to 5 dozen times that of an ordinary being, prompting a transformation. In contrast, Zhang Ruoshui's fry had grown to the magnitude of an elephant, surpassing that of an ordinary person by 100-fold. The two remained silent, continuing their observation. They watched in astonishment as the diminutive golden koi first morphed into pig koi, then into an elephant, and ultimately transformed into a colossal creature akin to a blue whale. The vast reservoir of energy, known as the Dantian, had become somewhat crowded, accommodating colossal golden whales. It was only after these magnificent creatures had grown to an astonishing 4 to 5,000 times the size of ordinary fish that they ceased their voracious consumption of spiritual energy. As brilliance flickered, limbs gradually emerged from their bodies. The first part to transform into a dragon was, perhaps, the claws. The demon lord murmured to himself. He observed as the tender limbs elongated and thickened, yet curiously, not a single scale of dragon hide appeared. What is happening? Demon lord, this is not at all what you described. I have never witnessed such a phenomenon. The demon lord, equally perplexed, was filled with confusion. At last, the limbs of the golden whales fully formed, yet astonishingly, they were human hands and feet. What is going on? Such a transformation and cultivation has never been recorded in any ancient texts. Even the demon lord, who had traversed countless epochs and absorbed the teachings of cultivation, was utterly bewildered, completely at a loss. This must be a distinctive transformation method of the innate Tao body, he pondered after a moment of reflection. In truth, while the innate Tao body is exceedingly rare, its occurrences throughout the annals of cultivation history are not negligible. However, No ancient texts have ever documented that the innate Tao body could transform in such a manner from fish to dragon. It resembles a transformation from fish to human instead. So that is how it is. This is the unique method of transformation belonging to the innate Tao body. Jiang Ruoshui nodded, naturally convinced. He possessed little experience in cultivation, rendering him incapable of discerning the veracity of the demon lord's words. Following the process of transforming into a dragon, the golden whale began to diminish in size, as if the newly sprouted limbs were siphoning away much of its spiritual energy. Soon, it reverted to the size of a fry, tirelessly absorbing spiritual energy once more. However, these fish, now equipped with human-like limbs, appeared rather peculiar. With a deep sigh, Jiang Ruoshui exhaled a cloud of turbid air and relinquished his pursuit of further cultivation. It seemed that although the innate Tao body cultivated at a pace exponentially faster than that of an ordinary body, the requisite amount of spiritual energy to transcend realms remained equally substantial. In the short term, he had only managed to solidify his strength at the first transformation of the fish-dragon realm, making further breakthroughs challenging. To attain the second transformation of the fish-dragon realm, an extensive period of cultivation was essential. Jiang Ruoshui estimated it would require several hours of continuous effort. Given the pressing nature of time, such leisure was not available. Subsequently, he redirected his focus towards spells. In addition to enhancing combat prowess through cultivation, spells could also serve the same purpose. The paramount issue now was that entering a state of unity of heaven and man during battle often necessitated prolonged preparation and experimentation. Reflecting on past experiences, Jiang Ruoshui had faltered in the heat of combat while attempting to achieve unity of heaven and man, overextending himself and consequently slowing his attack rhythm, which exposed him to vulnerabilities. His adversaries had seized upon these openings, inflicting considerable hardship upon him. This approach was untenable. After all, the dynamics of battle could shift in an instant, and a mere moment could alter the tide of conflict. He was acutely aware of the necessity to enhance the efficiency of attaining the state of unity between heaven and man. After a period of contemplation, he conceived a bold idea: to intertwine the state of unity between heaven and man with the technique of borrowing treasures from all things. In this manner, each time he employed the technique of borrowing treasures from all things, the state of unity between heaven and man would simultaneously activate, alleviating concerns regarding the efficiency of entering this elevated state. However, such an endeavor was far from simple. It entailed the challenge of multitasking, akin to simultaneously executing two fundamentally divergent spells. Fortunately, the battles he had previously engaged in had bestowed upon him invaluable experience. During those encounters, he had already experimented with multitasking and successfully entered the state of unity between heaven and man. With this prior experience as his foundation, Jiang Ruoshui found it relatively effortless to realize this concept. He practiced repeatedly until he could wield it with finesse, and only then did he contentedly cease, exiting the state of unity between heaven and man. After this exertion, he felt a slight fatigue in his spirit and recognized the need for restoration. While resting, he retrieved a storage bag from his waist, infused it with spiritual energy, and with a gentle wave of his hand, 15 additional storage bags materialized before him. In total, there were 16. These belonged to the fallen cultivators of the three sections. Originally, there had been 23 cultivators among the three sects. Excluding the surviving Feng Shirsi and the 6 members of the demonic path Xie sect, only these 16 deceased cultivators remained. After vanquishing these individuals, Jiang Ruoshui had discreetly utilized the technique of borrowing treasures from all things to control their storage bags and stealthily bring them to him. The original owner of the storage bag has passed away, rendering the restrictions upon it utterly insignificant. By employing the technique known as the art of borrowing treasures from all things, these storage bags may even regard Jiang Ruoshui as their master. The foundational true formula of "in my domain, I reign supreme" is not merely a phrase to be taken lightly. He conducted a rough inventory of his gains. Firstly, an abundance of gold and silver. More importantly, a stunning collection of stones had accumulated into a mountain, rich in spiritual energy, verging on the essence of spiritual energy itself. Spirit stones, crystallizations of spiritual energy, serve as a form of hard currency within the realm of cultivation, utilized as a medium of exchange. Furthermore, within the storage bag of the cultivator from the Cloud Hidden Pavilion, Jiang Ruoshui discovered a tome entitled Cloud Concealment Technique. He surmised that this was likely the invisibility technique previously employed by the individual. Upon a cursory reading, He discerned that this spell appeared to be merely an introductory technique of the cloud-hidden pavilion, lacking in profound mystery. Its principle lies in enveloping oneself with spiritual energy to simulate the surrounding environment, thereby achieving an effect of invisibility. However, this technique is limited. It can deceive the eyes but cannot conceal one's aura or sound, nor can it evade the scrutiny of spiritual perception. Cultivators at the fish dragon realm possess relatively weak souls, incapable of extending their spiritual awareness beyond their bodies. However, once one's cultivation reaches the daunting realm, they can utilize their spiritual perception to sense their surroundings. Thus, this technique proves useful only to those in the fish dragon realm. Once one advances to the daunting realm, its efficacy diminishes significantly. The most practical items among his findings were the 40 or so weapons and a pile of talismans. While cultivators primarily rely on spells in battle, when spiritual energy is depleted, weapons can serve as a means of self-defense. Moreover, some weapons are of exceptional quality, worthy of being termed magical artifacts, and their utilization can significantly enhance the potency of spells. Among them, 3 artifacts of the highest caliber originally belonged to the cultivators of the Donging realm from the 3 sections. As for the talismans, there are several breath-concealing talismans from the Yunying Pavilion, which seem capable of greatly suppressing one's own aura. Additionally, there are more than a dozen gathering chi talismans that can assist in cultivation and accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy. The remaining 52 talismans are all explosive in nature. Jiang Ruoshui has tested one explosive talisman, which possesses the capability to sever a tree of a bull's width. Its power is not particularly formidable. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed from the distant forest. Fang Shurzi had pursued them, fully prepared. Xiaomuya appeared, her expression grave. "What? So soon?" Jiang Ruoshui exclaimed. Rising to his feet, his brow furrowed. He understood all too well that the various regions within the blood-red forbidden zone are independent of one another. To leave a region, one must utilize a teleportation array. However, the teleportation array has the characteristic of random transmission, if luck is not on one's side. Fang Shurzi might never catch up to him and Xiaomuyao. Could it be that Fang Shurzi possesses better fortune? Or does he have other means to traverse regions? Jiang Ruoshui speculated, or perhaps the 3 of us were initially teleported to the same region, albeit at a considerable distance apart. Following Xiaomuya to the summit of a hill, Jiang Ruoshui beheld lightning flashing incessantly, darting through the distant woods. He realized that the source of that lightning undoubtedly belonged to Fang Shurzi, who was employing the divine Shoutian thunder body. Unbeknownst to them, Fang Shurzi seemed to possess an uncanny ability to discern the whereabouts of the 2 individuals, advancing with unwavering determination towards their location, transforming into a force akin to thunder. He traversed the mountainous forest without hesitation, inevitably encountering numerous layers of formidable beasts along his path. A group of colossal crocodiles, each exceeding 3 zhang in length and weighing a staggering 10,000 jin, obstructed his advance, resembling moving mountains as they roared and lunged at Fang Shurzi. Undeterred, he effortlessly hurled each giant creature aside, their immense bodies crashing to the ground and toppling the surrounding trees. As hordes of ferocious beasts were roused and charged at him, Fang Shurzi dispatched them with remarkable ease. "It begins. We shall proceed as planned," remarked Qiumuyao. Jiang Ruoshui nodded and, with a misstep, plunged directly from the mountaintop. In midair, a stone fortuitously soared beneath his feet, arresting his descent. Subsequently, stones continued to arrive in succession, forming a staircase that hovered in the air. Stepping upon the stones, he advanced before leaping into the forest. Fang Shurzi, having penetrated the lair of the beasts with fervent resolve, soon laid eyes upon Jiang Ruoshui amidst the woods. "Ah, I shall send you on your way," Fang Shurzi scoffed, as spear-like bolts of lightning, each 3 feet in length, coalesced around him before slicing through the air like arrows released from a bow, hurtling towards Jiang Ruoshui. Observing this, Jiang Ruoshui extended his hand, invoking the universal borrowing technique. Instantly entering a state of unity of heaven and man, in that fleeting moment, the towering trees rooted in the earth began to uproot, levitating gracefully in the air. A vast reservoir of spiritual energy clung to the ancient tree, transforming it into a pure crystalline embodiment of that energy. The tree, now brimming with this potent essence, surged forward with formidable force to intercept the oncoming thunder spear. Chapter 34, Total Commitment Boom. A colossal hole was blasted through the center of the spiritual tree as the thunder spear pierced through. Yet, the tree's resistance significantly tempered the spear's momentum, causing it to slow considerably. Indeed, When the second spiritual tree confronted the thunder spear, the latter found itself unable to penetrate further. Observing this scene, Jiang Ruoshui's expression remained grave, devoid of any semblance of relaxation. Rather, it grew ever more solemn. The current circumstances revealed that, despite Fang Shizi's cultivation being suppressed to the Dongying realm by the blood-red forbidden zone, he remained extraordinarily formidable. The mere casual release of a thunder spear required Jiang to employ 2 trees, infused with an immense amount of spiritual energy, as a barrier, an ominous portent. Let us not forget that he had entered a state of harmony between heaven and man, whereby the spiritual energy contained within the trees was not his own, but rather drawn from the boundless energies of the cosmos. Even with such an overwhelming quantity of spiritual energy, it proved insufficient to withstand his adversary's assault, underscoring the profound depth of Fang Shizi's strength. Of course, the spiritual energy within the trees could continue to accumulate. However, this would simultaneously exacerbate Jiang Ruoshui's mental exhaustion and could potentially affect the duration of his harmony between heaven and man state. Moreover, as ordinary entities, the trees possessed a mundane composition, rendering them incapable of harboring an abundance of spiritual energy. Thus, their ultimate potential was inherently limited. Nevertheless, there exists another method to augment the potency of one's attacks, known as the blood reversal true demon technique. Upon its invocation, all the spiritual energy within the body instantaneously transforms into demonic energy, in stark contrast to the tranquil nature of spiritual energy. The ferocious demonic energy undoubtedly possesses a far greater offensive capability, amplifying the power of spells to an extraordinary degree. However, at this moment, Jiang Ruoshui's body has yet to fully recuperate. Thus, employing the blood reversal true demon technique would undoubtedly exacerbate his injuries. The demonic energy produced by this technique is exceedingly violent, capable of inflicting irreversible harm upon the body's meridians, compounded by its ability to incinerate blood, essentially wagering one's very life for formidable strength. His current physique resembles a dilapidated straw hut, riddled with drafts, teetering on the brink of collapse. Even the gentlest breeze causes the decaying doors and windows to creak ominously, and should a fierce gale arise, the consequences would be dire. The brilliant lightning spears collided with the tree, suffused with spiritual energy, resulting in a cacophony of explosions and scattered debris. Amidst this turmoil, Fang Shizi, enveloped in lightning, seized the opportunity to slip through the narrow gap between the two, swiftly closing the distance and advancing with lethal intent. Bolts of thunder continuously coalesced around him as lightning spears manifested one after another. His manipulation of spiritual energy seemed effortless, as if the entire endeavor required no exertion whatsoever. Witnessing this, Jiang Ruoshui clenched his teeth with newfound determination flashing in his eyes. He is too powerful. There can be no hesitation. With unwavering resolve, he summoned all his strength. Blood reversal true demon technique. His eyes, now stained crimson, suddenly erupted with a torrent of demonic energy. The towering trees suspended in the air, once enveloped in translucent spiritual energy, were suddenly engulfed by a dark, malevolent aura, akin to the moment when copious ink is dropped into pristine water, swiftly transforming it into an abyss of blackness. The violent dark energy surged through his meridians like frenzied hedgehogs, wreaking havoc and leaving his tender channels riddled with wounds. The injuries that had only recently begun to heal now tore open anew. Jiang Ruoshui felt an overwhelming wave of pain engulf him, causing his complexion to shift dramatically. In an instant, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. What if he could protect these meridians with spiritual energy? With this thought, Jiang Ruoshui deftly divided his focus, simultaneously commanding several ebony trees to hurl towards the rapidly approaching Fang Shizi, while also directing the golden fish within him to release spiritual energy, forming a protective membrane around his crucial meridians. To his delight, he discovered that this strategy significantly improved his condition. The excruciating pain diminished by more than half, becoming bearable, and the damage inflicted by the dark energy on his meridians lessened, extending the duration of his magical prowess. Savoring this newfound advantage, he allocated a portion of his mental energy specifically to maintain the spiritual membrane within him. Prepare to meet your end. Fang Shizi cackled menacingly as he charged forward. Still 3 paces away, but for him, empowered by the divine thunder body, the distance closed in the blink of an eye. He charged forth with an unparalleled momentum, his entire being crackling with arcs of lightning, manifesting a multitude of 72 thunder spears around him. The distance between the two adversaries swiftly diminished to a mere yard, and it appeared that Jiang Ruoxue had succumbed to a dire predicament, utterly at a loss. However, at that critical juncture, Fang Shirsi suddenly found his footing compromised, the ground giving way beneath him, revealing a deep pit of half a yard in diameter. At the pit's deepest point stood dozens of glimmering, sharp spears. A direct fall would surely impale him instantly. In that fleeting moment, all the thunder spears surrounding Fang Shirsi dissipated and reformed into a colossal hand of lightning. This mighty hand clawed at the edge of the pit, halting his descent, and propelled him upward like a great bird taking flight. Dark, towering trees plummeted from above, resembling the hands of a colossal deity, completely obstructing his route of escape. Fang Shirsi reacted with remarkable swiftness, summoning two even larger hands of lightning from behind, which valiantly lifted him and slowed the descent of the ominous trees. Simultaneously, with a wave of his hand, a bronze shield materialized beneath him, suspended in midair. He landed upon this floating shield, using it to propel himself once more like a bolt of lightning, narrowly evading the onslaught of the dark trees and the pit trap. As he continued his relentless assault towards Jiang Ruoxue, whoosh! Just as Fang Shirsi escaped the depths of the pit, a slender line was severed, triggering a volley of iron arrows from the crossbows set atop the trees, raining down upon him like a torrential downpour. Yet, the tempest of arrows was effortlessly repelled and shattered by the electric aura surrounding him, causing no harm whatsoever. Snap! Jiang Ruoxue seized the opportune moment, extending his fingers to gently snap. In an instant, over 40 gleaming weapons materialized from thin air: swords, sabers, halberds, whips, and a myriad of other forms. These weapons were swiftly engulfed by surging demonic energy, transforming into a pitch-black hue. The dark energy roared and surged behind the weapons, erupting violently and launching each blade like a cannonball, slicing through the air with alarming speed towards Fang Shirsi. These weapons, naturally, emerged from the storage bags of the three sect cultivators, forged from fine steel or cold iron, renowned for their resilience and capacity to harbor greater amounts of demonic energy, with razor-sharp edges that amplified their lethality. Upon witnessing this, Fang Shirsi opted not to face them head-on. Instead, he swiftly maneuvered to the side, attempting to evade the onslaught. However, the 40-plus weapons seemed to possess a sentience of their own, deftly altering their trajectory under Jiang Ruoxue's impeccable control, akin to ferocious beasts pursuing their prey. Relentlessly closing in on Fang Shirsi, his countenance shifted slightly as the previously assured expression began to waver for the first time. Chapter 35. Is this merely to inflict this minor injury upon me? With a flick of his wrist, Fang Shirsi summoned the floating bronze shield he had previously employed, positioning it before him. As the shield was infused with spiritual energy, a golden protective barrier instantly unfurled, encasing him securely. The 30-plus weapons, propelled by their fierce momentum, clanged against the golden shield, producing a cacophony of sound. Though the shield became riddled with cracks, it managed to withstand this barrage, albeit barely. Was the number not quite right? Fang Shirsi keenly sensed an ominous premonition rising within him. At that very moment, 5 weapons from both sides shot forth like lightning. 2 colossal hands of thunder suddenly materialized, gripping tightly into fists, effectively blocking the assaults from either flank. Meanwhile, a formidable spear-like artifact once again thrust against the golden barrier of the bronze shield. With a sharp crack, the already precarious golden shield shattered, leaving a gaping hole through which the spear's tip became ensnared, trembling incessantly. In a swift motion, a long sword artifact tore through the golden barrier, and in the next instant, 52 explosive talismans affixed to the blade ignited. A deafening explosion ensued, catching Fang Shirsi off guard amidst the relentless barrage of attacks. The powerful shockwave surged like a tumultuous tide, instantly propelling him away. His body flickered with dim lightning, and as he forcefully pressed his feet against the ground, attempting to regain his balance, he beheld an individual enveloped in a menacing aura, wielding an iron mace artifact, charging towards him. Jiang Ruoxue exerted force beneath his feet. Leaping into the air and executing a full rotation, the iron mace artifact swirling with an intense, dark energy, crashing down upon him. The resounding clang echoed, melodious yet foreboding. The iron mace struck Fang Shirsi's crown. After the initial blow, Jiang Ruoxue prepared to strike again, only to find the mace firmly gripped by the 2 hands of lightning, rendering it immobile. Blood streamed from Fang Shirsi's head, his face flushed with rage, as he glared at Jiang Ruoxue with bloodshot eyes. as if he wished to devour him alive. Jiang Ruoshui, exhibiting remarkable decisiveness, immediately relinquished her iron mace upon sensing the dire situation. With a swift motion from her waist, the diminutive Wandering Soul's banner instantaneously returned to its full size, its tip aimed directly at Feng Shizi's waist and abdomen. In a flash, two enormous hands of lightning emerged, firmly grasping the banner's pointed end. Feng Shizi gently wiped away the blood trickling down his face, a sardonic smile curling at his lips as he scoffed, "Humph. After such a tumultuous display of power, is this the extent of the damage you inflict upon me? The realization that this is the result of your utmost efforts leaves me not in anger but rather in amusement." Haha. Witnessing Jiang Ruoshui's desperate struggle to reclaim her weapon, Feng Shizi could not suppress a burst of derisive laughter, his voice resonating with mockery and satisfaction. Suddenly, a glimmering flash accompanied by a sharp whistling sound surged from the side, aimed straight at Feng Shizi's head. The lightning hand behind him lifted slightly from the left, capturing the incoming light in its grasp. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was a 3-foot-long spear adorned with feathers. "Ah, Mao Tu Chiu Muyao, is it?" Feng Shizi's smile faded, replaced by a look of displeasure as he recognized the minion of the Shigui sect. He cast his gaze towards the mountain 100 zhang away, immediately spotting Chiu Muyao at the summit. Flanking her were two towering, grotesque apparitions, busily operating a crossbow. It was evident that the feathered spear had been launched from that very contraption. Whoosh! Another piercing sound of air being sliced open echoed as Feng Shizi's pupils constricted sharply. The lightning hand on his right swiftly lunged out once more, intercepting yet another feathered spear. Is there more? Feng Shizi was both astonished and enraged, inwardly cursing that damned rabbit of the year. How many traps had it set? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a sudden and forceful blow to his back. Ugh! A tremendous force surged through him, causing him to involuntarily lurch forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of projectiles slicing through the air rang out continuously, as if intent on shattering his eardrums. Upon the 5 surrounding hilltops, 2 colossal specters operated massive crossbows, each positioned at different angles, creating a meticulously coordinated crossfire aimed directly at him. The intervals between the firings of each crossbow were minutely calculated, such that by the time the 5th crossbow discharged, the 1st was already reloaded and poised to strike again. The onslaught from these 5 divergent directions left him with no means of evasion. Furthermore, the timing of the launch had been precisely orchestrated. Once struck, it would be exceedingly difficult to escape the ensuing barrage of attacks. Before Feng Shizi could recover from the assault on his back, he was met with a series of thrusts from 3 spears launched from various directions. His body became like a sandbag besieged by multiple assailants, first leaning forward, then stumbling backward, collapsing to the left, then to the right, only to lean forward again. The thunderous might emanating from his body, the divine thunder of the heavens, annihilated the incoming feathered spears. Yet, the power of the spears released by the crossbows was immense, and the overwhelming force could not be entirely dissipated, leaving a significant impact on Feng Shizi's corporeal form. With each thrust of the long spear, he felt as though struck by a colossal hammer, the pain excruciating and often plunging him into a state of dizziness. As the hand of lightning became increasingly ethereal, Jiang Ruoshui thrust the Wandering Soul's flag with great force, its tip finally piercing through Feng Shizi's abdomen. With another exertion, he effortlessly skewered the latter's waist. Feng Shizi's physical form appeared remarkably resilient, brimming with abundant spiritual energy, as the flag's tip became lodged and unyielding. In this moment of stalemate, Jiang Ruoshui summoned a dagger crafted from fragments of the celestial canopy, sending it flying from his grasp towards Feng Shizi. Simultaneously, he relinquished the Wandering Soul's flag and seized the hilt of the celestial dagger, drawing it across with immense strength. Feng Shizi was eviscerated, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Even though Feng Shizi was a cultivator of the heavenly palace realm, his formidable physique proved futile against the celestial dagger. His body, akin to ice meeting a searing iron claw, tore asunder wherever the blade traversed, nearly cleaving him in twain. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ruoshui would not let him escape easily. He transformed his second strike from a slash to a thrust, accurately piercing through Feng Shizi's heart. A spurt of blood erupted from Feng Shizi's mouth, the intense agony contorting his features. The relentless assaults from the feathered long spear further exacerbated his plight. In a sudden surge of spiritual energy, he bellowed, "Come forth." Two streams of light shot from his body, colliding with Jiang Ruoshui and sending him flying. As the lights landed, their forms materialized, revealing two monstrous beasts. One was a massive creature, its fur pitch black, muscles rippling, with crimson eyes and a lowered tail, an abyssal giant wolf. Another creature, its body cloaked in deep blue fur and surrounded by crackling lightning, was the Thunderhound. Jiang Ruoshui, holding a dagger, fixed his gaze intently upon these two ferocious beasts, bracing himself for an imminent confrontation. Chapter 36. Make your choice. However, to Jiang Ruoshui's astonishment, the two beasts did not launch an attack. Instead, they transformed into streaks of light and swiftly darted towards the distant mountain where Qiu Muyao resided. Observing this, Jiang Ruoshui clenched his teeth and, after weighing his options, resolved to disregard the beast for the moment and continued his advance towards Fang Shurzi with his blade drawn. As the two drew closer, Jiang Ruoshui aimed to strike several more blows, but Fang Shurzi, with a grimace, bellowed in a hoarse voice, "Thunder God, aid me." In an instant, a brilliant bolt of heavenly thunder was summoned, crashing down from the boundless sky, striking Fang Shurzi squarely. The arcs of electricity radiated outward, affecting the nearby Jiang Ruoshui, leaving his muscles numb and spasming, nearly causing him to lose grip on his dagger. Bathed in the resplendent light of the thunder, Fang Shurzi's hair stood on end, and the wounds across his body were filled with dazzling white light, those ghastly scars visibly mending at an astonishing pace. Jiang Ruoshui, fighting through his discomfort, tightened his grip on the dagger and pressed forward. He understood clearly that he could not afford to watch his opponent recover, otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain. As if perceiving Jiang Ruoshui's thoughts, Fang Shurzi, enveloped in the radiance of the lightning, curled his lips into a smug smile and spoke first. "Make your choice. Will you kill me, or will you save her?" As he spoke, he extended his finger, gesturing towards the distant mountain peak. A wave of foreboding washed over Jiang Ruoshui as he perceived the triumphant expression on the other's face. Sensing that the situation was dire, turning his gaze, he indeed beheld the scene of the abyssal giant wolf and the Thunderhound, two ferocious beasts, besieging Qiu Muyao atop the distant summit. The two creatures were exceptionally formidable. The abyssal giant wolf possessed a physique so powerful it was astonishing. It charged forward heedlessly, completely disregarding the close-range assaults from the massive specters, treating Qiu Muyao's thrown poison pills and arrows as mere trifles, utterly unconcerned. Conversely, the Thunderhound, though slender and diminutive, was enveloped in arcs of electricity, moving with the swiftness of lightning. It resembled a patient hunter, meticulously stalking its prey, circling with deliberate slowness. Each strike it unleashed inflicted grievous wounds upon the spectral foes, or etched ghastly scars upon Qiu Muyao's form. More vexing still was the fact that these two beasts, originating from the same lineage, fought in concert, their combined might rendering Qiu Muyao and her summoned specters powerless to retaliate, forcing them to retreat step by step. Ensnared in a desperate plight, this wretched woman has laid so many traps and ambushes for me, previously employing sneak attacks and poison pills. I suspected she was ill-equipped for close combat. Fang Shurzi remarked with a cold smile, his mocking demeanor unmistakable. Now it appeared that this suspicion was indeed accurate. Once she was engaged in close quarters, she would swiftly meet her demise at the hands of my beasts. Choose, young man. Fang Shurzi directed his gaze at Jiang Ruoshui, his face alight with malicious glee, embodying the very essence of a spectator relishing the unfolding drama. Will you save her, or will you let her perish? Jiang Ruoshui bit his lip, remaining silent, his gaze sharp as a blade. In the next moment, he lunged forward like an arrow released from its bow. The celestial dagger in his hand, imbued with a chilling intent to kill, aimed at Fang Shurzi's neck. Do not expect it to work indefinitely. Fang Shurzi snorted dismissively, a colossal hand of lightning extending forth in an instant, effortlessly blocking this fierce assault. Although the celestial dagger was exceedingly sharp, capable of effortlessly slicing through the lightning hand, Fang Shurzi did not confront the dagger's edge directly. Instead, he skillfully seized Jiang Ruoshui's wrist with the lightning hand. Thus, even if the celestial dagger were to be exceptionally sharp, it would remain futile in striking Fang Shurzi's body. Fang Shurzi scoffed, a look of disdain etched on his face, remarking, "This dagger is indeed sharp, able to easily breach my protective spiritual energy and the dual defenses of the divine thunder body. However, it is a pity that its master is utterly worthless." Before his words could fade, another lightning hand beside him swiftly clenched into a fist, accompanied by a whooshing sound, striking Jiang Ruoshui's abdomen with full force. Ugh! Jiang Ruoshui felt an overwhelming force surging towards him, his body bending into a shrimp-like posture. A wave of acidic bile rising in his throat as excruciating pain compelled him to release his grip. The celestial dagger fell, its blade embedding itself effortlessly into the ground. Observing this, a glimmer of ecstasy flashed in Fang Shirsi's eyes as the lightning hand relinquished Jiang Ruoshui's wrist and, taking advantage of the moment, delivered a punch that sent the latter flying. Subsequently, he eagerly reached for the celestial dagger lying on the ground. Jiang Ruoshui's form soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, the force of that punch so immense that it shattered his nose. A sharp, searing pain engulfed him, compelling tears to stream down his face as a fog enveloped his mind, nearly causing him to faint. In a critical moment, he bit down hard on the tip of his tongue. A jolt of excruciating pain surged through him like an electric current, instantly restoring his clarity. With a mere thought, the celestial dagger danced under his command, gliding through the gaps between Fang Shirsi's fingers like a nimble fish, narrowly returning to Jiang Ruoshui's grasp. Fang Shirsi's expression shifted, a silent lament escaping him. His injuries still hindered his movements, rendering him significantly slower. Had it not been for this, the formidable weapon would undoubtedly have fallen into his possession. Jiang Ruoshui steadied herself, extending her palm forcefully forward before clenching it tightly. Over 40 scattered weapons, strewn across the ground, responded to her command, soaring into the air before pivoting sharply, raining down like a tempest of arrows directly towards Fang Shirsi. He swiftly raised his 4 colossal hands, resembling impenetrable shields, strenuously defending against the deluge of descending weaponry. As the storm of weapons began to abate, Fang Shirsi noticed that Jiang Ruoshui's figure had vanished. Glancing into the distance, he saw her hastening towards the mountain's peak. Ha! Fang Shirsi could not suppress his laughter. His mind clear as day, the 2 beasts he had tamed were more than capable of stalling both Jiang Ruoshui and Qiu Muyao for an extended period. To him, Jiang Ruoshui's trump card, the celestial dagger, had been laid bare. With a modicum of vigilance, it would no longer pose a lethal threat. Once his injuries had fully healed, the time of reckoning for the two would arrive. Enveloped in the protection of 4 spectral beings, Qiu Muyao bore an unusually grave expression, feeling utterly helpless in the face of the 2 monstrous creatures nearby. Both of the monstrous beasts before her are of extraordinary lineage, possessing formidable combat prowess. As they close in, Qiu Muyao feels an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon her, rendering her momentarily incapable of formulating a response. The attacks of the spectral entities she has summoned are utterly ineffectual against the massive, jet-black abyssal wolf. If it were merely the wolf she had to contend with, she could devise a strategy to evade and perhaps even secure a victory. However, the situation is further complicated by the presence of the swift thunder hound, which lurks nearby, poised to strike. Should she engage the abyssal wolf, the thunder hound would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to unleash a lethal assault. Conversely, if Qiu Muyao were to turn her attention to the thunder hound, her efforts would likely be futile, for this beast moves with astonishing speed, rendering ordinary attacks ineffectual. One creature is thick-skinned and impervious to blades, while the other is so swift that it defies capture. Together, these 2 beasts collaborate seamlessly, relentlessly keeping Qiu Muyao at a disadvantage. As a practitioner of the Forgiving Ghost sect, she is not without more powerful spectral entities at her disposal. One such entity, known as the Poisonous Blade Ghost, excels in the use of toxins and can transform vast areas into lethal poison pools upon its arrival. Yet, the robust abyssal wolf appears to possess an extraordinary resistance to toxins, rendering the poisonous pills she previously tested completely ineffective. Even summoning the Poisonous Blade Ghost might not suffice to turn the tide of battle. In addition to her spectral allies, she undoubtedly possesses other, even more formidable strategies. However, these trump cards are reserved for dire circumstances. Qiu Muyao is acutely aware that the time to unveil her hidden strengths has yet to arrive. Just as she found herself in a precarious situation, a figure soared into the air before descending upon the mountaintop. It was Jiang Ruoshui, who had come to provide support. Upon witnessing this, Qiu Muyao was momentarily taken aback. Her brows furrowed in irritation as she exclaimed, "What are you doing here? Where is Fang Shirsi? Your retreat has squandered the fragile advantage we painstakingly forged. To me, your presence is far more vital than the victory in this battle." Jiang Ruoshui, with his back to her, raised his arm and gave a thumbs up. Having been reborn in this world, Jiang Ruoshui's most profound realization was the overwhelming sense of isolation. In this realm, he had no kin or companions, only the remnants of past memories. Many of his thoughts and feelings could not be conveyed to the indigenous inhabitants of this world. He understood well that his peculiar plight could never be truly comprehended by anyone but himself. However, things had changed. He had encountered another transmigrator, even in a foreign land. He had found someone with whom he could share his innermost thoughts, a fellow countryman. Therefore, Jiang Ruoshui was determined not to lose this connection. Even if his choice might lead to defeat in the battle ahead, he would have no regrets. Rest assured, I am not a fool acting on impulse, Jiang Ruoshui clarified. I have made every effort. Alone, I cannot hope to subdue Feng Shirsi just yet. That is why I came to assist you. Once we vanquish these two demonic beasts, we can confront Feng Shirsi together. What? Even heavily injured, we still cannot kill him. Xiao Muyu gazed in shock at Feng Shirsi, who was enveloped in lightning in the distance. She took several deep breaths, attempting to calm the turmoil within her, yet her mood inexplicably grew heavier still. Xiao Muyu had initially believed that the two monstrous beasts were merely the dying struggles of Feng Shirsi, a desperate flailing in his final moments. To her astonishment, the reality was far from that. Although she had long been aware of Feng Shirsi's reputation through the intelligence gathered by the ghostly forgiveness sect, and had mentally prepared herself for his true combat prowess, it was not until this very moment that she fully comprehended the extraordinary strength of the Thundercloud True Monarch. Feng Shirsi, without a doubt, he was a monster. With his heart pierced by a lethal weapon, such a grievous injury would have rendered any ordinary cultivator lifeless. Yet, Feng Shirsi remained vibrantly alive, even possessing the strength to defend himself. Never mind. First, she must deal with the foes before her. Xiao Miao suppressed her inner agitation and directed her gaze toward the abyssal giant wolf and the thunderhound, the two monstrous beasts lurking not far away. Jiang Ruoshui had already taken the initiative, her thoughts summoning over 40 weapons that soared through the air, targeting the two beasts. A mournful howl escaped the abyssal giant wolf. Each weapon was imbued with an immense amount of demonic energy by Jiang Ruoshui, resulting in astonishing lethality. The abyssal giant wolf, caught unprepared, quickly found itself at a disadvantage, sustaining multiple injuries. It is you, knife labor ghost. Xiao Muyao called out lightly, tossing a meatball onto the ground. Upon landing, the meatball rapidly enlarged, quickly reaching the size of an average person. Then, it tore open, and a deep green spirit creature leapt forth, knife labor ghost. The knife labor ghost existed in both male and female forms. The female was red, while the male was green, with darker hues indicating greater power. The formidable creature known as the Blade Devil, resplendent in its vibrant green hue, undeniably possesses remarkable strength. With a thunderous roar that echoes like a primal scream, it unleashes a torrent of dark green venom from its maw. This venom descends like heavy raindrops, causing the surrounding trees to wither instantaneously and the stones to succumb to rapid decay, while a noxious stench pervades the air. The abyssal wolf, ensnared by the enchanted weaponry wielded by Jiang Ruoshui, is rendered immobile and powerless against the relentless assault of the Blade Devil's toxic barrage. Unable to evade, the abyssal wolf is left defenseless against the corrosive onslaught, resulting in its sleek ebony fur being gradually eroded as it emits anguished howls of torment. Indeed, despite the abyssal wolf's formidable physique and formidable resistance to toxins, it finds itself overwhelmed by the sheer volume of the Blade Devil's venom, gradually succumbing to its effects. In a state of desperation, the Thunderhound, witnessing its companion's plight, emits frantic cries and transforms into a streak of lightning, charging towards Qiao Muyao. Under Qiao Muyao's command, the Blade Devil once more expels its venom, transforming the area within a 30-foot radius into a toxic mire. However, the regions occupied by Qiao Muyao and Jiang Ruoshui are deliberately spared from this noxious deluge, as both have consumed a specially concocted antidote. The Thunderhound scampers around the toxic expanse, observing the abyssal wolf engulfed in a multitude of venomous streams, yet it dares not approach the lethal liquid. Hopping anxiously in agitation, under the oppressive force of Jiang Ruoshui's enchanted weaponry and the corrosive influence of the Blade Devil's venom summoned by Qiao Muyao, the once mighty abyssal wolf, with its colossal frame and muscular build, is evidently on the brink of collapse, soon collapsing to the ground in a state of near demise. As Jiang Ruoshui observed that the abyssal giant wolf had become significantly weakened, he redirected his enchanted weapons to assault the Thunderhound. The Thunderhound, endowed with an innate affinity for lightning, fled with astonishing speed, evading the relentless pursuit of the enchanted weapons. Anticipating this, Jiang Ruoshui commanded the remaining enchanted weapons to encircle and intercept from all directions. Meanwhile, as the Thunderhound transformed into a streak of lightning, darting across a particular area, he manipulated the ground beneath it, causing countless sharp earth spikes to erupt from the soil. Although these spikes could not inflict harm upon the Thunderhound, they greatly hindered its escape. Consequently, the surrounding enchanted weapons were able to close in, delivering a barrage of strikes upon the Thunderhound, which howled in agony. Its body became a canvas of wounds, blood flowing freely, and its speed diminished with each passing moment. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaomuyu commanded the Blade Ghost to unleash its venom upon the creature. Upon being struck by the potent toxin, the Thunderhound immediately succumbed, its resistance and physique proving insufficient to withstand the Blade Ghost's lethal poison. Its body convulsed, eyes filled with despair, as it lost the strength to flee. Chapter 38. Thunderous Roar. Just as both beasts were on the verge of defeat, a brilliant flash of lightning surged from the distance. As the radiance dissipated, it revealed a figure, none other than the esteemed Thunder Monarch, Feng Shirsi. Return, he commanded, and the two beasts transformed once more into glimmers of light, akin to birds returning to their nest, flying back into the small cage at his waist. Thus, let the second battle commence. Feng Shirsi's lips curled into a cold smile as he strode forward, arcs of electricity dancing and flickering in the palm of his hand, mirroring the exuberance within his heart. For colossal hands of lightning coalesced behind him, exuding a terrifying aura as if they could rend anything asunder. With a deafening roar, the Blade Wraith unleashed a cacophony of sound, unleashing a torrent of dark green venom towards Feng Shirsi. Yet, he appeared oblivious. The arcs of electricity around him surged dramatically, forming a spherical shield of lightning that enveloped him instantaneously. The moment the venom met the electricity, it evaporated in an instant, transforming into wisps of white smoke that dissipated into the air. He advanced steadily, each step he took forcing the toxic liquid in the poisonous mire to yield to an invisible barrier, repelled violently to either side, unable to approach him in the slightest. The presence of the protective lightning, empowered by the divine Shoutian Thunder Body, rendered the Blade Wraith's poison utterly impotent against him. Xiaomuyao's delicate brows knitted together. Her expression darkened. Jiang Ruoshui narrowed her eyes, her thoughts igniting as over 40 corrupted weapons surged toward Feng Shirsi from all directions, emitting a series of piercing shrieks. Feng Shirsi traversed the toxic mire, his feet splashing through the venomous water without the slightest hindrance to his speed. The four lightning hands behind him swung in a powerful rhythm, clashing violently with the incoming corrupted weapons, producing a resounding clang of metal on metal as he bore the assault with unwavering resolve. Simultaneously, 50 or 60 lightning spears coalesced behind him, then shot forth, aimed squarely at Jiang Ruoshui and Xiaomuyao. Observing the imminent threat, Jiang Ruoshui swiftly commanded a portion of the corrupted weapons to abandon their assault, hastening back to intercept, successfully blocking the majority of the lightning spears mid-flight. However, he could only protect Xiaomuyao in time. The blade laborer was pierced through his body by several thunder spears, unable to utter a single cry of agony before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Retreat. Let's change our location, Jiang Ruoshui hastily conveyed to Xiaomuyao. Previously, the blade laborer had unleashed a copious amount of venom, enveloping the surroundings in a toxic mire. Yet now, this noxious expanse not only posed no threat to Feng Shirsi but also restricted their own movements. The two leaped down from the mountaintop, shifting the battlefield while communicating swiftly through sound transmission. The injuries I inflicted on Feng Shirsi earlier seem to have mostly healed, but his protective lightning appears significantly dimmed, Jiang Ruoshui remarked while maneuvering 4 demonic weapons to fly down from above, hovering beneath their feet to aid in their descent. The remaining demonic weapons, under his control, continued to impede the advancing Feng Shirsi. The injuries Feng Shirsi sustained were severe, rendering it impossible for him to recover in such a short span. Surely, he must have expended considerable energy to regain his strength, and perhaps this presents us with an opportunity. Xiaomuyao's eyes flickered as she calmly analyzed the situation. Thunder roars across the heavens. Feng Shirsi bellowed, his voice reverberating throughout the terrain. In an instant, dark clouds rolled in from the sky, swiftly gathering, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder, as countless bolts intertwined before descending en masse. Jiang Ruoshui was taken aback. He had been employing the technique of universal borrowing, which, under normal circumstances, would allow him to anticipate incoming attacks and evade them accordingly. Yet this time, it did not work. The thunderous nine heavens unleashed by Feng Shirsi was overwhelmingly powerful. This technique was not merely an ordinary bolt of lightning, but rather a wide-ranging barrage of continuous strikes. Hundreds of bolts cascaded down like a torrential rain, completely engulfing an extensive area around them. In an instant, the entire world was suffused with the brilliance of lightning. Jiang Ruoxue had no time to escape and could only brace herself to withstand the onslaught. The thunder rained down with deafening roars. While Jiang Ruoxue desperately manipulated the numerous dark trees and enchanted weapons surrounding her to rise against the sky, fighting for her life. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions resonated in a relentless symphony. Each detonation was accompanied by violent gusts of wind and flying splinters of wood and shards of metal. Feng Shirsi, moving like lightning, seized the opportunity to close the distance and struck towards Jiang Ruoxue's abdomen with a palm. Lightning palm. The radiance of lightning surged within his hand. And upon contact with Jiang Ruoxue, the tremendous force of thunder erupted explosively. At that moment, Jiang Ruoxue was fully occupied deflecting the incessant rain of thunder above, exhausting all her strength, leaving no energy to counter this impending attack. She was struck directly, her body soaring backward like a kite with its string severed. Electricity coursed through her, a sensation of burning and tingling enveloped her, yet it quickly dissipated, thanks to her protective artifact, the 10,000-path luminous robe, which absorbed the lightning's assault. However, the sheer force of the strike was still immense, causing several of her ribs to fracture on impact. And she could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Ruoxue steadied herself, swiftly assessing her injuries, and enveloped her broken ribs with spiritual energy, determined to prevent them from piercing her internal organs and causing even graver consequences. The Thunder Dragon Strangulation Fist. As Feng Shirsi swiftly evaded, he repelled Jiang Ruoxue before charging towards Qiumuyao. With a powerful punch, a torrent of electrical energy rapidly coalesced, transforming in the blink of an eye into a magnificent dragon and serpent of lightning. The two entities entwined, their bodies flickering with arcs of electricity, roared as they spiraled toward Qiumuyao. Wherever they passed, the air trembled, emitting piercing vibrations. Startled by this sight, Qiumuyao hastily discarded a chunk of flesh. The moment it hit the ground, a loud thud echoed, and from it sprang forth a ghostly being. This apparition possessed a rotund figure with a jovial face. Its complexion as rosy as a ripe apple, clumsily clutching a wine jar, swaying as if intoxicated. It was known as the Drunken Ghost. The Thunder Dragon and Serpent surged through the Drunken Ghost, their formidable force tearing it apart. In the instant the ghostly form dissipated, a vast expanse of crimson mist erupted from its remnants, swiftly enveloping the surrounding area. This mist carried an intoxicating aroma of alcohol, reminiscent of a colossal wine cellar overturned. Within this haze, although Feng Shirsi had conjured a protective barrier of lightning, he still felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His face flushed crimson, involuntarily releasing a belch. The drunken ghost's body exuded a potent spirit, and once inhaled, it rendered any individual akin to the effects of inebriation, impairing their movements, clouding their thoughts, and obstructing coherent reasoning. Jiang Ruoxue quickly swallowed an antidote to sobriety, enduring his pain as he plunged into the fog. Simultaneously, he commanded over 40 enchanted weapons to descend from the heavens like dark raindrops, fiercely thrusting toward Feng Shirsi. Chapter 39. Divine Powers, Reversal of Fate. Feng Shirsi stumbled forward, his form unsteady, as he continuously wielded the four colossal hands of lightning behind him to fend off the onslaught of the enchanted weapons. The intoxicating haze within him clouded his mind, significantly diminishing his combat prowess. The enchanted weapons, akin to ravenous wolves sensing weakness, penetrated the gaps in his defense and lunged fiercely towards him. Each impact sparked a fierce clash between the swirling demonic energy enveloping the weapons and Feng Shirsi's protective lightning, producing a cacophony reminiscent of two massive boulders grinding against each other, igniting showers of sparks. Seizing the moment, Jiang Ruoxue brandished the celestial dagger and aimed a swift strike at Feng Shirsi. A chilling sensation surged from his feet to the crown of his head, jolting him into a heightened state of awareness. Every hair on his body stood on end, and beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead. He instinctively summoned the lightning within him, unleashing it like a raging tsunami toward Jiang Ruoxue, while simultaneously preparing to call out, "Thunder God, assist Jiang Ruoxue." Fully aware that he intended to push her back while utilizing the thunder to recover from his injuries and dispel his drunken stupor, was resolute in thwarting his plan. The celestial dagger shimmered with a cold light as it first targeted his throat. Although the four hands of lightning reacted swiftly, they managed to grip Jiang Ruoshui's arm tightly, yet it was ultimately a moment too late. The dagger sliced through the air and opened a gash on his throat, blood gushing forth. While the wound was not particularly deep, it rendered him incapable of vocalizing. Suddenly, a resplendent bolt of heavenly thunder descended without warning, striking both Feng Shixi and Jiang Ruoshui directly. Despite having timely halted Feng Shixi's continued utterances, the celestial thunder was nonetheless summoned. In the fleeting moment when the thunder struck, Feng Shixi felt a sudden clarity return to his once clouded mind. A smirk played upon his lips as he mockingly regarded Jiang Ruoshui, who had been struck. In his perception, being a vessel of divine thunder, he believed that being struck would not inflict harm upon him. Rather, it would heal his injuries and purify his state. Conversely, Jiang Ruoshui would suffer severe damage, succumbing to prolonged paralysis and dizziness. Yet, as Feng Shixi grinned with misplaced confidence, he suddenly noticed a pin, the size of a red bean, that Jiang Ruoshui had discreetly cast upon him. The divine art, transposition of stars and constellations, was invoked by Qiu Muyao, who donned a rabbit mask and chanted incantations amidst the fierce assault of the thunder dragon and thunder snake. In the next instant, her figure exchanged positions with the red bean pin. Simultaneously, the sky-veiled dagger in Jiang Ruoshui's hand mysteriously reappeared in Qiu Muyao's grasp. In that instant, a chilling dread surged within Feng Shixi's heart. He turned, his pupils narrowing to the size of pinpricks, his countenance stricken with terror as he stammered, "Wait, wait." To his astonishment, Qiu Muyao, wearing the rabbit mask, had somehow materialized behind him, wielding the sky-veiled dagger, and without hesitation, she severed his head from his shoulders. The severed head soared, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering onto the ground with a cacophony of sounds. Had they finally triumphed? Jiang Ruoshui felt a surge of exhilaration. However, the unexpected twist of fate struck suddenly. Boom. A bolt of celestial lightning descended with a thunderous crash, striking directly at Qiu Muyao. After the tempest, she lay charred, her eyes rolled back in her head, her body seemingly devoid of strength, collapsing to the ground. What? Jiang Ruoshui gazed in disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers. How could this be? He could not fathom it. Feng Shixi was dead, yet this sudden storm of lightning had emerged from nowhere. Instinctively, he looked up and beheld an ancient treasure seal slowly hovering in the air. The seal was adorned with esoteric and perplexing runes, each radiating an aura of overwhelming power. The Celestial Thunder Seal. Jiang Ruoshui discerned the name of this artifact from the inscriptions beneath it. Clearly, this artifact must have been wielded by Feng Shixi, who possessed the celestial thunder body. The seal crackled with lightning, resembling countless silver serpents dancing upon its surface. Meanwhile, Feng Shixi's severed head, drawn by the tendrils of electric silver serpents, began to levitate gently, moving toward his gushing neck. As the head reattached, Feng Shixi's eyes sparkled back to life. The wound at his neck swiftly filled with brilliant white lightning. He formed a single-handed seal, unleashing a fierce wave of spiritual energy that surged from within him, instantly activating the celestial thunder seal above. The treasure soared higher, expanding rapidly until it resembled a majestic mountain suspended in the heavens, casting shadows that obscured the sun, its formidable presence causing the air around to tremble. A surge of intense unease welled up in Jiang Ruoshui's heart. He could distinctly perceive that the power contained within this treasured seal far surpassed any assaults he had previously encountered. It resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption, poised to engulf him at any moment. Indeed, in the next instant, a beam of light emanated from the seal like a sharp sword, instantly enveloping Jiang Ruoshui. He felt his body suddenly grow heavy, as if he were bearing the weight of an immense mountain. The overwhelming force rendered him unable to stand, compelling him to kneel upon the ground. His knee collided with the earth, producing a dull thud, before sinking into the soil. Ha 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 ha. Although Feng Shixi's throat was damaged, rendering his voice raspy like sandpaper, he could not help but unleash a frenzied, maniacal laugh. He abruptly reached out, seizing Qiu Muyao's clothing, and hurled her away with force. Having already been struck by lightning, Qiu Muyao lay in a state of unconsciousness, and at that moment, she crashed into a mountainside like a cannonball, falling silent. Immediately thereafter, Feng Shixi donned the Shinhao mask upon his face and unleashed the powers associated with it. The supernatural ability, reversal of heaven and sun. As he conveyed the words with overwhelming spiritual energy, a tremendous rumble resonated throughout the realm. In that instant, it seemed as though the world had been paused. The rushing waters of the river ceased to flow, resembling a vast mirror. The birds in the sky halted their flapping wings, suspended in midair as if captured in a still frame. The gentle breeze vanished without a trace, leaving the surroundings in utter silence, devoid of any sound. Subsequently, all things in heaven and earth appeared to be manipulated by an invisible force, beginning to flow in reverse. The waters of the river flow back to their source, while the birds soar in reverse to their nests, and the gentle breeze returns whence it came. Time retracts, and all unfolds in reverse. Jiang Ruoxue struggles under immense pressure, barely lifting his head against a force of staggering magnitude. He observes with astonishment that the wounds on Fang Shirxi's neck are inexplicably healing, the blood that once spurted forth being mysteriously drawn back, every drop returning to its vessel. Although the restoration is painfully slow, it is indeed progressing little by little. Chapter 40. Long Ghost Jiang Ruoxue understands that he cannot remain passive. With a surge of determination, he commands over 40 enchanted weapons, relentlessly assaulting the suspended Divine Thunder Seal. The sound of intense clashing resonates, yet the Divine Thunder Seal remains impervious. The enchanted weapons, infused with an overwhelming amount of demonic energy, strike against it, only producing minute sparks, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Utterly incapable of instigating any significant change, the seal remains unscathed, and the tremendous force exerted upon Jiang Ruoxue shows no sign of abating. Perish! Fang Shirxi cackles, his arms and 4 massive hands of lightning simultaneously forming seals, channeling all his might into the Divine Thunder Seal. Jiang Ruoxue feels the pressure on him surge exponentially once more. While he could barely endure the previous weight, this new intensity surpasses his limits. Veins bulge on his forehead. His muscles tremble uncontrollably, and blood seeps from his orifices. What to do? How should he proceed? As he struggles to hold on, he rapidly devises a strategy. He wielded the enchanted weapon, once again launching an assault against Fang Shirxi's true form, aiming to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. However, he was met with a cold smirk from Fang Shirxi, who was instantly enveloped by a layer of lightning aura, a manifestation of the protective thunderous light of the divine sky thunder body. To his astonishment, Fang Shirxi intended to endure the frenzied onslaught of Jiang Ruoxue's enchanted weapon while exerting all his strength to activate the treasure seal, with the ambition of directly suppressing the latter to death in one fell swoop. At that moment, a deep, resonant hum echoed through the air. Fang Shirxi, instinctively drawn to the source of the sound, revealed a look of astonishment. There stood Qiyo, who had been grievously wounded and unconscious, now struggling to rise to her feet, her body swaying perilously as if she might collapse again at any moment. What was that? Fang Shirxi's pupils constricted sharply, a wave of intense terror surging within him. For behind Qiyo loomed a specter, towering at a height of 10 zhang. This apparition, known as the Long Gui, possessed limbs as slender as bamboo poles yet was astonishingly tall, surpassing even the height of an ordinary hill. Its silhouette appeared particularly eerie against the backdrop of the overcast sky, resembling a demon that had crawled forth from the depths of hell. The Long Gui slowly extended a finger, pointing towards Fang Shirxi. Although the motion seemed languid, it was, in reality, astonishingly swift. At that instant, Fang Shirxi was fully engaged in channeling the treasure seal to suppress Jiang Ruoxue, leaving him utterly unable to evade. His complexion paled dramatically as he hastily summoned the divine sky thunder body to its utmost, forming a resplendent layer of protective lightning before him. However, the Long Gui's finger pierced through his protective aura like a sharp blade, making contact with Fang Shirxi's flesh. Fang Shirxi, despite being unscathed externally, appeared to have been struck by a heavy blow. He coughed up blood profusely, leaving him gravely injured. After a protracted battle, the protective lightning aura surrounding him had already weakened considerably. Now, it was shattered by a fierce assault. With Fang Shirxi's spellcasting interrupted, the pressure on Jiang Ruoxue diminished sharply. He summoned the Wandering Soul's banner to his hand, while over 40 demonic weapons surged forward like black arrows, targeting the now unprotected Fang Shirxi. Struggling to maintain a barrier of spiritual energy, Fang Shirxi found the surface of his shield rapidly becoming riddled with cracks as the demonic weapon struck like a torrential downpour. Crack! Using the tip of the Wandering Soul's banner as a spearhead, Jiang Ruoxue shattered the faltering shield in one decisive thrust. With the barrier gone, the demonic weapons pierced Fang Shirxi's flesh with the swiftness of released arrows, instantly transforming him into a veritable pincushion. Fang Shirxi, gravely wounded, was pushed to the brink of fury. Enduring excruciating pain, he summoned his treasured seal, bellowing with all his might, "In that case, let all perish." Thunderous roar of the nine heavens. The treasured seal in the sky, infused with Feng Shixi's spiritual energy, radiated with brilliant light. This time, leveraging the seal, he unleashed a more formidable and authentic thunderous roar of the nine heavens. In an instant, the heavens transformed as dark clouds gathered, giving rise to a colossal cascade of lightning. Countless bolts, gleaming like swords of ice, cascaded from the seal, descending with an earth-shattering momentum upon Jiang Ruoshui and Xiao Miao. Aimed with lethal intent, Jiang Ruoshui swiftly summoned all the enchanted weapons, commanding them to swirl above his head in a protective barrier against the descending thunderbolts. He then cast the Wand of Souls, utilizing the technique of borrowing treasures from all things to manipulate this artifact, allowing it to hover in the air and shield the distant Xiao Miao. Logically, the Wand of Souls, being a sinister weapon, should have been terrified of thunder, a force of pure yang. Yet, this banner was once a treasure wielded by the Demon Lord, far surpassing the quality of Feng Shixi's treasured seal. To illustrate, the power of Feng Shixi's seal resembled a fiery blaze the size of a house, while the Demon Lord's Wand of Souls was akin to an expansive, boundless ocean. Thus, when such a feeble flame fell into the ocean, it could hardly stir a ripple. In the face of absolute power and unparalleled rank, the concept of elemental opposition became irrelevant. After summoning the Long Gui for a strike, Qiao Muyo had entirely exhausted her strength, collapsing to the ground in a faint, leaving only the Wand of Souls capable of safeguarding her in this perilous moment. Jiang Ruoshui gritted his teeth, channeling all the demonic energy within him, entering a state of unity with heaven and earth, drawing upon every bit of spiritual energy he could manipulate. With such an immense influx of spiritual energy and the enhancement of demonic power, the strength of the enchanted weapon surged, resembling a pack of ferocious beasts infused with wild vigor. As the thunderbolts rained down, Jiang Ruoshui focused intently on controlling the enchanted weapons, successfully deflecting them all. The cost of this endeavor was steep. For every 2 or 3 strikes of lightning absorbed, one enchanted weapon would succumb to the strain, bursting apart like a blooming firework, its fragments scattering in all directions. Meanwhile, Feng Shixi exerted all his might to activate the treasured seal, intent on crushing Jiang Ruoshui in one decisive blow. Jiang Ruoshui understood that Feng Shi was already at the end of his tether. If he could successfully defend against these heavenly thunders, the battle would be largely won. Feng Shi retrieved several vials of rare elixirs and hastily consumed them, attempting to restore his energy and heal his wounds. In contrast, Jiang Ruoshui produced a few glowing medicinal herbs and swallowed them whole, chewing vigorously. Feng Shi was left utterly astonished, if he was not mistaken. The herbs Jiang Ruoshui had just ingested were extraordinarily precious and exceedingly rare. Such reckless consumption was akin to squandering a treasure. The thought of possessing these herbs after vanquishing his opponent filled him with rage, realizing that for every herb Jiang Ruoshui consumed, his own future gains would diminish. Resolutely, he bit his tongue, allowing a few drops of vibrant blood to flow forth. The celestial thunder seal, suspended in midair, absorbed the blood, instantly glowing with renewed brilliance, unleashing an even more ferocious storm of thunder. Chapter 41. The Dragon Transformation Breathing Technique. Jiang Ruoshui inwardly lamented. Half of his blood had already been consumed by the blood reversal true demonic art, rendering him incapable of emulating Feng Shi's actions. He strained to extract the golden fish within him, expelling spiritual energy, which he then circulated through his meridians, transforming it into demonic energy, and infused it into the demonic weapon above his head. The spiritual energy contained within the golden fish in his dantian represented his last reserve. Previously, this energy had been used to form a protective membrane around his meridians and vital organs. Should this energy be diverted, the absence of the protective membrane would allow the raging demonic energy to course through his meridians, potentially inflicting harm upon himself. Yet, at this critical juncture of battle, such concerns were rendered inconsequential. The clash between the two persisted for the duration of a brief tea time. As the celestial thunder dissipated, the heavenly thunder seal grew dim, losing its ethereal levitation and crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Feng Shixi was covered in wounds, his body devoid of any residual lightning, clearly at the end of his tether. On the other side, Jiang Ruoshui fared little better. Around him lay numerous shattered fragments of demonic weaponry, all obliterated beneath the earlier thunder strikes. In the face of the last few bolts of lightning, Jiang Ruoshui had resorted to both evasion and sheer willpower, exhausting all his strength merely to survive. Xiao Muyao, shielded by the myriad souls banner, had fortunately endured. Had Jiang Ruoshui chosen to forsake her fate and instead safeguarded himself with the banner, he would have retained a significant reserve of both spiritual and demonic energy, rendering the outcome of this confrontation utterly predictable. Feng Shirzi removed the monkey mask from his face and discarded it carelessly onto the ground. It had become useless, for he was now drained of all spiritual energy and incapable of invoking the mask's inherent powers. A cold smile escaped his lips as he, with great effort, dragged his battered form towards Jiang Ruoshui. It appears we are both devoid of spiritual energy. Ultimately, it seems we must resort to close combat to conclude this affair. Jiang Ruoshui remained silent, staggering forward in a similar manner. The two halted, merely a meter apart. Suddenly, Feng Shirzi erupted into boisterous laughter, and forearms of lightning manifested behind him, launching an all-out assault on Jiang Ruoshui. Jiang Ruoshui's pupils constricted, his expression shifting dramatically as he raised his arms in defense. Yet, his fists were no match for Feng Shirzi's 6 hands, and he was struck repeatedly, forced to retreat. Alas! Feng Shirzi's lips stretched into a broad grin, mockingly exclaiming, "Indeed, my divine thunder body was shattered earlier, yet after merely half a tea's time, I have regained 1% of its power, though I cannot unleash any mightier force. These additional 4 thunderous arms suffice. How could you possibly prevail against me?" With relentless fervor, Feng Shirzi unleashed a flurry of punches, his 6 fists becoming mere afterimages, incessantly striking Jiang Ruoshui. There was no finesse in his approach. Rather, he relied on his sheer advantage of delivering threefold the number of blows. Accompanied by the relentless battle cry of "Ola, Ola, Ola," he swiftly gained the upper hand. His assault resembled a tempest, leaving Jiang Ruoshui with no choice but to shield his head with his arms, desperately resisting, utterly devoid of any opportunity to counterattack. In this dire moment of life and death, Feng Shirzi cast aside the pride of being a saintly disciple of the righteous path. He would employ any means necessary to claim his opponent's life. Eye gouging, throat strikes, and groin kicks, he spared no tactics. Unlike the silent Jiang Ruoshui, Feng Shirzi's tongue never ceased its movement. On one hand, he derided and taunted Jiang Ruoshui. On the other, he sought to dismantle his opponent's fighting spirit and will with words. Should Jiang Ruoshui entertain even a fleeting thought of fear or retreat, victory in this deadly struggle would be assured for Feng Shirzi. Before long, Jiang Ruoshui found himself exposed, receiving a solid punch to his abdomen. The searing pain instinctively caused him to curl up, disrupting his defensive stance, and he was immediately bombarded by Feng Shirzi's fists like a torrential downpour. In a brief span, he endured over 30 punches, his form staggering as he was forced to retreat repeatedly. Ha ha ha. Feng Shi was increasingly ecstatic, shouting to continue the assault. Indeed, what I have always anticipated is not a battle of equals, but 5 years ago, at the Heavenly Glimpse sect, Shi, why did you refuse to engage in combat with your senior brother? His master inquired. My senior brother has practiced for 4 years longer than I have. My strength pales in comparison. Why should I fight? Young Feng Shi casually stroked an orange cat, indifferent to the situation. Once his master departed, Feng Shi drew a dagger and plunged it into the orange cat. The feline let out a piercing scream as it was impaled, yet it could not escape. Feng Shi had already employed his sorcery to firmly subdue the poor creature in place. He withdrew the dagger from its flesh and struck once more. Blood splattered across his face, yet the smile at the corners of Feng Shi's mouth only widened. Master, you truly do not understand me. What I desire is not a battle devoid of hope or a contest of equals, but rather, an unilaterally inflicted torment. Returning to the present, Feng Shi laughed heartily as he uttered these words, a profoundly morbid delight evident on his face. He had completely subdued Jiang Ruoshui, leaving the latter utterly defenseless. This one-sided and overwhelming combat filled him with joy and exhilaration. Jiang Ruoshui's eyelids were swollen, his body marred with bruises, covered in wounds, with blood streaming from his 7 orifices, a sight that was simply unbearable. The side effects of the blood reversal true demon technique were gradually manifesting. His complexion was as pale as parchment. Most of his blood had been consumed, and his internal injuries were grievous and numerous. The frail body, on the verge of collapse, could no longer endure the fierce struggle for survival. Due to excessive blood loss, Jiang Ruoshui's consciousness began to fade into a haze. Memories from the past floated before him like a revolving lantern. 5 years ago, In the courtyard of the Li family, the young Jiang Ruoshui was practicing his horse stance. After half an hour of exertion, drenched in sweat, he could no longer bear it and fell to the ground with a thud. Shui, do you know why I'm not tired at all? Li Shanhe, standing beside him, maintained his steady stance, utterly unmoving. It is breathing. If you find the right way to breathe, you can be invigorated and never weary. This breathing technique is called transforming dragon breathing method. I can teach you, but you must promise me. You must practice diligently until one day you can seamlessly integrate it into your daily breathing. Suddenly, Jiang Ruoshui's eyes snapped open, radiating brilliance. He began to inhale deeply, and with each rhythmic breath, his breathing pattern grew more regular. A faint, ethereal mist floated around his mouth and nose, taking the shape of a dragon, reminiscent of the visible steam that escapes during the harsh winter chill. At that moment, a surge of new energy seemed to infuse Jiang Ruoshui's body, revitalizing his weary form. No longer passive and on the receiving end of blows, Jiang Ruoshui began to mount an effective defense, occasionally launching counterattacks. Chapter 42. What can the entire demonic path do to me? What? A surge of astonishment welled up within Fang Shirsi. Just moments ago, he had clearly beaten Jiang Ruoshui to a pulp. Under such circumstances, it was only reasonable to expect the latter to be devoid of strength to resist. Yet, here and now, not only had Jiang Ruoshui successfully countered all his assaults, but he also seemed to possess the vigor to launch a counterattack. Impossible! Fang Shirsi exclaimed in disbelief, his face a canvas of astonishment. Seizing the opportunity while Fang Shirsi was momentarily distracted, Jiang Ruoshui unleashed a punch that deftly circumvented the blockade of his 6 arms, delivering a fierce blow to his chin. Ah! Fang Shirsi winced in pain, his teeth clattering as he nearly bit his own tongue. Simultaneously, an overwhelming wave of dizziness surged through him, leaving his mind in a state of utter blankness. The tides of battle had shifted in an instant, the roles of attacker and defender reversed. Jiang Ruoshui pressed on with relentless ferocity, adapting his strategy to exploit the vulnerabilities in Fang Shirsi's physique. He seized the moment and delivered a swift kick to Fang Shirsi's groin. The sound of a crack echoed, reminiscent of a shattered egg, and Fang Shirsi's complexion turned a ghastly shade of purple as he instinctively cradled his wounded area, collapsing in agony. Jiang Ruoshui then grasped Fang Shirsi's hair, lifting his knee high and forcefully driving it into the latter's face. The impact was tremendous, shattering Fang Shirsi's nasal bone and sending him reeling backward to the ground. Observing this, Jiang Ruoshui swiftly retrieved a firebrand, positioned it near his lips, and channeled the last remnants of his spiritual energy into a powerful exhale. Boom! In an instant, a massive inferno erupted from the firebrand, engulfing Fang Shirsi, who had just begun to struggle to his feet. The 6 Ding Divine Fire. Under the searing flames of the 6 Ding Divine Fire, Fang Shirsi writhed in agony upon the ground. Yet, no matter how desperately he rolled, the flames clinging to him were akin to a relentless affliction, utterly unquenchable. He staggered to his feet, hastily retrieving a jade vial and pouring its contents over himself. Yet the horrifying fire remained unabated. Just as Jiang Ruoshui was about to advance, he witnessed Fang Shirsi suppressing excruciating pain as he abruptly shattered a jade token. A flash of light erupted, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished without a trace. A break of the prohibition? Jiang Ruoshui pondered, recalling the Demon Lord's mention of such a unique teleportation token specific to the Blood Red Zone. By activating this token, one could escape the Crimson Domain. To his astonishment, Fang Shirsi had managed to acquire one beforehand, facilitating his swift departure. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ruoshui resolved to abandon the pursuit. He possessed a trial token from the Lingao Immortal Palace, which could certainly be utilized for a chase. This trial token was far superior to the Prohibition token, as it could be used multiple times. Observing how Fang Shirsi shattered the Prohibition token suggested that it was likely a single-use consumable. However, he remained uncertain whether this Prohibition token could facilitate teleportation between different areas of the Blood Red Zone. If it could, Jiang Ruoshui would remain oblivious to Fang Shirsi's exact location. Moreover, his own injuries were grievous, rendering him incapable of further combat. Forcing himself to endure could only lead to his demise. Not to mention, Qiu Muyao had also suffered severe injuries and lay unconscious. He could not abandon her here, as that would be akin to offering her as prey to the surrounding beasts. The 6 Ding Divine Fire was extraordinary, not only capable of forging magical artifacts but seemingly possessing the characteristic of being eternally unextinguished. Jiang Ruoshui had stored it within a fire starter, carrying it with him, never anticipating that it would be employed against an adversary today, yielding unexpectedly remarkable results. In his view, Fang Shirzi, now entirely engulfed by the sixth Ding divine fire, was destined to be painfully incinerated. Consequently, the cost-effectiveness of the pursuit was indeed questionable. Should Fang Shirzi have set traps akin to Qiu Muyao, then his reckless chase could potentially lead to his own demise. Contemplating this, Zhang Ruoshui ceased his pursuit of the fleeing Fang Shirzi. In a frantic last-minute escape, Fang Shirzi hastily abandoned his treasures, the Shunxiao Heavenly Thunder Seal and the Shun Monkey Mask. Zhang Ruoshui effortlessly collected these spoils, then hastened to Qiu Muyao's side. Though she had succumbed to unconsciousness, her injuries had not worsened. Upon examining himself, Zhang Ruoshui discovered multiple fractures, his meridians ravaged, and only a quarter of his blood remaining. During the battle, he had consumed several precious herbs. It was the potent medicinal properties that had allowed him to cling to life despite such grievous injuries. He retrieved 2 more herbs, swallowing one to mend his wounds while he chewed the other to feed Qiu Muyao, who, in her severely injured state, was unable to swallow. Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted. Filled with fury, who dares to harm my disciple? At that moment, Zhang Ruoshui, filled with trepidation, glanced down to see the unconscious Qiu Muyao tremble violently. In an instant, Qiu Muyao raised an arm and, with lightning speed, clasped Zhang Ruoshui's throat. The seemingly delicate arms of the young woman tightened around his neck like a vice, rendering Zhang Ruoshui breathless, on the brink of asphyxiation. He observed as Qiu Muyao slowly opened her eyes, revealing nothing but the whites. From her left ear, a malevolent entity, the size of a longan, emerged, its visage grotesque, and its complexion flushed with rage, clearly infuriated. You, a mere fledgling of the fish-dragon realm, dare to covet the cauldron favored by me? The entity scoffed, venomously cursing. Do you not consider the worth of your pitiful life? How dare you seize my opportunity? Under the influence of this sinister being, Qiu Muyao slightly loosened her grip, seemingly intrigued to hear what Zhang Ruoshui might articulate. In the face of such circumstances, Zhang Ruoshui remained remarkably composed, responding with poise. You must be the master of Qiu Muyao, the grandmaster of the ghostly forgiveness sect, am I correct? Oh, you know of me? The entity chuckled in surprise, laced with arrogance. To it, being a formidable figure of the age, a renowned leader of the demonic sect, it expected this young one from the fish-dragon realm to tremble and grovel before it, pleading for mercy. However, contrary to the expectations of the grandmaster of the ghostly forgiveness sect, upon revealing its identity, Zhang Ruoshui not only exhibited no signs of fear, but erupted into laughter. What do you find amusing? The entity demanded, its eyes widening in fury. Zhang Ruoshui retorted with scorn. I find it laughable that you, a beast of such inflated self-worth, believe yourself formidable. We currently reside within the Crimson Forbidden Zone, where cultivation is inherently suppressed. What can a mere ghostly manifestation like you possibly do to me? Zhang Ruoshui breathed with the intensity of a dragon, seizing Qiu Muyao's wrist and twisting it with force, causing her to wince in pain. He sneered coldly, continuing his taunt. What is the matter? The fact that I, Zhang Ruoshui, am affectionate towards Qiu Muyao incites your ire? As he spoke, he deliberately leaned closer to Qiu Muyao's crimson lips, his tongue swirling playfully, as if to proceed with his advances, yet his gaze remained fixated on the specter, keenly observing its reaction. Right before your very eyes, I shall claim her primal essence. After years of meticulous cultivation, the elixir must be exquisite, wouldn't you agree? The specter, enraged, felt its veins bulging, its entire form trembling with fury, its eyes wide, as if they might burst from their sockets. Should the day come when I find you, I shall flay your skin, strip your tendons, and extract your marrow, binding your soul to torment you unceasingly, making you yearn for life yet find no escape in death. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoshui let out a chilling laugh. Ha ha ha. I am Feng Shirzi, the holy son of the divine Xia sect. What can a mere ghost from the Shai Gui sect do against me, let alone the entire demonic path? Chapter 43. You are free. Very well. The specter's gaze turned frigid, a twisted smile forming as it hissed. You may meet your demise. No sooner had the words escaped its lips than its arms swelled and elongated, transforming into a scythe that aimed directly for Zhang Ruoshui's neck. The speed was astonishing. Even with the dragon-breathing technique at his disposal, Zhang Ruoshui barely had time to react. The blade of the scythe was mere inches from his throat when it suddenly froze midair. This was due to the silent emergence of the demon lord's soul, which, with a mere glance, suppressed the specter in place. The demon lord subtly curled his fingers, and a semi-transparent little soul gradually floated out from the body of the ghostly entity. Jiang Ruoxue felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, his heart still gripped by lingering fear. The preceding scene had been exceedingly perilous. He could not help but acknowledge that the methods employed by the master of the Ghost Forgiveness sect, a formidable cultivator, were indeed enigmatic and unfathomable, leaving one defenseless. It is crucial to understand that, firstly, the true form of the Ghost Forgiveness sect's master likely resided thousands of miles away. Secondly, this place was a blood-red forbidden zone, surrounded by powerful formations that imposed heavy restrictions and numerous barriers. Yet, despite such arduous conditions, the master managed to nearly take his life through the ghostly entity, a display of power that was truly terrifying. With the loss of its soul, the ghostly figure became limp, collapsing to the ground, utterly motionless. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ruoxue grasped the ghost body, slowly extricating it from Qiumuyao. This ghostly entity resembled a parasitic tree, with only its trunk and a portion of branches previously visible, while the vast roots remained embedded within Qiumuyao. Fortunately, the ghost had lost all consciousness. Otherwise, extracting it would have been akin to pulling a carrot from the soil, and any resistance could have potentially harmed Qiumuyao. With the parasitic ghost completely eradicated, Qiumuyao's body softened and fell once more into Jiang Ruoxue's embrace. Did remnants of the Ghost Forgiveness sect master's influence still linger within her? Jiang Ruoxue gazed at the demon lord's soul form and inquired. There remained a nice, jade cold needle lodged in the young girl's heart. Until this needle was removed, even if separated by 1,000,000 miles, she would still be perceptible to the one who had inflicted it. The demon lord responded, while simultaneously savoring the ghost's soul. Jiang Ruoxue grasped the celestial dagger firmly in his hand, unfastening the buttons of Qiumuyao's robe. Two large, snow-white rabbits, seemingly weary of the confines of clothing, suddenly leaped forth. This spectacle left Jiang Ruoxue utterly astonished. A rush of warmth surged to his nose, and the scant blood remaining within him nearly ebbed away once more. Why such an emotional upheaval? The demon lord could not help but mock. You must hold that dagger steady. The celestial dagger is exceedingly sharp, and a moment's inattention could cost the life of this girl. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ruoxue ignited the six-ding divine fire, allowing it to scorch the surface of the dagger briefly, before gently slicing a delicate incision on Qiumuyao's alabaster chest. The skin yielded to the blade, parting to reveal a minuscule silver white, smaller than a grain of rice. Before any blood could escape, he inserted his finger into the wound and extracted the icy jade needle. The needle measured 3 inches in length, slender as a hair. A soft, muffled gasp escaped the unconscious Qiumuyao as she stirred in pain. Remarkably, the bleeding ceased almost immediately, the precious medicine Jiang Ruoxue had previously administered to her taking effect. Observing this, Jiang Ruoxue prepared to offer her more medicine. However, as he leaned in, he discovered that Qiumuyao had already awakened, her large eyes gazing at him with a peculiar expression. Clearing his throat, Jiang Ruoxue hurriedly swallowed the medicine he had been holding, coughed lightly, and, with a steady demeanor, asserted, "I did this to save you." Suddenly, Qiumuyao was struck by a wave of intense pain, causing her delicate brows to furrow. She gently rubbed her chest, a look of complaint crossing her face as she remarked, "If you are going to touch me, at least do it gently. Are you trying to crush me?" Jiang Ruoxue found herself utterly petrified. "Ahem, not quite. I have extracted the tracking device left by your master, Qiumuyao. From this moment forth, you are no longer anyone's furnace." Jiang Ruoxue shook the icy jade cold needle in her hand, smiling as she gazed at her. "You are free now." Upon hearing this, Qiumuyao was momentarily taken aback, her eyes swiftly falling upon the icy jade cold needle, wide with disbelief. She promptly probed her own body with her mind, discovering that the needle had indeed been removed, and even the malevolent entity implanted by her master had vanished without a trace. Qiumuyao's face lit up with joy as she eagerly inquired, "Is it truly you who did this?" "Jiang Ruoxue, how did you accomplish it?" "Do not ask. This is a secret." Jiang Ruoxue winked at her, feigning an air of mystery. "Thank you." Qiumuyao suddenly lunged forward, excitedly embracing Jiang Ruoxue with affection. Jiang Ruoxue, caught off guard by her unexpected gesture, looked down at her, her smile radiant, her gaze as gentle as flowing water, as if she could melt anyone's heart. Reflecting on the experiences Qiumuyao had previously shared, Jiang Ruoxue quickly grasped the reason for her elation. In the next moment, He felt her soft arms wrap around his neck, followed by the warmth of her lips pressing against his, silencing him. His mind went blank, and he stood there, bewildered. After a long while, they slowly parted. Your kissing skills need improvement. You must practice more. Qiu Muyao teased him with a mischievous grin. Wasn't it you who sneaked a kiss while I was asleep? Why is it still so awkward? Is it to administer the medicine to you? The expression on Qiu Muyao's face was one of skepticism, her lips curling into a slight smirk. But it doesn't really matter. You've done me such a great favor. Rewarding you is only fitting. Jiang Ruoxue rolled his eyes. Your complexion, it resembles that of a ghost. Qiu Muyao grasped Jiang Ruoxue's chin with one hand, gently tilting it side to side to scrutinize his pallor. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruoxue let out a resigned sigh and replied with a wry smile. The consequences of wielding magical powers. My blood is nearly burnt away. Qiu Muyao nodded, a glimmer of concern flashing in her eyes. She then seized Jiang Ruoxue's wrist, her fingertips gathering spiritual energy, and with a delicate slice. A gash appeared on his wrist. What are you doing? Ouch. Jiang Ruoxue winced, exclaiming in pain. Use my blood. It was then that Jiang Ruoxue noticed Qiu Muyao had similarly cut her own wrist. From her wrist flowed over 20 drops of vibrant crimson blood, resembling tiny red insects as they slowly seeped through the wound on Jiang Ruoxue's wrist and into his body. Jiang Ruoxue looked on with concern. Are we of the same blood type? Qiu Muyao replied, perplexed. This is essence blood, the source of blood. It is universally applicable. She explained, exasperated. Jiang Ruoxue then produced 2 glimmering medicinal herbs, offering one to Qiu Muyao. Where did you find such precious herbs? Their quality is quite remarkable. Qiu Muyao accepted the herb. Examining it closely, her eyes filled with astonishment. Jiang Ruoxue casually dismissed the matter, yet a sense of unease lingered within him. In an attempt to shift the conversation, he produced the Xinyu mask and the Xinshao Tianlei seal, inquiring, may I utilize these 2 treasures? Indeed. Qiu Muyao's gaze fell upon the Xinyu mask, her face alight with joy as she elaborated, as if she possessed an intimate familiarity with this artifact. The mask is imbued with divine powers, allowing anyone who dons it to wield its capabilities. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he hastily placed the Xinyu mask upon his face. The 12 earthly branches of the annihilation of nations. A torrent of information regarding a clandestine organization surged into his mind. Chapter 44, The 12 Earthly Branches of the Annihilation of Nations. So this is the reason for your unyielding enmity with Feng Shirsi? Enlightened by the revelations concerning this enigmatic organization, Jiang Ruoxue experienced a moment of clarity. Qiu Muyao, her expression grave, nodded in affirmation, stating, indeed, once members of the 12 earthly branches encounter one another and exchange names, they must engage in a brutal contest to the death. The sole survivor among the 12 shall ascend to become the sovereign of the unified divine kingdom. Unified divine kingdom? Confusion clouded Jiang Ruoxue's features as he pressed further. I have only heard of the 7 great kingdoms, of which our northern Maple Kingdom is one. What does this unified divine kingdom entail? It refers to the establishment of a singular cultivation realm after the annihilation of the 7 great kingdoms. What? To obliterate the 7 kingdoms? Jiang Ruoxue's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to fathom the enormity of such a claim. It is essential to recognize that the territory of the northern Maple Kingdom alone is vast beyond measure. A mortal could scarcely traverse every inch of its expanse in a lifetime. The sheer magnitude and strength of such a nation are inconceivable. To extinguish the 7 kingdoms? How easy it is to speak of such matters. Rather, it is akin to an insurmountable challenge. This situation utterly transcends the realm of ordinary comprehension. Indeed, Qiu Muyao asserted with unwavering conviction that the members of the 12 earthly branches were meticulously selected from various nations. My selection, I believe, was largely a matter of serendipity. You have vanquished the previous incarnation of the monkey of Shan, Feng Shirzi. Henceforth, you shall embody the monkey of Shan. What? Qiu Muyao patiently elucidated. Under normal circumstances, such a scenario would not manifest. Even if a member of the 12 earthly branches were to falter in internal conflicts, the mask would merely transfer to another member of the organization. Yet now, the mask of the monkey of Shun has found its way into your possession. With Feng Shirzi's loss of identity, you have become his successor. A foreboding sensation stirred within Jiang Ruoxue, as if trouble were looming on the horizon. Thus, he ventured a proposal. Perhaps I should relinquish this monkey of Shin mask to you? No. Qiu Muyao resolutely declined. instead thrusting her own rabbit of Mao mask into Jiang Rushui's hands, her demeanor firm as she declared, "I have painstakingly extricated myself from the clutches of the sect, reclaiming my freedom. I refuse to be ensnared in this futile dispute once more. This rabbit of Mao mask I shall bestow upon you as well." Jiang Ruoshui was momentarily taken aback, entirely unprepared for Qiu Muyao's unexpected gesture. Paying no heed to Jiang Ruoshui's astonishment, Qiu Muyao continued, "The members of the 12 earthly branches have divided into 2 factions, the 6 Ding and the 6 Jia, to maintain equilibrium among themselves. Until the annihilation of all members from the opposing faction, those within the same faction remain in a state of cooperation. At intervals, the 2 factions covertly convene to exchange intelligence, magical artifacts, and cultivation resources. This presents an unparalleled opportunity for you, a novice in the realm of cultivation. The monkey represents the Lu Jia faction, while the rabbit symbolizes the Lu Ding faction. You possess 2 masks, enabling you to participate in the gatherings of both factions, thus allowing for a swift enhancement of your abilities." At this juncture, Qiu Muyao's expression turned grave as she earnestly cautioned, "However, you must exercise utmost caution and must not reveal any information regarding your true identity. Otherwise, your fate will mirror that of Feng Shixi, who was relentlessly pursued by the other 12 earthly branches." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ruoshui felt a chill run down her spine, realizing she had unwittingly become entangled in a formidable organization. The supernatural abilities associated with the masks, given your current level of cultivation, would likely be exceedingly challenging to wield. After a moment of contemplation, Qiu Muyao slowly remarked, "Utilizing these abilities requires a substantial expenditure of spiritual energy, and even someone of Feng Shixi's celestial realm cultivation would find it difficult to maintain such use for an extended period." Substantial expenditure of spiritual energy? Jiang Ruoshui pondered, wondering if invoking these powers while in a state of unity of heaven and man might lead to success. As for the divine thunder seal, it has already been refined by Feng Shixi. To re-establish its allegiance and make it your own would undoubtedly demand a considerable investment of time and effort, a process that cannot be accomplished overnight. Qiu Muyao picked up the divine thunder seal and examined it closely, shaking her head in disapproval. Jiang Ruoshui silently stored away the divine lightning seal and the masks of the monkey and rabbit, then sat down to focus on healing his wounds. With the aid of Qiu Muyao's essence, blood, and precious medicine, he was confident that his injuries would recover swiftly. An hour passed quietly. Jiang Ruoshui opened his eyes, his expression filled with joy. His injuries had healed considerably, and during this time, he had also elevated his cultivation from the first transformation to the second transformation of the fish dragon realm. The golden fish within his dantian underwent another transformation, still distinct from that of ordinary beings. This time, it had developed human-like bones, once only able to swim in water. The golden fish could now stand on 2 feet and walk freely like a human, appearing quite peculiar and wondrous. "It is time to move forward," Qiu Muyao suggested. "We are currently in the Crimson Forbidden Zone, and without obtaining the breaking the ban order, we have no means to leave this place." Jiang Ruoshui displayed a moment of hesitation, grappling with an inner conflict as he contemplated whether to disclose to Qiu Muyao that he possessed the trial token of the Spirit Treasure Immortal Palace. This token could be used multiple times, allowing them to escape the Crimson Forbidden Zone without further searching. No, perhaps it is best to refrain. Jiang Ruoshui suppressed the urge to reveal this information. The matter of the Spirit Treasure Immortal Palace was of great significance, and it would be prudent not to disclose such news lightly. Moreover, Jiang Ruoshui was acutely aware of his own fortuitous fate. Should he continue to delve deeper, he might encounter other unexpected opportunities. After all, during his last exploration, he encountered the Demon Lord's transmission of teachings and the Celestial Palace of Spiritual Treasures. The blood-colored Forbidden Zone is replete with numerous regions, and the opportunities it harbors are evidently more than just these. Unfortunately, his lifespan had long entered a countdown, akin to a guillotine poised ominously above, ready to descend. He must seize every opportunity to enhance his cultivation and prolong his existence. Jiang Ruoshui and Qiu Muyao continued their journey together, passing by several layers of demonic beasts. They discovered that most of these creatures had already been ruthlessly slaughtered by Feng Shixi. The remains of the fallen beasts and their cores were evidently left behind, as Feng Shixi lacked the time to collect them, standing forlornly in place. Without hesitation, Jiang Ruoshui invoked the art of borrowing treasures from all things. deftly maneuvering the sky dagger to methodically dissect the bodies of these demonic beasts, extracting their cores. Subsequently, he meticulously severed the precious and resilient parts of the beasts' bodies, systematically placing these treasures into his storage bag. The reason for only removing select body parts rather than carrying off the entire carcasses was due to the immense size of many of these creatures. Transporting them in their entirety would exceed the capacity of his storage bag. The remains of the demonic beasts could be utilized for crafting, while the cores were invaluable for alchemy, representing considerable worth for cultivators. Moreover, with such a plethora of cores, should they be refined into elixirs, they would undoubtedly facilitate Jiang Ruoshui's breakthrough to the Dongting realm in a short span of time. Together, the two diligently collected all the rare parts from the demonic beasts, resulting in an exceedingly bountiful harvest. Chapter 45. The Trial of the Celestial Palace. Jiang Ruoshui inquired, "Do you possess the art of alchemy?" Qiu Muyao nodded slightly, and with a flicker of brilliance from the storage pouch at her waist, a tome materialized in her hand. Jiang Ruoshui promptly accepted it, and upon closer inspection, he discovered the cover bore the bold inscription Introduction to Alchemy. It is quite normal for you, having just commenced your cultivation and not yet joined a sect, to be unfamiliar with this, Qiu Muyao elucidated. For practitioners within a sect, mastering the fundamentals of alchemy is an essential skill. After all, this art is remarkably practical, with a relatively low entry threshold, making it rather accessible to learn. She paused momentarily before continuing. However, should one aspire to delve deeper into the realm of alchemy, the endeavor becomes significantly more arduous, demanding a considerable investment of time and energy. Those who attain mastery can skillfully blend herbs and demon cores, concocting elixirs of extraordinary efficacy. Conversely, those lacking proficiency are relegated to producing merely ordinary pills, which pale in comparison to genuine elixirs. Should one wish to avoid the labor of learning, it is also possible to offer remuneration to a professional alchemist for assistance in crafting potions. Jiang Ruoshui nodded in understanding and, filled with anticipation, inquired, "Do you also possess the knowledge of weapon crafting?" The demon lord had previously aided him in forging the treasure 10,000 Path Luminous robe, suggesting a familiarity with the craft. Yet, it was peculiar that the demon lord had never broached the subject of imparting the art of weapon crafting. Jiang Ruoshui speculated that the old trickster must be keeping certain secrets to himself. With this rare opportunity at hand, he sought to inquire further from Qiu Muyao, as the more methods to enhance one's cultivation, the better. Upon hearing his question, Qiu Muyao responded with a faint pout. "Are you intending to drain me of all my knowledge?" Nevertheless, she once again reached into her storage bag and retrieved two tomes. One was titled An Introduction to Weapon Forging, while the other was An Introduction to Array Techniques. Jiang Ruoshui was filled with joy as he secured these treasures. After a brief moment of organization, the duo continued on their journey. Before long, they stumbled upon a teleportation array deep within a den of demonic beasts. Upon seeing it, Qiu Muyao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly bounded forward and stepped into the array. Turning back, she waved her hand in encouragement, urging, "Hurry, hurry." At that moment, the teleportation array erupted with a brilliant light, the runes above flickering incessantly, and in an instant, the entire formation began to whirl rapidly. "What?" Jiang Ruoshui was taken aback and rushed forward in alarm. Qiu Muyao instinctively reached out, attempting to grasp Jiang Ruoshui's outstretched hand. However, everything transpired too swiftly. The radiance of the teleportation array flickered and vanished, leaving Jiang Ruoshui grasping at nothing as Qiu Muyao's figure disappeared completely. How could the operation of this array be so rapid? In mere moments, the teleportation was completed. Jiang Ruoshui gazed at the array before him, its light gradually dimming, his heart brimming with astonishment. In a moment of distraction, he and Qiu Muyao had been separated. Jiang Ruoshui also stepped into the teleportation array, and as the light flickered, he was transported to a realm blanketed in ice and snow. The cold wind howled, and snowflakes fell like goose feathers. Jiang Ruoshui employed the universal borrowing technique to probe his surroundings. He discovered that he was in a desolate wilderness, utterly devoid of any other presence aside from himself. After a thorough investigation, he returned empty-handed. It appears that a convergence in the near future is unlikely. However, this may not be entirely unfavorable. Jiang Ruoshui quickly adjusted his mindset, engaging in quiet contemplation. As he pondered, he retrieved the trial token, a slight smile gracing his lips. Thus, "I shall have the opportunity to explore the Lingbao Immortal Palace." Jiang Ruoshui infused the trial token with spiritual energy, and after a burst of radiant light dissipated, he found himself before the Lingbao Immortal Palace. Beneath the palace, in the depths of the suppressed abyss, countless celestial demons continued to wail in agony, their cries echoing in the void. They clawed their way up the sheer stone walls from the unfathomable depths below, clustering densely at the mouth of the abyss. Yet, the streams of golden light cascading from the Lingbao Immortal Palace descended like divine majesty, firmly subduing them on the spot. Regardless of how these celestial demons struggled, they could not breach that boundary to set foot upon the ground. With a swift motion, Jiang Ruoshui summoned the Soul Banner, successfully capturing the souls of several celestial demons. Ascending the white jade staircase, he arrived at the imposing entrance of the Immortal Palace. The trial token in his hand suddenly grew fervently hot, as if drawn by some mysterious force, and the palace doors creaked open with a resonant rumble. This time, Jiang Ruoshui did not hesitate. He resolutely stepped into the Lingbao Immortal Palace. Welcome, Trialist number 8. I am the spirit of the Lingbao Immortal Palace. You may call me Xiaobai. A swirl of golden light rapidly coalesced in the air, transforming in an instant into a small girl with rosy lips and pearly teeth. Dressed in a delicate white gauzy dress, her lively eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky as she cheerfully introduced herself. Next, the battle trial will commence, wherein you shall engage in a life-and-death struggle against the celestial demons. Only through victory can you proceed further. As Xiao Bai's words resonated, the ground beneath Jiang Ruoshui's feet seemed to be lifted by an invisible giant hand, abruptly rising into the air. The surrounding walls folded inwards from the center, continuously shrinking, while the entire terrain began to expand outward at an astonishing pace. In essence, the grand hall of the Lingbao Immortal Palace vanished, replaced by a vast circular arena. The arena's floor was laid with ancient, massive stones, and the surrounding walls towered high, isolating the tumult of the outside world. The stands lay desolate, save for the howling wind that whistled in his ears. He could select a suitable weapon from the armory. Xiaobai gestured toward a corner of the arena, where a colossal weapon rack stood, adorned with a dazzling array of weapons, hundreds in variety, including swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks, each radiating a unique luster, suggesting their extraordinary nature. A subtle smile graced Jiang Ruoshui's lips as he leisurely remarked, "Children make choices. I desire them all." With that, he extended his hand, and the spiritual energy within his meridian surged rapidly, invoking the universal borrowing technique. The multitude of weapons on the rack broke free from their constraints, soaring skyward. They traced graceful arcs through the air before aligning neatly beside Jiang Ruoshui. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Bai's bright eyes widened in astonishment, her face awash with surprise. As a palace spirit, she had witnessed countless trial takers. However, she could never have anticipated that Jiang Ruoshui would act unconventionally, opting not to select a weapon, but rather to take them all. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Jiang Ruoshui inquired, "What's the matter? Does the Immortal Palace stipulate that one can only choose a single weapon?" "Not at all," Xiaobai replied. "Is it forbidden for trial participants to take all the weapons?" Jiang Ruoshui pressed on. "Well, not exactly," Xiaobai stammered. "Then that settles it." Jiang Ruoshui's smile grew increasingly radiant. The absence of an explicit prohibition meant that it was permissible. "All right," Xiaobai nodded blankly. Seemingly persuaded by Jiang Ruoshui's reasoning, she straightened her back and declared with conviction, "Now, let the trial commence." In an instant, a swirling mass of black demonic flames began to rise in the center of the arena. As the flames billowed, a diminutive celestial demon gradually emerged. This demon stood only half a person's height, its form hunched yet exuding an ineffable ferocity. Gripping dual blades tightly, its crimson eyes fixated intently on Jiang Ruoshui, the murderous intent unabashedly palpable. In a flash, the celestial demon vanished, leaving behind only an afterimage. So swift, Jiang Ruoshui marveled inwardly, unable to keep pace with its speed. With a thought, he summoned the spiritual energy from the surrounding realm, which began to coalesce around the hundreds of weapons nearby. Empowered by the abundant spiritual energy, these weapons circled Jiang Ruoshui, spinning at an accelerated pace, forming an impenetrable defense against attacks from all directions. Suddenly, Jiang Ruoshui felt a chill run down his spine, an alarm ringing loudly in his mind. Before him, a diminutive figure swiftly darted through the exceedingly narrow crevice between the weapons, brandishing dual blades aimed at his neck. Jiang Ruoshui seemed to have anticipated this assault. With a subtle flick of his fingers, several weapons had already pierced the assailant's form before the demon could sever his head. The chilling shriek of the demon echoed throughout the arena, sending shivers down the spine. The demon's speed was astonishingly rapid. Jiang Ruoshui found it impossible to track its movements with mere eyesight, and any potential attack would be difficult to fend off. Yet, within the realm constructed by the universal borrowing technique, the demoness actions were laid bare, allowing Jiang Ruoshui to perceive the movements of all surrounding entities clearly, enabling him to lay traps in advance. Once more, several weapons accurately plunged into the demon's body, and its roar gradually weakened, its form becoming increasingly ethereal. Ultimately, the demon transformed into a cloud of black and red ash, dissipating into the wind. The trial participant emerged victorious. The voice of Gong Ling Xiaobai resonated at the perfect moment. Following this, a golden beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Jiang Ruoshui. In this warm and vibrant radiance, he felt his fatigue and pain diminish instantaneously, while the spiritual energy within him began to replenish rapidly, hinting at a potential breakthrough. It was noteworthy that he had only recently advanced to the second transformation of the fish dragon realm. The efficacy of this light was truly extraordinary. Jiang Ruoshui's expression reflected astonishment as he keenly realized that the injuries sustained from his earlier battle with Fang Shirsi had now completely healed. In his heart, he mused, if after every battle I could fully recover with the help of this radiant light, it would mean I could wield the blood reversal true demon technique without hesitation. Excellent. Now, let the rewards be distributed. With a flick of her delicate hand, Gong Ling presented a splendid golden tray before Jiang Ruoshui, upon which lay 3 treasures emanating an extraordinary glow. Choose one among them. The first item was a crystal-clear elixir, its surface shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, exuding an immensely rich aura of spiritual energy, unmistakably exceptional upon mere whiff. Little by elaborated, this is the 5-Chi returning essence pill, infused with the profound power of the 5 elements. Consuming it will assist you in breaking through the shackles during your bottleneck phase, facilitating a leap in your realm, greatly benefiting your cultivation. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Jiang Ruoshui's eyes. He was acutely aware that if all the demon cores collected in his storage bag were refined into pills, it would undoubtedly elevate his prowess to the 9th transformation of the fish dragon. Yet, to enhance the success rate of advancing to the daunting realm, he required even rarer and more potent elixirs. The 5-Chi returning essence pill was, without a doubt, precisely what he needed. The second treasure was an ancient tome, its cover crafted from an unknown beast's hide, inscribed with the words soul-piercing stab in bold characters. This manual detailed a method of soul attack. After cultivation, one could transform a portion of their own soul into soul needles, specifically targeting the opponent's spirit, should the adversary lack any form of soul defense techniques. A direct hit would result in immediate devastation. The lighter consequence could be temporary memory loss and mental disarray, while the severest could lead to utter folly. A method of soul attack? Hearing this, Jiang Ruoshui felt a stirring in his heart and urgently called out, Demon Lord, Demon Lord. Yet, despite his fervent entreaties, the Demon Lord offered no response. The third treasure was a petite, exquisite tower, no larger than a palm, its surface shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, seemingly containing myriad mysteries. This was the Flowing Cloud Mystic Light Tower, a pinnacle second-tier defensive artifact. Once activated, it could unleash mystic light to safeguard the user. Moreover, it could summon a vast expanse of flowing clouds, shrouding the surrounding area and obscuring others' vision, thus providing an opportunity for escape in dire situations. The path of cultivation is divided into 9 realms, corresponding to the 9 tiers of weaponry, artifacts, talismans, and formations. The second tier is akin to the artifacts of cultivators at the daunting realm. Wow, this little tower appears truly remarkable, Jiang Ruoshui exclaimed, expressing his fondness for this treasure. However, regrettably, its priority was not high for him. He possessed the 10,000 Paths glazed robe, an artifact renowned for its exceptional defensive capabilities. Given this foundation, acquiring an additional defensive artifact seemed somewhat superfluous. As for the 5-Chi returning origin pill, he was only at the 2nd transformation of the fish dragon realm, far from the pinnacle of the 9th transformation, and even further from the Donging realm. Should he claim the pill now, it remained uncertain when it might prove useful. By systematically eliminating treasures that did not align with his current needs, the optimal choice soon became clear. He resolutely opted for the soul-shattering stab. This soul attack technique was something he had never encountered before. After cultivating this method, it would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess significantly, making it the perfect selection. Should we proceed to the second trial? Xiaobai inquired softly, her gaze clear and penetrating. Jiang Ruoshui shook the soul-piercing blade manual in his hand and ventured to ask, "Might I practice this technique before undertaking the second trial?" "Certainly," Xiaobai nodded, her smile reassuring. "That is splendid news," Jiang Ruoshui exclaimed with delight. After a moment of contemplation, he further inquired, "Is there a time constraint before the next trial?" "No," she replied. Indeed, Jiang Ruoshui felt a surge of joy. After successfully passing the first trial, he had been healed of all injuries by a radiant light, leading him to suspect the nature of these trials. Now, with the confirmation from Gong Ling, his thoughts were validated. The trials of the Lingbao Immortal Palace would ensure that participants entered in their optimal condition. With his questions resolved, Jiang Ruoshui opened the manual and began to delve into the study of this soul attack technique. Chapter 47. A Breach of Martial Ethics. The second trial commences. The voice of Gong Ling Xiaobai reverberated through the vast coliseum. As her words faded, a swirling mass of black demonic flames surged once more in the center of the arena. The flames roiled and from within emerged a towering, dread-inducing celestial demon. This formidable being stood at an impressive height of 3 meters, resembling a grand mountain amidst the arena. Its body was enveloped in a layer of dark, luminescent scales, each scale intricately linked, forming a formidable armor. In its grasp, the celestial demon wielded a massive axe, its blade wide and razor-sharp, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Just as the celestial demon materialized, hundreds of demonic weapons lay poised and ready for battle. As Jiang Ruoshui's palm clenched into a fist, the enchanted weapons surged forth from all directions, akin to bullets erupting from a machine gun's chamber, cascading upon the celestial demon. This celestial demon, robust in physique and clad in formidable black scales, exhibited astonishing defensive capabilities. The impact of the enchanted weapons upon its form produced a symphony of metallic clanks, igniting a dazzling display of sparks. Yet, despite this resilience, under the relentless barrage of Jiang Ruoshui's unrestrained assault, the celestial demon found itself utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. Since realizing that he could fully recuperate from injuries after the conclusion of the battle, Jiang Ruoshui had ceased to hold back. At the very onset of the second trial, he unhesitatingly unleashed the blood reversal true demon technique, while simultaneously positioning all the enchanted weapons near the celestial demon's respawn point. Thus, as soon as the celestial demon emerged, it was immediately besieged by hundreds of enchanted weapons in a synchronized attack. It had no opportunity to manifest its own capabilities, succumbing tragically amidst the chaos of destruction. Witnessing this scene, Palace Spirit Xiaobai was momentarily rendered speechless, even feeling a pang of sympathy for the celestial demon. In her extensive memory, past trial participants had invariably confronted the celestial demon head-on, engaging in fierce battles reliant solely on their own strength. Never had anyone, like Jiang Ruoshui, devise traps at the demon's respawn location to secure victory through cunning means. Although she found it difficult to comprehend and did not endorse such tactics, she had no grounds to impede Jiang Ruoshui, for the rules of the Lingbao Immortal Palace indeed did not prohibit such strategies. The trial participant emerged victorious. After a considerable time, Xiaobai finally regained her composure and, with a hint of complexity in her voice, announced the outcome of the battle. "Hee, it's time to claim our rewards," Jiang Ruoshui exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he rubbed his hands together and approached with quickened steps. For this was indeed the most delightful moment. However, upon seeing his mischievous demeanor, Xiaobai could not help but curl her lip, reluctant to distribute the rewards. Such a lack of martial ethics, a mere rat's tail juice, she silently mused. A golden beam of light descended, healing all of Jiang Ruoshui's wounds, banishing even the sensation of fatigue. A golden tray materialized, upon which lay 3 radiant treasures. The first was a crimson talisman, adorned with mysterious runes that pulsed with a fervent energy. The second was the previously encountered exquisite cloud-flowing light tower, its surface shimmering with vibrant hues. The third was a tome entitled Soul Resonating Bell, a method for spirit defense. Jiang Ruoshui found himself deeply intrigued by this method of spiritual defense, especially since he already possessed a technique for spiritual offense, Soul Piercer. Should he master this defensive art, it would grant him a formidable balance of attack and defense in the realm of spirits, rendering him nearly invulnerable. Yet, the reappearance of the cloud-flowing light tower stirred a sense of doubt within him. He pondered whether this was merely a coincidence or if there were deeper implications at play. Could it be a matter of fate? A sudden conjecture flickered through his mind. After all, with his current fortune at its zenith, the frequent emergence of the tower might be an indication that it was an exceptionally powerful artifact. After much contemplation and deliberation, Jiang Ruoxue ultimately opted for a cautious approach, acquiring the soul defense technique known as the soul bell. According to the introduction provided by Gongling Xiaobai, mastering this technique allows one to condense a portion of their soul into a soul bell, thereby concealing their essence within it. By doing so, when subjected to attacks directed at the soul, the damage sustained can be significantly mitigated. After successfully mastering the soul bell technique, Jiang Ruoxue commenced the third trial. This time, the arena was engulfed in a black demonic flame, undeniably more formidable than in the previous two trials, exuding an oppressive atmosphere that was almost suffocating. Maintaining her composure, Jiang Ruoxue set traps and employed familiar tactics once more. The moment the celestial demon made its appearance, hundreds of demonic weapons unleashed their assaults simultaneously. However, unexpectedly, this celestial demon appeared to have sensed the impending onslaught beforehand. It became a blur, transforming into an illusion in an attempt to forcibly break free from the encirclement of the demonic weapons. Yet, having prepared in advance, Jiang Ruoxue was not inclined to grant it an easy escape. Attacks descended from all directions, an all-encompassing assault without any blind spots. The demonic weapons struck the celestial demon repeatedly, but could only stagger it, leaving superficial wounds on its tough exterior and failing to inflict more severe injuries. The demon's defensive capabilities were astonishing, with scales that were both hard and remarkably resilient, surpassing even those of the celestial demon encountered in the second trial. However, Jiang Ruoxue possessed a multitude of enchanted weapons. Even if a single strike could not inflict a fatal wound, victory could still be achieved through sheer quantity. After repeated assaults on the same location, the scales of the celestial demon finally began to exhibit signs of cracking. Yet, to Jiang Ruoxue's astonishment, he realized that once the attacks momentarily ceased, the celestial demon would gain a brief respite, during which the wounds upon its scales would astonishingly regenerate at an incredible pace. The resilience displayed was truly remarkable. Simultaneously, the speed of this third-tier celestial demon was exceedingly swift, allowing it to evade many of the subsequent enchanted weapons, which failed to find their mark. A thought flickered in Jiang Ruoxue's mind. He faintly sensed that this third-tier celestial demon was a perfect amalgamation of the first and second-tier demons. The first-tier demon was slight in stature, yet possessed unparalleled speed, while the second-tier demon was colossal with formidable defensive capabilities. The most potent third-tier celestial demon, however, had a balanced physique, boasting both robust defense and astonishing speed, rendering it exceptionally formidable. Enduring the onslaught of the enchanted weapons, the demon charged towards the edge of the arena, crimson blood seeping continuously through the gaps in its scales. Suddenly, it extended its hand, and the blood flowing from its wounds rapidly coalesced into a 3-foot-long blood blade. Unlike the previous two tiers, the third-tier celestial demon bore no weapons. Instead, it manipulated its own blood to forge a weapon. Brandishing the blood blade, it fought while retreating, astonishingly knocking the enchanted weapons away with ease. Chapter 48, All Out. It is worth noting that the amount of spiritual energy contained within these enchanted weapons is nothing to scoff at. From the very outset, Jiang Ruoxue exerted his utmost effort, striving to vanquish the celestial demons within a brief span of time. Consequently, he simultaneously unleashed 3 formidable techniques: the blood reversal true demon art, the universal borrowing treasure method, along with the harmony of heaven and man. The bountiful spiritual energy of the cosmos was drawn into him, all of which he channeled into the demonic weapons, thereby amplifying their might to an unparalleled degree. In previous encounters, particularly against the Thunderclap True Monarch, these demonic weapons had proven to be quite formidable. However, confronted by the celestial demon of the third trial, their assaults were nonetheless deflected, a testament to the demon's formidable prowess. At this moment, the celestial demon had reached the periphery of the arena, its towering form surmounting the walls before it, effortlessly scaling the heights with unyielding speed. The demonic weapons, too, made a sharp turn upwards, akin to relentless maggots, clinging tenaciously to the celestial demon. Suddenly, the demon stomped against the wall beneath it, its body launching forth like a cannonball, directly targeting the controller of the demonic weapons, Jiang Ruoxue. A frown creased Jiang Ruoxue's brow. All of his demonic weapons had been dispatched to encircle and intercept the celestial demon, leaving him utterly defenseless. Retrieving the demonic weapons for his own protection would be decidedly too late. To his astonishment, the celestial demon exhibited a cunning strategy. Initially feigning a retreat towards the arena's perimeter to lower his guard, only to decisively launch a counterattack when the moment was ripe. Jiang Ruoshui swiftly inhaled deeply, his breath transforming into a dragon's essence, manifesting the dragon transformation breathing technique. Under the dual enhancement of the blood reversal true demon technique and the dragon transformation breathing method, his physical prowess experienced an unprecedented elevation. In a brief span, his speed, strength, and endurance surged to an entirely new pinnacle. As he moved, he deftly evaded to the side. Boom. In the next moment, the cannonball formed by the celestial demon forcefully broke through hundreds of enchanted weapons, crashing down onto the ground. Dust swirled into the air, and from the haze emerged a figure, brandishing a blood-red blade as it charged towards Jiang Ruoshui. With a swift motion, Jiang Ruoshui retrieved the One Hun banner from his waist, restoring it to its original size in his grasp. He thrust the pointed end of the banner towards the advancing celestial demon, only to pierce through a mere illusion. The celestial demon, however, lowered its center of gravity and crouched down, evading the lethal strike with a deep squat. Subsequently, it exerted force from its feet, its head striking like a formidable battering ram against Jiang Ruoshui's abdomen. A sharp pain surged through him, causing Jiang Ruoshui to stagger backward. Yet, a blood-red blade glimmering with a chilling light was already slicing towards his neck, although the blade was perilously close to Jiang Ruoshui's throat. The celestial demon abruptly halted its assault, instead leaping into the air. Concurrently, 10 enchanted weapons soared through the air, crashing heavily into the spot where the celestial demon had just been. During this delay, the enchanted weapons behind the celestial demon had swiftly caught up. Had the demon not made the decisive choice to evade and recklessly continued its attack, it would have likely been impaled by those enchanted weapons on the spot. For the time being, Jiang Ruoshui abandoned most of the enchanted weapons, concentrating on enhancing these 10. Thus, the spiritual energy that was originally distributed among hundreds of weapons is now solely concentrated on enhancing a mere 10, resulting in a remarkable qualitative leap in their power. Even the formidable celestial demon must now retreat from their sharp edge. In the midst of this, the celestial demon, as it leaped into the air, hurled the blood knife in its hand towards Jiang Ruoshui with all its might. Jiang Ruoshui swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack, yet the blade still grazed his neck, leaving a deep cut. More alarmingly, the blood knife, which had just soared past him, abruptly transformed into numerous crimson threads that lunged toward Jiang Ruoshui. Initially, these crimson threads, upon striking his neck, appeared to inflict no significant harm, seemingly due to their excessive dispersal. However, soon after, the threads began to writhe incessantly, resembling blood-colored worms. As they infiltrated the wound on Jiang Ruoshui's neck and burrowed into his body, Jiang Ruoshui felt the blood-colored worms invading his being, coursing through his veins and voraciously devouring everything in their path. His veins were relentlessly gnawed upon, each bite sending waves of excruciating pain crashing over him like a tide. Of course, after invoking the blood reversal true demon technique, all the spiritual energy within Jiang Ruoshui had already transformed into demonic energy. This demonic energy, fierce and rampant, continuously inflicted damage upon the blood-colored worms as it flowed through him. Although there was no need for excessive concern regarding these blood-colored worms, they nevertheless consumed a portion of Jiang Ruoshui's focus. Seizing this opportunity, the celestial demon had already landed firmly, and with a flick of its toes, it charged forward once more. In the instant of close combat, a profound sense of powerlessness surged within Jiang Ruoshui. This demon was insurmountable. At that moment, he appeared evenly matched with the celestial demon, their confrontation stalemated. Yet, in reality, each strike from the demon inflicted subtle but cumulatively damaging effects on Jiang Ruoshui. Meanwhile, he found himself ensnared in a passive defensive predicament, with every counterattack effortlessly neutralized by the celestial demon. This disparity in close combat experience was monumental. Although the specifics of the demon's growth remained unclear, it was evident that this fiend excelled in close-quarters combat, having reached an extraordinary level of mastery. Being entrenched in the realm of the adversary's expertise, if the situation persisted, allowing the demon's advantage to widen, Jiang Ruoshui was destined for defeat. Simultaneously, the intense exchange of blows consumed all his energy, preventing him from diverting his focus to manipulate his demonic weaponry. He had no choice but to remain fully engaged. For any moment of distraction would result in a devastating counter from the celestial demon, leading to an inevitable collapse, with the fiend gaining the upper hand and pressing the attack relentlessly. Yet, even with his complete dedication to the close combat, the chasm in experience and strength remained unbridgeable. Bang! Jiang Ruoshui was struck by a punch from the celestial demon, his teeth shattering and the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth. The demon, sensing its advantage, became increasingly relentless in its assault. Enduring excruciating pain, Jiang Ruoshui summoned his will, deftly drawing the celestial dagger from his waist, aiming it towards his foe. The celestial demon instinctively raised its hand to block, but its once invulnerable scales, impervious to demonic weaponry, offered no protection against the celestial dagger. The celestial dagger pierced through the demon's palm, effortlessly breaching its protective scales, the blade embedding itself entirely within its flesh without hindrance. Jiang Ruoshui wielded the celestial dagger, forcefully twisting it before yanking it out. In an instant, a ghastly gaping hole was torn into the demon's lung, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering in all directions. Yet, in the next moment, the blood seemed to be drawn by some unseen force, swiftly coalescing and morphing in the air, transforming in the blink of an eye into a massive blood-colored hammer, hurtling towards Jiang Ruoshui with tremendous force. Grasping the returning celestial dagger, Jiang Ruoshui swung it with vigor. The blood-colored hammer instantly split in two, yet it morphed again mid-air into 3 barbed blood-red spikes, aimed menacingly at Jiang Ruoshui's eyes, neck, and heart. In this perilous moment, Jiang Ruoshui concentrated her will, summoning the demonic weapons that spiraled around her, serving as shields against the oncoming blood-red spikes. With a series of resounding crashes, the spikes struck the demonic weapons, exploding upon impact, only to transform into countless smaller blood-red threads, resembling nimble serpents that skillfully evaded the defenses and continued their treacherous assault on Jiang Ruoshui. A surge of demonic energy spiraled around Jiang Ruoshui, rapidly coalescing into a layer of pitch-black armor enveloping her form. The power contained within those minute blood threads had diminished significantly, and upon colliding with the dark armor, they could not penetrate it in the slightest. However, at that very moment, the demon had closed in, launching a ferocious assault. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a punch that shattered the dark armor, scattering the amassed demonic energy. The second strike landed squarely on Jiang Ruoshui's chest. He stumbled backward, his face a mask of horror. How could this fiend, despite the gaping wound in its chest inflicted by my celestial dagger, still remain animated? For a moment, doubt clouded his mind. Any ordinary cultivator, subjected to such a grievous assault, would have surely lost their ability to fight. Indeed, the species of fiends, in terms of physicality, vitality, and resilience, surpasses humanity by far. I must exercise utmost caution and never let my guard down. The celestial dagger has been revealed. It is unlikely to achieve the element of surprise again. I must eliminate this creature before my trump card is exhausted, lest it spell my doom. With this thought, Jiang Ruoshui's gaze turned fierce as a wolf, his fingers curling slightly, commanding 10 enhanced demonic weapons to lunge at the fiend. Sensing the imminent danger, the fiend swiftly shifted from offense to defense, unleashing a barrage of powerful punches that sent several demonic weapons flying. However, the sheer number of weapons, combined with their relentless assault, allowed one to exploit an opening and pierce through the fiend's defenses, striking its body with ferocity. The fiend froze momentarily from the impact, revealing a vulnerability. Seizing this opportunity, the remaining demonic weapons surged forth like ravenous wolves, relentlessly stabbing at its form. In a matter of moments, the fiend was transformed into a veritable pincushion of blood, crimson liquid gushing forth and staining the ground beneath it into a sea of red. Jiang Ruoshui has now become acutely aware of the terrifying prowess of this celestial demon, and he no longer harbors any semblance of complacency. He continues to manipulate the distant weapons, sending them forth in relentless waves against the demon. With a sudden roar, the demon lifts its head, unleashing a ferocious bellow that sends invisible sound waves rippling outward, leaving Jiang Ruoshui momentarily dazed, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Despite being pierced by various weapons and drenched in blood, the demon seems utterly indifferent to its suffering, lumbering towards Jiang Ruoshui with a heavy gait. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Ruoshui channels a newly acquired technique, transforming his spirit into sharp silver needles that swiftly pierce the demon's forehead. The demon's body reacts violently to this spiritual assault, its eyes rolling back as it freezes in place, rendered immobile. Gasping for breath, Jiang Ruoshui feels beads of sweat forming on his brow, haunted by the close call. Had he not previously cultivated the reward from the second level, the soul-settling bell, he might have succumbed to the demon's roar, leaving himself vulnerable to its merciless onslaught. Even as the demon lies incapacitated, Jiang Ruoxue remains wary of its formidable close combat abilities, maintaining a safe distance while adeptly controlling the enchanted weapons. Dozens of these enchanted weapons are simultaneously extracted from the demon's body, imbued with frenzied demonic energy that violently rends its flesh. The demon emits a piercing scream, the agony jolting it back to consciousness. Jiang Ruoxue, however, is not inclined to grant the demon any opportunity for retaliation. He deftly maneuvers the sky-draping dagger from behind, easily piercing through the center of its brow. The ordeal was far from over. He continued to wield the dagger, piercing back and forth through the demon lord's skull until he had created numerous gaping wounds, at last feeling a sense of relief. As the demon lord's body gradually disintegrated into ashes, Gong Ling Xiaobai gracefully revealed herself. The challenger had triumphed. With a smile adorning her face and a hint of exhilaration in her voice, it was evident that the intense exchange of blows had greatly pleased her. A golden beam of light descended from the heavens, healing Jiang Ruoxue's injuries, even restoring the soul energy depleted by the soul-piercing strike. Nonetheless, Jiang Ruoxue found little joy in the victory, feeling an overwhelming fatigue within. The third trial's demon lord was exponentially more powerful than those in the first two trials. Despite her thorough preparations, she had found herself in perilous situations multiple times, nearly losing her life. Ever since entering the Lingdao Immortal Palace, she had been unable to contact the demon lord. Contemplating this, Jiang Ruoxue's expression grew grim. It seemed that should she falter in the third trial, the demon lord would be incapable of rescuing her. Xiaobai, what will happen if I fail in the trial? Jiang Ruoxue inquired with a grave demeanor. You will perish. Gong Ling Xiaobai replied, maintaining her serene smile while uttering the most chilling words. Now let us distribute the rewards. A golden tray materialized, displaying 3 treasures. Is it that again? Jiang Ruoxue exclaimed in astonishment as she recognized the second-tier supreme defensive artifact, the Flowing Cloud Mysterious Light Tower, among the rewards. The treasure possessed by Jiang Ruoxue, the 10,000 Paths Glazed Robe, boasts exceptional defensive capabilities. Therefore, upon encountering the Flowing Cloud Mystic Light Tower in the second stage, he found himself with little inclination to deliberate further. After all, the defensive properties of this tower somewhat overlap with those of the Glazed Robe. Moreover, all artifacts are categorized into 3 tiers: magical tools, treasures, and spiritual treasures. The Flowing Cloud Mystic Light Tower is merely a magical tool, possessing relatively weak spiritual essence, making it susceptible to being stored in a storage pouch and easily snatched away by others. In contrast, the Glazed Robe is a treasure. Once refined, it can be conveniently stored within the cultivator's dantian or sea of consciousness, rendering it difficult for others to seize. Even when faced with the direst of circumstances, a cultivator can trigger the self-destruction of a treasure, ensuring that such valuables do not fall into enemy hands. As for the highest tier, the spiritual treasure, its superior essence is attributed to the emergence of artifact spirits, which far surpass the capabilities of magical tools and treasures. As the saying goes, things do not happen more than 3 times. Given that this treasure has appeared for the 3rd time, Jiang Ruoxue no longer hesitated and decisively chose the Flowing Cloud Mystic Light Tower. In Chapter 50, the rankings reveal that the 8th trial participant must possess the cultivation of the Fish Dragon Realm's 3rd transformation to proceed to the 4th stage. With his current strength, you can no longer continue the trials, gently reminded Gong Ling Xiaobai. Jiang Ruoxue nodded slightly, as he had no intention of continuing the trials today. The formidable strength of the celestial demons in the 3rd trial kept him on edge throughout, although his soul had been restored afterward. The toll of 3 consecutive battles still left him with a sense of fatigue. As for the celestial demon tide trial, should he participate? Xiaobai inquired. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruoxue's complexion turned ashen, and her speech became hesitant. The tide of celestial demons. Could it possibly refer to? Xiaobai's lips curled into a faint smile, as she affirmed, indeed, it bears the same meaning as beast tide, as the name suggests. It entails confronting a formidable army of celestial demons, embarking on a brutal trial of combat where one must face many. The first stage of the Tide of Celestial Demons trial requires confronting dozens of celestial demons that possess strength comparable to that of the first stage of ordinary trials. The second stage demands battling numerous celestial demons akin to those of the second stage in standard trials, with subsequent stages following suit. Jiang Ruoxue could not help but envision the horrifying scene of facing dozens of exceptionally swift celestial demons with formidable defenses and extraordinary close combat capabilities in the third stage of the trial. A chill ran down her spine, and her scalp prickled with fear. Just the thought of it nearly made her nauseous. This trial of combat could easily be described as a descent into hell. The difficulty of the Tide of Celestial Demons trial, in comparison to ordinary trials, had increased manifold, by 10-fold, 100-fold, or even more. Perhaps I shall participate another time. Jiang Ruoxue wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and spoke. Very well. Xiaobai nodded. Having successfully passed 3 stages of the trial this time, you may earn 10 contribution points. By activating the trial token, one can view their contribution points and the rewards that can be redeemed with them. Following Xiaobai's guidance, Jiang Ruoxue retrieved the golden trial token and infused it with her spiritual energy. In an instant, a transparent panel projected from the token, displaying a dazzling array of redeemable items that left one feeling awestruck. The second-tier elixir, the condensed chi pill, upon consumption, can elevate one's cultivation to a minor realm within the doning stage, requiring a contribution of 80 for exchange. The third-tier supreme talisman, the Fire Dragon Talisman, is a consumable item that, once activated, possesses the capability to slay practitioners of the Tiangong stage, demanding a contribution of 1,000 for acquisition. Jiang Ruoxue, upon reading this, was left in a state of astonishment. Does this imply that by merely exchanging for a Fire Dragon Talisman, one could effortlessly eliminate a sect genius such as Fangxi? The spiritual treasure, the Changgung Hanyun sword, has been passed down through 7 generations of sword cultivators. Within the sword resides a sword spirit, well-versed in the complete sword techniques of the 7 legendary sword cultivators who once roamed the earth. The contribution required for this magnificent sword is 50,000. To exchange for this spiritual weapon not only grants possession of an unparalleled instrument of slaughter, but also provides access to 7 complete sword cultivators' techniques. Jiang Ruoxue couldn't help but marvel. Moreover, this sword spirit might even serve as a mentor to the user. Such an item truly paves a celestial path for sword cultivators. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he continued to peruse the offerings. The celestial grade elixir, the Ascension and Tribulation pill, can shield ascendants from 50% of their ascension tribulations. Wait a moment, does such a miraculous item truly exist? Jiang Ruoxue leaned forward, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Silently closing the panel of the trial token, he discovered that the treasures listed towards the end required an exorbitant contribution, often amounting to millions or even billions. These legendary items felt infinitely distant from his current self, out of sight, out of mind. Additionally, one could review the leaderboard. Xiaobai spoke again, explaining that all previous challengers had rankings on this board, and those who entered the top 100 would receive generous rewards. Jiang Ruoxue opened the token panel once more to examine the leaderboard, only to discover that he was ranked 2,322. Confused, he inquired, "Am I not the 8th challenger? How can there be over 2,000 participants?" The number 8 is merely a randomly assigned identifier and does not signify that only 8 individuals are competing, Gongling Xiaobai clarified. It seems the journey ahead is both arduous and lengthy. Jiang Ruoxue sighed in resignation and continued to browse the other contents of the token panel. Suddenly, a redemption option captivated his attention. The right to use the alchemy chamber? What could this entail? We are currently situated in the trial hall of the Lingbao Immortal Palace. Gongling Xiaobai waved her delicate hand, conjuring a shimmering map of the palace in midair. She pointed to the central area and continued, in addition to the hall, the Immortal Palace boasts numerous significant areas, such as the alchemy chamber, the artifact forging room, the meditation chamber, and the herbal garden, among others. The contribution points acquired from vanquishing the celestial demons can be exchanged not only for medicinal pills, magical artifacts, talismans, and formations that enhance one's strength, but also for usage rights to various regions within the palace. For instance, once you redeem the right to access the meditation chamber, you can enter and dedicate yourself to profound cultivation. The meditation chamber is specifically arranged with formations that gather spiritual energy and is equipped with talismans that accelerate cultivation efficiency. With these facilities, the speed of cultivation surpasses that experienced in many sects' spiritual veins in the outside world. What about the usage rights of the alchemy chamber? Once redeemed, will I be able to utilize the elixir furnace of the Celestial Palace for my alchemical endeavors? Jiang Ruoxue's face lit up with a smile, her expression filled with eagerness. Indeed, that is the case. My alchemical skills are rather rudimentary. May I exchange contributions for assistance from the Celestial Palace in concocting potions? Naturally, you may. The palace spirit, Xiaobai, nodded with a smile, albeit This will considerably increase the consumption of contribution points. Jiang Ruoxue hastily retrieved a small pile of demon cores from her storage bag. How much contribution would be required to refine all these demon cores into elixirs? The palace spirit Xiaobai gently waved her hand, causing the pile of demon cores to levitate into the air. With a blink of her large eyes, she calculated for a moment before responding. Approximately 20 contributions will be needed, and you will need to pass 2 to 3 more trials to gather the requisite amount. Unfortunately, your current strength has not met the basic requirements for the next trial. That is of no concern. Please assist me in refining half of the elixirs. Jiang Ruoxue replied with a smile. After deducting the contributions, she followed Xiaobai through a resplendent corridor. As Xiaobai led the way, she began to introduce. This place is known as the Celestial Divine Corridor. The Lingbao Celestial Palace was forged by several ancient deities and powerful immortals, and the portraits of these venerable figures are preserved here. On one side of the corridor, dozens of portraits hang on the wall, depicting individuals either exuding an ethereal aura or radiating solemn dignity, rendered with lifelike precision. It is not difficult to imagine the immense manpower and resources expended in the grand endeavor of constructing the Lingbao Celestial Palace. Chapter 51. Something awry. Jiang Ruoxue was not particularly captivated by the illustrious sages of yore, and soon turned his gaze to the other side of the corridor. There, warm and gentle sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing a splendid scene filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. Was it an illusion conjured by magic? Jiang Ruoxue remained acutely aware, for he understood that the true location of the Lingbao Xian Palace lay above the boundless abyss. As he traversed the divine corridor, a rich and profound aroma of medicinal herbs wafted toward him, signaling that he had arrived at the alchemy chamber. Xiaohei, he called upon entering the grand hall. A flicker of spiritual light heralded the appearance of a young girl clad in a black gown. I am the palace spirit. Xiaohei. She inclined her body slightly, offering a polite bow to Jiang Ruoxue as she introduced herself. Xiaohei bore a striking resemblance to Xiaobai, as if they were carved from the same mold, akin to identical twins. However, unlike Xiaobai, who possessed gentle eyes and a warm smile, Xiaohei exuded a frigid demeanor, reminiscent of water from a cold spring, enveloped in an aura that repelled others from a distance. Are you also a palace spirit? Jiang Ruoxue inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Xiaohei explained. Xiaobai is responsible for the trials of the challengers, whereas I primarily oversee the alchemy chamber and the artifact forging room, among other logistical duties. This trial taker of number 8 requires the concoction of elixirs. As Xiaobai spoke, a multitude of demon cores that hovered nearby seemed to be drawn toward Xiaohei, drifting effortlessly in her direction. Very well, please follow me. Xiaohei replied in a neutral tone, nodding slightly before turning to lead the way deeper into the hall. Jiang Ruoxue closely followed, passing through 3 doors in succession. With each threshold crossed, the oppressive heat in the air intensified. Upon entering the spacious hall, a colossal alchemical furnace, towering at 10 zhang, stood prominently in the center, occupying a significant portion of the space. The furnace, adorned with ancient and intricate runes, exuded an aura of mystery. Gongling Xiaohong waved a hand, directing all the demon cores into an opening of the furnace. Shortly thereafter, a deep, resonating sound echoed from within, akin to fierce flames raging. After merely 30 breaths, Xiaohong retrieved a jade bottle of sheep fat, skillfully catching over 30 refined pills from the furnace's outlet. Is it truly so swift? Jiang Ruoxue exclaimed. Astonishment etched on his face, his tone laced with skepticism. Xiaohong shook the jade bottle, patiently elucidating. This furnace, known as the Xuanhuang Tai furnace, was originally crafted for the refinement of celestial elixirs. Thus, utilizing it for these mundane pills is a trivial task. Rest assured, the quality of these congealing qi pills far surpasses what an ordinary alchemist could produce. As she spoke, Xiaohong tossed the jade bottle towards Jiang Ruoxue. Startled, he quickly cupped it with both hands. Eagerly, he uncorked the bottle and inhaled deeply. The rich fragrance of the medicinal herbs flooded his senses, almost overwhelming him and nearly causing him to lose his balance. Xiaohong pointed towards the smaller furnaces arranged around the hall, stating, Should you wish to learn the art of alchemy, feel free to use these furnaces, though you must procure the necessary raw materials yourself or exchange contributions for them. If there is nothing else, I must attend to my tasks. Jiang Ruoxue and Gongling Xiaobai were politely ushered out by Xiaohei. Please do not take offense. Xiaohei is a good child, albeit somewhat inept at communication, Xiaobai expressed with an air of contrition. Jiang Ruoshui, however, was indifferent to such trifles and inquired, "How much contribution is required to exchange for the usage rights of the cultivation chamber?" Without hesitation, Xiaobai replied, "The cultivation chamber, much like magical artifacts, is classified into 9 tiers. The most basic first-tier cultivation chamber costs 12 contribution points per day. In other words, does it consume 1 contribution point per hour? Indeed. What must I do to enhance my strength at the swiftest pace?" As Jiang Ruoshui pondered this internally, he gradually made his way back to the initial trial hall. Xiaobai followed silently behind, refraining from interrupting him. Suddenly, Jiang Ruoshui conceived a brilliant idea, promptly seating himself cross-legged and directing his palms towards the heavens to commence his cultivation. Gongling Xiaobai observed in bewilderment, unable to discern Jiang Ruoshui's intentions. The 8th trial participant. Is his true name Jiang Jun? She reviewed Jiang Ruoshui's profile. According to the selection rules of the Celestial Palace, an earlier trial number indicates greater potential. Is he truly cultivating? Without the aid of the cultivation chamber, the speed and efficiency of his practice would undoubtedly suffer. Oh, and his contribution points have already been exhausted. At that moment, an abundance of spiritual energy rapidly converged from the surroundings, which Jiang Ruoshui absorbed entirely. The speed at which this energy gathered was rather astonishing, wasn't it? Gongling Xiaobai mused in surprise. Could this be the unity of heaven and man? Indeed, he has suddenly seized the opportunity of unity of heaven and man, prompting him to engage in immediate cultivation, unwilling to let slip this ephemeral moment of enlightenment. After all, unity of heaven and man represents a rare state of extraordinary cultivation that one may inadvertently enter during a significant breakthrough. No practitioner would forfeit the chance to immerse themselves in it. Jiang Ruoshui opened his eyes and retrieved 5 qi condensation pills, tossing them into his mouth. Wait a moment. Gongling Xiaobai intended to voice a warning, but it was already too late. Her expression turned anxious. Each qi condensation pill at this level could elevate a practitioner of the fish dragon realm by an entire minor realm. Was this fool not afraid of being overwhelmed by the surging spiritual energy after consuming 5 at once? Had I failed to inform him in advance? Oh no, I was merely an observer, and now it seems I have erred. While the healing divine light of the Celestial Palace can mend his injuries, such an action renders those 5 qi condensation pills utterly wasted. This lad is truly squandering resources. Gongling Xiaobai felt a mix of frustration and exasperation. How foolish he was, not even considering to start with a smaller dosage. After swallowing the qi condensation pills, Jiang Ruoshui immediately felt a warm current surge from his throat throughout his body, continuously releasing a vast amount of pure spiritual energy. The golden little fish within his Dantian Qi Sea, upon witnessing this, joyously paddled towards him, eagerly absorbing the influx of energy. Before long, the pure spiritual energy provided by the qi condensation pills had been entirely consumed by the golden fish, which had grown considerably larger. Yet there were no signs of a breakthrough to the 3rd transformation of the fish dragon realm. Was it insufficient? Jiang Ruoshui furrowed her brows, sensing the predicament she was in. Logically speaking, the elixirs concocted within the Celestial Palace should yield outstanding effects. Indeed, she could feel the spiritual energy contained within these pills. If one were to rely solely on natural absorption, it would likely take several days to amass such a magnitude. Could it be that my golden little fish have a voracious appetite? With this thought, Jiang Ruoshui swallowed 5 spirit condensation pills once more. The palace spirit, Xiaobai, witnessed this scene, her large eyes widening even further, resembling copper bells. In disbelief, she murmured softly, "What is happening?" He just swallowed 5 spirit condensation pills in one go. And not only did he not explode, but now he is consuming another 5. This is peculiar. Quite peculiar indeed. Chapter 52. Silken Little Combos. Xiaobai found herself unable to comprehend the current situation. In her understanding, a single spirit condensation pill crafted by the Celestial Palace could elevate one's cultivation by an entire minor realm, a fact substantiated by countless practitioners. Even if Jiang Ruoshui possessed a unique constitution and profound foundation, 5 spirit condensation pills should suffice. Yet, the undeniable reality lay before her, demanding her belief. Taking a few deep breaths, Xiaobai attempted to suppress her astonishment. She continued to mutter to herself, "Surely this time he will break through, right?" Yet, Jiang Ruoshui opened her eyes again and tossed 2 more spirit condensation pills into her mouth. A monster! Xiaobai's expression grew complex, and she could not help but exclaim, Jiang Ruoxue, focused on her cultivation, remained oblivious to the thoughts of this peculiar being. After consuming a total of 12 qi condensation pills, the golden plump fish within his dantian finally felt satiated. In a brilliant flash of golden light, it sprouted a third draconic feature, dragon whiskers. However, as a unique, innate Dao body, Jiang Ruoxue possessed a distinct method of transformation into a dragon. The golden fish within him ultimately underwent a peculiar metamorphosis. It grew whiskers. This left Jiang Ruoxue speechless, as he contemplated the absurdity of a fish endowed with human bones and limbs, sporting whiskers, and capable of upright locomotion. Having successfully elevated his cultivation to the third transformation of the fish-dragon realm, Jiang Ruoxue was now prepared to face further challenges. The trials of the heavenly demon tide were exceedingly formidable, and he deemed it prudent to refrain from engaging them lightly. After all, the 3 previous battles had left him quite fatigued. Yet, should he approach the 4th level of an ordinary trial, he remained confident in his ability to prevail. From a cautious perspective, it would be wise to return on another day, ready to confront the trials in optimal condition. Nevertheless, Jiang Ruoxue was acutely aware that time was a luxury he could no longer afford. The Xinshao sect, Tianxin sect, and Yunying Pavilion, having slain disciples from these righteous sects, he would undoubtedly face a manhunt should their cultivators become aware of his actions. Although the likelihood was slim, if Feng Shirsi from the Xinshao sect managed to survive, he would surely pursue Jiang Ruoxue with relentless fervor. The white-haired young man of the demonic path, wielding a sword, remained an enigma, yet he was undeniably an adversary. By granting Qiu Muyao her freedom, Jiang Ruoxue had irrevocably entwined himself in a deadly feud with the leader of the Forgiveness Ghost sect, a discord that could never be reconciled. Indeed, he found himself ensnared in a precarious situation, surrounded by foes at every turn. Upon this realization, Jiang Ruoxue could not help but let out a laugh. It dawned on him that he had antagonized nearly all the prominent forces in both the righteous and demonic realms. Aside from the immediate and pressing crises he faced, Jiang Ruoxue was also confronted with the looming threat of his diminishing lifespan. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no anxiety. He was acutely aware that he must seize every moment, leaving no opportunity unexploited, and exert himself to elevate his cultivation. During the trials at the Lingao Immortal Palace, Jiang Ruoxue truly experienced the sweetness of success. The rewards and contribution points granted upon clearing the palace's trial stages could significantly enhance his combat prowess and accelerate his cultivation speed. Thus, it seemed that the only ally he could rely upon was this very Lingbao Immortal Palace. Jiang Ruoxue firmly resolved in his heart, his gaze reflecting unwavering determination. With plans altered, he would charge forward with all his might. He communicated this to the palace spirit, Xiaobai, and struck his chest repeatedly, attempting to calm his racing heart. As the demonic flames ignited for the 4th time in the arena, Jiang Ruoxue had already prepared himself. The celestial demon had just emerged from the inferno when Jiang Ruoxue unleashed his long-prepared soul attack technique, Soul Piercer, which shot forth with remarkable speed. The unprepared celestial demon was struck by this sudden assault, freezing in place, unable to move. Witnessing the unexpectedly effective results of the Soul Piercer, Jiang Ruoxue's earlier speculations solidified further in his mind. Despite the celestial demon's formidable physical prowess, which was almost monstrous in nature, its speed, strength, and regenerative abilities were indeed daunting. Its soul defense appeared to be comparatively feeble. Thus far, I have yet to encounter a celestial demon capable of withstanding the assaults of the soul. 20 meticulously enhanced, enchanted weapons descended from the heavens, transforming the demon into a mere pincushion in the blink of an eye. It had scarcely the time to utter a cry before its life was abruptly extinguished. Reflecting upon the previous battles, Jiang Ruoxue typically employed the universal borrowing technique, channeling spiritual energy to fortify hundreds of objects for attack, leveraging sheer numerical superiority to overwhelm adversaries. However, he has now altered his strategy, concentrating all his spiritual energy to significantly enhance a select few weapons, elevating their potency and sharpness to unprecedented levels. This shift in approach is rooted in the invaluable experience gained from the 3rd challenge against the celestial demon. Initially, the majority of objects manipulated through the universal borrowing technique were common trees, which could only accommodate a limited amount of spiritual energy. Should they be burdened with excess energy, they would inevitably self-destruct under the strain. In contrast, the weapons within the arena are forged from materials of exceptional quality, crafted in the Celestial Treasure Palace. and possess a far greater capacity for spiritual energy. Furthermore, against a celestial demon like the one encountered in the third challenge, whose defensive capabilities are astonishingly formidable. An equal distribution of spiritual energy amongst hundreds of enchanted weapons proves insufficient to breach such a powerful demon's protective scales. Only by concentrating this energy to enhance a select few weapons can one achieve the requisite lethality. Jiang Ruoxue has meticulously devised a clear plan for overcoming the challenge. First, the Soul Piercer, next, the enchanted weapons, and finally, the Celestial Dagger to conclude the assault. The seamless combination of triple attacks requires only attention to the timing of the strikes. After executing an attack with the Celestial Dagger, one can fully gather the soul power necessary for the frightening stab. Should one encounter a particularly formidable demon that withstands a series of attacks, simply initiate another round. Jiang Ruoxue has previously inquired in detail about the specific contribution values corresponding to the demons of the first three stages. Upon defeating the demons in the first and second stages, he received 2 contributions each, while the demon in the third stage granted 6 contributions. A staggering threefold increase compared to the previous 2 stages. Naturally, the difficulty of combat escalates correspondingly. Jiang Ruoxue has thoroughly grasped the precise contribution values of the demons in the initial 3 stages. The contribution for the 4th stage demon is 4, which, while double that of the first and second stages, still pales in comparison to the 3rd stage. It becomes evident that the difficulty of the Celestial Palace trial increases every 3 levels. Stages characterized by a multiple of 3, such as the 3rd, 6th, and 9th, are guarded by significantly more powerful demons. To put it more plainly, an elite monster appears every 3 levels. Jiang Ruoxue continuously speculates in his mind, gaining a clearer understanding of the rules of the Celestial Palace trial, which bolsters his confidence and assurance for the challenges that lie ahead. Chapter 53. The sword Qi cuts through the human symbol. Thus, it appears that aside from the stages marked by multiples of 3, the difficulty of the remaining stages should not be excessively high. Henceforth, my greatest concern lies with the 6th stage. Determined, Jiang Ruoxue resolved to seize the moment and persist in conquering the 5th level. However, Gongling Xiaobai waved her hand, gently declining, stating that participation in the 5th level required one's cultivation to reach the 4th transformation of the Fish Dragon realm. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruoxue, left with no alternative, exchanged his contribution points for access to the training room. Fortunately, he possessed over 20 condensation pills, and with the dual assistance of the room's formations and cultivation talismans, breaking through to the 4th transformation of the Fish Dragon realm would merely require time. An hour later, Jiang Ruoxue emerged from the training room, his cultivation unexpectedly shattering through 2 minor realms, now attaining the 5th transformation of the Fish Dragon realm. The golden little fish within his dantian had sprouted hair and skin akin to that of a human, corresponding to the dragon horns and scales in the process of transformation. These golden fish bore features of both fish and humanity, their appearance increasingly resembling that of a monster. I possess a considerable number of condensation pills. In fact, I could have broken through to the 4th transformation of the Fish Dragon realm within a mere cup of tea. Jiang Ruoxue sighed, shaking his head repeatedly. However, the deduction of contribution points from the training room was at least 1. Therefore, whether he cultivated for a brief moment or for an entire hour, the consumption of contributions remained the same. With the contribution points already deducted, failing to make full use of them would indeed be a significant loss. These contributions were hard-earned through relentless battles. Not a single bit could be wasted. With this mindset, Jiang Ruoxue continued to immerse himself in cultivation within the training room until his allotted time was completely spent. Only then did he exit. Little did he expect that by mere chance, he would inadvertently break through to the 5th transformation of the Fish Dragon realm. Jiang Ruoxue wore a smile, thoroughly pleased with the efficacy of this cultivation chamber. Within this sanctum, fortified by both formations and talismans, the pace of cultivation could indeed be described as remarkably swift. Having met the requisite level of cultivation, he resolved to press forward and conquer the 5th and 6th trials in one go. Trialist number 8. You have yet to claim the reward for your completion of the 4th trial, Gongling Xiaobai interjected, her delicate hand gesturing to summon a golden tray that bore 3 treasures. Jiang Ruoxue's heart leaped with joy as he inquired, "Let me see what there is." After a moment of contemplation, he selected a tome entitled The Celestial Book of Talismans, which meticulously detailed the methods for inscribing dozens of talismans. Additionally, it included a bonus talisman known as the Sword Qi Slashing Talisman. This talisman would continuously draw in the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, storing it within until it could be activated in critical moments to unleash a wave of sword chi against adversaries, capable of multiple uses. It could accumulate up to 9 instances of sword chi. However, once depleted, it would require an extensive period for recovery. The strength of the 5th trial celestial demon was comparable to that of the 4th, with both yielding a contribution value of 4 upon completion. Jiang Ruoxue had prepared in advance, effortlessly dispatching the demon with a smooth series of swift maneuvers. Among these, the soul-stirring stab proved most effective, as the celestial demon's defenses against soul attacks were notably frail. Enhanced by focused reinforcement, his demonic weapons easily penetrated the celestial demon's scales, resulting in a swift demise before it even had the chance to retaliate. In the arena, a pitch-black demonic flame ignited, overwhelming Jiang Ruoxue with a palpable sense of dread. As anticipated, the strength of the 6th-level demon far surpassed that of the previous 2 stages. It appeared that the intensity of the trials set by the Celestial Palace was indeed threefold the difficulty of prior levels. With a sudden surge of courage, Jiang Ruoxue unleashed the long-prepared soul needle the moment the 6th-level demon emerged. The demon's body stiffened abruptly, momentarily immobilized. Concurrently, 10 meticulously enhanced demonic weapons pierced its form like a barrage of nails. The roar that followed revealed the formidable nature of this demon, which was evidently stronger than its predecessors. A single demonic weapon proved insufficient to breach its scaled armor, leaving only faint scars. It required a dual strike to the same vulnerable point to genuinely penetrate the demon's defenses. Furthermore, although the 6th-level demon was similarly struck by the soul needle, its spirit was remarkably resilient. Following the devastating assault on its essence, the demon remained unconscious for an alarmingly brief duration. Even when impaled by 10 demonic weapons, the creature retained the strength to manipulate its own blood, transforming it into a lethal blood blade aimed at Jiang Ruoxue in a desperate counterattack. In response, Jiang Ruoxue deftly wielded the celestial dagger to deliver a finishing blow, effortlessly breaking through the demon's corporeal defenses and piercing its forehead. Thus, the 6th-level demon met its demise, with Jiang Ruoxue executing a flawless combination to clear the stage. The trial now demanded a cultivation level of 6 transformations within the Fish Dragon realm for the 7th challenge. Observing Jiang Ruoxue's eager demeanor, Palace Spirit Seabai felt compelled to interject. "You have seen for yourself that my strength is more than adequate to face this." Jiang Ruoxue gazed at Gong Lingxiabai and proposed, "I need to challenge the upcoming levels beyond my current capabilities." Gong Lingxiabai, with a serious demeanor, explained, "The cultivation restrictions within the Immortal Palace's rules are not intended to hinder your trials. Quite the opposite. They are designed to protect you, the challengers. The Tianma species possesses formidable strength, far surpassing that of cultivators of the same level. Therefore, should you choose to engage in a challenge beyond your means, the difficulty is evident. I must forewarn you, should you fail, it could result in death. Rather than rashly risking your life in a moment of fervor, it is wiser to gradually enhance your strength before undertaking such challenges. No, I am determined to challenge beyond my level." Jiang Ruoxue disowned crucial information from the other S words. He understood that the Immortal Palace did not prohibit challenges beyond 1S level. Instead, it required challengers to possess a certain level of awareness and preparedness. Sighing softly, Gong Lingxiabai shook her head. "Very well, your life is your own. If you choose to gamble it, I have no grounds to dissuade you. Then, let the trials continue." Utilizing the advantage of his prior preparations and ambush, Jiang Ruoxue skillfully navigated through the 7th and 8th levels with ease. Even the more powerful 9th-level Tianma, under the relentless onslaught of Jiang Ruoxue's consecutive attacks, was rendered powerless, ultimately disintegrating into ashes amidst its unwilling roar. The string of effortless victories bolstered Jiang Ruoxue's confidence immensely. However, in the next moment, the once radiant sky was abruptly engulfed by a dark and ominous haze. What has transpired? A jolt of alarm surged through Jiang Ruoxue as he turned his gaze toward the center of the arena. An unprecedented and colossal inferno of demonic flames erupted, causing the ground to tremble violently without any forewarning. Amidst the flames, the demon of the 10th level gradually manifested, its overwhelmingly ferocious aura transforming the very atmosphere of the surroundings. "This is dire." Jiang Ruoxue's complexion turned ashen. This aura was exponentially stronger than that of the demon from the 9th level. Chapter 54, Demon King, a startling strike. Jiang Ruoxue struggled to maintain his composure and unleashed the first of his consecutive attacks. A dozen soul needles, forged from concentrated souls, pierced toward the demon of the 10th level. Despite the formidable strength and terrifying power of his opponent, Jiang Ruoxue, having taken the initiative, still held the upper hand. The demon, newly arrived in the arena, was yet unacquainted with the current circumstances and found it exceedingly difficult to fend off such an assault. Jiang Ruoxue brimmed with confidence. After all, he had successfully tested this technique multiple times in previous battles against demons. The soul needles struck precisely at the demon's head, momentarily immobilizing it as if bound by invisible shackles. It can be done. Witnessing this, Jiang Ruoxue felt a surge of elation. Upholding the principle of taking advantage of an adversary's weakness, he hastily maneuvered 10 heavily reinforced demonic weapons to deliver the finishing blow. However, the demon suddenly emitted a disdainful snort. In the blink of an eye, it shook off the effects of the soul's injury, regaining its awareness. Jiang Ruoxue's expression changed dramatically, as though doused with a bucket of cold water. On that fateful day, the celestial demon casually swept his hand, unleashing an invisible yet formidable force that erupted with astonishing intensity. The once menacing enchanted weapons, akin to fragile twigs and withered leaves, were violently cast aside. As they disintegrated in midair, fragments scattered across the ground. How could this be possible? Jiang Ruoxue's heart raced with disbelief. In a bid to seize the initiative and swiftly vanquish the celestial demon, he had already invoked 3 formidable techniques: blood reversal, true demon art, universal borrowing technique, and the unity of heaven and man, with the layers of power augmenting one another. The spiritual energy and demonic essence contained within the enchanted weapons surged to an unimaginable magnitude, their true might escalating to an extraordinary level. Why was this 10th level celestial demon able to so effortlessly dismantle my enchanted weapons? Sweat poured from Jiang Ruoxue's brow, his face a mask of incredulity. Despite the fear gripping him, his assault did not falter for an instant. At the moment when the celestial demon thwarted all of his enchanted weapons, the final strike of his quick succession, Heavenly Veil Dagger, stealthily approached, akin to a venomous snake lurking in the underbrush, poised to strike. Preceding the Heavenly Veil Dagger, several arcs of sword energy, each half a foot tall, surged forth. The sword energy slashing talisman. This was the offensive talisman he had received as a reward for conquering the 4th challenge, the talismanic heavenly book. Fully aware of the celestial demon's formidable strength, he held nothing back. At that moment, 9 arcs of sword energy erupted from the talisman, all aimed directly at the enemy. The celestial demon slowly raised his palm, from which a swirling black vortex spun menacingly, emitting a faint yet chilling wail, as if it were a gateway to the abyss. Suddenly, a beam of black light shot forth from the vortex, moving at a velocity so rapid that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, colliding forcefully with the 9 sword energies. The sword energies barely sustained their form for a moment before shattering entirely, and the residual power of the beam continued its relentless advance. Jiang Ruoxue instinctively sidestepped, the beam grazing the hem of his garment as it passed, tearing through the air and leaving a shocking black fissure in its wake, while the ground was scorched into a deep, dark gully. Humans, insignificant and fragile, dared to challenge the celestial demon king. The celestial demon spoke, his voice resonating like thunder across the heavens, causing a deafening buzz in Jiang Ruoxue's ears. Could he speak? Did he possess intelligence? Upon hearing the demon articulate human words, Jiang Ruoxue's astonishment deepened. He claimed to be the celestial demon king? So it was. He was the sovereign of the celestial demon clan. I grant you a death sentence. The celestial demon king declared once more, extending his finger towards Jiang Ruoxue, as if pronouncing the latter's inevitable fate. At that very moment, a streak of light swiftly arced through the air, piercing through the back of the celestial demon king's head and emerging from the center of his forehead. It was the lethal strike of the celestial dagger. Jiang Ruoxue swiftly drew the wandering soul's banner from his waist and began to sprint. With a powerful stomp of his left foot against the ground, he inhaled deeply, channeling his breath like a dragon, and hurled the wandering soul's banner like a javelin. Whoosh! The wandering soul's banner transformed into a bolt of black lightning, and in an instant, its sharp tip pierced through the celestial demon king's chest. The terrifying soul piercer. After a brief moment of accumulation, the second soul attack was ready to unleash. A series of soul needles pierced towards the demon king, who had just regained composure from Jiang Ruoxue's relentless onslaught, now facing an assault of the very kind the demon tribe was ill-equipped to counter. The experience from the initial terrifying soul piercer had imparted to Jiang Ruoxue a crucial lesson. Even a soul attack could only momentarily immobilize this formidable demon king. Yet, that fleeting instant was more than sufficient. Seizing this ephemeral opportunity, Jiang Ruoxue found himself less than a yard away from the fiend. He produced a fire stick and blew forcefully against it. With the catalyst of spiritual energy, a fireball the size of a bowl erupted forth, hurtling towards the demon king. 16 Divine Fire. At this juncture, the demon king had already regained his senses. With a casual wave of his hand, a black demonic aura surged forth to engulf the 16 Divine Fire. However, what this demon did not anticipate was that upon contact with the demonic energy, the 16 Divine Fire not only remained unextinguished but, like a relentless parasite, it swiftly spread along the tendrils of dark energy, advancing towards his very being. The demon king's expression shifted, and he hastily conjured spells in an attempt to extinguish the 16 Divine Fire. Yet, it seemed as though the flames were endowed with an unyielding force, rendering all his efforts futile. The fire raged upon the demon king, crackling audibly. As his skin charred black, emitting a pungent odor, the 16 Divine Fire was no ordinary flame, typically employed in the crafting of weapons and elixirs. It was not inherently aggressive. However, the 16 Divine Fire held by Jiang Ruoxue seems to possess an indomitable quality. One that refuses to be extinguished as long as it is in contact with any living being or object, burning until nothing remains. In other words, the demon king is doomed. He will be incinerated alive by the 16 Divine Fire. Victory. The tension in Jiang Ruoxue's heart slightly eased, and a hint of joy emerged on her face. Yet, this fleeting moment of vulnerability was seized by her adversary. The demon king, enveloped in the 16 Divine Fire, suddenly erupted, unleashing a ferocious punch, his red-black demonic energy exuding an overwhelming ferocity. At the critical juncture, a layer of dark protective light flared up, shielding Jiang Ruoxue. It was the flowing cloud mysterious light tower. Bang! The fierce wind struck like a tempest, shattering the dark shield. Jiang Ruoxue barely had time to react before an immense force surged at her, sending her hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the arena's wall and creating a significant dent in the shape of her body. Chapter 55. The Chance of Victory. Jiang Ruoxue coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as though her internal organs had been dislocated, the pain excruciating. Had it not been for the dual protection of the flowing cloud mysterious light tower and the 10,000 paths glazed robe, that last blow might have claimed her life. Blood streamed from her 7 orifices, her complexion as pale as death, yet her eyes gleamed with an indomitable spirit. To her astonishment, despite being engulfed in the 16 Divine Fire, the demon king still possessed the strength to retaliate. This was agony that even the thunderclap true monarch Feng Shirsi found unbearable. Could it be that the demon clan's tolerance for pain exceeds that of humans? This truly presents a formidable challenge. As Jiang Ruoxue rapidly contemplated a strategy, the flame-entwined demon king had already materialized within a mere 10 feet. The sinister creature leapt high into the air, descending upon him with a forceful stomp. The impact reverberated through the surroundings, causing the wall to collapse and debris to scatter. Jiang Ruoxue, in a desperate roll, narrowly evaded this formidable strike. Yet, the demon king reappeared before him as if by teleportation. Jiang Ruoxue's pupils dilated in alarm. He crossed his arms protectively over his chest as a torrent of demonic energy surged and coalesced into a layer of obsidian armor. Surrounding this, a dark protective shield materialized. With a resounding crash, the dark shield shattered like fragile glass, and the black armor succumbed to the overwhelming force, fracturing into countless shards. Fortunately, the myriad of glazed robes exhibited remarkable defensive capabilities, dissipating and absorbing the remaining impact. Although Jiang Ruoxue was propelled backward by the force, sliding over 20 feet, he sustained no significant injuries. Could it be that by harnessing the demonic energy to shield myself, I could withstand his assaults? A surge of elation filled Jiang Ruoxue's heart, only to be swiftly tempered by the realization that the situation was far from uncomplicated. No, rather, his opponent's power had diminished. He lifted his gaze to scrutinize the demon king, noting that the scales and skin of the creature had been nearly incinerated. The flames born of the 16 Divine Fire still greedily devouring his flesh, incessantly eroding his form. The demon king towered over ordinary men, standing nearly 2 meters tall. His physique robust and muscular, with sharply defined lines. 2 horns protruded from his head, and his eyes burned with a fiery crimson, resembling 2 orbs of blazing blood, radiating a palpable aura of malevolence. Humanity, what is this flame, and why can it not be extinguished? The Demon King lowered his gaze upon the incessantly burning six-ding divine fire enveloping him. Astonishment and trepidation etched upon his features. How could Jiang Ruoshui possibly respond to the inquiries of his adversary? With a flick of his finger, 10 meticulously enhanced demonic weapons hurtled toward the fiend, while the celestial dagger transformed into a radiant arc, aiming directly at his skull. Mere insects. Resorting to petty schemes and cunning stratagems, the Demon King sneered, his hand gesturing grandly as a massive vortex of pitch darkness abruptly materialized above him. Regardless of the incoming demonic weapons or the celestial dagger, everything was inexorably drawn into that obsidian whirlpool. Jiang Ruoshui struggled valiantly to manipulate the demonic weapons, attempting to break free from the vortex's grip, only to find himself ensnared as if caught in a quagmire, each movement a Herculean effort. Fortunately, it appeared that this vortex merely served to confine the weapons, inflicting no discernible damage upon them. Jiang Ruoshui's deepest concern lay with the celestial dagger, for it was an unparalleled weapon of destruction. The Demon King spoke calmly. Because of this peculiar flame, I am compelled to expend half of my power ceaselessly to resist it, merely managing to stave off its encroachment. Presently, my strength is but 60% of its former glory, nearly equal to yours. At this juncture, fervor ignited in his eyes. Then, let this life and death battle commence in earnest. By vanquishing you, I shall return to the demon realm, refine this flame, and ascend to an entirely new echelon of power. As his words fell, the ground beneath the Demon King surged with force, fracturing violently as spiderweb-like cracks radiated outward. His figure soared forth like a cannonball unleashed, exuding an overwhelming momentum as it hurtled toward Jiang Ruoshui. The latter swiftly sidestepped, drawing in breath like a dragon. The dragon-breathing technique had seamlessly integrated into his every inhalation and exhalation. With his right fist imbued with formidable power, he aimed to strike at the abdomen of the heavenly Demon King. Yet, the demon deftly intercepted with a palm strike to Jiang Ruoshui's right arm, causing his punch to veer off course. Its trajectory altered and its potency significantly diminished, landing on the opponent with little more than a mere tickle. Having successfully defended, the heavenly Demon King immediately launched a counterattack, delivering a high whip kick. The wind from the kick howled as Jiang Ruoshui quickly raised his arm to shield the left side of his head, simultaneously channeling demonic energy to coalesce a layer of localized obsidian armor upon his forearm. Although a complete suit of armor would undoubtedly enhance his defense, such a feat required an immense reservoir of demonic energy. Even in a state of unity of heaven and man, the supply of energy was not an issue. However, the critical aspect lay in the fact that maintaining full-body armor would demand a substantial expenditure of energy to control the demonic essence. In the midst of fierce close combat, dividing one's focus could lead to a momentary lapse, offering the enemy an opportunity to unleash a fierce onslaught. Should he find himself easily overwhelmed, reversing the tide of battle would become exceedingly arduous. As powerful force struck, the localized obsidian armor shattered instantly, a tingling sensation coursing down his left arm, leaving Jiang Ruoshui's complexion pale. Yet, amidst the pain, there was a peculiar exhilaration. He realized that the demon's attacks had weakened to a level he could endure. Splendid! The battle was no longer one-sided. The prospect of victory now lay within his grasp. Jiang Ruoshui was filled with tremendous excitement. Having laid bare all his cards, he now had no choice but to pursue victory with utmost resolve. The onslaught of the heavenly Demon King grew increasingly ferocious, each strike revealing a merciless ferocity. In this life-or-death struggle, he naturally aimed to incapacitate his opponent by any means necessary. As their strengths were closely matched, Jiang Ruoshui found himself slightly more adept at countering the demon's attacks compared to before. Yet, despite this, he remained thoroughly suppressed by the heavenly Demon King. The demon's close combat prowess vastly exceeded that of all prior heavenly demons he had encountered, augmented by a unique blood control technique, making it nearly impossible for Jiang Ruoshui to find an opportunity for retaliation. Fortunately, he had previously experienced the battle tactics of the heavenly demon clan, and the third-tier demon served as an exceptional teacher in this regard. These experiences equipped him to face the formidable heavenly Demon King without feeling utterly lost. The demon's strength was continually waning. As Jiang Ruoshui exerted all his effort to fend off the incoming attacks, he frantically contemplated the situation. The demon's relentless assault clearly aimed to eliminate him before exhausting its own strength. All he needed to do was buy time. The demon's attacks would grow weaker, a prolonged defense would inevitably yield a breach. A mere moment of oversight on Jiang Ruoshui's part led to the Heavenly Demon King's fierce assault shattering his defensive stance, resulting in a series of devastating blows. Chapter 56. Contribution Settlement. How could this demon's stamina seem inexhaustible? Did it not feel fatigue? Did it not require breath? Countless thoughts raced through Jiang Ruoshui's mind. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Ruoshui found himself retreating under relentless assault. Initially, he managed to maintain a precarious defense, but after enduring multiple severe blows, the situation took a dramatic turn for the worse. The excruciating pain threatened to fracture his very spirit. His body was a patchwork of bruises, bones shattered, and internal organs ruptured. I must endure. Jiang Ruoshui repeatedly urged himself, believing that this demon would soon exhaust its strength. However, the onslaught from the Demon King showed no signs of abating, with fists raining down upon him like a torrential downpour. A powerful strike to his chin sent him reeling, rendering his mind blank, and he lost all awareness of what transpired next. A golden beam descended from the heavens, healing all of Jiang Ruoshui's injuries. As he regained consciousness, he found himself still standing in the arena, facing the Demon King, who lay engulfed in flames. The demon's flesh had been nearly incinerated by the sixth Ding divine fire, leaving behind only a charred skeleton frozen in the posture of attack. Jiang Ruoshui struggled to recollect the final moments of the battle. They had fought to the bitter end, and he had succumbed to the Demon King's relentless assault, destined for defeat. Yet, in that crucial moment, an overwhelming will to survive propelled him through the chaos. Though he had lost consciousness, a mere threat of his unwillingness to perish guided his body to continue fighting. Jiang Ruoshui reflected deeply on this experience. The resilience forged through countless trials had, in the end, saved his life. All of this was thanks to Uncle Li. In his youth, the rigorous training he endured and the dragon transformation breathing technique imparted to him unexpectedly saved his life multiple times after becoming a cultivator. The challenger has triumphed, announced Gong Ling Xiaobai, clapping her hands to declare the outcome of the battle. Jiang Ruoshui, upon hearing this, felt an immense sense of relief and slumped down. Gazing at the formidable skeleton of the Heavenly Demon King, which still stood unyielding in the arena, he was struck by a profound sense of dread. The struggle had been exceedingly arduous. Most of his tactics had proven utterly futile before the might of the Heavenly Demon King, akin to child's play. Had it not been for the significant weakening of this demon's power by the sixth Ding divine fire, it was likely that he would have perished at this moment. Indeed, the Celestial Palace's regulation of cultivation limits was designed to safeguard the challengers. An adversary of the Heavenly Demon King's caliber remains far too formidable for him at present. For the sake of prudence, it would be wise to await a substantial enhancement of his cultivation and ensure complete preparedness before tackling the subsequent trials. Jiang Ruoshui harbored an intuition that beings of the Heavenly Demon King's strength were unlikely to appear with great frequency. Yet, this was merely his subjective conjecture. Who could guarantee that after the 11th trial, he would not encounter equally formidable or even more powerful foes? Should he continue to recklessly advance amidst such adversaries, it would undoubtedly lead him to ruin. Furthermore, even if the Celestial Palace healing divine light could wholly mend physical and spiritual wounds, it could not heal the scars left upon the psyche. After enduring perilous battles in both the 3rd and 10th levels, Jiang Ruoshui's spirit was stretched to its limits. As if on the verge of snapping, she desperately needed to pause and recuperate. Gong Ling Xiaobai gently waved her hand, conjuring a transparent panel that materialized in mid-air. Contribution value settlement is now underway. For the 4th and 5th levels, the contribution value was 4. For the 6th, it was 12. Both the 7th and 8th levels yielded 8, while the 9th level garnered 24. The 10th level, however, presented a formidable adversary, the king among the celestial demons, and the contribution value awarded for victory was 500. In total, 560. Gong Ling Xiaobai's expression was complex. In her view, Jiang Ruoshui, given her current cultivation, was unworthy of such abundant rewards. Yet, the facts were undeniable. Although she had relied on the external aid of the Liuding divine fire, Jiang Ruoshui had indeed survived through her own strength against the 10th level's Demon King. While she found it somewhat disagreeable, there was little room for argument. 560? Jiang Ruoshui's heart soared with joy. The difficulty of the 10th level was nothing short of hellish, yet the reward and contribution value was equally remarkable. One second-tier Qi condensation pill required 80 contributions, thus, her amassed contribution values were sufficient to exchange for 7 of them. This indicated that, with prudent utilization of these contribution values, ascending to the 2nd stage the daunting realm, would be a mere formality. With my current cultivation at the 5th transformation of the fish dragon realm, each elevation to a minor realm typically demands the consumption of 15 first-tier chi condensation pills. I wonder if consuming second-tier chi condensation pills would yield even more favorable results? The distribution of the level completion rewards is now commencing. As soon as Gong Ling spoke, a multitude of treasures materialized in the air, totaling no less than 15. Jiang Ruoshui had successfully navigated 5 challenges in one breath, leaving him with 5 unutilized opportunities to select rewards. Initially, he had underestimated the difficulty of the 10th challenge and now regretted not undertaking it after choosing his treasures. Having additional artifacts would have undoubtedly eased his confrontation with the Demon King. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable, allowing him to survive. After selecting 5 rewards, Jiang Ruoshui expended 10 contribution points to refine all the remaining demon cores in his storage bag into elixirs. Following the refinement process, he acquired over 30 first-tier chi condensation pills. 1 contribution point could commission the Immortal Palace to produce 3 first-tier pills, provided that the primary materials, demon cores, or herbs, were prepared by him. Purchasing finished elixirs directly from the Immortal Palace would incur a higher cost. After securing the chi condensation pills, Jiang Ruoshui activated his trial token to depart from the Lingbao Immortal Palace. A flash of light enveloped him, and he found himself once more outside the blood-colored Forbidden Zone. Jiang Ruoshui unfurled the domain of the 10,000 things borrowing treasure technique, diligently searching the vicinity, and ultimately discovered the lifeless body of Li Shanhe amidst the chaotic battlefield. Approaching, his eyes reddened, and a heavy heart weighed upon him. This elder had taken great care of him after the passing of his parents, treating him as if he were his own son. It was unimaginable that Uncle Li, even in the face of the so-called immortal revered by the village, would unhesitatingly stand up for him, fully aware of the disparity in their strengths. Jiang Ruoshui's voice trembled, laden with profound remorse. Previously, in an effort to avoid complications, I deliberately concealed my identity as a practitioner. It is precisely this that compelled you to step forward, buying time for my escape alongside Li Gui. Had I informed you earlier of my capability for self-preservation, would the outcome have been different? Chapter 57. Ji Ruoqing of the Tianxian sect. Have you been crying? A gentle voice suddenly inquired. Of course not. It's just that my eyes are filled with sand, Jiang Ruoshui hastily denied, wiping his eyes. In the next moment, he was jolted into alertness, his gaze sharp as lightning, sweeping the surroundings. A mere 2 zhang away, he beheld a young woman clad in an ink-colored landscape robe, her figure graceful and her demeanor ethereal. The ink-colored robe, a distinctive protective garment of the Tianxian sect practitioners, was familiar to Jiang Ruoshui, having previously vanquished several of their members. Upon encountering such attire again, his countenance turned ashen, and a wave of intense unease surged within him as he stammered. Tianxian sect personnel? In order to remain vigilant of his surroundings, he refrained from retracting the domain of the universal borrowing technique. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the woman effortlessly traversed into the realm of his perception. The fundamental principle of the universal borrowing technique is, within this domain, I am the sovereign, and all things heed my command. This implies that within the domain, every alteration of existence is perceptible to Jiang Ruoshui. However, this woman was an exception. How had she accomplished this? In Jiang Ruoshui's heart, there resided but a singular conjecture. His opponent possessed an overwhelming strength, one that surpassed his wildest imaginings. Indeed, I am Ji Ruoqing of the Tianxian sect. The woman introduced herself with calm assurance. Ji Ruoqing? Jiang Ruoshui felt a flicker of recognition. The name seemed familiar, as though he had encountered it before. You are an elder of the Tianxian sect, Ji Ruoqing? A jolt of surprise coursed through him, prompting him to retreat a few steps, his demeanor turning vigilant. He finally recalled that during a prior encounter, when Xiao Miao had masqueraded as a Tianxian sect member using a painted skin ghost, this name had inadvertently surfaced. Ji Ruoqing, a prodigious talent of the sect, rivaling the likes of thunderous true monarch Fang Shurzi. This woman appeared remarkably youthful, yet she held the esteemed position of an elder. Her cultivation was likely unfathomable. Jiang Ruoshui silently lamented. Had they met within the confines of the blood-colored Forbidden Zone, he would have felt unencumbered. For if she were to be suppressed to the Dongning realm, he would harbor no fears. However, the predicament lay in the fact that he was currently situated beyond that perilous domain. Should she, like Fang Shurzi, possess the cultivation of the Heavenly Palace realm, Any aggression directed at him would render him utterly powerless to retaliate. Do you recognize me? Ji Ruoqing inquired, her expression laced with curiosity. Jiang Ruoshui promptly bowed, speaking earnestly. I am but a humble inhabitant of the neighboring Qingshi village, having guided the celestial beings of the Tianxian sect. I have heard their elders speak of your esteemed name. Ah, I see. Ji Ruoqing nodded, contemplative, before pressing further. Since you have guided them, you must be privy to the events that transpired. Why did they fall victim to such treachery? It was the malevolent forces of the Shaogui sect that orchestrated the attack. Jiang Ruoshui candidly revealed the infiltration of the Shaogui sect among the righteous cultivators of the three sections. He was exceptionally cooperative, beginning with the account of how a cultivator from the Tianxian sect sought a guide in Qingshi village, followed by the encounter with the disciples of the Xinxiao sect and the Yunin pavilion, and culminating in the sudden attack by the lurking demonic cultivators of the Shaogui sect. He recounted the entire series of events in meticulous detail, though he artfully omitted any information that might cast him in an unfavorable light. For instance, he portrayed Fang Shixi's intent to kill him as Fang Shixi targeting the demonic cultivators, and the pursuit that led him and Qiu Muyao into the blood-red forbidden zone was recast as Fang Shixi chasing only Qiu Muyao. In essence, he did not lie. He merely elided details pertinent to himself. I have spoken nothing but the truth. Surely this woman, no matter how formidable, cannot discern the role I played in this affair. Jiang Ruoshui thought to himself, feeling a surge of pride. As for the demonic cultivators of the Shaogui sect, Ji Ruoqing fell into contemplation, murmuring. It appears that even from a great distance, the allure of the blood-red forbidden zone remains irresistible to those of the demonic path. With that, she smiled gently, her expression reminiscent of blossoms unfurling in spring, radiant and captivating, momentarily leaving Jiang Ruoshui entranced. However, he quickly shook his head, internally admonishing himself, now is not the time to be captivated by beauty. The crisis has not yet passed. I must project an image of utmost harmlessness, allowing her to overlook my presence. So, ultimately, the demonic cultivators were driven into the forbidden zone by the thunderous true monarch? Ji Ruoqing inquired, lifting her gaze once more. Indeed, senior, he affirmed. Gratitude for the message you have provided. This is your reward. Ji Ruoqing nodded slightly, a smile gracing her lips, seemingly very pleased. With a gentle wave of her hand, a jade vial materialized from thin air, drifting slowly towards Jiang Ruoshui. He reached out to catch it, momentarily taken aback, and bowed once more, saying, Thank you, esteemed senior, for this precious gift. If there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave. In his recollection, these celestial beings from the sects were typically haughty. After acquiring the desired information, they would often discard their allies to prevent any crucial intelligence from leaking. And they should not be so generous. It seemed that as long as it did not pertain to matters of the blood-red forbidden zone, these righteous cultivators were somewhat reasonable. Jiang Ruoshui mused inwardly. Just as he was about to depart from this land of disputes, he heard Ji Ruoqing's voice call out, Wait. Jiang Ruoshui's body quivered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Could it be that I have revealed myself? No, that cannot be. He feigned calmness, slowly turning to face the young elder of the Tianxuanzong, forcing a smile as he inquired, Might I ask if there is anything else, esteemed senior? Let me assess your aptitude and determine if you possess the talent for cultivation, Ji Ruoqing replied, gracefully advancing with light footsteps. Jiang Ruoshui instinctively took a step back, hastily waving his hands in refusal. No, that is not necessary, esteemed senior. I am merely an ordinary farmer. How could I dare to aspire to become a celestial being? Let us take a look first, Ji Ruoqing interjected, her hand firmly grasping Jiang Ruoshui's wrist, her tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority that brooked no opposition. Jiang Ruoshui suddenly sensed the precariousness of his situation. If he were to refuse the test at this moment, it would undoubtedly arouse the woman's suspicion. Demon Lord, save me, he fervently cried out in his heart. Silence, let things unfold naturally. The voice of the Demon Lord echoed in Jiang Ruoshui's mind. This woman possesses formidable cultivation. Given your proximity to her, any further words from me might alert her. Fang Shixi, who referred to himself as true monarch, was merely an arrogant self-proclamation, lacking the strength to substantiate such a title. Yet this woman was different. She was a genuine Golden Core true person, not to be underestimated. Golden Core true person? Jiang Ruoshui's heart sank at the thought. The Golden Core realm is the fourth level beyond the Heavenly Palace realm. Once the Golden Core is formed, One may call themselves true person, capable of splitting mountains and damming rivers with a mere gesture, an overwhelming power far beyond what Jiang Ruoxue could contend with at this juncture. Chapter 58. Not even qualified to meet me, this woman is a being far more powerful than Feng Shirzi, and it is unwise to consider her an enemy. A refreshing and delicate fragrance wafted through the air, yet Jiang Ruoxue had no inclination to relish the beauty so near him. Sweat poured down his forehead, his heart thumping violently as if it would burst from his chest. Soon after, he felt a surge of pure spiritual energy entering his body through his wrist, coursing down his meridians, seemingly aiming for his dantian. She intends to inspect my dantian to ascertain whether I am a cultivator? Jiang Ruoxue's anxiety intensified. My identity is that of an ordinary resident of Qishir village. Should she discover my cultivation, it would spell disaster. The cautionary tale of the demonic practitioners of the SHQ sect looms before her. Will she perceive me as a mere disguised demon and strike me down without hesitation? Or worse, might she spare my life during the conflict only to later subject me to a soul search? Contrary to the anxious demeanor of Jiang Ruoxue, Ji Weiqing maintained a serene smile, her expression as tranquil as water. This only heightened Jiang Ruoxue's unease, as he sensed that she might have already discerned something amiss. Consequently, he endeavored to conceal the energies within his dantian. The golden fish, obeying his command, retreated to the deepest recesses of his aura. In this moment, there was little else he could do. As long as this woman remained oblivious to the existence of the golden fish, he could feign that he had accidentally opened his dantian, a flimsy excuse at best, in hopes of evading detection. Whether or not he could navigate this perilous situation would be left to fate. Jiang Ruoxue, utilizing the 10,000 things borrowing treasure technique, discreetly maneuvered the celestial dagger into the palm of his left hand, while keeping a vigilant gaze fixed upon Ji Weiqing's visage. Should her expression betray even the slightest anomaly, he would not hesitate to attack. He was confident that, despite her formidable prowess, she would still fall victim to the celestial dagger's swift penetration. After a prolonged silence, Ji Weiqing gradually withdrew her spiritual energy and spoke in a gentle tone. You possess considerable talent for cultivation. Why not join my ranks? Predecessor, you jest. Jiang Ruoxue replied decisively. I am of mediocre aptitude and cannot dare to aspire to such heights. His aversion to both righteous and demonic practitioners was profound. He had no desire for engagement. I must hasten to my village to lay my uncle to rest. I bid you farewell. Jiang Ruoxue respectfully bowed, then cautiously hoisted Li Shanha's lifeless body onto his back and hurriedly departed from the scene. After walking a few dozen steps, an inexplicable sensation compelled him to glance back, where he beheld Ji Ruoqing still standing in her original spot, a faint smile gracing her lips. His heart raced uncontrollably, and he dared not look again. Hastening his steps onward, the Golden Core cultivator, Ji Ruoqing, merely observed Jiang Ruoxue's departure, showing no intention to intervene. With a slight curl of her lips, she murmured to herself, a congenital Dao body, is it? As dusk descended, Jiang Ruoxue finally emerged from the forest. Spotting the three members of the Li family waiting anxiously at the village entrance, their eyes brimming with urgency and hope. Yet, they ultimately awaited not the cherished individual they longed for, but a cold, lifeless corpse. The death of Li Shanha struck the hearts of the three like a heavy hammer. Instantly, tears streamed down their faces, their cries echoing in the silence of the village, heart-wrenching and sorrowful. Jiang Ruoxue observed this heart-rending scene, filled with profound grief but at a loss for words of comfort. He could only silently turn away and return home. Upon his arrival, his sister, Jiang Wan, joyfully rushed to him. Jiang Ruoxue gently patted her back, his throat constricted as if caught by an unseen force, leaving him unable to articulate a single word. The following day, in the Li family courtyard, a messenger from the Tianxian sect arrived to offer condolences regarding the unfortunate demise of Li Shanha, who had served as a guide. The envoy presented cultivation techniques, elixirs, and a quota for entering the sect as compensation. In a fit of rage, Li Gue charged forward, scattering the precious elixirs to the ground. His eyes burned with fury, resembling a frenzied beast, as he pointed at the messenger and bellowed, "Begone! I have no need for the offerings of your Tianxian sect. My father died because of you." The envoy of the heavenly profound sect's expression darkened, his previously amiable demeanor now shrouded in frost, with a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes, though he suppressed the urge to unleash it. A resounding slap echoed, silencing the surroundings. Li Gui's mother, with tears in her eyes, raised her hand and struck Li Gui forcefully, her gaze brimming with anger and helplessness, as if silently pleading. Child, have you any idea what it means to provoke the immortals of the celestial sect? Do you wish for our entire family to be annihilated? Li Gui's expression twisted in defiance as he glared back at her, disbelief etched across his face at his mother's actions. He yearned to retort, but the weight of the situation loomed over him. Ultimately, he bowed his proud head, tears streaming down his cheeks, his body trembling slightly, rendered speechless. Seeing this, Jiang Ruoxue quickly signaled Li Tao with her eyes, urging her to take her brother away. Understanding the cue, Li Tao stepped forward, firmly grasping her agitated brother, half dragging him away from the scene. Jiang Ruoxue then approached the envoy of the Heavenly Profound Sect, bowing respectfully and apologizing. I hope you can forgive us. My brother has just lost his father and is easily stirred by his emotions. On behalf of the Li family, I express our gratitude for the favor bestowed by the immortal. The envoy's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. He appraised her for a moment and inquired, You are quite sensible. What is your name? I am Jiang Ruoxue, she replied with utmost respect. Jiang Ruoxue, should you someday enter the Heavenly Profound Sect, you may come to see me, the envoy said, handing her a jade pendant. Jiang Ruoxue hesitated and said, This is far too precious. In truth, for one who had undergone the trials of the Celestial Palace, this item held little significance. However, in order to placate the envoy's ire, he could only feign a demeanor of utmost trepidation. Accept it. To you, this item may hold considerable worth, yet to me, it is of no consequence. The envoy replied indifferently, and after finishing his words, he turned to depart. As he stepped out of the courtyard, another disciple of the Tianxian sect, who had been waiting outside, approached and whispered, Senior brother, this member of the Li family speaks insolently. Should we not teach them a lesson? Enough. My mood is relatively good today. I shall not stoop to the level of these mortals. Were it not for this village's proximity to the blood-red forbidden zone, which still holds value for our sect, these insignificant insects would not even be worthy of my notice. The envoy dismissed with a flick of his sleeve, exuding a hint of disdain, before taking flight with his companion, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Jiang Ruoxue gazed in the direction of the departing envoy, retracting his gaze to begin assessing the gifts brought by the envoy of the Tianxian sect, a book on cultivation techniques, entry-level qi cultivation method, which is the most widely practiced foundational method. Although it may not be profound, it serves as an essential guide for those newly embarking on their cultivation journey. Additionally, there were 20 first-tier qi condensation pills, which, while inferior in quality to those refined by the Spirit Treasure Celestial Palace, were nonetheless abundant enough to elevate the siblings Li Taoli and Li Gui to the ranks of Fish Dragon Realm practitioners, and finally, 2 dark-hued tokens, symbols of the outer disciples of the Tianxian sect. With this decree, the brother and sister need not attend the grand initiation ceremony of the Tianxian sect, allowing them to enter the sect for cultivation directly. This is undoubtedly a coveted opportunity for the inhabitants of the remote Qinshi village. In addition, there is a sum of 5,000 taels of silver. For the Li family, who rely on hunting for their livelihood, such compensation represents an immense fortune. Among these offerings, the 5,000 taels of silver is, paradoxically, the least valuable, as the first 3 items are artifacts of cultivation, treasures that cannot be procured with any amount of gold or silver. Chapter 59. Resolving lingering concerns unexpectedly. The Tianxian sect has shown considerable thoughtfulness regarding the matter of compensation, which is indeed quite rare. Jiang Ruoxue pondered carefully and gradually discerned the underlying implications. The 5,000 taels of silver, if not squandered recklessly and used judiciously, would suffice to ensure the Li family's comfort and security. However, such a substantial sum of wealth would inevitably attract the attention of many unscrupulous individuals. The decree from the outer disciples of the Tianxian sect conveniently addresses this dilemma. As long as Li Taoli and Li Gui become disciples of the Tianxian sect, no petty villain would dare covet the Li family's riches. Suddenly, Jiang Ruoxue let out a bitter and helpless chuckle. No matter how generous the compensation, what purpose does it serve? The deceased cannot be brought back to life. I believe that every member of the Li family would gladly forego these material possessions, yearning only for the safe return of their father and husband. Reflecting on this, Jiang Ruoxue clenched her fists and murmured to herself, I must protect Uncle Li's wife and daughters. I must become stronger. After a night of rest, my mental fatigue has been restored, and I am once again ready to participate in the trials of the Immortal Palace. However, before that, I must thoroughly resolve the matter of the Immortal Master and the sacrifice, Jiang Ruoshui strolls along the street, heading towards the village chief's house. Not far behind him, three shadowy figures stealthily follow: Wang Ran, the thin one, and the fat one. Wang Ran, having been publicly intimidated by Jiang Ruoshui, felt humiliated and has harbored resentment. Eager to regain his honor. Shall we make her move, Brother Ran? The fat one whispers. Let it go. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. Wang Ran sighs deeply, ultimately finding peace within himself. I have heard that Jiang Shui Niu has gained the favor of an envoy from the heavenly Xian sect and has been bestowed a jade pendant. He is likely to pursue cultivation there, and it would be wise not to provoke someone with the potential to become an immortal. I recall Jiang Shui Niu has a sister named Jiang Wan. The thin one smirks, suggesting, what if we kidnap the girl and force Jiang Ruoshui to apologize to Brother Ran? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruoshui's expression darkens, and a murderous intent surges within him. As a cultivator, his senses are keen, and he had long sensed the presence of the three following him. Furthermore, once the domain of the universal borrowing technique was activated, he observed their every word and action without missing a detail. Suddenly, the thin one lets out a cry of pain. To his surprise, it was Wang Ran who struck first, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Wang Ran cursed, what a despicable trick to come up with. Do you not comprehend the principle that misfortune does not extend to one's family? I, Jiang Ruoshui, harbor enmity towards him, yet I would never impose hardship upon his sister. Jiang Ruoshui was momentarily taken aback, finding himself unexpectedly reassessing the brutish figure of Wang Ran, who, despite his notorious recklessness and malevolence, seemed to possess a modicum of moral restraint. In an instant, he appeared before Wang Ran and his companions, startling them to the core. Their faces as pale as parchment. Subsequently, Jiang Ruoshui offered a handsome remuneration of 10 taels of silver per month to each of the three, enlisting them to gather intelligence regarding the cultivators and to discreetly safeguard his sister, Jiang Wan's, safety. Initially terrified by Jiang Ruoshui's abrupt appearance, the trio contemplated fleeing. But upon hearing the generous monthly compensation, they found themselves rooted in place, gratefully accepting the task. Jiang Ruoshui paid them no further heed and continued on his way, soon arriving at the home of the village chief, the Wang family estate. This grand residence sprawled over a vast expanse, adorned with intricate carvings and opulent decorations, exuding an air of luxury akin to that of a noble family. In stark contrast, Jiang Ruoshui's home was a dilapidated and crumbling cattle shed. Despite their shared village, the disparity was glaring. The comparison starkly illustrated the extent of the village chief's greed, having embezzled a significant portion of what rightfully belonged to the villagers. The Wang family was not the only affluent household. Several other clan elders also resided in similarly resplendent abodes. The commonality among these individuals lay in their allegiance to the same faction, staunch supporters of the antiquated practice of offering tributes to the immortal masters. A mere handful of individuals monopolized 90% of the wealth in Qingshi village, firmly controlling the discourse within the ancestral hall. The other villagers' descent proves futile, for behind these influential figures stand three formidable celestial masters. Jiang Ruoshui has come with the intent to employ a substantial sum of money to persuade the elders who endorse the archaic practice of sacrifice to comply with his wishes. Should they persist in their obstinacy, ignoring his counsel and insisting on conducting the sacrificial ceremony, Jiang Ruoshui would not hesitate to resort to forceful measures. With his current prowess, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed throughout Qingshi village would be a trivial task. His sole apprehension lies with the sect's practitioners and the two celestial masters who continue to shield Qingshi village. Before the Wang family estate, Jiang Ruoshui politely requested the doorkeeper to announce his presence. However, the doorkeeper remained unmoved, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Ruoshui's humble attire, worn and threadbare, and said dismissively, "You cannot simply meet the village chief at your whim." Jiang Ruoshui remained silent, merely offering a piece of silver. The doorkeeper accepted it without a flicker of emotion, yet continued to block the entrance, stating, "The village chief is exceedingly busy. He has no time to see you." Jiang Ruoshui persisted, presenting 3 pieces of silver this time. The doorkeeper's expression remained unchanged. "Return in 2 hours. The village chief is currently occupied and cannot be disturbed." It was only after Jiang Ruoshui had handed over a full tael of silver that the doorkeeper's demeanor brightened, and he cheerfully stepped aside, saying, "You may enter now. Go ahead." With a cold chuckle, Jiang Ruoshui delivered a punch to the doorkeeper's forehead, rendering him unconscious on the ground. Subsequently, He rummaged through the doorman's belongings, stripping him of all his possessions. Not only was the silver returned to its rightful owner, but he also managed to acquire a substantial profit. Jiang Ruoxue felt an immediate sense of relief and satisfaction as he entered the grand estate of the Wang family. With a deft hand, he performed a sword technique, causing a flicker of light to envelop him, seamlessly blending into the surrounding environment, rendering him virtually undetectable to the ordinary eye. This was a spell he had appropriated from the storage bag of a cultivator from Yunin Pavilion, the Yunin technique. While its efficacy might falter against fellow practitioners, it proved more than adequate for deceiving the untrained gaze of mortals. Concealing his form, Jiang Ruoxue sauntered past several servants without arousing a hint of suspicion. He made his way to the study of village chief Wang, where he discovered the man leisurely savoring tea, the steam from his cup hovering in the air, lingering unusually long, creating a rather peculiar sight. Chapter 60. Lord Longwang, how refined your tastes are, village chief Wang. This cloud and mist tea is rather expensive, isn't it? Surely it must cost dozens of taels per pound. Jiang Ruoxue could not help but voice his sarcasm. At that moment, he finally understood why. Despite having given the Wang family 10 taels of silver, his sister Jiang Wan was still chosen as a sacrificial offering. To Jiang Ruoxue, 10 taels had once seemed a considerable sum, yet to village chief Wang, it was merely a pittance compared to his usual tea expenses. Though they hailed from the same Qingshi village, the disparity between their circumstances was astonishing. Jiang Ruoxue found himself perplexed. How had village chief Wang amassed such a substantial fortune in a place as remote and barren as Qingshi village? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed within his study, causing village chief Wang to be struck with astonishment. His previously languid form, slouched against the back of the chair, instantly straightened. And in his flustered state, he let the teacup slip from his grasp, shattering on the floor with a resounding crash. Scalding tea splashed onto him, turning his complexion a ghastly hue and leaving him in a state of utter disarray. In a flash of brilliance, Jiang Ruoxue gradually materialized, her expression one of playful amusement as she observed the scene before her. Jiang Ruoxue, how is it that you are here? The tremor in Wang's voice belied his former authoritative demeanor, now completely shattered, leaving him trembling with fear. Despite his extensive experience and knowledge, he could only grasp fragments of understanding, realizing that Jiang Ruoxue must possess extraordinary powers beyond the realm of ordinary imagination. Allowing her to appear here unnoticed, Jiang Ruoxue leisurely approached a grand armchair, settling into it with ease. With a mere flick of her fingers, the teapot on the table seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, slowly levitating to pour a fragrant cup of tea for her. She caught the cup that floated into her palm, took a delicate sip, and her smile deepened as she languidly remarked, "Oh, in the past, as a mere mortal, you called me by name, and I did not take offense. But now, what should you call me?" Upon hearing her words, beads of sweat instantly appeared on Wang's forehead. He hastily bowed in reverence, adopting an exceedingly humble posture, his voice tinged with trepidation. "Exalted one, I was unaware of your esteemed presence today. May I ask what brings you here?" Jiang Ruoxue leisurely set down her teacup, crossed her legs, and fixed her gaze on him with a smile that was both enigmatic and silent. "Rest assured, esteemed immortal, I shall certainly change the candidates for the next sacrificial selection," said village chief Wang, maintaining a posture of reverence, his head bowed in trepidation. "Very well, you are quite astute," Jiang Ruoxue acknowledged, gently waving her hand, conjuring a mound of gold and silver in the center of the study. Upon witnessing such a fortune, village chief Wang was instantly elated, collapsing to his knees and repeatedly bowing his head, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed immortal. Thank you." Jiang Ruoxue had reaped substantial rewards from the storage bags of the righteous sects, possessing an abundance of riches, of which this was merely the tip of the iceberg. "See to it that you fulfill your promise, or else." Jiang Ruoxue's gaze suddenly sharpened, fierce as an eagle, as she snapped her fingers. Boom. In an instant, a wooden chair within the study ignited spontaneously, flames erupting fiercely, casting a crimson glow throughout the room. "Yes, yes, I shall heed the esteemed immortal's command." Village chief Wang, witnessing the spectacle, trembled in fear, hastily bowing again, the floor reverberating with dull thuds. Jiang Ruoxue couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy at this scene. Once upon a time, in the ancestral hall, village chief Wang had looked down upon her with an air of superiority. Yet, merely a few days had passed, and their positions had undergone a complete reversal. With the once arrogant village chief now kneeling and pleading for his life, the study was engulfed in thick smoke, the acrid scent permeating the air. The servants, sensing something amiss, rushed into the study in a state of panic, only to find the village chief, Wang, prostrated on the ground, too frightened to rise. It was not until the servants forcibly assisted him to his feet that Wang could finally exhale with a semblance of relief, only to discover that Jiang Ruoshui, seated in the grand armchair opposite, had vanished without a trace, as if he had never been there at all. Jiang Ruoshui employed similar tactics as he continued his visits to the residences of several clan elders. He administered a mix of threats and favors, instilling a profound fear that left these individuals compliant and submissive. His undeniable power yielded remarkable results. For both the village chief and the elders understood that if Jiang Ruoshui could silently infiltrate their chambers, he could just as easily extinguish their lives. To preserve their own existence, they had no choice but to obey. Furthermore, Jiang Ruoshui gleaned the locations of the remaining 2 immortals in the village. He intimidated the local authorities into maintaining a semblance of order for a time, yet he knew that, given enough time, some foolhardy souls might attempt to challenge him. The source of the problem, the village's revered immortals, must be eradicated. With swift determination, Jiang Ruoshui set forth eastward upon learning their whereabouts. As he traversed a narrow river, he beheld a quaint, ancient stone arch bridge spanning the water, beneath which hung a rusted old sword, swaying gently in the breeze. To the east of the village lay a lake, occupied by one of the 3 immortals. As he advanced, Jiang Ruoshui reflected on the intelligence he had extracted from the village chief and the elders. The celestial master is adept at controlling the clouds and rain, dispelling calamities and bestowing blessings. Whenever a severe drought befalls the fields, the villagers offer tributes, beseeching his intervention for rainfall. The elders of the village reverently refer to him as the Dragon King. Jiang Ruoshui employs the technique of borrowing treasures from all things, manipulating a great tree to uproot itself from the soil and lie horizontally upon the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he leaps onto the trunk. Subsequently, he channels his energy, guiding the tree to gently ascend into the air, gliding eastward. Through this method, he achieves the art of flight using objects. With a modicum of practice, he becomes proficient in soaring through the skies atop various entities. As Jiang Ruoshui dedicates more energy and spiritual essence, the speed of his aerial maneuvers accelerates. This operation bears a whimsical resemblance to a spiral ascent, akin to stepping on one's own feet. After merely a stick of incense's worth of flight, Jiang Ruoshui arrives at the celestial master's domain, the Dragon King Lake. Spanning an immense expanse, Dragon King Lake stretches beyond the horizon, its waters crystal clear, shimmering under the sun's rays like a vast mirror laid upon the earth. Jiang Ruoshui, manipulating a stone to bear his weight, ascends into the sky while simultaneously exerting his full power in the borrowing treasures from all things. In an instant, all the towering trees along the lakeshore uproot and rise into the ether, momentarily suspended in midair. Under the influence of Jiang Ruoshui's magical aura, these trees darken to an inky blackness, resembling colossal black meteors, plummeting towards the lake's surface with a cataclysmic force. Chapter 61, The Black Serpent. Boom, boom, boom. With a cacophony of thunderous roars, dark meteors plunged into the lake, instantly transforming the once tranquil surface into towering waves, the water boiling and churning with fervor. A furious growl erupted from the depths of Dragon King Lake, its tone deep and raspy, as though it harbored boundless wrath. Shortly thereafter, a colossal figure gradually emerged from the depths, measuring 100 feet in length, its body enshrouded in obsidian scales. The massive head surfaced, revealing 2 crimson, slitted eyes that hung in the air like twin blazing suns. Upon closer inspection, this gargantuan creature bore no whiskers or limbs, resembling not the legendary dragon, but rather a gigantic black serpent. Yet, upon its brow, menacing horns seemed to hint at the emergence of dragon-like appendages. Who dares to wreak havoc in my sanctum? The black serpent articulated, its voice rumbling like thunder, reverberating across the lake's surface. Are you the venerable Dragon King? Jiang Ruoshui met the gaze of the enormous serpent, which dwarfed him 1,000-fold, with unwavering composure and no trace of fear. Indeed, the serpent inclined its head slightly, regarding the diminutive human suspended in the air. You seem to have arrived with ill intent, causing such a commotion. Jiang Ruoshui's lips curled into a subtle smirk. Naturally, I have come to slay you. You insolent wretch. The black serpent roared, causing the waves to surge even more violently. Today, I shall use your life to appease my wrath. Without hesitation, Jiang Ruoshui clutched his storage pouch, summoning 10 gleaming weapons that radiated a chilling light beside him. The dark energy surged from these weapons, igniting like flames and staining them a deep black. The 10 heavily fortified weapons were prepared for launch, shooting forth like arrows released from a bow, accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing air, transforming into streaks of light aimed at the distant black serpent dragon king. The serpent violently lashed its tail, its massive form carving a great black arc through the air, casting a shadow that seemed capable of devouring all, while its colossal body shielded it from the enchanted weapons. It fiercely struck towards Jiang Ruoshui, compressing the air around it with a thunderous roar, as if intent on flattening him into a mere pancake. The 10 enchanted weapons successfully pierced the serpent's flesh, leaving gaping wounds upon its tough scales. Yet, for the Black Serpent Dragon King, whose length spanned over 100 feet, these injuries were akin to mere mosquito bites, utterly insignificant. The serpent bore the pain defiantly, swinging its body to unleash even more ferocious attacks, its gargantuan form churning the lake's surface and creating towering waves. Jiang Ruoshui's heart raced. He understood the enormity of the serpent's physique and the terrifying power it wielded. Should he be struck head-on, he would surely be rendered unconscious. Swiftly, he maneuvered the stones beneath him, soaring through the air to evade. As the immense tail of the serpent swept past, the ensuing gale forcefully hurled him away. In the instant he began to fall, he clenched his fist tightly, causing a multitude of boulders and trees to levitate from the ground. Enhanced by the dark energy, they descended upon the black serpent like a tempest unleashed. The younger generation, I must concede your strength, yet it remains insufficient. The black serpent sneered, and with a powerful lash of its immense tail, it struck the surface of the lake. A torrent of water coalesced into serpentine forms, each one replete with fierce energy, rising towards the boulders and trees manipulated by Jiang Ruoshui. The collision between the two forces ignited a series of violent explosions. The water dragons shattered upon impact, dispersing into a myriad of droplets, while the boulders and trees succumbed to destruction, fragments scattering in all directions. Jiang Ruoshui observed that the water dragons unleashed by the black serpent could evidently reassemble after bursting, rendering the expenditure of energy inconsequential. In contrast, his boulders and trees were but ephemeral tools of attack, irreparably lost once obliterated. The black serpent raised its head in triumph, proclaiming, "I have dwelled here for a century, tirelessly refining this domain. The Dragon King Lake has long become my territory, my sanctuary. In this sacred space, how could you possibly prevail against me?" Jiang Ruoshui's expression grew grave as he pondered. This is indeed troublesome. Since this serpent has refined the waters of this place, it has undoubtedly seized the advantage, implying that the waters of the lake shall heed its command. Should it perpetually unleash its water-based techniques for offensive and defensive maneuvers, not only will its raw materials be inexhaustible, but the consumption of its demonic energy will also be significantly mitigated. The serpent, ensconced in its long-established lair, evidently possesses enhanced endurance in battle. Resolutely, Jiang Ruoshui decided to unleash his full power and test whether he could vanquish the serpent outright. If unsuccessful, he would retreat without hesitation. The dark serpent, having established its dominion in this location, is unlikely to relinquish this advantage easily or abandon its lair. Therefore, even if I were to escape, it would most likely refrain from recklessly pursuing me. Should it dare to follow, it would indeed align with my intentions. Once it departs from this place, its combat prowess would inevitably diminish, rendering it far easier for me to annihilate it completely. Initially, Jiang Ruoshui attempted to manipulate the vast body of water in Dragon King Lake using the technique of universal borrowing of treasures, only to discover that this approach was futile. Such an endeavor was akin to contesting the control of the lake's waters with the Dragon King, a being that had cultivated its power here for a century, thoroughly refining this aquatic domain far beyond what he could hope to unsettle in a short span of time. Consequently, Jiang Ruoshui began to seek alternative methods. He exerted himself to the fullest in employing the universal borrowing of treasures, causing the land surrounding Dragon King Lake to tremble violently. Numerous rocks erupted from the earth, swiftly assembling and reshaping in midair, transforming in the blink of an eye into two colossal stone hands that lunged toward the dark serpent. Feeling the immense pressure, the serpent's eyes flickered with a hint of panic as it twisted its body in a desperate attempt to escape the grasp of the stone hands. Yet, the stone hands closed tightly, ensnaring the upper half of the serpent, rendering it immobile. Seizing this rare opportunity, Jiang Ruoshui commanded 10 demonic weapons to strike at the serpent's blood-red eyes. With a chilling roar, the demonic weapon successfully pierced one of the serpent's eyes. Instantly, the creature was driven into a frenzy, thrashing wildly and emitting anguished howls. Its immense form writhed wildly in the grasp of the rocky hand, the sheer force stirring the surrounding lake into a murky tumult, creating swirling vortices. The black serpent abruptly lashed its tail, exerting all its might to strike the wrist of the stone hand. Subsequently, a massive crack appeared upon the rocky appendage, causing its grip to weaken instantaneously. Seizing the opportunity, the serpent broke free, its vast body swiftly plunging into the depths of the lake, vanishing amidst the turbid waters. Chapter 62. The dragon bows. Jiang Ruoshui remained vigilant, acutely aware that the black serpent was likely gathering strength at the lake's bottom, attempting to recuperate from its injuries. After all, he had encroached upon its lair, and the serpent would undoubtedly fight with desperation. Jiang Ruoshui maneuvered the remaining boulders and trees, keeping a keen watch on the indistinct, massive shadow lurking beneath the surface, ever on the lookout for the next opportunity to strike. Concurrently, he continued to expand the domain of the all things borrowing treasure technique, seeking more objects to manipulate. The trees and boulders surrounding Dragon King Lake had been swiftly cleared in a short span of time. These disposable items were nearly exhausted, and without the discovery of additional objects, he would soon find himself in an awkward predicament with nothing left to control. In the heat of the fierce confrontation, Jiang Ruoshui keenly perceived that the power of these ordinary items, such as trees and boulders, was evidently inadequate when faced with such a formidable adversary as the Black Serpent. Even when infused with a substantial amount of magical energy, the strength these commonplace objects could bear was exceedingly limited. Thus, even a direct strike against the colossal form of the Dragon King would result in negligible damage, almost trivial enough to be disregarded. The 10 enchanted weapons are indeed capable of inflicting considerable damage upon the Black Serpent. They dart through the serpent's body with the precision of needle and thread, incessantly creating a multitude of bloody punctures. However, for a creature of such colossal size, spanning hundreds of feet, the diminutive nature of these enchanted instruments renders their wounds almost trivial, akin to a mere prick from a fine needle on a human finger. Moreover, this serpent possesses an extraordinarily potent regenerative ability, allowing these minor injuries to heal at an astonishing rate. Jiang Ruoshui must urgently seek out a more formidable entity, one capable of harboring a greater amount of magical energy and of sufficient magnitude to pose a genuine threat. Only then may he have the chance to inflict an irreparable, fatal blow and ultimately vanquish the creature. Utilizing the domain of the universal borrowing technique, Jiang Ruoshui has extended his perception over a considerable distance of several dozen feet. His mental acuity is sharply focused as he meticulously explores all potential resources that might aid him in overcoming the serpent. Eureka! Jiang Ruoshui soon discovers a small hill standing 20 feet tall. If he can manipulate this hill to subdue the serpent, it would undoubtedly deal significant damage. Without delay, he channels his energy, amalgamating mental power with spiritual essence, attempting to levitate the hill. However, despite his utmost exertions, the hill remains firmly anchored to the earth, seemingly intertwined with the very fabric of the world, unmoved by his efforts. This won't do. The weight of the hill is simply too great. Jiang Ruoshui swiftly comprehends the crux of the issue, shaking his head in resignation. At his current level of cultivation, it is utterly impossible to shift such a massive object. He could only continue to expand his perception, patiently searching. Wait, what is that? Jiang Ruoshui, utilizing the unity of heaven and man, merged her awareness with the vast expanse of the world, extending it far beyond her immediate surroundings. Suddenly, she caught a faint yet unique response. Beneath a stone arch bridge, an iron sword hung suspended. Could it be the dragon-slaying sword? Jiang Ruoshui's eyes brightened, and an indescribable thrill surged within her heart. This sword, having endured the ravages of time, was covered in rust yet still emanated a trace of spirit. After transmitting the thought of desiring to slay the Dragon King to the heavens and earth, it had responded. It was worth a try. A smile graced Jiang Ruoshui's face as she formed a sword gesture, attempting to summon the dragon-slaying sword, and softly commanded, "Sword, come." The sword, suspended beneath the stone arch bridge, seemed to heed her call. The blade trembled slightly, emitting a clear and melodious ring, before transforming into a golden arc that sliced through the sky in an instant. Wherever the arc passed, the air was torn apart, producing a sharp whistle, as if heralding the re-emergence of a once mighty divine weapon. Dozens of miles away, Jiang Ruoshui, hovering over Dragon King Lake, extended her hand as if welcoming a long-lost comrade, firmly grasping the golden sword that soared toward her. At the moment she held the hilt, an intention emanated from the sword, and Jiang Ruoshui instantly understood its name, Dragon Bowing. What is this? Where does it come from? The massive head of a black serpent surfaced from the water, its voice trembling with a hint of fear and unease as it inquired. Upon beholding the sudden emergence of the longsword, an unprecedented wave of terror surged within him, as if he had encountered the greatest nemesis of his life. The black serpent fixated its gaze upon the dragon's head, scrutinizing it for a considerable time, before finally sensing something amiss. Its colossal form instinctively recoiled, retreating into the water, eyes filled with fear and astonishment, exclaiming, "Could this sword be the one beneath the blue stone bridge to the west?" Jiang Ruoshui, unfazed by the serpent's exclamations, eagerly channeled his own demonic energy into the sword. To his astonishment, the dragon's head resembled a profound, bottomless abyss, no matter how much spiritual or demonic energy he infused. The sword absorbed it all as if it could never be filled. A magnificent sword. Jiang Ruoshui could not suppress his admiration, his eyes brimming with affection and appreciation for this blade. The capacity of the sword to contain demonic energy was nothing short of vast, allowing him to pour in his energy without hesitation, free from the worry of overfilling. As the influx of demonic energy increased, the one-stem golden light atop the dragon's head became increasingly resplendent, emanating an extraordinarily potent aura. Every subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy sent tremors through the soul of the black serpent, the Dragon King. Hidden within the Dragon King Lake, the black serpent began to writhe in agitation, its massive form coiling chaotically in search of a semblance of safety. Jiang Ruoshui understood all too well. From the moment he grasped the dragon's head, he realized that this sword was the bane of all serpentine dragons, a force capable of vanquishing the entire dragon lineage. As the dragon bowed its head in battle against other foes, its power may not have appeared remarkable. However, when faced with beings of the dragon lineage, it could unleash a terrifying force exponentially greater than the ordinary. "Spare me, O immortal, spare me." The moment the Black Snake Dragon King sensed the immense power contained within the dragoness bow, its resolve shattered instantly. No longer did it exhibit its previous arrogance and haughtiness. Instead, it began to plead for mercy. "Humph." Jiang Ruoshui sneered softly, her eyes glinting with murderous intent, fully intending not to let this serpent escape. Observing her demeanor, the black snake thrashed its massive body, conjuring towering waves. Water dragons burst forth from the surging waters, baring their fangs and claws as they charged towards Jiang Ruoshui. Following this assault, the black snake unexpectedly soared above the lake's surface, riding the clouds and fleeing into the distance. Chapter 63. The forgiveness of the ghost sect. Jiang Ruoshui remained silent, merely waving her sword with a gentle motion. In an instant, a radiant golden thread sliced through the air from the dragon's bow, obliterating the oncoming water dragons entirely, before swiftly pursuing the fleeing black snake. The body of the Black Snake Dragon King was instantly cleaved in two, its immense form seemingly stripped of all strength as it plummeted into the lake, creating enormous waves that gradually stained the waters crimson. A faint smile graced Jiang Ruoshui's lips, clearly satisfied with the power of her strike. With a sharp crack, she glanced at the golden long sword in her hand, only to discover that the dragon's bow had shattered after unleashing this formidable blow, transforming into a cascade of golden light that dissipated into the air. What a pity! A flicker of regret crossed Ruoshui's eyes as she sighed softly. Such a powerful sword, if it could have continued to be wielded, would undoubtedly have provided immense assistance in her future endeavors. Regrettably, the sword hangs beneath the stone bridge, having endured the passage of countless years, reduced to a state of utter decay. Now, even managing to draw a single strike is exceedingly arduous. The black serpent of Dragon King Lake has perished, rendering the waters within ownerless and incapable of resisting Jiang Ruoshui's manipulation. He effortlessly extends the domain of the universal borrowing technique beneath the lake's surface, endeavoring to ascertain the condition of the black serpent. At this moment, a faint spark of life still lingers within the serpent's body. However, the strike from the dragon-slaying sword has inflicted a mortal wound, causing its vitality to gradually wane, though it requires a brief interval before total demise. What? As Jiang Ruoshui continues his probing, he discovers a substantial mass of life energy residing within the serpent's head. This cannot be right. He feels incredulous, for the black serpent is on the brink of death, and logically, such a dense vitality should not remain. Having wielded the universal borrowing technique and experienced the unity of man and nature on numerous occasions, he comprehends that this level of life force can only belong to a living creature. Given the present circumstances, there exist only two possibilities. Firstly, the black serpent, the Dragon King, is still alive. This is implausible. The dragon-slaying sword, known as Dragon's Bowing Head, was crafted specifically as a weapon against the dragonkin. While it may fail against other races, it is unfathomable to falter against the dragons. Thus, only the final possibility remains. That is, ha 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 ha. A strange and chilling laughter suddenly emanates from the depths of Dragon King Lake, stirring great waves and ripples. I never anticipated that despite my utmost efforts to conceal myself, I would still be discovered. Moreover, I discovered that my opponent is but a mere junior from the modest realm of Fish Dragon. In an instant, Jiang Ruoshui's pupils constricted, his complexion as pale as parchment. For he beheld a most bizarre sight. Deep within the lake, the flesh of the black serpent Dragon King was ruptured from within, and a man emerged from the depths. This uncanny scene felt hauntingly familiar, leaving a profound impression upon Jiang Ruoshui. After a moment's contemplation, he deduced the identity of this figure. The SHQ sect? The painted skin ghost. Jiang Ruoshui could not restrain a gasp of astonishment. Oh, young one, you possess knowledge of my sect? The man, clad in a robe adorned with myriad ghostly visages, slowly floated up from the lake's depths, an air of intrigue gracing his features as he inquired. I observe that you are enveloped in demonic energy. You must indeed be of the demonic path. Yet, regrettably, you have inadvertently unraveled the arrangements of my SHQ sect here. Thus you cannot be allowed to remain. The practitioner of the SHQ sect shifted his tone, unleashing a formidable aura of demonic energy that surged forth. As Jiang Ruoshui felt the suffocating pressure of this presence, beads of cold sweat broke upon his brow, and he instinctively retreated a few steps, his pallor deepening. A celestial palace realm practitioner? With Jiang Ruoshui's current strength and cultivation, he could easily sweep aside others within the same realm of Fish Dragon, and even contend against ordinary practitioners of the second realm, daunting. Though he might not emerge victorious, escape was still within reach. However, a practitioner of the third realm, the Celestial Palace, was an entirely different matter. The disparity of two major realms rendered it not only impossible to withstand a direct confrontation, but even the hope of fleeing seemed a distant luxury. What is it? Young one, do you now find yourself in fear? The practitioner of the Shaguai sect cast a cold glance at Jiang Ruoshui across from him, yet refrained from immediate action. Previously, in the form of a black serpent, I had pleaded for mercy before you, but you exhibited no inclination to relent. Now, the tables have turned. If you would but bow your head and pay me homage, addressing me as Master Ancestor, and present the requisite gestures of contrition, I might consider sparing your insignificant life. However, regardless of your origins, you must pledge allegiance to my sect. Jiang Ruoshui merely smiled faintly, extending his hand as 10 demonic weapons soared forth, launching an assault upon the Shaguai sect practitioner, thus providing a tangible response. Simultaneously, the massive boulder beneath him surged with vigor, propelling him swiftly westward. With the living example of Qiu Muyao before him, how could he possibly entertain the notion of joining the nefarious Shaguai sect? This Shaguai sect practitioner likely did not covet my innate talent for cultivation. Jiang Ruoshui mused with a cold laugh. Should I agree to join, he would most likely aim to mold me into a mere tool akin to a furnace. After all, if even the leader of the Shaguai sect embodies such malevolence, how much better could this subordinate practitioner be? Seeking death. Upon receiving a definitive rejection, the Shaguai sect practitioner erupted in fury. His neck swelled grotesquely, and soon, he expelled several masses of flesh and blood from his mouth. Those fist-sized lumps expanded in the wind, rapidly inflating to the girth of a well. From them emerged grotesque entities, each resembling a black cat devoid of fur, yet adorned with a pair of wings. These were known as the Shaguai. As Jiang Ruoshui soared through the air, he deftly manipulated the colossal stones and towering trees along his path, summoning them to rise from the earth and launch an assault against the howling specters that pursued him. These malevolent beings, though not particularly large, merely the size of an ordinary yellow dog, exhibited remarkable agility. With a mere flutter of their wings, they could halt mid-flight and change direction instantaneously. Focused intently on his escape, Jiang Ruoshui dedicated the majority of his mental energy to his flight, which inevitably compromised the fluidity of his control over the trees and boulders, rendering their strikes straightforward and predictable. Such simplistic attacks were effortlessly evaded by the specters, who swiftly closed the distance between them. Observing this, Jiang Ruoshui's expression shifted slightly as he contemplated. If I were to allocate more of my focus, I could indeed fend off these specters' interference. But the speed of my flight would surely diminish. The 10 cursed weapons I wield, as the distance between us increased, have suffered a significant reduction in precision and potency, rendering them ineffective in delaying the pursuit of the Shagui sect's practitioners. Just as Jiang Ruoshui was lost in thought, one of the specters breached the barricade of stones and trees, flapping its wings and lunging towards him with its menacing claws. In that critical moment, a layer of dark energy enveloped him, successfully deflecting the specter's attack. It was the flowing cloud mystic light tower asserting its protective capabilities. A surge of joy filled Jiang Ruoshui's heart. Truly, I have made the right choice in acquiring the flowing cloud mystic light tower. Although it is only of second-tier quality, its ability to autonomously shield its master and manifest a defensive barrier is remarkably practical. Oh, I recall now that this tower not only provides defense, but also possesses the ability to conceal the user, facilitating their escape. Upon this realization, Jiang Ruoshui swiftly summoned the power of the Lingqi to activate the flowing cloud mystic light tower. As soon as the tower was set in motion, it began to whirl rapidly, suddenly expelling a vast expanse of white mist that enveloped the surrounding area entirely. Furthermore, as the master of the tower, Jiang Ruoshui found that the white mist posed no hindrance to his vision whatsoever. In stark contrast, the pursuing malevolent spirits were at a severe disadvantage. Within the thick veils of mist, they could discern neither objects nor directions, quickly losing sight of Jiang Ruoshui. Having escaped the confines of the mist, Jiang Ruoshui successfully evaded the relentless pursuit of the spirits. Just as a flicker of a smile graced his face, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, rapidly approaching from the distance. Through the perception extended by the universal borrowing technique, Jiang Ruoshui discerned that a practitioner from the Shigui sect was swiftly closing the gap. Aided by a ghastly creature. This creature bore the visage of a monkey, its eyes like polished mirrors, adorned with long horns atop its head, and was of human stature. Boasting a pair of azure flesh wings that spanned nearly 10 feet, it clutched the shoulders of the Shigui sect practitioner with its feet, propelling him forward with astonishing speed. As its wings flapped, crackling with lightning. Upon witnessing this ghastly creature, Jiang Ruoshui's countenance shifted dramatically. The creature's speed was astonishingly swift. In but a few breaths, it could easily catch up to me. With its wings crackling with electricity, could it possibly harness and command lightning? Is it a thunder spirit? Must I confront a practitioner of the Heavenly Palace realm head-on? As this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head vehemently. No, the disparity between us is far too great. The chances of victory in a direct confrontation are exceedingly slim. At this moment, he began to regret not expending all the contribution points acquired from the trials of the Celestial Palace. If he could lure this individual into the Crimson Forbidden Zone, his chances of victory would soar. However, the distance to the Crimson Forbidden Zone was far too great, even with all his might in flight. It would take a considerable amount of time to reach, rendering it impossible. It seemed that a direct confrontation was inevitable. He resolved to seize the opportunity in the fleeting breaths he had left. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ruoshui ceased to hesitate and swiftly descended into the dense forest below. He inhaled deeply several times, striving to adjust his state, then formed a sword seal to invoke the cloud concealment technique, merging himself with the surrounding environment. As an elementary spell, the cloud concealment technique could only deceive the naked eye, failing to obscure the flow of breath and spiritual energy, thus only fooling the unrefined cultivators. However, with the all things borrowing treasure technique at his disposal, once the domain was activated, he could perceive all surrounding entities clearly, including the movement of breath and spiritual energy. Coupled with the enhancement of the unity of heaven and man state, he gained an intrinsic understanding of the surrounding phenomena. In essence, he merely needed to utilize the all things borrowing treasure technique and the unity of heaven and man to mimic his breath and spiritual energy to align with the state of the surrounding entities, thereby truly blending into this realm. In doing so, he could effortlessly conceal his own presence. Truly, I am a genius. Jiang Ruoshui silently praised himself. Then, he began to keenly observe the essence of the surrounding things and imitate them. I am a tree. I am a tree. Meanwhile, a practitioner from the Forgiveness Ghost sect, aided by the swiftness of the Thunder Ghost, swiftly arrived above the dense forest. From his elevated vantage point, he gazed downward, his brow slightly furrowing in confusion as he mused. That boy's aura has indeed vanished from this place. I wonder what means he employed to conceal himself even from my divine sense. A glimmer of greed flickered in the eyes of the Forgiveness Ghost sect practitioner as he coldly chuckled. It seems this lad possesses certain secrets and fortuitous opportunities. Therefore, he cleared his throat and called out loudly to the depths of the forest. Young one, I am aware that you are hiding within this thicket. If you willingly reveal yourself, surrender your treasures and techniques, and join my Forgiveness Ghost sect, I can graciously overlook your previous acts of defiance. I shall count to 10. And if you do not appear by then, do not blame me for laying waste to this place. 1, 2. Concealed deep within the forest, Jiang Ruoshui silently scoffed. Fully aware of the situation, who are you trying to intimidate? Even as a practitioner of the celestial realm, you would require a considerable amount of spiritual energy to completely devastate this area. At that point, would it not be to my advantage? As long as your strength and foundation diminish, my chances of survival will greatly increase. 3, 10. After counting to 3, the Forgiveness Ghost sect practitioner deliberately elongated his voice, then abruptly jumped to 10. Simultaneously, a gleaming axe appeared in the hands of the Reaper, crackling with arcs of electricity. As dark clouds began to swiftly gather above the dense forest, with a thunderous roar, the Reaper swung the axe with great force, summoning a bolt of lightning that struck the heart of the woodland. Fortunately, the bolt did not strike Jiang Ruoshui, but rather a distant towering tree, indicating that the practitioner of the Shaogui sect had yet to discern his position. However, the tree that had been struck erupted into flames. Could it be? Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ruoshui sensed impending peril. Indeed, in the next moment, the Shaogui sect practitioner vomited forth a grotesque mass. The mass swelled and expanded, from which emerged a ghastly creature resembling a toad, with an extraordinarily large mouth and belly. This creature inhaled deeply, its mouth and belly ballooning simultaneously, before forcefully exhaling. Instantly, a fierce wind surged forth. The flames on the tree within the forest roared in response, growing rapidly, and within a short span, a conflagration ignited, propelled by the relentless gusts, spreading in all directions. To his astonishment, although this creature could not detect his location, it had the audacity to employ the fire to flush him out. Jiang Ruoshui felt a heavy weight in his heart, given the current circumstances. It would not be long before the fire encroached upon his vicinity. Yet, he remained concealed, unwilling to stir. Pondering deeply, any movement would disrupt the flow of his spiritual energy, causing the surrounding environment to shift. At that juncture, he would no longer maintain his perfect state of invisibility. His presence might inadvertently be revealed to the practitioner of the Shaogui sect. Erratic movements would only hasten his demise. However, remaining stationary would inevitably lead to discovery. Chapter 65, Prey and Hunter. Jiang Ruoshui exerted her mind, endeavoring to devise a means of extricating herself from the predicament. My enchanted weapon should be incapable of inflicting any substantial harm upon this cultivator. Although it harbors a vast reservoir of magical energy, the spiritual essence within a celestial realm cultivator is equally formidable. The celestial dagger is indeed razor-sharp. Yet if it fails to make tangible contact with the foe's flesh, it becomes utterly ineffectual. Moreover, this trump card can only secure victory through surprise, usable but once. Once unleashed, the enemy would be on high alert, rendering it difficult to achieve a similar effect again. The eternal flame of the sixth ding possesses the characteristic of never extinguishing, suggesting it could gradually slay the opponent, provided it first makes contact. I am left to ponder the outcome should the adversary employ magical artifacts or protective spiritual energy. After considerable contemplation, Jiang Ruoshui realized that the majority of her capabilities were rendered useless against a celestial realm cultivator. The most potent offensive measure aside from the celestial dagger, the enchanted weapon, would likely fail to breach the foe's defenses. Although the dual protection of the flowing cloud mystic light tower and the 10,000 path luminous robe could barely withstand the onslaught of a celestial realm cultivator for a time, relying solely on passive defense would not lead to victory. With regards to escape, she found herself severely lacking, possessing no means of retreat. As flames encroached upon her, Jiang Ruoshui was compelled to abandon her position and flee. The moment she moved, the flawless invisibility effect dissipated, and the discerning awareness of the SHG sect cultivator swiftly detected her location. As the reggae spirit stirred, it abandoned the practitioners of the Shigo sect, hurling a mass of flesh towards Jiang Ruoshui, who was desperately fleeing across the ground. Sensing the imminent threat, Jiang Ruoshui realized that escape was futile. He had to confront the impending assault. The enemy's speed far surpassed his own, and mindless flight would only expose his vulnerabilities, rendering him susceptible to catastrophic harm. A massive clump of blood and flesh blotted out the sky, expanding ominously as it bore down on him. With a thunderous crash, a grotesque creature, muscular and towering like a small mountain, plummeted to the earth, shattering the ground and sending dust billowing into the air. This fiend, with a fearsome visage and wide, gaping eyes, bore menacing fangs and horns upon its head. It was known as the evil spirit. More akin to a cannibalistic tribe or a wild ape than a mere ghost, it exuded a primal ferocity. Jiang Ruoshui summoned his will, and 10 enchanted weapons surged forth towards the fiend. Yet, the evil spirit remained undeterred, brandishing a spiked mace as it charged recklessly. A layer of crimson armor materialized around its form, and as the enchanted weapon struck the red shell, sparks erupted, accompanied by the jarring sound of metal against metal. Unable to breach this formidable defense, had this creature been endowed with protective artifacts? Jiang Ruoshui's heart raced at this realization. Only he understood the immense spiritual energy now infused within his enchanted weapons. These 10 artifacts were no trifles. They had cost him 40 contribution points, exchanged for first-tier artifacts from the Celestial Palace. The weapons he had wielded in the dueling arena of the Celestial Treasure Palace were merely borrowed for trials and did not belong to him. Hence he could not take them with him. These first-rate weapons possess the remarkable ability to effortlessly pierce through the protective scales of the Black Serpent Dragon Lord, showcasing an exceptional sharpness, as they are crafted by the Celestial Palace and forged by the Palace Spirit, Little Black, using the Xian Huang Tai furnace. However, in the face of the malevolent spirit clad in crimson armor, they have encountered repeated setbacks, proving incapable of breaching its defenses. The stark contrast highlights the rarity and extraordinary nature of this red armor. With a thunderous crash, a massive wolf-toothed club struck down, fracturing the ground beneath. Although Jiang Ruoshui had evaded the blow, the proximity resulted in him being caught off balance by the residual force of the attack. A piercing howl echoed as Jiang Ruoshui's pupils constricted. Overhead, the Thunder Ghost's fleshly wings unfurled, diving down like a predatory eagle. The Thunder Ghost swung its thunder axe, only to have it thwarted by the protective barrier of the flowing cloud Shin Light Tower. Nevertheless, the specter persisted, flapping its wings vigorously, summoning bolts of heavenly lightning to descend in succession. The dark-hued barrier endured multiple strikes of lightning, but ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, shattering with a resounding crash. Seizing the opportunity, the Thunder Ghost raised its axe high and struck with renewed vigor. This time, the axe breached the defenses and landed forcefully upon Jiang Ruoshui's shoulder, the lightning coursing along the blade transforming into slender serpents that lashed out at his flesh. In that moment, the myriad of glazed robes activated, absorbing and dissipating all the lightning. Yet the force of the thunder axe still left Jiang Ruoshui's shoulder numb, rendering him temporarily devoid of sensation. The Thunder Ghost unleashed its full assault upon me, intent on claiming my life, unaware that I was safeguarded by the dual protection of the myriad glazed robes and the flowing cloud Xian Light Tower. Even should I withstand the onslaught, I could endure for a brief moment. The heart-stopping stab. As Jiang Ruoshui was assailed by the malevolent spirit, he did not relinquish his opportunity to retaliate. With a swift mental command, he unleashed a soul attack technique. Simultaneously, 10 enchanted weapons turned their tips and surged toward the specter with astonishing speed. At that moment, the thunderous ghost found itself immobilized, ensnared by the soul attack, while the enormous demon clad in crimson armor, despite its impeccable strength and defense, was rendered sluggish and incapable of aiding its companion in time. The thunderous ghost perceived itself as the hunter, with Jiang Ruoshui as its prey, yet it was now the one ensnared in a trap. If it could eliminate this spirit, perhaps there remained a chance of escape, rendering further entanglement with the celestial realm cultivator unnecessary. Jiang Ruoshui feigned weakness deliberately, intending to lure the spirit into attacking him. Only through this ruse could he seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, for the spirit was extraordinarily swift, making it nearly impossible to strike under normal circumstances. Even if you command the lightning and possess remarkable speed, in the throes of a full offensive, you are likely to neglect your own defense, Jiang Ruoshui thought, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Die. However, suddenly, a massive mountain, engulfed in a fierce gale, came hurtling towards him, sending Jiang Ruoshui sprawling several meters away. With a thud, he crashed through several towering trees, feeling as though his chest might rupture, struggling to breathe as a warm liquid surged uncontrollably from his throat. With great effort, he glanced back, only to discover that the mountain that had struck him was none other than the colossal demon. This was unexpected. How could such a sluggish spirit accelerate so rapidly? Jiang Ruoshui, enduring the excruciating pain, extended his perception into the surroundings and soon discovered the toad-like specter behind the malevolent ghost, the wind-blowing ghost. Thus, it was revealed that under the influence of the tempest conjured by the wind-blowing ghost, the colossal malevolent spirit could charge forth with astonishing speed. Jiang Ruoxue glanced upward at the Shaguai sect cultivator observing from the heights, his heart heavy with foreboding. It appeared that eliminating the one who controlled these spirits was imperative. He suddenly comprehended the reason for the imminent failure of his ambush set against the Thunder Ghost. The Shaguai sect cultivator was strategically positioned above, orchestrating the entire scenario from an optimal vantage point. Chapter 66. But it shall soon be mine. If I do not slay this individual, the spirits he commands will coordinate seamlessly, making it exceedingly difficult for Jiang Ruoxue to vanquish any of them, even the most trivial among the lot. Yet, should he choose to directly assault this individual, he would be met with formidable opposition from all the spirits. The Shaguai sect cultivator was exceedingly cunning, deliberately placing himself in the heights. He was acutely aware that the spiritual energy of the fish-dragon realm cultivators was limited, rendering them incapable of hovering in the air like him, a celestial palace realm practitioner that could only rely on external means for flight. Moreover, Jiang Ruoxue, who relied on external objects for airborne travel, could not match the speed of the Thunder Ghost. Thus, recklessly transitioning the battlefield to the skies would undoubtedly be a path to his own demise. What to do? Jiang Ruoxue found himself utterly at a disadvantage. If I were to employ the six-ding divine fire or the celestial dagger, I might severely wound the specters and turn the tide. However, doing so would also ensure that the Shaguai sect cultivator would be even less inclined to engage me in close combat. Without closing the distance, whether it be the celestial dagger or the six-ding divine fire, the probability of hitting the target remains exceedingly low. Furthermore, I remain uncertain as to how many spectral beings this individual has domesticated. Just as Jiang Ruoxue was deep in thought, contemplating a strategy, the three ghostly entities across from him launched their assault. The Thunder Ghost soared back into the sky, incessantly circling above Jiang Ruoxue, searching for an opportune moment to strike. The massive red-armored fiend advanced with heavy steps, each footfall causing the very earth to tremble. The froggish wind ghost followed suit, hopping energetically behind the red-armored fiend. Suddenly, both its mouth and belly puffed up simultaneously, unleashing a horizontal whirlwind in an instant. A fierce gale surged from behind, prompting the red-armored fiend to charge forward like a frenzied wild boar, rampaging forth with unbridled ferocity. Jiang Ruoxue hastily took to the air, manipulating a stone to carry him upward. Soon after, he witnessed the Thunder Ghost flapping its wings, transforming into a streak of lightning that shot towards him. The red-armored fiend, with its colossal form, would wreak havoc across a vast area once it commenced its charge, and given their proximity, it would be exceedingly difficult for Jiang Ruoxue to evade the ensuing chaos while remaining on the ground. Reluctantly, he ascended into the air, temporarily relocating the battlefield. Upon seeing Jiang Ruoxue enter its domain of expertise, the Thunder Ghost unleashed its assault without reservation, followed by a small pack of malevolent spirits that surged forth like a ravenous pack of wolves. A wave of anxiety washed over Jiang Ruoxue as he wielded his enchanted weapon against this horde of specters. After a fierce battle, he managed to intercept only the malevolent spirits. The thunderous entity, imbued with the power of lightning, soared through the air with unparalleled swiftness, rendering the enchanted weapon utterly incapable of pursuit. Under the command of the practitioners from the Forgiveness Ghost sect, this specter retreated at the slightest touch, not daring to hope for a single strike to inflict any mortal wound on Jiang Ruoxue. Instead, it adopted a strategy of relentless assaults, aiming to gradually accumulate injuries and wear down Jiang Ruoxue by the principle of many a little making a mickle. The enchanted weapon was ensnared by those malevolent spirits, leaving Jiang Ruoxue bereft of further means of attack, compelled to endure a barrage of blows in a defensive stance. Although his perception had been significantly heightened by the technique of all things borrowing treasures and the unity of man and nature, the speed of the lightning specter was so formidable that even with timely reactions, he found himself unable to mount an effective counterattack or land a strike on his foe. After merely enduring several breaths in the aerial battlefield, he succumbed and was forced to return to the terrestrial arena. The furious charge of the crimson-armored fiend had concluded, leaving the ground below resembling a vast expanse that had been ruthlessly plowed by a colossal plow, now a landscape of devastation. With a swift thought, Jiang Ruoxue summoned great trees and massive boulders, all steeped in demonic energy, hurling them towards the wind-blowing ghost in the distance. Simultaneously, he accelerated his descent, wielding the celestial dagger, and struck fiercely atop the head of the crimson-armored fiend. A chilling wail escaped the fiend's lips as the blade of the celestial dagger was driven deep into its flesh, Jiang Ruoshui gripping the hilt with both hands, recklessly twisting and turning it. The razor-sharp dagger sliced through the fiend's scalp with the ease of cutting through tofu. A massive shadow loomed above as it descended rapidly, prompting Jiang Ruoshui to evade hastily, leaping off the towering form of the malevolent spirit. The crimson-armored malevolent spirit was incensed by excruciating pain, and with a sweeping motion of its massive hand, it struck down towards Jiang Ruoshui. Unexpectedly, it inflicted grave harm upon itself, splattering its vulnerable Tianling. As Jiang Ruoshui descended to the ground, he breathed deeply, channeling the dragon transformation breathing technique, which further fortified his physique. The thunderous spirit flapped its wings, rushing towards him. Although Jiang Ruoshui could not match its velocity, he adeptly employed his heightened perception to analyze the trajectory of the spirit's flight and anticipate its intended target, his right temple. With a deft motion, Jiang Ruoshui wielded the celestial dagger, not only successfully parrying the spirit's assault but also cleaving the thunder axe in the spirit's grasp into two with the dagger's keen edge. This sudden turn of events startled the spirit, causing it to transform into a bolt of lightning and flee in terror, unwilling to approach again so readily. Jiang Ruoshui pressed forward relentlessly, his dagger slicing through the flesh and bone of the crimson-armored demon, with its legs injured. The formidable body of the spirit collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. 10 demonic weapons descended from above, piercing through the spirit's skull and nailing it firmly to the earth. Bathed in blood, Jiang Ruoshui bore a triumphant smile as he provocatively glanced at the cultivators of the Goose sect hovering above. Subsequently, he swiftly severed the crimson armor from the malevolent spirit, reducing it to countless fragments, which he stowed away in his storage pouch. Witnessing this spectacle, the cultivators of the Goose sect were seized with rage, their faces turning ashen. For them, these spirits were mere expendable resources. Their demise was inconsequential, for they could always be cultivated anew. However, the crimson armor worn by the malevolent spirit was distinctly different. It was a formidable defensive artifact of the third tier, possessing extraordinary value. It could expand to accommodate the ghostly entities or be utilized by cultivators. After the malevolent spirit perished, the disciples of the Forgiveness Ghost sect were still enveloped in profound astonishment, and in their momentary lapse, they failed to recall this precious defense artifact in time. To their shock, in the next instant, this treasure was utterly destroyed. How could this be possible? The disciples of the Forgiveness Ghost sect were rendered utterly speechless, pondering the nature of the dagger in this youth's hand. How could it possess the power to effortlessly obliterate even a third-tier defensive artifact? Yet, in the following moment, this cultivator unexpectedly broke into a smile, even applauding repeatedly. Excellent, excellent, young one, the treasure in your possession is remarkable, but it shall soon belong to me. As soon as the words left his mouth, he unleashed an overwhelming surge of spiritual pressure, causing the very air around him to tremble. The ghostly entities he had summoned transformed into radiant orbs of light, swiftly racing back to their master's side like streaks of light. The disciple of the Forgiveness Ghost sect collected the luminous spheres formed by the Killing Ghost and the Wind-Blowing Ghost, and then seized the orb created by the Thunder Ghost, swallowing it whole. An immense surge of lightning energy erupted from his being, causing his skin to stretch, from which a pair of fleshy wings emerged. His features and physique underwent a continuous transformation, increasingly resembling that of the Thunder Ghost. However, the aura emanating from him was exponentially more potent, surpassing that of the Thunder Ghost by dozens, if not hundreds, of times. Chapter 67. A crucial rescue. What sort of technique is this? Jiang Ruoshui was struck with terror upon witnessing the Shaogui sect cultivator transform into a grotesque being, half human and half ghost. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, the cultivator, now resembling a thunderous demon, flapped the wings sprouting from his back and descended like a bolt of lightning from the heavens. Jiang Ruoshui had no time to react. He was blinded by a dazzling flash of lightning, immediately followed by an overwhelming force crashing into him. Crack, crack. He distinctly heard the sickening sound of his own sternum and ribs fracturing in succession, a heavy dizziness surging through him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness on the spot. Yet, the excruciating pain that engulfed his body yanked him back to reality. Thud. Jiang Ruoshui was forcefully driven into the ground by the impact, spitting blood as he realized with horror that he was utterly paralyzed, as if all strength had abandoned him, unable even to move a finger. A profound sense of helplessness flooded his mind. He never imagined that he would be so powerless against a single blow from his foe. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Demon Lord! Demon Lord! With his last ounce of energy, he attempted to call for the Demon Lord, but was met with silence. A bitter laugh escaped him as he thought, cursing inwardly. That old fool must be off frolicking with some ghostly maiden. The Shagui sect cultivator gently propped up Jiang Ruoshui's upper body, a grin spreading across his face as he said, "All right, young man. It's time to divulge all your secrets. If you obediently cooperate, once I obtain what I desire, I may grant you your life. I advise against playing any tricks. Otherwise, you will find existence more torturous than death." Upon finishing his words, he cast his gaze towards the fallen celestial dagger on the ground. A look of curiosity gracing his features. With a swift motion of his hand, he retrieved a fist-sized piece of pitch black ore from his storage pouch. The blade gleamed as it sliced through the ore, cleaving it smoothly in two with a pristine edge. The Shigi sect cultivator momentarily froze, astonished. Before his face blossomed with delight. Excellent. Truly an unparalleled weapon. Even the famously hard black rock can be effortlessly severed. He turned his gaze towards Jiang Ruoshue, his smile widening, and eagerly inquired, "Young man, do you possess any other treasures? Bring them all forth." Jiang Ruoshue tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. With a flicker of thought, a radiant glimmer emanated from his storage pouch, and a fire starter hovered in the air. Inside it lay the fabled Liuding divine fire, renowned for its suitability in weapon forging and alchemy. What? Liuding divine fire? The Shigi sect cultivator's expression turned to one of shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. He hastily snatched the fire starter, opened the lid, and peered inside, where he indeed beheld a small flame flickering to life. Though he had never encountered the Liuding divine fire in person, as a distinguished cultivator of the celestial palace realm, he could ascertain its extraordinary nature with a mere sweep of his divine sense. Ha ha. The Shigi sect cultivator laughed heartily, overwhelmed with joy. However, just as his emotions surged, the previously gentle Liuding divine fire suddenly erupted, transforming into a vast inferno that erupted outward in fiery torrents. Both the Shigi sect cultivator and Jiang Ruoshue found themselves enveloped in the flames, their bodies stained by the blaze. What is happening? A searing pain surged through his body, akin to a myriad of steel needles piercing his skin, leaving the practitioner of the SHG sect in a state of shock. In desperation, he attempted various methods to extinguish the flames consuming him, yet all his efforts proved futile. Overwhelmed by fear and rage, he seized Jiang Ruoshue by the hair, yanking her upward as he bellowed with ferocity. "Was it you who orchestrated this?" The SHG sect practitioner grimaced in pain, his lips twitching as he, in a fit of fury, plunged the celestial dagger into Jiang Ruoshue's thigh. Veins bulged on his forehead, his expression twisted in malice as he demanded, "Quickly extinguish this fire." Jiang Ruoshue's face turned ashen, her condition deteriorating rapidly, yet she forced a smile, replying, "Ha, let us perish together then. You may go first." The practitioner's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as his fingers, akin to blades, lunged toward her throat. Suddenly, a flurry of 10 demonic weapons shot forth, piercing through the SHG sect practitioner's chest in an instant. Blood gushed from the wound, staining his garments crimson. "What?" he gasped, reeling from the devastating blow as he thrust his wings behind him, propelling himself 10 paces away in a heartbeat. He stared in disbelief at the blades protruding from his chest, murmuring, "Where did this attack originate? I didn't sense a thing." His gaze swept over Jiang Ruoshue, who was swaying unsteadily, struggling to remain upright. It cannot be him. This girl is merely a novice, and in her severely wounded state, there is no way she could evade my perception during a counterattack. Who, then, is responsible? The practitioner of the SHG sect surveyed the surroundings with his formidable spiritual awareness, ultimately catching sight of a woman in the air. A member of the Teensuin sect? Upon noticing the ink-dark mountain and water robe she wore, the SHG practitioner's expression darkened, a sense of trepidation stirring within him. The fact that she could appear without a sound, eluding his perception, indicated that her strength surpassed his own by a considerable margin. With a swift motion, he pressed his palm down, summoning tumultuous clouds that rolled overhead, unleashing several powerful bolts of lightning. However, these strikes were not directed at the Teensuin woman. Instead, they were aimed at Jiang Rushu. He was no fool, given that this woman intervened to save Jiang Rushu at the brink of her demise. It was evident that they were acquainted. Rather than targeting a figure of uncertain prowess, likely possessing profound cultivation, the SHG practitioner deemed it wiser to divert his efforts towards the young one of the Yling realm, believing this would better occupy her attention. After delivering his strike, the SHG practitioner abruptly slapped his chest, expelling 10 demonic weapons from within him. In the next moment, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and decisively fled. "Freeze," the Teensuin woman spoke in a calm tone. Instantly, the fleeing figure of the SHG practitioner became rigid in midair. Cold sweat poured from his brow as his eyes darted in terror. able to utter words yet finding his body below the neck utterly immobilized. "Spare me, Senior. Spare me," he begged, his voice trembling with fear and despair. He was well aware of her superior cultivation, yet he had not anticipated it to be to such an alarming degree. A mere immobilization spell had not only restrained his physical form but had completely imprisoned even his dantian and chi-si. As a distinguished practitioner of the celestial palace realm, I have spent decades honing my skills, yet now I find myself as mere fodder on the chopping block. The Shejai sect's disciple was filled with resentment. Jiang Ruoshui, on the other hand, wore an expression of uncertainty. He recognized this woman from the Tianxin sect, none other than the Golden Core Master Ji Ruoqing, whom he had encountered outside the blood-red Forbidden Zone. Ignoring the pleas for mercy from the Shejai sect disciple, Ji Ruoqing flickered into view before Jiang Ruoshui. With a slight lift of her hand, a luminous barrier of spiritual energy materialized above, effortlessly deflecting the descending heavenly tribulations. After this, she smiled gently and remarked, "Ah, what a delightful coincidence. We meet again." Chapter 68, Cloud-Stepping Boots, Deception. Jiang Ruoshui retorted with irritation, questioning the likelihood of such serendipity. "Senior, you have undoubtedly been shadowing me in secret, have you not?" Given the Demon Lord's prolonged pretense of being incapacitated and Ji Ruoqing's sudden appearance at a critical moment, Jiang Ruoshui naturally arrived at this conclusion. "Ah, how astute you are. You've seen through my ruse," Ji Ruoqing admitted candidly, unperturbed by his revelation. "What brings you to seek me out once more, esteemed senior?" Jiang Ruoshui, suppressing the excruciating pain coursing through him, bowed and forced a wry smile, saying, "If there is anything that this junior can assist you with, please do not hesitate to command. I shall exert myself to the utmost." The sixth-ding divine fire enveloping him was effectively isolated by the myriad of glassy ropes, thus sparing his flesh from direct contact and rendering it manageable. He merely needed to temper this fire into a gentle form. As for the celestial dagger embedded in his thigh, he dared not move it. For removing it would surely result in a torrent of blood. Ji Ruoqing nodded slightly, evidently pleased with Jiang Ruoshui's humble demeanor. With a gentle smile, she spoke softly. "To be frank, after conducting a thorough investigation, I hold you in the highest regard and wish to take you as my direct disciple." Just as Jiang Ruoshui was about to decline, he noticed her hand raised to halt his response. Ji Ruoqing continued, "Let me clarify. This is a notification, not a request. Nor is it an opportunity for you to choose." Jiang Ruoshui was momentarily at a loss for words, inwardly grumbling, "This woman is exceedingly domineering. I had clearly expressed my refusal earlier, yet she remains undeterred, attempting to force me into her tutelage. The more insistent she becomes, the more suspicious I feel. She must have ulterior motives. During her previous examination of my meridians and dantian, perhaps she uncovered something then. Could it be that my innate Tao body has been exposed? Or has she detected the trial token of the spirit treasure immortal palace? Or perhaps, the fortune I exchanged for my lifespan, the fortune of the heavens, has revealed its secrets? Have you made your decision?" Ji Ruoqing inquired, her tone soft yet laced with an undeniable firmness that brooked no refusal. Jiang Ruoshui frowned, thinking to himself, "Humph. The more forceful she is, the less inclined I am to comply. I shall embrace my rebellious spirit. Does she truly believe I am a soft persimmon, easily manipulated? If she pushes me too far, what care I for her golden core status? I would strike her down without hesitation. Demon Lord, you will assist me, won't you?" The Demon Lord remained silent, feigning indifference. A chill ran through Jiang Ruoshui as he steeled himself to say, "I must refuse." "Is that so?" Ji Ruoqing's gaze turned icy. "Then you shall meet your demise." Wait. Jiang Ruoshui, sensing the impending danger, hastily waved his hands. "I was merely jesting. How could I possibly refuse the kind intentions of my esteemed senior?" The unfilial disciple, Jiang Ruoshui, bowed deeply, his expression grave, with unwavering resolve. He prepared to perform the ritual of 3 kneelings and 9 knockings. This time, he dared not refuse, for he sensed the genuine intensity in her demeanor. After his earlier rejection, he had truly felt a chilling aura of lethal intent. To decline once more would surely lead to his end. With his life at stake, he promptly relinquished his pride. Ji Ruoqing extended her delicate hand, channeling her spiritual energy to gently lift the weak-kneed Jiang Ruoshui. Then, her smile returned, her tone softening as she said, "Since we have become master and disciple, it is only fitting that I bestow upon you a gift. I have observed your offensive and defensive techniques, which are quite impressive. However, it seems you lack in self-preservation. This artifact shall be yours." As she spoke, she waved her hand lightly, and a pair of azure boots adorned with white patterns materialized before Jiang Ruoshui's eyes. This item, known as the Cloud Treading Boots, is a pinnacle artifact of the third tier, capable of granting you speed comparable to that of a celestial realm cultivator. Third-tier pinnacle artifact? Jiang Ruoxue was taken aback. He had only agreed to become her disciple out of necessity. Yet, to his astonishment, this generous master was so lavish. One must understand that third-tier artifacts are typically reserved for those in the celestial realm, and this was a magical treasure. Master, allow me to serve as your loyal hound. Jiang Ruoxue's heart surged with uncontainable joy, and any prior reservations he held towards this woman dissipated entirely. Allow me to assist you in healing. Ji Ruoqing flicked her finger, and a small orb of green light immediately struck Jiang Ruoxue's body. In the next moment, the wounds all over Jiang Ruoxue began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. The sky dome dagger embedded in his thigh was gradually expelled from his body under the embrace of this radiant light. Upon inspecting internally, Jiang Ruoxue discovered that his fractured sternum and ribs had also been restored, and he couldn't help but express his astonishment. Well, are you satisfied with this treasure? Ji Ruoqing inquired. Jiang Ruoxue nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains, and after donning the cloud-treading boots, he naturally sought to test them. To his delight, he found that these boots not only enhanced his speed of evasion but also enabled him to effortlessly hover in the air, truly achieving the ability to fly with the wind, as if walking upon clouds. However, he noted that the consumption of spiritual energy was quite substantial. Yet, as a congenital Dao body, Jiang Ruoxue could maintain the state of unity with nature for extended periods, effortlessly harnessing the abundant spiritual energy of the world. The consumption was hardly a concern. It could be said that while the cloud-treading boots might present a mixed bag of advantages and disadvantages for others, for him, they were a boon, a veritable artifact for escape. Ji Ruoqing then produced several medicinal pills and a jade token. This is the personal transmission token of my Tianxin sect. Once you have settled your family matters, infuse it with your spiritual energy, and naturally, someone will come to escort you into the sect. These are 22nd tier condensing chi pills that will expedite your cultivation. However, remember to consume only half a pill at a time, lest you be overwhelmed by the spiritual energy and meet a dreadful end. Thank you, Master. Jiang Ruoxue accepted the gift with heartfelt gratitude, recognizing the generosity of this woman. Despite being only at the fish dragon realm, she had already begun to present him with second-tier condensing chi pills. It is essential to note that within the Lingbao Immortal Palace, each second-tier condensing chi pill requires a substantial 80 contribution points for exchange. Although the quality of the pills offered by Ji Ruoqing may not match those produced by the Immortal Palace, they still hold considerable value, especially in quantity, 20 pills, sufficient to aid Jiang Ruoxue in breaking through to the Donging realm. Jiang Ruoxue contemplated asking something but hesitated. There was no need for such reticence. He could speak freely. Sensing his thoughts, Ji Ruoqing spoke up. Indeed. Jiang Ruoxue nodded. Master, I wish to understand why you are so insistent on taking me as your disciple, even to the point of endangering your life to force this matter after I had clearly declined. It is due to your unique constitution, Ji Ruoqing replied candidly. Indeed. A tremor ran through Jiang Ruoxue's heart. As anticipated, after her previous examination of his cultivation, she had discerned that he possessed the innate Dao body. This was the reason she refused to give up, trailing him persistently.